Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Beastly World. The binding of the host has been successfully completed. Your identity is that of a barren orphanage director, with the children in the orphanage serving as mere outlets for your emotional turmoil. Bai Su had yet to recover from the agony of being scorched by fire. Before her eyes, it seemed as though a conflagration still raged, and the frenzied screams of her younger sister echoed in her ears. Why is it that despite our equal efforts, only you gain admission to university? Why is it that while we both enter the catering business, I suffer losses while you continuously expand your five-star chain? Why must I marry a mere office worker from the same city, while you can wed the president of the largest hotel conglomerate in Huagua? Yet, it was she, Bai Su, who had successfully entered university, only for her parents to allow her sister to take her place. The catering business she had painstakingly built was tarnished by her parents, who smeared her reputation online, leading to her disgrace and the bankruptcy of her establishment, all to pave the way for her sister's hotel. The union with the hotel empire's president was merely a recognition of her capabilities, a powerful alliance. However, she never anticipated that the one time she stood her ground against her sister would result in her being drugged and locked in a makeup room on her wedding day, ultimately succumbing to flames. Congratulations! You have been reborn into the novel beastly world, the pampered one as the malicious female antagonist, Bai Su. The plot and healing abilities have been allocated, and the golden finger has manifested as an inherent ability of the Beastmen. Please, host, take note. Bai Su quickly acclimated to her new reality, her adaptability proving remarkable. Fortunately, armed with knowledge of the plot, she was aware that the female protagonist would soon arrive with one of the male leads to expose the heinous acts of her heartless orphanage, leading to her incarceration. Decades later, upon her release, some of the children she had mistreated would transform into formidable villains, seeking her demise. This body was rather corpulent and seemingly burdened with ailments. Nonetheless, it mattered little, for the system had bestowed upon her a healing ability. The food she prepared could cure all maladies, restoring her health swiftly. Guided by the memories of the original owner, Bai Su made her way to the kitchen, where a few terrified children huddled in a corner, their faces marred with bruises. To her surprise, some of them sported furry ears atop their heads. Bai Su's eyes sparkled with affection as a tender smile graced her lips. She promptly began to cook, determined to alter the fate of the malevolent antagonist by nurturing the future young villains. What is she doing? Why is she ignoring us? In the past, every time we endured a beating, we were rewarded with food. If she doesn't strike us, does that mean she won't provide us with any? This is unacceptable. Little Tiger has a fever. If he doesn't eat, he might starve. The wool-feared child shielded the others behind him, a fierce glint in his eyes. He had already sent a distress signal down the mountain. The adults would surely come tomorrow. As long as they could present evidence of this woman's maltreatment, they would be able to drive her away. The little wolf cub comforted his companions, gathering his courage to step forward. Director, we would like to exchange something for food. Little Tiger is burning up, but he appeared utterly wretched, with his left eye cruelly gouged out, a large scar obscuring the eye socket, and the tail of the wolf behind him severed halfway. He closed his eyes, bracing himself for impending blows, a pitiful sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Yet, the anticipated violence did not materialize. Bai Su gently patted his small head, playfully ruffling his fluffy ears. Just wait, it will be ready soon. With practiced ease, she retrieved ingredients from the storeroom, rinsing rice and washing vegetables. The little wolf cub and the children exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of her bustling activity. However, it wasn't long before a rich aroma wafted from the pot. The children, having never encountered such a sumptuous chicken and shrimp tofu porridge, drooled in anticipation, inching closer. Even the usually wary and composed little wolf cub was captivated, eagerly swallowing saliva as he approached. Beastmen rarely cooked when they did manage to procure food. It was typically consumed raw, with meat merely boiled or compressed into cans or nutritional supplements. The art of cooking was nearly on the brink of extinction in the interstellar realm. Bai Su glanced at them, retrieved small bowls, and served each a portion. Eat up. She had always been weak against children, especially those adorably adorned with beast ears, and particularly those pitiable little ones bearing signs of battle. The children excitedly embraced their bowls of porridge, devouring the meal with delight. The little wolf cub skeptically tasted a spoonful, his eyes widening in disbelief. This is amazing. How can it be so delicious? Is this really porridge? Once he finished, he felt a peculiar itch in his left eye, and where his tail had been severed, he rubbed his eyes, dismissing the sensation, and placed the bowl in the sink. Director, we're done eating. The implication was clear. If they were to be punished, now would be the time. The harsher the beating, the better then, When the inspectors arrived, they would witness the abuse this wicked woman inflicted upon the children, providing them with the opportunity to drive her away. Bai Su had no intention of altering their perception of her in a single day. She merely nodded. "All right, you may go play now. I will prepare delicious meals for you every day." The little ones, astonished at not being punished, exchanged incredulous looks. Bai Su paid them no further mind, taking a bowl of porridge to find the little tiger. The little tiger was a thin, skeletal beast man, burning with fever, his lips chapped. Bai Su felt a surge of compassion, silently chastising the original owner for her cruelty, and hurriedly fed him the porridge. "Hurry and eat, my little unfortunate. Once you finish, all your pain will vanish." Nestled in her embrace, the little tiger quickly regained his strength after eating, the bruises fading as he nuzzled against Bai Su, seeking comfort. Her heart softened, and she couldn't help but hold the little creature close, soothing him to sleep. Was there any difference between this and nurturing a whole nest of fluffiness? Bai Su longed to wash the pot and prepare a feast to plump them up. Indeed, regardless of species, younglings appeared exceptionally endearing. Outside the door, several small heads peered curiously, stealthily observing the unfolding scene. That foolish little tiger actually grabbed her clothes and hasn't been punished. Look, she's holding the little tiger and singing how gentle she is. Wow, she's right after eating porridge. All the wounds on my body have vanished. The little ones rolled up their sleeves to check, and indeed, all their injuries had healed. The little wolf cub tugged at several of them, pulling them into the kitchen. "Don't be foolish, she might have uncovered our plan and is merely acting. We must not lower our guard. Tomorrow, we must ensure she is captured." The kitten scratched its head. "But our wounds have healed, the adults won't believe us." A shadow of gloom crossed the little wolf cub's eyes. "We'll inflict them ourselves." He was the first to act, slamming his arm against the corner of the wall, pinching and twisting. Seeing this, the others hesitated for a moment before gritting their teeth and joining in. Chapter 2. Planning to capture her and land in jail? The next day, the usually desolate and dimly lit orphanage atop the mountain buzzed with activity. Several luxury cars were parked in the yard, and a female descended from one of the cars, sporting a pair of shorter rabbit ears, with a fluffy ring of fur at the base, resembling a lion-rabbit breed. Following her was a male with wolf ears. His arrival dampened the atmosphere, causing the accompanying staff to bow their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. Clad in military attire, he wore an imposing black and gold military cap, adorned with an emblem symbolizing the authority of the Federal Army. Eye in the shadow beneath the brim, his sharp, fierce diamond-shaped eyes were elongated and piercing, while his narrow face bore a sickly pallor. Everyone harbored a sense of dread towards this colonel clad in military garb, except for the female Bai Shui by his side. Bai Shui glanced at Lu Tingyan, her eyes glimmering with a hint of desire for his attractive features, quickly suppressing it. "Colonel Lu, this is the matter at hand I didn't want. Our family's disgrace to be public knowledge, which is why I requested your presence. You are aware that my sister committed a grave error and was exiled by our family. Who would have thought she would open an orphanage here and even resort to abuse?" At this point, Bai Shui bit her lip, casting a hesitant glance at Lu Tingyan. "I hope you can keep this confidential after all. It is quite a scandal." Lu Tingyan recalled Bai Su, and a profound disdain flickered in his dark eyes. "If the crimes you speak of are indeed true, I will take her back to the Federation and let the law penalize her." Bai Shui smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Colonel Lu, for being willing to assist me." The two slowly entered the dilapidated hall of the orphanage. Outside, the bodyguards of the Bai family could no longer contain their whispers. Why is the young lady being so polite to him? Isn't Lu Tingyan supposed to be a waste, having lost his mental powers? Though he was once the strongest male in the Federation, ever since he returned from the battlefield injured, the position of leader has been seized by someone else. I just don't understand the young lady used to look down on such individuals. Whispers abound that last month, the young lady suddenly fell ill with a fever, and upon regaining consciousness, her demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Not only did she cease to harbor disdain for Colonel Lu, but she also began frequenting his company. As Bai Su had just set the table for lunch, she observed two unexpected guests entering through the door. The entangled history of grievances and affections with these individuals was deeply etched in her memory. Bai Shui, spotting her, was the first to break the silence. "Sister, how have you become so much heavier?" After Bai Su found herself in an orphanage, she had succumbed to despair, leading to an increase in her weight. Though not particularly tall, she nearly weighed 200 pounds. Realizing her comment was rather impolite, Bai Shui hastily covered her mouth, embarrassed, and continued, "I brought Colonel Lu to see you. Our sudden visit, will you be angry?" Bai Su rolled her eyes in response. If you were truly concerned about my temper, you could have simply sent me a message beforehand instead of feigning fear of inciting my wrath. Now the aroma of tea is suffocating. Bai Su's expression darkened. You. It was no wonder that Bai Su exhibited such a combative demeanor. She had spent nearly her entire life overshadowed by her sister, instilling in her a natural aversion and resistance toward this sibling. However, she was well aware of their visit today and had prepared a lavish spread of delicacies. Multi-grain rice, lotus leaf chicken, radish yam cakes, sautéed mushrooms with seasonal vegetables, and spicy beef hot potal designed to cater to both the palates of children and adults alike. With a balance of coarse and fine grains, as well as a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, the table was a feast for the senses. Bai Su stared in astonishment at the array of dishes. What are these? Colonel Lu's gaze swept over the fresh, enticing food, and upon inhaling the fragrant aroma of the light dishes, he found himself salivating uncontrollably. Bai Su quickly regained her composure and looked at Bai Su. Did you make this? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. In the current Federation society, who could possibly cook? Having never encountered such fare, how could Bai Su have possibly created it? Who cares if you believe it? Bai Su retorted with an eye roll, then turned her head to call upstairs. Time to eat. Her voice might not have been loud, but soon the children upstairs began to stir. The little wolf cub dashed down with 3 children in tow, each bearing visible injuries on this hot summer day. Their bare arms displayed numerous conspicuous bruises. One side of the little wolf cub's face was even swollen, lending him an unsettling appearance. Bai Su feigned ignorance of their condition and called out, "Wash your hands and come to the table. We have guests today, so we'll add a couple more dishes." Turning to the stove, she deftly prepared fish and shrimp, creating a dish of shrimp and egg and a tangy fish soup. Her movements flowed with grace, and what were once simple ingredients emanated an incredibly rich aroma after her careful preparation. This was a scent they had never encountered before. Bai Su watched in sheer shock at her sister's actions, marveling at how it was possible for food to emit such an enticing fragrance. This was no ordinary scent. Colonel Lu's inquisitive gaze lingered on her skilled movements. Her proficiency in slicing fish was evident, a skill that could not have been acquired overnight. The children did not display much surprise. They seemed unperturbed by the fact that Bai Su could cook. That Liu Tingyan withdrew his gaze, realizing that this was not the first time Bai Su had prepared meals for these children in the Federation. No family would go to such lengths to cook meals were typically resolved with nutrient solutions, or meat hastily boiled with a sprinkle of salt. The little wolf cub keenly sensed Liu Tingyan's emotions, and, fearing that he might be deceived by Bai Su, quickly displayed a look of terror, gazing at Bai Su. "I'm sorry, Director. Mama, please punish us. We have grown accustomed to being beaten in exchange for food." Bai Su felt a surge of joy within, yet her face betrayed shock. "Sister, do you mistreat them?" Bai Su's lips twitched slightly as she glanced at the little cubs, setting the dishes on the table. Turning to Liu Tingyan, she said, "Colonel, if you don't mind, please sit down and join us, lest my overly righteous sister accuses me of being an ungracious host." Bai Su rolled her eyes in disdain. "Colonel Liu holds a prestigious position. How could he eat your—" Liu Tingyan's sharp gaze lingered on the vibrant dishes for a moment. He thought it necessary to ascertain whether this woman was merely putting on a show or truly possessed culinary skills. Slowly, Liu Tingyan took a seat. "Very well, thank you." Bai Su's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Liu Tingyan. "Colonel Liu." Bai Su glanced at the little cubs beside her. The little wolf cubs displayed fearful expressions. "Yes, Director Mama, we will behave. Please don't hit us while we eat." He led the way to the table, and the other children, unable to contain their excitement, climbed up with glee. The food was exquisite and delicious. They could no longer restrain themselves and began to feast heartily. Only Bai Su remained standing awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, so she reluctantly sat down, displeased, and picked up her bowl. That it was not because the food was delicious beyond anything she had ever tasted that made her mouth water uncontrollably. Bai Su shot her a cold glance. "Have I told you to eat?" Bai Su's face flushed instantly, and she abruptly tossed her bowl aside. "If I don't eat, then I want." "Who cares?" Nearby, Liu Tingyan took a few bites, and his pupils suddenly contracted. What was happening? In that brief moment, he felt a flicker of mental energy reviving in his mental sea. End of this chapter. Chapter 3. Redemption through cuisine. How could this be possible? His mental sea had long been corroded in that brutal battle years ago, transforming into a barren wasteland devoid of life. For years, no trace of mental energy had emerged. However, when he scrutinized again, nothing remained. Was it merely an illusion? Liu Tingyan tightened his grip on the chopsticks, the light in his eyes gradually fading. The food in his mouth was unexpectedly sweet and delicious. He had never tasted anything so exquisite. He picked up a piece of lotus leaf chicken, and as he consumed it, a flicker of mental energy coursed through his mental sea. He could not possibly be mistaken. It was indeed mental energy. What on earth was happening? Lu Tingian's gaze fell sharply upon the food before him. Could it be the merit of these dishes? He discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Bai Su, who sat diagonally across from him. Bai Su, without needing to look in his direction, was well aware of the situation. The system was diligently scanning Lu Tingian's physical condition. The meals he had consumed were already sufficient to activate her healing abilities. Equally astonished were the children. The food was even more delectable than yesterday. At their tender age, they had never encountered such exquisite fare, and without a moment's hesitation, they disregarded the imposing aura of Lu Tingyan, devouring the meal with fervor. The little wolf cub even stole a furtive glance at Bai Su. She merely sat with composure, gracefully and quietly partaking of her meal. Since yesterday, he had discerned an oddity about this woman. Her dining posture had changed. Her tone of speech was different, her gaze had shifted, and her entire demeanor felt altered. Previously, this woman had been gloomy and malevolent, seemingly wishing to lash out at them incessantly while exuding a foul stench. However, since yesterday, she appeared transformed, devoid of her former acerbic demeanor. Her actions and words strikingly distinct from before. She donned clean attire, her hair was freshly washed, and the peculiar odor had vanished. The young wolf recalled the memory of this woman ruthlessly severing his wolf's tail, a fierce glint crossing his eyes. Regardless of the delectable nature of the food, today represented their sole opportunity to rid themselves of this malevolent woman. He vowed not to relent. With this thought, he couldn't help but rub his left eye, obscured by a scar. For reasons unknown, since yesterday, both his eye and tail had been persistently tinged with an itch that was futile to scratch. As Bai Shui was about to seize the opportunity to speak, she noticed the little wolf cub rubbing its eyes and promptly inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" Observing the injuries adorning their bodies, the little wolf cub set down its bowl and utensils, revealing a pitiful expression. "Sister, could you lend us a hand? Mama Dean is exceedingly strict. Each time, we must endure punishment in order to receive food. Little Tiger even had a fever yesterday." Upon seizing the opportunity, Bai Shui quickly inquired, "What transpired? Have you truly suffered abuse?" She cast a stern gaze towards Bai Su, exclaiming, "Sister, how could you act in such a manner? For all these years, I had hoped you had turned over a new leaf, yet it appears you have only intensified your misdeeds, remaining unrepentant. How could your heart be so cruel?" Bai Shui, filled with indignation, recounted the misdeeds of the original owner with fervor, eager to tarnish her reputation thoroughly. The little wolf cub felt somewhat speechless, witnessing the woman's focus straying further from the point. He had no choice but to interject promptly, "Sister, what shall we do then?" Bai Shui gazed at the little wolf cub, her face adorned with a righteous expression. "Rest assured, we shall find you a new orphanage. There are several institutions still accepting new residents, including dedicated shelters for feline beast men and those for lupin beast men." Upon hearing the prospect of being separated, the two little feline beastmen quickly clutched the hem of the wolf cub's garment. "Little dog brother." A flicker of determination flashed in the wolf cub's eyes as his mind raced with thoughts. His plan was to oust the current director and replace him with someone responsible and benevolent, rather than allowing them to be torn apart and sent away. They could not leave. If they did, the other little beast men who had been sold would lose their way home. Bai Shui turned her gaze towards Colonel Lu Tingyan and said, "Colonel, I would appreciate it if you could take my sister into custody and bring her to the Federal Bureau." She eagerly summoned the bodyguards from the Bai family outside, feigning to encircle the entire living room. Yet, none of them were willing to confront Bai Su, the remarkably corpulent female. Bai Su leisurely set down her bowl and chopsticks after finishing her meal, proclaiming, "Am I mistreating anyone? Where is your evidence?" With a voice as abrasive as a broken gong, she continued to shout, "Do you think this is a marketplace quarrel among women? Whoever has the loudest voice is not necessarily right." Bai Shui's face turned pale with anger. She had indeed underestimated this wretched person, once a timid and submissive victim. Now she spoke with such audacity. In the presence of Lu Tingyan, Bai Shui suppressed her fury, her expression revealing just the right amount of helplessness and reproach. "Sister, cease your evasion. They are all covered in wounds. How can you still claim otherwise?" Bai Su crossed her arms and exclaimed, "I asked you to provide evidence. Do you not understand human language?" Snow, with an air of righteous authority, admonished, "Rest assured, the federal authorities will uncover the evidence. You shall go to the station for questioning." The bodyguards advanced with measured steps, preparing to close in. Bai Su cast a cold glance over the assembly, contemplating whether to procure a defensive gadget from the system. At that moment, Lu Tingyan interjected, suggesting, "Let us conduct an injury assessment. If Bai Su has indeed struck anyone, the wounds will bear witness." Upon hearing this, the young wolf cub's pupils constricted sharply. Being of tender age and having grown up in an orphanage, he was oblivious to the fact that modern technology could ascertain the origin of injuries. Lu Tingyan extended his slender fingers, clad in white gloves, and gestured towards the door. With his authoritative command, the bodyguards of the Bai family had no choice but to step aside. Two individuals donned in federal uniforms entered, carrying equipment to scan the young beast man. An instinctual panic surged within the wolf cub, prompting him to instinctively recoil. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of a dangerously penetrating gaze fixed upon him. He looked up, locking eyes with Lu Tingyan's sharp, icy stare, and found himself paralyzed. As if his innermost thoughts were laid bare before this formidable presence, the guard respectfully presented the data to Lu Tingyan, reporting, "Colonel, the injury assessment reveals that the wounds were self-inflicted and no evidence of Bai Su's involvement was detected." Bai Shui widened her eyes in disbelief. "How is this possible? Is there an issue with your instruments?" The little kitten and the small tiger exchanged guilty glances, hastily retreating behind the young wolf cub. It was all due to the delectable porridge that their matronly director had provided them the previous day, which had inexplicably healed their injuries. With no wounds remaining, there was no evidence to substantiate their plight. Thus, they resorted to inflicting minor injuries upon themselves to create the necessary proof. The young wolf cub remained vigilant, observing the guards and Lu Tingyan with a watchful eye. Bai Shui exclaimed in distress, "This is impossible. Sister, are you concocting some scheme? Are you deliberately forcing them to turn against one another to satisfy your twisted sadistic desires?" Bai Su gazed at her as if she were a fool. Lu Tingyan withdrew his gaze from the children, stating, "The farce ends here. Let us depart." Bai Shui, unwilling to relent, grasped Lu Tingyan's arm. "Colonel Lu, please investigate further. Search this orphanage. There might be some incriminating evidence. My sister has truly suffered enough." Lu Tingyan brushed her hand aside, his gaze frosty as he replied, "Miss Bai, I have no time to indulge in these manipulative games." With that, he strode towards the car, accompanied by his entourage. Bai Shui, unable to contain her frustration, shot a dark glare at Bai Su before turning to leave. Just before departing, Lu Tingyan lowered the car window, his gaze lingering on Bai Su, a profound meaning flickering in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 4. The Little Wolf Cub's Tantrum. Once everyone had departed, the orphanage was left with only Bai Su and a few children, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Bai Su glared at the group of mischievous children, his expression dark. The little wolf cub, wary, positioned himself defensively in front of his companions, fixing his gaze on Bai Su. "It was all my idea," he declared. "If punishment is due, let it fall upon me." Bai Su cast a dark glance over the children, suddenly slamming her palm onto the table with force. "You have grown quite bold." The resounding bang startled the children, leaving them momentarily taken aback. Bai Su's eyes twitched slightly, her palm stinging from the force she exerted. Yet she could not reveal her discomfort and continued to apply pressure. "Are you seeking death?" she demanded furiously. "How dare you send someone to investigate me? Do you think I am unaware of your ulterior motives? Each one of you seems to be itching for a beating, insisting that I leave you battered and bloodied before you relent. 3 days without a beating, and you would dare to challenge my authority. If I refrain from striking you, you resort to self-destructive antics, a group of fools." With a sudden motion, she shattered several bowls, causing the children to flinch in fear. The young wolf cub shielded the little ones behind him, silently enduring Bai Su's wrath. The kitchen was enveloped in an eerie silence, the children's hearts racing with trepidation. The timid kitten had already begun to tremble uncontrollably. Upon witnessing the desired effect, Bai Su coldly declared, "In light of the considerable trouble you have caused me, you shall be tasked with washing the dishes and tidying the kitchen today. Should you fail to complete your duties, sleep will be denied to you." The little wolf cub, having anticipated a more severe consequence, looked up at Bai Su in bewilderment. The children exchanged glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Was this truly a punishment? Bai Su paid them no further mind and returned to her room after satiating her hunger. As a successful entrepreneur, she possessed an astute understanding of human psychology. By initially raising prices to evoke consumer emotions, and then, when their feelings were at a peak, lowering the prices significantly, she would ignite an even stronger urge to purchase among them. The same principle applied to the children. She deliberately emulated the original owner's mannerisms, feigning a grand display of anger to make the children believe they were doomed for the day, by raising their expectations only to gently lower them. The seemingly trivial task of washing dishes would leave them with a profound sense of disparity, ultimately making them more amenable to her. Bai Su eagerly returned to her room, primarily to take a bath. After every meal, her body exuded a minuscule amount of black impurities, reminiscent of months without a wash, as if her skin had accumulated grime. Downstairs, the little wolf cub noticed that there were still leftovers in the kitchen. After a brief consultation with the kittens, he stealthily took the food back to Little Tiger. Little Tiger had already improved significantly, though he still coughed occasionally. He inquired about the day's endeavors. The little wolf cub shook his head. It was a failure. The little kitten, unable to restrain himself, whispered, "Actually, I think the headmistress is quite nice now. She not only prepares delicious meals for us, but also refrains from hitting us." Just as Little Tiger was about to respond, the little wolf cub shot him a disapproving glare. "Fool. That is because she knew in advance that we reported her for abusing the little beast man. She is merely putting on an act for the adults." The little kitten, puzzled, retorted, "But the adults have left, and she hasn't hit us." The little wolf cub scoffed. "She only restrained herself because she realized we have the power to alert the authorities. Just wait and see. In due time, she will revert to her former self. A dog cannot change its nature." The kitten softly countered, "But she is a Holland Lop, not a dog." The little wolf cub glared at him, prompting the kitten to silently close his mouth. Suddenly, Little Tiger remarked, "Actually, I too sense that the headmistress seems different." Seeing that his companions had been swayed by that wretched woman's meager offerings, the little wolf cub could not contain his frustration and stormed out. As he passed by Bai Su's door, he unexpectedly collided with her as she emerged, catching him off guard. The gentle fragrance that wafted from her was reminiscent of freshly washed peaches from a mountain stream, cool, tart, and sweet. Bai Su, with swift reflexes, grasped the individual firmly, preventing them from falling. The young wolf cub tensed immediately, his expression cautious as he fixed his gaze upon her. "I'm sorry, Dean Mother," he muttered. Bai Su held him steady, inquiring, "Where are you rushing off to in such haste?" Upon witnessing her gentle demeanor, the young wolf cub could not help but recall the distrustful expressions of his companions from earlier, which only fueled his anger further. Summoning his courage, he forcefully shook off Bai Su's grip and retorted, "It's none of your business." With that, he turned and dashed down the stairs. Bai Su shook her head and chose not to pursue. As she sifted through the memories of her predecessor, she discovered that the young wolf cub was originally a gifted wolf beast man, having awakened to level 5 at merely 7 or 8 years of age, and had even mastered the innate skill of wolf claw rend. However, due to the abuse inflicted by her predecessor, his tail had been brutally severed, hindering any further advancement in his level. For beast men, their animal forms encapsulate a significant portion of their strength. The inability to upgrade his innate abilities weighed heavily on the young wolf cub's heart. Another source of his torment was the blinding of his left eye. Winning the affection of this little cub seemed straightforward. All she needed to do was rectify the chaos caused by her predecessor. With her healing abilities, she felt confident in her capacity to do so. Yet, the young wolf cub had ventured out and had yet to return, and as the evening deepened, she resolved to search for him. Just as she was about to leave, she caught sight of the little cub stealthily hiding behind a large tree not far from the entrance of the orphanage. Bai Su turned and entered the kitchen, intending to prepare a delightful dish of mushroom and shrimp noodles with shredded chicken, considering it a late-night snack. The enticing aroma wafted continuously from the kitchen. The wolf's sense of smell was always remarkably acute. The little wolf cub swallowed hard, unable to resist peeking out from behind the tree stump, fixating on the direction of the kitchen. The door to the kitchen was ajar, and the warm, dim light emanating from within barely illuminated a small triangular area at the entrance. Through the narrow doorway, a long dining table could be glimpsed. Bai Su placed 2 bowls of noodles onto the dining table, perfectly aligned with the entrance. The little wolf cub promptly retreated cautiously behind the tree stump. Bai Su sat down with her back to him, letting out a soft sigh. "When will the little wolf cub return? It won't taste good if it turns into a lump." Her voice was barely above a whisper, almost as if she were speaking in a dream. The little wolf cub, hidden behind the tree stump, perked up his ears, clearly hearing every word. Bai Su remained unhurried, leisurely savoring her bowl of noodles. "How delightful. It seems my culinary skills have improved," she mused, filled with confidence in her craft. In her previous life, amidst the culinary splendors of Whitewash, she had managed to establish her own gastronomic empire solely through her exceptional culinary talents. How much more could she achieve in this interstellar beastly world? A true culinary desert magnified countless times beyond Hangzhou. Indeed, within mere 5 minutes, The little wolf cub could no longer resist. He casually strolled in, feigning indifference, and approached the stove to pour himself a drink of water. A hint of mirth flickered in Bai Su's eyes as she gently inquired, "Have you finally returned? Are you hungry? Come over and enjoy a bowl of noodles. I specially prepared this midnight snack for you." Upon hearing her words, the little wolf cub perked up his ears, and his half-broken tail wagged vigorously behind him. A soft cough escaped Bai Su as she was overwhelmed by his cuteness, nearly losing her composure and rushing over to pet him. This businesswoman could maintain a steely demeanor in all matters, save for anything fluffy. No one in the world could resist something so adorably furry. Unaware of Bai Su's inner thoughts, the little wolf cub turned his head, feigning reluctance as he said, "It would be a waste not to eat, so I suppose I will have some." However, his eager movements betrayed his true feelings. End of chapter. Chapter 5. The home was burgled the following day. Bai Su awoke from a restful slumber, drawing back the curtains to inhale the fresh morning air. The previous night, she had crafted a plan. Her foremost task now was to nurture both herself and the little ones. This body felt excessively heavy, and its inability to conceive puzzled her greatly. In the remnants of the original owner's memories, she possessed the capacity for reproduction. Yet, upon arriving in this realm, that ability had inexplicably vanished. The original owner had left behind several children, establishing a secluded orphanage atop the mountain. There appeared to be several months of blank memories, and she found it hard to believe that there were no underlying mysteries. The system informed her that her healing abilities could restore her fertility, albeit requiring time. Coincidentally, the young wolf cub needed nourishment to regain its health. Thus, she resolved to venture down the mountain early to procure fresh provisions. In the interstellar beast world, unprocessed food was remarkably inexpensive, while canned goods and nutritional supplements were considerably pricier, akin to the difference between raw gemstones and their polished counterparts. This worked to her advantage, as the original owner had scant funds, relying solely on a monthly federal subsidy of 3,000 credits for survival. This was also why the original owner had resorted to selling a few children. What Bai Su did not anticipate was the turmoil that would ensue at the orphanage shortly after she descended into the city for shopping. A raucous group approached from another mountain path, coincidentally crossing her path. With a thunderous crash, the doors of the orphanage were forcibly kicked open. A band of fearsome orcs stormed in, wielding clubs. "Bai Su, get your ass out here." The orcs, resembling massive primate-like creatures, stood nearly 2 meters tall. Their muscular forms intimidating, with hair standing upright on their heads and fine fur covering their arms. One of the orcs swung his club effortlessly, shattering a nearby stone table. Hearing the commotion, the young wolf cub calmly descended the stairs, his demeanor notably composed. "Who are you looking for?" he inquired. The leader of the orcs sneered and seized him by the collar. "Bring out that wretched Bai Su. The gambling debts she owes me remain unpaid." "Where does she think she can hide?" The young wolf cub furrowed his brow, explaining that she had left early in the day. "If you wish to find her, come back later." His steady and calm expression, however, was perceived as a provocation by the orcs. They immediately lifted him high and hurled him to the ground like a sack of sand. The young cub let out a muffled grunt, feeling as though his insides had been pulverized, the suffocating pain causing darkness to cloud his vision. The leader of the orcs cast a menacing glance around the surroundings. "Search for valuables, take what's worth something, and destroy the rest. Let that wretched woman know our might." At this, the other orcs became even more fervent. "All right." They stormed in like bandits, kicking aside a small werewolf curled up in a corner as they scoured the orphanage. Upstairs, a few little ones attempted to rush down, only to be halted by a single glance from the small wolf cub. Nevertheless, being mere children, their thoughts were overly simplistic. The ferocious orcs, having ransacked the first floor, swiftly ascended to the second. The little tiger cub and 2 kittens could not escape their fate, being dragged down by their scruffs. The small wolf cub's face turned ashen as he staggered, striving to rise. The orcs descended with triumphant grins. These little beastlings were quite appealing. Fair of skin and sound of limb, sure to fetch a handsome price. The small wolf cub gritted his teeth and lunged forward. "What you are doing is illegal." The leader of the orcs chuckled. "I, Wang Biao, am the law in these suburban parts. A little disability dares to defy me?" With a disdainful kick, he sent the small wolf cub sprawling. The frail body rolled several times before crashing into a corner, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, a sight most pitiful. The little ones cried out in terror. "Big brother puppy, don't worry about us. Woe is us, let us go." Wang Biao scoffed, jabbing his stick into the bellies of the frightened cubs. "Since your headmaster owes me money, Lacking the means to repay, you shall serve as collateral. She has done this before. He beckoned his comrades. Let us go. Once we sell these little ones, we shall feast lavishly tonight. The small wolf cub struggled to rise, blood pouring from his mouth, pooling around him. He fixed a dark, menacing gaze upon the struggling cubs in the orc's grasp. Yet, he was far too weak. So feeble that even with all his might, he could not resist. So weak that he found himself yearning for that woman to return and rescue them. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. The small wolf cub could no longer endure and succumbed into unconsciousness. Bai Su returned at lunchtime, only to be confronted with a scene of devastation. The small wolf cub lying in a pool of blood. Darkness clouded her vision, sensing the dire situation. The small wolf cub was gasping for breath. On the brink of death, she disregarded the filth and personally boiled water, mixing it with cool mineral water to administer to the small wolf cub. Seeing his wounds begin to mend, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the water she prepared possessed healing properties. The small wolf cub slowly opened his eyes. Meeting her gaze just inches away, he suddenly pushed her away. You actually thought to return? Bai Su furrowed her brow, inquiring, what on earth is happening? The little wolf cub replied, the little tigers have been taken away as payment for debts. Are you satisfied now? Bai Su quickly regained her composure, her expression turning serious. Who did this? Do you know them? The young wolf cub glared at her with a dark intensity, as if poised to pounce and tear her apart at any moment. Bai Su seized his collar and coldly remarked, if I were you, I would not squander time seeking accountability. First, we must rescue the individuals. The young wolf cub was infuriated and felt an impulse to eliminate her, yet he recognized the validity of her words. Thus, he suppressed his rage and recalled the events of the morning. I do not know who they are, only that one of them is named Wang Biao. In her memories, Bai Su sifted through the fragments and began to ascertain the identity of the individual. She raised her right hand and activated the alarm via the intelligent wristband adorning her wrist. In the beast world of the interstellar realm, the inhabitants, known as beastmen, relied on their cerebral wristbands for communication. This device, a synthesis of a mobile phone and a computer, operated through brainwaves, commonly referred to as thought control, rendering it exceedingly user-friendly. Moreover, the wristbands for males and females differed in design. Despite her status as an exiled female, the Federation would still prioritize her distress call upon its reception. A profound understanding flickered in Bai Su's eyes as she pulled up the little wolf cub from the ground. Come with me, she urged. The Federation's personnel will take some time to arrive. We must first delay them and intercept those individuals. The little wolf cub was taken aback. Are you truly going to save them? Bai Su had already reached the doorway. Once Wang Biao escorted them to the port leading to the open sea, their rescue would become an impossibility. Upon hearing this, the little wolf cub hurriedly followed suit. End of this chapter, Chapter 6. Saving the children. Upon their arrival at the port, Wang Biao was engaged in negotiations with several crew members. While a few small cubs were confined within a cage, huddled together, their little faces pale with fear. Although their faces bore no visible wounds, it was likely that they had been spared harm in order to fetch a better price. The little wolf cub furrowed its brow in concern. What shall we do? Bai Su, what should we do? Let's act decisively. Little wolf cub. Before he could comprehend the situation, Bai Su had already rushed forward. Stop. Bai Su positioned herself in front of the cages containing several young cubs. You, Wang Biao, how dare you engage in human trafficking and sell my children without my consent? Wang Biao, upon seeing her arrival, scoffed derisively. Ah, so you have willingly walked into your own trap, have you? You owe me money and expect to evade your debt. These young beastmen are hardly sufficient to settle your account. As he spoke, he attempted to shove Bai Su aside. Bai Su clung desperately to the cage, exclaiming, These are my children. I will not sell them. Wang Biao, if you dare to lay a hand on them, I will fight you to the bitter end. As she cast furtive glances at the little wolf cubs, she rolled up her sleeves, charging forward to scratch Wang Biao and the two crew members across the face, her demeanor resembling that of a furious woman. Seizing the moment of chaos, the little wolf cub dashed forward to untie the hemp rope binding the cage, liberating several of its kin. Enraged at the sight of the little beastman attempting to flee, Wang Biao, filled with humiliation and anger, forcefully shoved the screaming woman to the ground, shouting, Get away. Bai Su, you foul woman, what madness has overtaken you? It's not as if you have never sold before. Where do you think the money to pay off your debts comes from if you refuse to sell the children? Bai Su sprawled on the ground, throwing a tantrum to obstruct their path. I absolutely refuse to sell. These children are my lifeblood. You shall not lay a finger on them. Like an unyielding adhesive, she clung to Wang Biao's leg, while the nearby crew members attempted to pursue, only to find themselves ensnared by her outstretched limbs. The towering orcs, robust and formidable, could easily overpower her, yet they hesitated to act against her, constrained by the fact that she was a female. After all, even an exiled female retains her status. Females are the rarest and most precious entities in the cosmos. Injuring one is deemed a grave offense, with imprisonment being a mere light penalty. In this predicament, Bai Su managed to entangle them effectively. Just as the children were on the verge of escape, Wang Biao, consumed by anger and humiliation, aimed a kick to dislodge her grip, yet he was unprepared for Bai Su to suddenly launch herself at him. His foot connected forcefully with her chest. Bai Su suddenly fell backward, her head striking the iron edge of the nearby port, leaving a large gash on her forehead. Two crew members, witnessing the incident, hastily retreated several steps, displaying a clear desire to dissociate themselves from the situation. Wang Biao's face mirrored a moment of panic as he shouted in a blend of anger and fear, "This has nothing to do with me. You foolish woman, charged in on your own." The young wolf cub turned its head upon hearing the commotion, only to see Bai Su's plump figure shielding several tall and imposing males. She lay on the ground, her forehead wounded and her face ashen. Bai Su gradually regained her composure, shaking her head slightly as her feeble body swayed before them. "I don't care. You must not harm my children," she uttered, her voice so faint it resembled the whisper of a mosquito. The little wolf cub pressed his lips together, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes. He abruptly halted. Turning to the small ones, "You find a safe place to hide. Once the police arrive, it will be safe. I will return to save her." The little wolf cub dashed back, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Su, his gaze dark and resolute as he glared at Wang Mang. "Get away, you oversized brute who can only bellow." Wang Biao, stifled by the frustration Bai Su had incited, was infuriated upon seeing the little wolf cub approach him. In a fit of rage, his broad palm transformed into a sharp claw, lunging violently toward the cub. "Little wolf cub," Bai Su exclaimed, swiftly embracing the small creature in her ample arms, turning her back to shield him from Wang Biao's assault. A searing pain shot through her back, her complexion turning ashen as she gradually collapsed. "Director Mama." The little wolf cub's pupils dilated in horror. At that moment, the federal police finally arrived. Witnessing Wang Biao's aggression towards the female, Wang Biao was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that this woman would charge towards him. The federal police apprehended him as he frantically shook his head. "It wasn't me. I didn't do it. She came at me herself. I aimed to strike that little cub, but it was too late." Inflicting harm on the female in front of the federal officers warranted immediate conviction. Wang Biao was taken away. Bai Su and several young ones were taken to the hospital. After enduring the ordeal, they returned to the orphanage 3 days later. Bai Su, having turned misfortune into fortune, received compensation from Wang Biao, thus acquiring an additional bounty of resources. The system remarked, "In truth, you could have simply awaited the arrival of the federal police before taking action, thereby avoiding injury." Bai Su curled her lips into a sly smile, choosing silence. She deliberately exploited the ploy employed by Wang Biao, who unwittingly provided her with an opportunity to exonerate herself. Just when she was pondering how to cleanse her reputation, Wang Biao presented himself on a silver platter. It would be a pity not to take advantage of such a situation. Thus, when they arrived at the dock, she intentionally rushed out to provoke Wang Biao, throwing a tantrum. When he pushed her, she feigned a backward fall, intentionally striking her head. Upon her return from the hospital to the orphanage, she encountered 4 little ones standing anxiously and cautiously in the living room. The damage had already been repaired by the authorities. The children remained in the living room, too timid to sit, their eyes fixated on Bai Su. Amused, she cast a glance at them and remarked, "Are you hungry? I shall prepare a meal for you. Would you like to have lotus leaf chicken?" "Yes." Little Who could not contain himself and exclaimed loudly. The other 3 shot him a disapproving look in unison. Little Who shrank back, muttering, "I mean no." Bai Su was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress her raised eyebrows. Despite her current state, these little ones still harbored their reservations. One of the kittens looked up at Bai Cha with an endearing expression, wiping the sofa. "Director Mama, please have a seat." Meanwhile, another kitten cautiously and somewhat awkwardly offered a cup of water. "Director Mama, please drink some water." Bai Su glanced at the group and quickly grasped the situation. She couldn't help but chuckle, graciously accepting their goodwill. The little wolf cub looked at her awkwardly, as if wanting to speak, but feeling too shy to do so. Bai Su glanced at the little ones and said, "Well, if you are not hungry, I still am. I shall go prepare a meal." The little creatures had no choice but to follow closely behind, their eyes filled with anticipation. Bai Su recognized this as a splendid opportunity. As she washed the vegetables and prepared the ingredients, she remarked, "You must be quite curious about why I have changed recently. Am I right? I am aware that I have not treated you well in the past, but I have come to regret my actions. You are all such obedient and endearing little beast folk, and I wish to coexist harmoniously with you here, whether you believe it or not. One must allow for the possibility that a villain can suddenly awaken to the desire to become a better person, don't you think?" The young ones, though still grasping the concept, listened with a mix of understanding and confusion. Bai Su did not expect them to comprehend her words. She spoke for the benefit of the little wolf cub, who was the eldest among these young ones and capable of understanding. Indeed, it was not long before the voice of the little wolf cub rang out from behind. "Director Mama, thank you for saving them that day." Bai Su smiled and waved her hand, saying, "All right, let us coexist peacefully from now on and diligently build up the orphanage, shall we? I assure you, as long as you all behave, I will never harm you again." The young wolf cubs remained silent, while a few of the little ones were filled with joy. "The matron does not hit. We are the most obedient little beast folk." Bai Su understood that she could not find peace until the wounds on the little wolf cub healed. She had saved these individuals, and in return, all she received was his lack of hostility. That was sufficient. Bai Su did not wish to live in constant vigilance against this little rascal, fearing that one day he might call for help to apprehend her. Chapter 7. The Predicament of Lu Tingyan. The little ones were all carnivorous beast men, thus her culinary creations predominantly consisted of meat dishes. Bai Su presented an exquisite array of dishes to the table: lemon shrimp balls, tenderloin with tomato sauce, sweet and sour ribs, blueberry yam puree, and crab stick eggs. The little ones, in their growth phase, require substantial amounts of meat to replenish their nutritional needs. The kittens were utterly entranced, their feline fur practically bursting forth from their ears, tails, arms, and cheeks. Little Tiger was also elated, hopping about in place with uncontainable energy. Meanwhile, Little Wolf made an effort to conceal his excitement, yet the frantic swallowing of saliva betrayed his eagerness. Bai Su chuckled, "All right, wash your hands and let's eat." The little ones hurriedly rushed to wash their hands and scrambled onto the table to dine. Although they had enjoyed such delicious food several times before, they could not help but devour it with great enthusiasm once again. Bai Su sensed that the fondness of those little creatures for her was almost palpable. After their meal, she summoned the wolf cubs to her room. The little ones gazed at her with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. Bai Su chuckled and said, "All right. There is something to discuss. I assure you, it is not about striking anyone. Did I not promise you all that I would refrain from violence?" The little ones, however, merely gazed longingly at the young wolf cub, and only after he nodded did they hesitantly turn to depart, their earlier excitement during the meal having vanished entirely. Bai Su shook her head, realizing that the path to establishing her authority was still a long way off. The little wolf cub followed her into the room, feeling somewhat reserved and a tad anxious. "Director Mama, did you summon me for something?" Bai Su nodded slightly. She resolved to confront the little wolf cub. If she intended to treat others well, it was only natural that they should be made aware of it. Humans possess mouths for the purpose of communication. She turned her gaze towards the little wolf cub and inquired, "Have you felt an itch in your eyes and tail every time you eat over the past few days?" The little wolf cub was taken aback, staring in astonishment. "How did you know?" Bai Su gently tousled his hair and said, "It is indeed my merit. Recently, I have awakened a new healing ability. Every dish I prepare possesses inherent restorative properties. With each meal you consume, your vision will gradually be restored, and your tail will eventually regrow." The little wolf cub, filled with disbelief, wondered whether it was truly possible for his eyes and tail to be healed. Bai Su nodded with unwavering conviction. "Not only can it get better, but it can surpass what it once was. I understand your lack of trust in me, yet I implore you to grant me a chance for redemption. I have truly repented and vowed to never cause you harm again. The past cannot be altered, but for the future, I wish to live well alongside you here. Is that agreeable?" The little wolf cub asked, "Do you truly intend to heal me?" Bai Su nodded, declaring, "Not only do I intend to heal you, but I shall also mend my own wounds, nurturing each of you to a state of plumpness and robust health. However, I must exercise discretion regarding my healing abilities for the time being and refrain from disclosing them to others." The little wolf cub appeared visibly uncomfortable, remarking, "Then why did you confide in me?" He had yet to acclimate to the notion of reconciling with his former tormentor and engaging in calm dialogue. Bai Su, among these children, you are the eldest, the most intelligent, the most responsible, and the most charismatic. The four superlatives made the little wolf cub's tufted tail perk up with excitement. A hint of awkwardness crossed his youthful face, and his wolf ears perked up. Understood. I shall keep your secret. Bai Su gazed at him with a gentle smile and proposed, let us make a pact. I shall heal your wounds, and in return, you will forgive me, all right? Together, we can safeguard the children here and foster a warm home. Her face was round, yet her eyes were large and expressive. Despite her chubby cheeks, her complexion was fair and refreshing, revealing delicate and exquisite features. It is known that a plump individual smiling at someone exudes far less aggression than a slender person. There seems to be an inherent charm in those who are portly, making it easier for others to feel fondness and lower their defenses. The little wolf cub, meeting her bright and cheerful gaze, eventually nodded after a moment's hesitation. All right. I promise to keep my word. Bai Susong let out a sigh of relief. It settled then. The following day, a sensational piece of news surged to the top of the trending topics. The formidable spirit beast of the Federation, the 9th-level beastman Lu Tingyan, was reported to have regained a flicker of his mental prowess. Eyewitness accounts from soldiers claimed to have seen Colonel Lu at the training grounds attempting to harness his mental energy, exhibiting subtle fluctuations of spiritual force. It is worth noting that Colonel Lu was once the mightiest beastman of the Federation. With his presence, no other nation dared to invade. Native beastmen of the Federation could traverse any foreign land with their Federation identification, conducting business or traveling with heads held high in a sense of pride. However, since the catastrophic battle 4 years ago, which shattered Colonel Lu's mental capabilities and his subsequent abdication, the Federation has faced a steady decline. The most adversely affected family was undoubtedly the Lu family, the largest and ruling clan of the Federation. After Colonel Lu Tingyan stepped down, his uncle, the 7th-level snow wolf Lu Jinghua, ascended to the leadership. In recent years, the snow beastmen of Lu Tingyan's lineage have languished under the oppression of Lu Jinghua's faction. The key military positions, once filled by Lu Tingyan's meticulous selections, were replaced by Lu Jinghua's loyalists, explaining the military's waning power in recent years. As the news broke, Colonel Lu was diligently engaged in his work at the military office. Since his abdication, he had been managing the trifles of city defense. The door to his office swung open, and a snow beast man with bulging eyes barged in. The guard at the entrance hesitated. Colonel Lu. Lu Tingyan glanced at his cousin, Lu Yanhua, and coldly instructed the guard, it's fine, you may leave. The door closed behind them. Lu Yanhua scoffed, casually tossing his coat onto the desk and reclining in a chair with his legs propped up on the table. Cousin, you seem rather comfortable cooped up in this office every day, don't you? With a stern expression, Lu Tingyan extracted the documents trapped beneath his cousin's feet. I'm busy. If you have something to say, just say it. Lu Yanhua clicked his tongue in disdain. What are you pretending for? If it weren't for my father's benevolence in preserving your position in the military, do you truly believe you could lounge in this office? A beastman devoid of mental power and blinded in one eye, barely scraping by, relying solely on my father to secure you this job with a meager salary each month. It's only my generous heart that allows you to linger here as a parasitic presence in the Federation. Otherwise, I would have kicked you out to fend for yourself on the streets. Lu Tingyan had long since grown accustomed to such taunts. Focusing intently on his work and choosing to ignore him, Lu Yanhua, visibly irked, snatched the documents from Lu Tingyan's hands and flung them back at him. Do you still fancy yourself the former leader of the Federation? What airs are you putting on before me? You're merely a lowly clerk in the Federation now. Hardly anything to boast about. Lu Tingyan's face flushed with a fiery heat. He closed his eyes momentarily, retrieved the documents, and resumed his work. Lu Yanhua spat disdainfully, remarking on his perceived ineptitude, a truly despondent creature, incapable even of a bark, utterly tedious. Suddenly, he leaned in, rudely grasping Lu Tingyan's collar, and mockingly patted his face. The only redeeming quality you possess is this semblance of beauty. I shall have my father secure a suitable place for you. After all, you are over 30. It is time for you to find a mate. Coincidentally, Julie's mail has passed. You could serve as her beast husband. End of chapter. Chapter 8. The missing memories in the interstellar beast realm. Females are exceedingly rare. To ensure the continuity of the beast species, every female within the Federation is permitted to legally possess 7 males, who collectively nurture the female. However, individuals like Lu Tingyan, who cannot even sustain themselves, lacked the capability to care for a female or contribute to a household. Even if a female were to agree to marry him, his entry into her home would only invite scorn and humiliation from the other males. Life would undoubtedly worsen. Lu Tingyan remained silent, absorbed in the documents before him. Finding the situation dull, Lu Yanhua spat again and turned to leave, leaving Lu Tingyan alone in the office. He stared calmly at the documents, and after confirming their contents, he signed them with composure. Yet the bulging veins on the back of his hand betrayed his inner turmoil. In a sudden motion, he tossed the pen aside, inhaled deeply, leaned back, and tugged at his tie. The veins, taut with suppressed force, revealed an undeniable potency. After all, he was once the most formidable beast in the Federation. His gaze fell upon the documents on the desk, his eyes flickering with emotion. The paperwork was a request from the Suburban Construction Department, seeking to incorporate the mountaintop orphanage into the public domain, accompanied by a series of renovation applications. He scrutinized his hand, feeling no psychic energy emanating from it. Yet, he was certain of the sensation he experienced at the orphanage that day. It was the nascent stirrings of psychic power. A return visit was essential. In the hallway outside the office, Lu Yanhua lingered just around the corner, speaking softly on the phone. "Dad, I tried, but it seems there has been no recovery." He exhibited no response to my humiliation. "Yes, I mentioned the idea of him becoming Julie's beast husband. Julie is over 50. He showed no reaction whatsoever. Rest assured, Dad, I will continue to monitor him." Bai Su yawned, observing the bustling construction crew that had arrived early to commence their work, tears of fatigue welling in her eyes. A crowd gathered outside to witness the spectacle, incredulous that this orphanage, previously considered beyond the Federation's jurisdiction, was to be incorporated into its domain. Rumor had it that a female had been injured here, prompting the Federation to intensify its oversight of the area. Not long ago, there were reports of incidents involving the abuse of child beasts. What is there to regulate? If we apprehend Wang Biao and Bai Su, wouldn't this area be peaceful? You won't believe it. Just a couple of days ago, I encountered Bai Su, and she seemed like a completely different person. She actually descended the mountain to buy groceries, claiming she wanted to cook for her child, which startled me immensely. That woman is notoriously wicked in our region. Does she even know what it means to shop? Did you mishear? Is she cooking for her child or using the child as an ingredient? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Bai Su was engrossed in a debate with Lu Tingyan. While you oversee the construction during this period, I still have to manage your meals? Lu Tingyan's assistant nodded in agreement. Indeed, Miss Bai. Due to the inconvenient transportation to the orphanage atop the mountain, the construction team is facing challenges in securing their meals. Bai Su smiled. Do you have any idea how challenging it is to cook for such a multitude? I have young children to care for. I am not your cook. I did not beseech you to undertake this work, so please, just leave if you can't manage. The assistant was somewhat taken aback, having never encountered such a brazen female. In his mind, females were delicate blooms nurtured in greenhouses, speaking softly, embodying a gentle demeanor, and exuding an air of aristocratic elegance cultivated through wealth. Yet, the woman before him was nothing of the sort. She was corpulent, loud, rude, forthright, and possessed a common demeanor. While she was indeed a bit overweight, her eyes were unexpectedly striking, large and glistening, beautiful like pebbles shimmering in a summer brook, clean and translucent. The assistant cast a hesitant glance at his superior and, steeling himself, ventured to negotiate. If that is not feasible, then you may only be responsible for Lu Shangxiao's needs. Is that acceptable? I will find another way to address the workers. Bai Su cast a wary and irritable glance at Lu Tingyan, expressing her discontent. Dining here requires payment. I have children to support, and I cannot afford to let your esteemed colonel dine for free every day. Her assistant felt beads of sweat forming. Although her employer was a once noble orc now beleaguered by the military, surely he had not sunk so low as to be scorned by commoners. As she hesitated, contemplating how to address the situation, Lu Tingyan's deep, detached voice broke the silence. Very well. Bai Su further emphasized, moreover, entry into the orphanage for meals is prohibited. Bring a lunchbox, and I shall assist you with a little something. You must find a place to dine outside. How can you possess such disdain for others, you female? Even the assistant nearby could not contain her anger. Is this not akin to dismissing a beggar? Bai Su crossed her arms with an air of defiance, declaring, Will you eat or not? If not, then leave. Lu Tingyan's gaze deepened as he replied, I will eat. His assistant looked on in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the actions of his superior. Although the colonel often appeared somewhat subdued within the military, It was merely due to the presence of high-ranking officials around him, a circumstance beyond his control. Yet, this diminutive female before him, an outcast no less, was soon to shed her status as a refugee, but she remained merely a civilian. Why would the colonel subject himself to such humiliation? Surely he could manage with canned food and nutritional supplements brought from his quarters. However, the assistant could never fathom the colonel's intentions. Moreover, the colonel was particularly averse to having his decisions questioned. Once he resolved upon a course of action, no one dared to alter it. Satisfied, Bai Su turned and returned to the orphanage, closing the door behind her. Inside, several little ones were enjoying their breakfast. The little wolf cub's face had become noticeably cleaner, and the scar above his left eye had shrunk significantly. Seeming on the verge of allowing his eyelid to open a crack, Bai Su cast a glance at him and said, "Colonel Lu will be coming to oversee the operation soon. Bai Xiaolang, you shall prepare his meals from now on." Bai Xiaolang is the name she bestowed upon the young wolf cub. Previously, the original owner had subjected him to humiliation by compelling everyone to refer to him as Little Dog. Since she aimed to completely sever ties with the past, it was only fitting to alter his name as well. The cub's true form is that of a pure white snow wolf, and as her surname is Bai, she chose this straightforward yet poignant name for him. Bai Xiaolang nodded and continued to focus on his meal, realizing that consuming food could heal the wounds upon his body. He transformed into the most enthusiastic and voracious werewolf at the orphanage. Bai Su returned to her room and laid down on the bed, yet her gaze remained remarkably clear. Lu Tingyan had taken the bait. She had anticipated his arrival. A person who has once held great power could never resign themselves to a life of insignificance. Given the slightest opportunity, he would seize it without hesitation. However, Lu Tingyan was a man of intricate thoughts. Should she resort to flattery, he would undoubtedly discern that her earlier culinary endeavor was a deliberate attempt to capture his attention. Thus, the more she distanced herself from him, the more he would lower his guard, believing her intentions to be benign. She could sense his aversion towards her. Yet, according to the original owner's memories, she had never crossed paths with Lu Tingyan throughout her life. His disdain seemed utterly unfounded. The only rationale she could conceive was that something transpired during the year of her memory loss. Bai Su harbors an intense aversion to being made a scapegoat. She is determined to uncover the truth of what transpired all those years ago. End of this chapter. Chapter 9. Approaching her for the sake of gastronomy under the scorching sun, the reconstruction of the orphanage is quite a laborious endeavor. It requires not only the repair of the orphanage's walls and roof, but also the construction of a road, facilitating access from the foot of the mountain to its summit. Bai Su, observing their arduous labor, purchased bottles of mineral water to distribute among them. Lu Tingyan sat beneath a tree, his expression betraying the same habitual aloofness. His left eye had been rendered blind, the injury extending towards his left eyebrow, resulting in a small gap in his brow, concealed beneath the brim of his military cap. His gaze, dark and piercing, emanated an aura of palpable danger, as if he were the very embodiment of threat. Bai Su approached him with a bottle of water in hand, offering it to him. "Here," she said. Lu Tingyan glanced at the water she held before retracting his gaze. "No need," he replied. Bai Su observed that he was so parched he seemed on the verge of igniting, yet still chose to maintain his facade. Unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, she thrust the water into his hand, saying, "Here, take it or leave it." To her astonishment, Lu Tingyan reacted vehemently, violently knocking the water from her grasp and shaking off her hand, exclaiming, "Do not touch me." Bai Su was startled. Lu Tingyan's complexion turned ashen as he abruptly turned his head, clutching the tree stump, seemingly on the verge of retching. "Bai Su, are you serious?" Lu Tingyan has indeed lost his composure. He revealed his displeasure after losing control of his physiology, politely distancing himself from Bai Su. "Please refrain from touching me casually." "Miss Bai?" "Thank you." "Bai Su, do you truly despise me so much? Then refrain from eating the meals I prepare." Lu Tingyan's eyes flickered with disdain as he looked at her mockingly. "Why would I harbor any dislike for you? Surely you are the most aware of that." Bai Su cast a discreet glance at him, stating, "Whether you believe it or not, I have undergone a transformation and hope that you will not judge me by my past misdeeds." Lu Tingyan appeared to have heard an exceedingly absurd joke, as a tempest suddenly brewed in his eyes. However, it was not long before he seemed to recollect something, forcefully suppressing the storm within his gaze. "In any case," he continued, "I kindly ask that Miss Bai refrain from making any unwarranted contact with me." Bai Su struggled to extract any meaningful words from the conversation. a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her eyes. Regardless, she thought, I have spoken my piece. Believe it or not is of no consequence. She then turned her attention to distributing water to others. Everyone has worked hard. Take a moment to enjoy a bottle of water. It's all been chilled. Please, don't hesitate. Her warm demeanor and radiant smile accompanied her as she served water to everyone. However, the intensity of Lu Tingyian's gaze behind her was palpable, and she exerted considerable effort to suppress her urge to glance back. After diligently finishing her task of distributing water, she returned to the orphanage. Under the tree, Lu Tingyan remained lost in thought, fixated on her retreating figure. At some point, his assistant had appeared beside him and, upon witnessing his demeanor, couldn't help but grin foolishly. Miss Bai is indeed unlike any other female. I've never encountered such a poised and straightforward lady. She is truly refreshing. Lu Tingyan, displeased, clicked his tongue and cast a sidelong glance at him. The assistant looked back, bewildered. With water in hand, Lu Tingyan turned to descend the mountain. His aide, Yodel, sympathetically patted his shoulder. You arrived late and are unaware that our colonel harbors a strong aversion to this expelled young lady from the Bai family. You have inadvertently flattered the wrong horse. What? The assistant exclaimed, taken aback. Then why does our colonel eagerly seek her cooking? Moreover, he often gazes longingly in her direction. I thought he had taken a liking to that young lady. Yodel shrugged. Do not attempt to decipher the colonel's thoughts. The assistant replied, I assumed this lady was different from the others, but now it seems, aside from her spirited demeanor and her confidence in public, she is no different. She looks down on our colonel, just like those disdainful females. Ugh. Yodel shot him a bemused glance. You're a bit late on the uptake. The assistant grinned widely. All in service of the colonel. At noon, Bai Su, as per her usual routine, prepared a selection of meat dishes accompanied by a modest amount of vegetables. To her surprise, Lu Tingyan indeed provided her with a meal allowance, 3,000 a day, ample enough for the children to feast on meat to their heart's content. With an abundance of ingredients, she was invigorated in the kitchen. She prepared several braised golden pomfret, a fish with virtually no small bones, making it quite delightful to eat. She also made braised pork, quail eggs, potatoes stewed with beef brisket, mouth-watering chicken, and several spicy meat dishes. For the beef brisket, she specially used Sichuan hot pot spices, which filled the air with a tantalizing aroma as it simmered on the stove. Outside, many workers were drawn in, drooling as they gazed longingly at her kitchen. Neighbors from down the mountain, unable to resist the enticing fragrance, came to inquire, Bai Su, what on earth are you cooking? It smells divine. I've never encountered such a tantalizing meat aroma. Goodness, is that truly meat? Bai Su, you're not stewing all the children from your orphanage, are you? Bai Su waved her hand humorously, exclaiming, Shoo. Shoo. Eating children is against the law. The pot I've stewed isn't even enough for my own little ones, let alone for you. The enticing aroma of the meal not only attracted neighbors and workers, but also tempted a few little children. Among them, Bai Xiaolang was undoubtedly the most eager. He was always the first to rush down, wash his hands, and take his seat closest to the stove. Bai Su cast a humorous glance at him and said, Serve yourself as much rice as you desire. Once you are satisfied, kindly deliver a meal to Colonel Lu outside. All right, Bai Xiaolang obediently replied, his eyes eagerly fixed on the mouth-watering chicken in Bai Su's hand. Bai Su laid the dishes upon the table, and the group indulged in their meal with great enthusiasm. After her relentless efforts over the past few days, the children were now plump and fair, and her own complexion had improved significantly. Upon entering the narrative, she had been a rather stout figure with dark skin, but now her skin had become so fair and supple that it seemed one could almost extract moisture from it. The chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. After the meal, Bai Xiaolang delivered the box meal to Lu Tingyan, who was supervising at the mid-slope. He was seated beneath a tree, resting while keeping a watchful eye on the workers from afar. Bai Xiaolang approached quietly, silently handing over the lunchbox to him. Colonel Lu. Lu Tingyan accepted the meal, casting a glance at him. Thank you. The child appeared to be more refined than he had been a few days prior. His eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness, and the fangs at the corners of his mouth had grown quite well, presenting an image that did not resemble that of a mistreated child. Bai Xiaolang quietly sat beside him, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his meal. Due to the generous allowance for meals provided by Lu Tingyan, Bai Su had specifically purchased a lunchbox for him. Bai Xiaolang had to wait for him to finish before taking the lunchbox back to wash it. Lu Tingyan had actually noticed him last time. For the injuries on the child's body were nearly identical to his own. He too was blind in one left eye and had lost his tail. However, his upbringing forbade him from speaking while eating, so he refrained from asking questions. When the lunchbox was opened, an enticing aroma wafted forth. He did not expect Bai Su to provide such a generous portion. Although it was called a lunchbox, it resembled a large container filled with braised pork, mouth-watering chicken, and stewed beef brisket weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds, with only a modest amount of rice. Beside him, Bai Shaoling could not help but swallow. His gaze fixed hungrily on Lu Tingyan's meal. Lu Tingyan noticed his stare but chose not to comment. In the past, he might have shared some food with the little one, but circumstances had changed. He desperately needed the nourishment to heal his own wounds. As he inhaled the savory scent, he could not resist swallowing hard and placing a tender cube of beef brisket into his mouth. Instantly, a burst of rich, spicy flavor exploded on his palate. The brisket was cooked to utter tenderness, soaked in savory broth. With each bite, he felt as though the meat was releasing its juices. How delicious it was. Chapter 10. The Allure of Femininity. He had never tasted meat so exquisite. Lu Tingyan sampled another piece of braised pork and golden pomfret, his eyes sparkling with delight. Although he maintained a semblance of elegance while dining, the hastening pace of his consumption betrayed his urgency. With each morsel swallowed, he sensed a resurgence of spiritual energy within him. His left eye and tail tingled slightly, akin to the sensation of a wound healing as it formed a scab. Indeed, Bai Su's food possessed healing properties. Even if it lacked such abilities, the quality of the food was exceptional. This was undoubtedly the finest meat he had ever eaten throughout his life. As he continued to eat, an image of Bai Su from earlier that morning unexpectedly surfaced in his mind, her fierce demeanor as she negotiated with her assistant. Her eyes sparkled brilliantly, evoking the vividness of spring's mountain meadows and clear streams, where melting snow cascaded down to the earth, infused with vibrant life. Had her eyes always been so captivating? It seemed he had never truly noticed. That's not how you eat it, came Bai Shaolong's voice from beside him. He appeared even more anxious than Lu Tingyan, as if unable to bear the sight of Lu Tingyan wasting such good food. You can't just eat the meat. Braised pork should be paired with rice. Mix the rice with the sauce from the braised pork, and take a mouthful of rice wrapped around a generous piece of the meat. It will taste even better. Lu Tingyan regained his senses and, without offering any rebuttal, complied with the little one's words. The pristine, fluffy rice soaked in the rich, sweet sauce of braised pork, combining the tender, fatty layers of meat with the grains in a delightful embrace, releasing an explosion of fragrant, complex flavors within his mouth. The beef brisket, marinated in an unknown blend of spices, was remarkably tender and aromatic, infused with the unique creaminess of the meat. The taste was exquisite. He generally harbored a disdain for fish, whether canned or prepared as a nutrient supplement, due to an unexplainable, persistent fishy odor that he found repugnant. However, the braised golden pomfret she prepared had no trace of that unpleasant scent. He had never realized that fish could be so sweet and fresh. Caught in the rapture of flavor, Lu Tingyan's mind yearned to slow down, to prolong the experience of savoring the delectable dishes, yet his mouth, betraying his intentions, devoured the food with increasing speed. He cleared the contents of the lunchbox, gently patting his belly, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Ever since his mental faculties had been rendered useless, he had not felt such a release for a long time. By the end of the meal, he noticed subtle signs of revival in his mental state. The once barren and cracked soil of his spirit seemed to show the first hints of nourishment. After finishing, Bai Shaoling took the lunchbox, stating, "I shall return tomorrow to bring you more food." Lu Tingyan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Bai Shaoling ventured a short distance before abruptly turning back, his expression dark as he fixed a steely gaze upon him. Lu Tingyan raised an eyebrow in response. "Bai Shaoling, regardless of your intentions in wanting to partake in the meals prepared by my principal's mother, I earnestly hope you will silence your tongue and refrain from harboring any ill thoughts towards her." Lu Tingyan, for the first time in his life, found himself threatened by a child scarcely reaching his waist. He gazed at the little rascal, whose remaining eye was strikingly beautiful, with sharp brows and a spirited gaze, clearly indicating that he would blossom into a handsome young man in the future. He inclined his head slightly and reassured, "Rest assured, no one covets your principal." Bai Shaoling then turned and departed. In the evening, after dinner, Bai Su changed into a light athletic top and ventured outside. This had become her recent routine. Every evening, 2 hours after dinner, she would step out for a night run. She understood that to lose weight, She could not solely rely on her diet. With an excess of body fat and impurities, she aspired to shed pounds more swiftly, ideally complementing her efforts with a sensible exercise regimen. Bai Su dashed down the mountain, only to discover that the workers were still engaged in their construction. As she made her descent, she passed by a small shop, where she purchased some water for everyone and carried it back up. Bai Su carried the water to the roadside and called out, "I have brought you some water. Do remember to drink it. Your work has been arduous." The workers, taken aback by her kindness, hurriedly expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Miss Bai. We are truly grateful. We can hardly believe you have personally brought it for us." Bai Su burst into a bright, cheerful laughter. Having just completed her run, beads of sweat adorned her skin, and her fair complexion was tinged with a noticeable flush. The delicate droplets glistened like a fine sheen upon her tender skin. The unique, refreshing scent of Dutch rabbit, reminiscent of ripe peaches, became increasingly pronounced after her exertion, wafting through the cool summer night breeze into the nostrils of the laborers. Bai Su remains blissfully unaware of her alluring condition, having recently traversed into this narrative. She has yet to acclimate to her feminine form and has forgotten the intoxicating allure of her natural fragrance that captivates the males. Clad in a light athletic ensemble, post a vigorous summer evening run, she is drenched in perspiration, her garments clinging to her figure, a damp patch adorning her chest. Although she carries extra weight, her recent indulgence has rendered her skin fair and supple, her joints exuding a delicate pink hue, and her bosom quite ample. This presents an irresistible allure to the males. The workers, driven by an overwhelming thirst, hastily bow their heads to fetch water. Bai Su woefully underestimated the allure of her plump physique. Not only did she fail to perceive their unusual behavior, but she also knelt down to distribute water to them, her moist eyes brimming with sincere joy. "Here. I had a feeling you would be thirsty. It's such a hot day, and working so late must be quite arduous for you." "Ah, yes. It is indeed quite taxing," the workers stammered. When their gaze inadvertently met hers, their throats grew parched, leaving them at a loss for how to position their hands. One particularly impulsive male, unable to restrain himself, manifested beastly ears, his body temperature soaring as if enchanted by Bai Su, and he instinctively leaned closer, yearning to grasp her hand. Suddenly, a large hand reached in from the side, seizing the worker's wrist and forcefully pulling him back. The atmosphere around them plummeted to a frigid state. The workers quickly regained their senses, a wave of fear washing over them as they bowed their heads, murmuring, "Colonel." They were aghast at their own folly, nearly harboring ill intentions towards the female. With the colonel present, any disturbance towards her could lead to dire consequences, as the Federation upheld a comprehensive set of laws for female protection. Should they dare to act inappropriately in front of the colonel, it would only exacerbate their offenses. Lu Tingyin cast a chilling glance over the assembly of workers, though he uttered not a word. The profound gaze beneath the brim of his military cap exuded an inherent dominance that instilled fear, rendering the crowd too intimidated to raise their eyes. Bai Su, utterly oblivious, hastily exclaimed, "They did not shirk their duties. It was I who provided them with water." Yet before she could finish her sentence, Lu Tingyin unceremoniously grasped her and pulled her in the direction of the mountain. His strength was quite formidable. The workers exchanged glances, and once they regained their composure, they could not suppress a lingering sense of anticipation. The air was still imbued with a faint fragrance of peaches, a refreshing scent that, in the summer, was particularly invigorating, prompting both body and spirit to relax. I felt that Miss Bai was not nearly as dreadful as the villagers at the foot of the mountain had suggested. One worker murmured softly, and upon hearing this, others nodded in agreement, engaging in animated discussion. Indeed, today she appeared quite amiable. Exactly. What other females would concern themselves with her toil? She even bought us water twice. Truly a little angel. From the glimmer in her eyes, I could discern that Miss Bai was a kind-hearted person. How could such a virtuous individual possibly mistreat children? Hadn't I heard that she was exiled here? I sensed there was more to the story. The nobility is rife with intrigue. Perhaps she was wrongfully accused and banished to this place. End of chapter. Chapter 11. The journey through the mountain trail. After walking a distance, Lu Tingyin finally released her. "Bai Su, are you truly so desperate?" he inquired. Bai Su replied, "Are you quite well? What is the matter with you?" She wondered what had prompted such an outburst. She merely delivered water to the workers. Is it really necessary to think so poorly of her? What have I done wrong? They are laboriously repairing the road to the orphanage, working from dawn till dusk under the summer sun. Is it so wrong for me to bring them a little water? Must Colonel Liu expect everyone to possess a heart of stone like yours? Under the shadowy brim of Liu Tinjian's hat, his narrow, somber eyes fixated intently upon her. Bathed in the silvery light of the moon, her gaze appeared remarkably clear and resolute. Despite her ample frame, her eyes were notably large. The soft, luminous moonlight filtered through her elongated lashes, casting both shadows and a radiant halo in her irises, rendering them both profound and pure. Liu Tingyan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He perceived that a woman of Bai Su's audacity could easily engage in flirtation with anyone. Yet, the transparency and purity of her gaze compelled him to question his own judgment. However, having been educated from a young age, she could not be unaware of the alluring scent that emanates from females, which serves to entice males. Particularly in the summer, the distinctive fragrance of females is inescapable. Thus, summer becomes a season of heightened desire for males. Typically, females rarely venture out during this time. Yet here she was, not only roaming outside at night, but also exercising. Her body glistening with perspiration, resembling a living embodiment of an aphrodisiac, boldly mingling among the workers. Moreover, Liu Tinjian's brow furrowed deeply, as if he could crush a fly with the tension. He distinctly loathed this woman. His act of rescuing her at night was merely due to his need for sustenance to restore his mental vitality. Yet, that damned scent of peaches relentlessly invaded his senses, stirring an unsettling restlessness within him. How utterly absurd. Restlessness? It had been years since he had felt anything towards females. Even when confronted with the most alluring widow in the aristocracy, Julie, he had managed to withstand an entire evening of her charms without any physiological response. Bai Su, oblivious to her own awareness, pushed him lightly in irritation, exclaiming, "What is wrong with me buying some water to treat them?" Little did she realize that with her movement, the delicate fabric of her blouse fluttered gracefully, clinging to her form where the sweat had soaked through. Liu Tinjian's ears turned crimson as he averted his gaze with a stern expression. "I do not care what tricks you are playing, but such antics are not permissible within my jurisdiction." With that, he turned and descended the mountain, his usually precise and rhythmic steps betraying a subtle disarray. Bai Su rolled her eyes in exasperation, dismissing the absurdity of the moment. She did not dwell on it, and turned to hum a cheerful tune as she made her way back to the orphanage atop the mountain. Such is the nature of those who have engaged in physical exertion. Their spirits soar, as if all worries have been sweated away in the aftermath of vigorous activity. In the kitchen, she collaborated with Bai Xiaolang to prepare a late-night snack, indulging in the culinary delight before ascending the stairs. After savoring the midnight meal, she became acutely aware of the sticky sensation on her skin, a realization she had come to only days prior. It seemed that after exertion, with her pores opened wide, consuming her own culinary creations resulted in an increased expulsion of impurities from her body. Bai Su hurriedly took her pajamas and headed for the shower. After emerging, fresh and invigorated, she resembled a pristine, luminous peach. She casually dried her hair and stepped onto the scale. In just half a month, she had lost 20 pounds without any dieting. Who can comprehend the joy of such a remarkable transformation? Bai Su threw herself onto the soft bed, wrapping herself in the quilt and quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. While she indulged in sweet dreams, on the other side, Liu Tingyan was unable to find rest. Tossing and turning, he found that every time he closed his eyes, his mind was flooded with images from the evening. The moonlight glimmered upon the stream, reflecting the glistening moisture in her eyes. Her snow-white skin shimmered with beads of sweat. Her cheeks bore a delicate blush, her tongue moist and elusive as she spoke, and the sheer fabric that rippled like water as she pushed against him. Damn it! Liu Tingyan abruptly sat up in bed, slapping himself in frustration. Had he lost his mind? How could he be so consumed with thoughts of that woman? After all, she had done such repugnant things to him in the past. Stifling his disgust, he forced himself to recall the events of those years, striving to regain his composure. Yet, while his mind settled, his body remained restless. He attributed this turmoil to Bai Su's deliberate seduction. It had to be so. How could she be unaware of the effects her feminine fragrance would have on a male? She had intentionally paraded herself before him. A glimmer of frost passed through Liu Tinjian's gaze as he rose and entered the bathroom. The sound of rushing water soon filled the air. Yet, the following day, he would come to understand. Bai Su truly remains oblivious to the effects that a female's natural fragrance can impart. She is, indeed, rather foolish. The following day, Bai Su was laboriously carrying a bag of provisions up from the base of the mountain. It was likely filled with rice. For a male, hauling 20 pounds of rice uphill was a trivial task. However, for the frail females, such a burdensome endeavor clearly exceeded their capacity to bear. Bai Su, drenched in sweat beneath the scorching sun, struggled up the mountain while carrying rice, leaving behind a rich fragrance of honey peaches along her path. As she passed by a construction crew, several workers appeared momentarily dazed, one of them suffering a foot injury from a falling machine. Lu Tingyin, with a darkened expression, lifted the rice from her shoulder, his forehead pulsating with suppressed anger. Bai Su, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Bai Su looked utterly bewildered. Isn't it you who is unwell? Does carrying rice bother you? Lu Tingyin pointed at the workers, who were rendered dazed and disoriented by the intoxicating aroma of the peaches, and asked in a solemn tone, what exactly are you thinking by so brazenly enticing them? Bai Su, suppressing her fury, forcefully pushed him aside and reclaimed her rice. With a scowl upon her face, she pointed at the rice and exclaimed, I just descended from the mountain to procure this. We have run out of provisions up there, and the delivery man has gone out to gather supplies, returning only in the afternoon. Meanwhile, those ravenous little ones are clamoring for food, not to mention you, the insatiable glutton. This is precisely why I endeavored to carry a bag of rice back up the mountain, hoping to make do with it for lunch. Do you understand? Bai Su Yue, increasingly agitated, gazed at Lu Tingyin as if he were a fool. You are a man, a colonel, aren't you? Where's your sense? Here I am, having filled my stomach during the day, and instead of enjoying the comfort of the air conditioning, I venture outside to have my face scorched, just to entice them? Of course, I do not intend to belittle the hard-working laborers. I merely find it absurd that you repeatedly use the same excuse to slander. It is utterly foolish. I even question how you attained your colonel rank. Could it possibly be through some dubious means? Lu Tingyin's expression darkened. You. The tension between them crackled like sparks in the air. Lu Tingyin fixed his gaze upon her, suddenly struck by an astonishing thought. This woman seemed genuinely oblivious to the impropriety of her actions. Logically, one would expect her to be unscrupulous in her climb to the top. Among those present, the laborers held no status, and he, a discarded orc, was hardly worthy of her attention. There was no need for her to go to such lengths repeatedly to exude her scent in an attempt to entice them. Lu Tingyin narrowed his eyes, fixing his stare on her. Have you lost your mind, or have you truly forgotten? A female's scent can easily provoke a male's desire, and you are drenched in sweat. The scent of peaches practically saturating this path up the mountain. Bai Su was taken aback. Huh? End of this chapter. Chapter 12. Gathering for disturbance. What is this absurd setting? Why does it seem so unfamiliar to her? It appears that the novel hardly mentions it. According to the plot, the female protagonist utilizes her prophetic abilities gained from her rebirth to captivate the four male leads. Without delving deeply into the matter of the female scent, Bai Su cast a doubtful glance at the side of Lu Tingyin. Observing that he did not appear to be lying, she quickly cleared her throat and said, Of course, I haven't forgotten. However, I was merely concerned about the little cubs on the mountain and your esteemed self. This time, Lu Tingyin was certain that she had indeed forgotten. Bai Su awkwardly averted her gaze. Well, I shall take my leave now. However, Lu Tingyin effortlessly picked up the rice and stepped ahead, clearly indicating his intention to deliver it for her. Bai Su tapped her forehead, following closely behind while inwardly cursing the system. Why didn't you give me a heads up? The system, feeling quite aggrieved, retorted, I assumed this was your strategy to entice the male lead. Bai Su, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, I am unwell for attempting to entice him. You yourself have stated that he is the male protagonist, destined to be with the female lead. My sole intention is to utilize him to uncover the truth of what transpired back then. The system responded, Very well, but do you not wish to undertake any tasks? Although I have not assigned you any mandatory missions, completing tasks allows you to earn points, which can be exchanged in the marketplace for items of your desire. Upon her arrival, Bai Su found that the system had not compelled her to undertake any tasks, and possessing knowledge of the novel's plot, she had not taken the initiative to explore the system. Intrigued, she opened the system's shop and discovered a plethora of categorized items. In the section dedicated to daily necessities, nearly all tangible items that exist in reality could be exchanged for points. Upon perusing the skills section, she encountered a variety of abstract abilities, including offensive skills, healing techniques, life-saving talents, and a range of ingenious skills. Moreover, there were various elixirs designed to enhance one's mental acuity. With such potions at her disposal, The prospect of evolving into a level 9 female orc seemed effortlessly attainable. The capabilities associated with male and female mental acuity levels differ significantly. The higher a male's level, the more potential abilities and combat skills he may awaken, thus augmenting his strength. Conversely, a female's elevated level signifies enhanced fertility, rendering her increasingly rare. Among females, those who can awaken extraordinary powers are exceedingly few. It may take nearly a century to witness even one. Curiously, she inquired, how can these be purchased? The system enthusiastically elaborated, it's quite simple. By charming the male protagonists and earning their affection, you can accumulate heartthrob points, which can be exchanged on a one-to-one basis for points, allowing you to shop in the store. However, should you wish to exchange for skills or elixirs that enhance mental acuity, you will need golden points, which can only be obtained by bearing children with the male protagonists. Bai Su raised her eyebrow and replied, all right. At present, she had no such need. What else did the system wish to promote? Bai Su had grown weary of listening. She yearned to embark on a new and splendid life in this world, nurturing the children from the mountaintop to grow up well, transforming those insidious future antagonists into virtuous and well-behaved treasures. The system chimed in again. Do you not wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to you? Your parents are so biased towards the heroine, Bai Shui, neglecting you entirely. Bai Su's voice grew noticeably cold. That's enough. I do not wish to listen. In her previous life, she had endured enough suffering from her family. In this rebirth, being able to distance herself from them was already the greatest blessing. She had no interest in vying for the affections of her parents or seizing the so-called glory or wealth of the Bai family. The group of children on the mountain was her primary concern. Suddenly, rumors began to circulate at the foot of the mountain, claiming that the exiled female Bai Su from the orphanage atop the peak was promiscuous, seducing individuals left and right. You wouldn't believe it. Every night, the scent of ripe peaches wafts from the path leading up the mountain. It's so overwhelming that I feel embarrassed to mention it. No wonder my several male companions have been showing signs of arousal lately. It's been quite a hassle. Ha ha ha. With so many male companions in your house, you ought to keep them in check, lest they become spoiled. That Bai Su is truly shameless. What is she up to every night? Is she going mad with desire for males? I suspect she is merely lonely, deliberately trying to entice others. How scandalous. Uffed. Bai Xiaolang emerged from an unknown corner, his countenance dark with an unsettling intensity. What nonsense are you spouting? He demanded. Several gossiping females were taken aback upon realizing it was him. They rolled their eyes in disdain. I thought it was someone of consequence. Little Cyclops Wolf, are you intent on frightening us to death? Truly a poorly bred young male, lurking about to eavesdrop on others' conversations. Alas, the children from the mountaintop orphanage are all like this, sneaky and underhanded. What good could they possibly be? Away with you. What a bad omen. Let us depart. Bai Xiaoling gazed at their retreating figures, a shadow of gloom passing through his eyes. Beside him, Xiaohu looked at him with an expression of desperation. Brother Xiaoling, what shall we do? Bai Xiaolang's icy gaze swept over the few individuals, instructing them to teach her a lesson and silence their foul mouths. Bai Su had indeed heard the rumors, yet she dismissed them, opting to transform her outdoor activities into indoor ones. Recently, she had sought knowledge from the system to supplement her understanding of the interstellar beast world's background. For her own safety, or for other reasons, engaging in exercise indoors was undoubtedly a wiser choice. Despite the construction crew's incessant noise from dawn till dusk, her days remained relatively tranquil. Little did she anticipate that her decision to avoid provoking the female lead would not prevent the latter from seeking her out instead. Bai Su furrowed her brows as she gazed at the uninvited guest, Bai Shui, standing at the entrance, her expression tinged with impatience. Is there something you need? The living room was occupied solely by the two of them. Bai Shui no longer concealed her demeanor, crossing her arms haughtily as she gazed at Bai Su. Sister, do you find this amusing? Must you contest me over everything? Bai Su, what am I fighting for? Bai Shui, are you not intentionally trying to entice Lu Tingyan? You seem quite well informed, knowing that I have recently taken a liking to him, wishing for him to be my first beast husband. Bai Su's lips twitched slightly. If you are so idle, you might as well go down to the village and help the villagers with their chores. Bai Shui, she disdainfully covered her mouth and said with aversion, having lingered in the land of exile for so long, you have become so uncouth. A person like you should not even dare to contend with me. Bai Su, which eye of yours perceives that I have quarreled with you? Bai Shui scoffed. No competition? You have devoted so much effort to studying historical culinary techniques and creating those dishes solely to attract Liu Tingyan's attention, haven't you? Let me warn you. If you do not keep your distance from Liu Tingyan, do not blame me for being unkind. Bai Su chuckled. I am quite curious. How do you intend to express your rudeness? Bai Shui let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Is the dean's mother causing you trouble? Suddenly, the voice of Bai Xiaolang echoed from behind. Bai Su was taken aback. She turned her head to find Bai Xiaolang standing quietly at the staircase, his gaze ominously unsettling. She furrowed her brows and said, That's not the case. Don't overthink it. She is merely engaging in some verbal banter. Bai Su, fearing that this little antagonist might harbor dark thoughts, hastily added, Well, the world of adults is quite intricate, far from the simplicity you envision. If you find yourself bored, why not take little Tiger and the others outside to bask in the sun, or venture to the back mountain to gather some wild vegetables for me? Bai Xiaolang nodded obediently. All right. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the door, as if a crowd was gathering in a raucous uproar. Bai Su, you wretched creature, come out. How are you managing your child? Your offspring has pilfered from our home. Where is that little blind brat? Tell him to get out here at once. End of this chapter, chapter 13. Fist against the four directions, kicks towards the eight corners. Bai Su furrowed her brows as she stepped outside, only to encounter a formidable figure approaching with sleeves rolled up and hands on hips. She recognized this individual as the proprietress of the rice shop at the foot of the mountain, affectionately dubbed Xiaomi by the locals. Xiaomi possessed a curvaceous figure and remarkable fertility, with an appealing appearance, and was a third-tier cat beast man, renowned in the village as the illustrious rice beauty. Behind her trailed a few beastly husbands, their expressions tinged with awkwardness, muttering, Oh, let it be, let it be. We're all neighbors. It would be quite embarrassing if this escalated. Xiaomi shot them an icy glare, her voice laced with fury. If you dare to speak on behalf of that wretched Bai Su again, I will ensure you all leave with nothing. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. Your audacity has grown, scurrying up to the mountaintop every day. Bai Su emerged from the orphanage, her expression remarkably composed. What is happening? Bai Xiaolang's expression darkened, filled with apprehension that they might bully Bai Su, as he stood fiercely beside her. Xiaomi, with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Bai Xiaolang, exclaimed, How dare you question me? The children from your orphanage are uncouth, coming to my store to steal rice. Bai Su turned her head to gaze at Bai Xiaolang, inquiring, Is there any truth to this? Bai Xiaolang's expression was exceptionally grim. No, I did not steal. Xiaomi, her eyes wide with indignation, retorted, How dare you claim you did not steal? Was it not just a few days ago that we overheard you speaking ill of Bai Su? This morning, upon rising, I discovered that 10 bags of rice were missing from the warehouse, and the remaining 7 or 8 bags had their sacks viciously torn, with rice scattered across the floor. You may all go and inspect for yourselves. The scratches on those bags are clearly man-made. It is absolutely impossible that they were damaged by rodents. Who else could it be but this uncouth little wolf cub? The surrounding crowd erupted in chatter. I saw it this morning as well, didn't I? Those scratches are smooth and clearly inflicted with a fruit knife. Normally, everyone behaves well. Which child would engage in such mischief? Indeed, how could things have come to this? Xiaomi scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Su beside her before addressing the crowd. Is it not all because I spoke a few ill-chosen words about Bai Su at the foot of the mountain with some friends a few days ago? This little wolf cub has held a grudge ever since. I spoke no falsehood. Has not Bai Su been enticing others these past few days? In the sweltering summer, males are easily stirred, and she, driven mad by her desires, I could smell her provocative scent from afar. She lures our males to the mountain daily. If you wish to steal a man, have the courage to do it openly. Just watch. I shall tear your face apart. The commotion soon drew the attention of the construction crew. Bai Su was not one to be trifled with. She cast a frigid glance at Xiaomi and retorted, Spare me your nonsensical prattle. You come here accusing the children of our courtyard of theft. Do you possess any evidence? With so many children at the foot of the mountain, why do you specifically claim that my child is the thief? Are you envious of me? Xiaomi's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed to herself, exclaiming, Jealous of you? Have you looked at yourself lately? A castaway female, your reputation is more putrid than the foulest ditch in the village. And not a single male is willing to take you as a mate. Jealous of you? How absurd. I'll tell you this, she continued, her voice rising in intensity. You must provide me with an explanation today, or else you will owe me compensation. Have that little blind rat of yours apologize to me, or I will not hesitate to call the authorities. Bai Xiaolong's eyes were shadowed with gloom. I did not steal anything. Bai Su stood protectively in front of Bai Xiaolang, asserting vehemently that he had not stolen anything. If you continue to malign our child, I swear I shall tear your mouth apart. Malign? Xiaomi scoffed derisively. The children from our mountain all have parents and proper upbringing. Which other children, aside from those from your orphanage, would commit such heinous acts? You truly are incorrigible. Even when confronted, you stubbornly maintain your innocence. Her words did not end there. She commanded the beastmen behind her, "Are you all dead? Bring that little brat over here. With the considerable losses incurred in the shop, will you be compensating for them?" The beastmen, trembling, nodded in compliance, hastily moving forward to apprehend the child. Bai Xiaolang instantaneously unleashed his mental prowess, revealing a visage of ferocity and menace. Sharp wolf claws emerged from his fingertips, and his fangs entered an offensive stance. Bai Su shielded the person behind her, her voice low and commanding. "I challenge anyone to dare. With the orphanage now under federal jurisdiction, I am no mere exiled female. Do you truly wish to lay a hand on me?" Upon hearing her words, the faces of the beastmen displayed hesitation, and they dared not approach. Bai Su cast a resolute gaze at Xiaomi, unwavering in her stance. "I have stated my position clearly. Either present your evidence or refrain from barking here. If you dare to act further, I shall not hesitate to contact the authorities." Xiaomi, intimidated by Bai Su's formidable presence, hesitated to approach, her face betraying a look of panic. She then turned to the onlookers. "Look at this. This is a classic case of the thief calling out stop thief. It is her orphanage's child who pilfered our rice and wasted quite a bit. Yet she refuses to acknowledge it and threatens to call the police, as if we are afraid of her. If it isn't her orphanage's child, could it possibly be one of you, our neighbors? We've lived together for so many years. We all know the character of each other's children. Our child would never engage in such dishonorable behavior, would they? Isn't that right?" With these words, she managed to rally the crowd to her side. "Indeed, our children would never stoop to such extremes. My family has always upheld strict morals. If my child were to steal, they would face my wrath. It is undoubtedly the orphanage's child." The narrative continued to unfold as Xiaomi added fuel to the fire. Those orphanage children, lacking parental guidance. And we all know the kind of character that Bai Su possesses. She herself is anything but respectable, indulging in gambling and drinking. What kind of decent child could she possibly raise? Look at this little wretch, blind and tailless, perpetually shrouded in gloom. It's no surprise he would resort to theft. Perhaps he has pilfered from others before, only previously unnoticed. Bai Su approached and delivered a resounding slap, seizing her by the hair and dragging her to the ground. "You wretched creature, you dare say that? You claim I can do this. I shall make you pay for what you have done to my child." "Ah, what are you doing?" Xiaomi winced in pain, gritting her teeth. Bai Su mounted her and began to slap with both hands, exclaiming, "My child has not stolen anything. How dare you slander my child? I shall strike you down, you wretched woman. I will not tolerate your baseless accusations. Cease your incessant prattling." Bai Xiaolang stared blankly at Bai Su's retreating figure, a sudden pang of sorrow gripping his heart, causing his vision to blur. The valiant males of Xiaomi wished to offer their assistance, yet they feared the repercussions of harming Bai Su, as such incidents could lead to severe consequences, possibly even imprisonment. The females, eager to intervene, attempted to pull Bai Su away, their hands working frantically. However, the females gathered at the foot of the mountain possessed only average psychic abilities, at most reaching levels comparable to Bai Su. Moreover, Bai Su's considerable weight rendered her immovable, and despite the throng of individuals attempting to shift her, they could not budge her an inch, resulting in Xiaomi receiving several painful slaps. After observing the chaos for a sufficient duration, Lu Tingyan finally dispersed the crowd. Lifting Bai Su by the collar of her garment, Xiaomi lay on the ground, her face swollen and resembling that of a pig's head, her spirit seemingly half drifting away. Clearly shaken, she glanced vacantly at those around her before succumbing to her emotions and bursting into tears. Chapter 14. An intimate bond with the wolf cubs. Bai Su, still eager to retaliate, was silenced by Lu Tingyan's icy glare. She felt a twinge of indignation. After all, it was they who had instigated the confrontation. If one had the audacity to provoke, they should be prepared to face the consequences. Lu Tingyan cast her a withering glance, questioning the logic of striking first and then claiming righteousness. With her hair in disarray, resembling a wild creature, and her face marred by scratches, she looked quite the part of a little lunatic. Xiaomi turned to Lu Tingyan and upon noticing the insignia on his military uniform, burst into tears. "Colonel, you must stand up for us," she implored. It was clearly his child who stole rice from our home, yet he refuses to admit it and resorts to violence. Lu Tingyin replied in a cold tone, "We will investigate the matter thoroughly." He gestured to the nearby officer, instructing them to detain both the disruptive Xiaomi and Bai Su. Bai Xiaolang, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "Hey, why are you indiscriminately apprehending people? I have not pilfered anything. They are maligning us." The crowd began to murmur among themselves. This Bai Su is truly formidable. She has entangled herself with men and incited children to thieve. How could the Federation suddenly incorporate the orphanage into the inner realm? Will this woman not become even more unrestrained henceforth? Concealed within the throng, Bai Shui observed this farcical scene, and gradually, a new scheme began to take shape in her mind. Lu Tingyin had never been one to intervene in such matters. She had underestimated this wretched Bai Su. It was imperative that she expel this woman from the Federation's domain. Exile is exile. Returning is but a dream. Lu Tingyian's associates operated with remarkable efficiency, and the Federation's police swiftly arrived with their search equipment. They first conducted a thorough investigation at the mountaintop orphanage, but found no trace of the rice that Xiaomi claimed had been stolen. The officers then proceeded with a vigorous search of the scene, eventually uncovering a clue amidst the piles of rice, and to their astonishment, discovered that the thief of the rice was none other than Xiaomi's own child. When the results were revealed, all gathered in the village at the foot of the mountain. Xiaomi, in shock, stared at the outcome, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Why would our child steal rice? This is rice from our own household. Moreover, they had no reason to tear those bags. Are they foolish?" Bai Su rolled her eyes in exasperation. "I have no concern for your child's thievery of rice. The truth is now laid bare. You come here to provoke and slander my child. I demand an immediate apology." A flicker of guilt crossed Xiaomi's face. "Apologize for what? If nothing was stolen, then nothing was stolen. I have not spoken falsely. Just because nothing was taken today does not imply that it was not taken in the past. Furthermore, you assaulted me, and I have yet to settle that score with you." Bai Su turned to Lieutenant Colonel Lu Tingyin and inquired, "Lieutenant Colonel, how should we adjudicate this matter? They came to provoke us, tarnishing the reputations of both myself and Bai Xiaolang, inflicting significant emotional distress upon us. Is my act of striking her not a legitimate form of self-defense?" Xiaomi also glanced at Lu Tingyin. Lu Tingyin, with a stoic expression, regarded the two. Since Xiaomi initiated the confrontation, all consequences must be borne by the party at fault. Bai Su, resembling an elementary school student, raised her hand and exclaimed, "They must apologize to my child and compensate for the damages to my reputation and the emotional distress I have endured." Upon hearing the demand for compensation, Xiaomi retorted, "How dare I pay you for your reputation? With such a scandalous character, do you even possess a reputation worth mentioning? If you had not enticed our beastly husbands, who would pay you any attention?" The other females, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of outrage. "Indeed, this female lacks propriety and has been seducing our husbands. We strongly demand her expulsion from the Federation. Yes, let the original sentence of exile be upheld." Bai Su's gaze swept across the crowd, landing on the individual who was speaking out. She wondered why she had never encountered those particular females in the village before. The moment those females caught her eye, they hastily retreated into the throng, frightened. However, Bai Su had no time to concern herself with them. Her attention was solely on Xiaomi, who cannot fabricate accusations out of thin air. Speaking and acting requires substantiation. "On what grounds do you assert that I enticed anyone?" Admittedly, I had forgotten that the scent of females could incite arousal. Yet, the route I took while running did not even pass through the village. I merely traversed from the mountaintop to the base and returned. The only exception was that day when I entered the village to purchase water as a reward for the workers. Xiaomi retorted angrily, "How can there be no enticement? Our beast husbands are utterly distracted, running up the mountain every mealtime. Is that not a result of your seduction?" "Indeed, my beast husband is the same." Another voice chimed in. "Even mine has been neglecting his meals, dashing up the mountain at mealtime. What else could it be but seduction? Each time he returns, he bears a dazed expression. You claim innocence, but who would believe that? Is this truly the reason behind it?" Bai Su was momentarily rendered speechless, contemplating rolling her eyes in exasperation. Lu Tingyin seemed to grasp the situation as well. He cast a glance at his aide, Yoder, with a resigned sigh. Yoder stepped forward to clarify for the assembly, "Esteemed guests, you have misunderstood. Your beast man has ascended the mountain, likely enticed merely by the culinary creations of Miss Bai Su, rather than the illicit affair you suspect. The crowd, however, remained skeptical. What kind of meal could possibly provoke such distraction? Are we to believe that we have never tasted food before? Our homes are stocked with nutritional supplements and canned goods that suffice. We have never seen him indulge beyond a few bites. And yet, here you are, shielding her. Bai Su rolled her eyes in disdain, exclaiming, "Believe it or not. Just because one lacks ability does not mean others do as well." It must be noted that these women rarely paid much attention to their beastly husbands. Yet, such is human nature. An otherwise mundane possession becomes alluring the moment someone attempts to claim it. The crowd remained relentless. Lu Tingyan furrowed his brow and declared, "The matter has been clarified. Let this be the end of it. Xiaomi has incited a disturbance, tarnishing the reputations of Bai Su and Bai Xiaolang, and is hereby ordered to compensate them for emotional distress in the amount of 3,000 yuan. Any further dissent will be dealt with as per the aforementioned ruling." The matter was thus firmly resolved. Bai Su cast a disdainful glance at Xiaomi as she led Bai Xiaolang home. Throughout the journey, Bai Xiaolang remained silent, his head bowed, clearly in a somber mood. Bai Su gently patted his shoulder and said, "All right, this matter is not your fault. We have not suffered any losses, so do not be disheartened." Bai Xiaolang looked up at her and said, "Please refrain from fighting on my behalf in the future." Bai Su raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it? Do you find me embarrassing?" Bai Xiaolang grew anxious. "Of course not. His temperament was rather peculiar. Although he harbored concerns for Bai Su's well-being and feared she might suffer harm, he found himself utterly incapable of articulating his thoughts. After struggling in silence for a considerable time, his irritation became unbearable. "Oh, never mind. Just promise me you won't fight for me in the future." Bai Su suddenly burst into laughter, embracing the person tightly. "All right, I understand your concern for me. It's wonderful to care, but one must articulate their thoughts as well. A mouth is not solely meant for eating. It is also meant for speaking and expressing emotions. If you keep everything bottled up, how will others ever know what you are thinking?" Bai Xiaolang had never been enveloped in such a soft and warm embrace before. This sensation was utterly novel and remarkably special to him. His face grew increasingly flushed, his body rigid with uncertainty as he hesitated to move. On one hand, he yearned for Bai Su to hold him a little longer. On the other, he felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Torn between the desire to remain close and the impulse to gently push her away, Bai Su gently ruffled his hair and said, "Come, repeat after me. Because I care for you. I fear you may be hurt because of me." Bai Xiaolang's innermost thoughts were laid bare, causing his delicate face to flush a deep crimson. He obstinately declared, "No." Bai Su held him and gently shook him, urging, "Come on, it's such a simple phrase." "No. Then how about this? Director Mama, I fear you might get hurt and feel pain." "Oh, how utterly cheesy." No. The little wolf cub, overwhelmed by embarrassment, wriggled free from her embrace and scampered up the mountain. Bai Su burst into hearty laughter behind, chasing after him while unabashedly exposing his hidden intentions. "Director Mama, I am so delighted that you are defending me today." "Ah, please, stop saying that. Director Mama, I adore you so much. When I grow up, I will certainly protect you well." "Bai Su, be quiet." Lu Tingyan, concealed beneath a tree at the corner, had intended to discreetly escort the two, but was unexpectedly drawn into such a heartwarming exchange. He was oblivious to the smile that had crept upon his lips. The woman, Bai Su, appears to have undergone significant changes. Chapter 15, Entangled in a Case of Child Trafficking. Midnight. Bai Xiaolang abruptly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. He glanced at the other little ones still sound asleep and quietly rose to exit the room. His frail figure made its way down the mountain. The following day, even at the early hour of 5 or 6 in the morning, the foot of the mountain was already bustling with activity. "Goodness gracious! Who left droppings in my yard? My chickens. Who let my chickens out? This is outrageous. Who has cut my electric wires? No wonder it was so sweltering last night. The air conditioner is off. Where have my clothes drying in the yard gone?" The ruckus in the early morning was a cacophony of clucking and barking, all echoing the grievances expressed the previous day against Bai Su, who was accused of being fickle and seductive. At that moment, Bai Su was yawning in the kitchen, washing rice. Summer nights are brief, and as soon as the 4 little ones heard her stirring, they knew delicious food was imminent and eagerly lined up at the dining table, waiting to be fed. Bai Su, while rinsing the rice, curiously stretched her neck to peer outside. What could be causing such a commotion down in the valley? Is today a market day? Bai Shaoling responded without a hint of hesitation, I do not know. Xiao Hu, intrigued, inquired, why did Pai Pai steal the rice from home? Pai Pai was the son of Xiaomi. The little kitten beside them whispered softly, it seems it is because his mother is in debt from gambling. Bai Shaoling furrowed his brow and remarked, I have heard about this matter as well. It is quite perplexing. The proprietress of the rice shop claims that she has never sold any children, yet Wang Biao's subordinates distinctly arrived with signed and sealed documents demanding a child. Xiao Hu shook his head, bewildered. Bai Su cheerfully rinsed the rice and prepared the meal. Once the congee began to simmer, she took a moment to gently lift Bai Shaoling's eyelid, asking, let me see, how is the left eye? Can you see anything? Bai Shaoling obediently tilted his head, as if he could see. His eyes, once obscured by scars that rendered him unable to open them, began to recover after days of persistent nourishment from Bai Su. Gradually, new flesh emerged, and the skin surrounding his eyes completely healed. He now possessed a pair of exceedingly beautiful eyes, their shape both fluid and exquisite, hinting at the promise of a handsome youth in the future. Yet, as his eyeballs were still in the process of developing, his vision remained somewhat blurred, not yet fully restored. Bai Su nodded in satisfaction and inquired, what about the tail? Bai Shaoling turned around, lifting his tail to display it to her. The severed tail had completely regrown, yet the fur in the newly grown section had yet to fully develop. The upper half boasted a dense and soft coat of pure white wolf fur, while the lower half remained sparse and underdeveloped. Bai Shaoling, it is nearly complete. The connection of mental energy has been restored. He is a 5th-level snow wolf, and of late, he has been inexplicably beset by a restless sensation that he cannot quite articulate, as if the power in his tail seeks an outlet, yet remains unchanneled. Bai Su nodded in satisfaction, very well. The wound on Bai Shaoling is quite akin to that of Lu Tingyan. However, Lu Tingyan, being an adult, may not heal as swiftly as Bai Shaoling, yet it is likely that his condition has improved significantly. Bai Su pondered when she might inquire, as she could not allow someone to linger at her place without purpose. This individual was quite stern in demeanor at the mere mention of the past. He would don a face as cold as death and turn away, as if she owed him a staggering 8 million. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside. Bai Su's lips quirked slightly. It was early morning, and these people truly had too much time on their hands. As she stepped outside, she noticed a group of villagers surrounding several police officers, their demeanor aggressive and their expressions tinged with a sense of triumph. Almost all the females from the foot of the mountain had gathered. Bai Su recalled the peculiarities she had observed the previous day. It seemed as if some malevolent force was inciting emotions among the females. She found it perplexing, for she had not interacted much with these women from the mountain base in the past. Why did they all regard her as if she were a nemesis? Her thoughts swiftly turned to the provocateur, Bai Shui, who had confronted her just a couple of days prior. Without a shred of doubt, she concluded that Bai Shui was the orchestrator behind this turmoil. The individual behaved foolishly, seizing any opportunity to assail her, and it was hardly surprising that such actions were taken to defame her. A throng of villagers and guards, led by the chief investigator, surged into the orphanage's courtyard, with guards stationed outside, as if fearing her escape. The investigator displayed his credentials. Greetings, I am the investigator for this district. We received an anonymous tip alleging that your mountaintop orphanage is involved in child trafficking, and I need to verify some details with you in person. The moment these words left his lips, Bai Su felt a jolt of apprehension within her. This was not a good omen, though she had never sold a child. The original owner of her body had. Furthermore, she had trafficked 3 children, all destined to become formidable antagonists. On that day at the port, she had casually inquired with a crew member about retrieving the children, but the crew member had informed her that locating them would be exceedingly difficult. The gray market and illicit transactions rarely maintained records. Their whereabouts depended solely on luck. The little ones behind Bai Su tensed up, fearful that she might be taken away. The investigator fixed his gaze upon her, an air of pressure emanating from his demeanor. Miss Bai Su, I kindly ask you to answer my questions. Have you ever been involved in the trafficking of bestial offspring? This matter holds significant importance regarding your immigration application. Should you possess any history of such actions, I fear your period of exile may be extended. Female beasts in exile are prohibited from marrying male counterparts within the territory, engaging in any commercial or daily activities, and are strictly forbidden from accessing the internet with their network IDs. Bai Su gritted her teeth. Just days ago, she had secured her immigration application by rescuing the little beast folk from the orphanage. She could not allow her efforts to go to waste. Yet, The past was immutable, and mere denial would only invite suspicion. She turned to the investigator and asserted, "I have never been involved in child trafficking, but there have been children from my orphanage who were abducted." Abduction? The mediator regarded her with evident skepticism. Nearby, the women interjected vehemently, "What abduction? She sold them herself." Indeed, when she was deep in gambling debts, she resorted to selling children. Just because she claims she didn't, does that make it true? What will become of those poor children? Where will they go? Bai Su, you truly deserve condemnation. With your character, how can you even hold the position of orphanage director? You should have been executed long ago. Bah, human trafficker, a shameless wretch. Amidst the barrage of accusations, Bai Su found an unexpected calm. I reiterate, there have indeed been children from my orphanage who were trafficked, yet I have never participated in such trafficking. The mediator presented evidence. Wang Biao confessed in prison that you were involved in child trafficking transactions with him. Here is the evidence of your dealings, complete with your signature and fingerprint. At that moment, Bai Shui and Lu Tingyan made their entrance. Bai Shui maneuvered through the crowd, feigning bewilderment. What on earth is happening here? The mediator respectfully doffed his hat, replying, "Miss Bai, we have received an anonymous tip-off and are currently investigating a case involving the trafficking of orc infants." "What? Trafficking infants?" Bai Shui exclaimed dramatically. "Who could possibly commit such an egregious act? Such individuals are present within the Federation. They ought to be executed without mercy." She turned to her companion, Colonel Lu Tingyan, and inquired, "What do you think, Colonel Lu? I have a deep fondness for children and cannot bear to see them suffer. Who could be so cruel as to trade in innocent lives?" Lu Tingyan furrowed his brow slightly, his piercing gaze fixed intently on the documents held by the investigator. At this moment, Bai Su was utterly convinced that the mastermind behind the recent farce was none other than Bai Shui. Engaging in the illicit trade of beast cubs is no trivial offense. If she fails to clear her name today, all the goodwill she has cultivated with Lu Tingyan over the past few days will be rendered futile, and she would forever be shackled to her exiled status. End of this chapter. Chapter 16. Taking Lu Tingyan away. Although Lu Tingyan was widely regarded as a useless individual by the Empire, he was still a member of the Lu family, bearing military rank. The investigator promptly and respectfully handed him the documents in his possession. Lu Tingyan glanced at the file, his gaze lightly settling upon Bai Su. The evidence was irrefutable, yet his instincts whispered to him that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Bai Su cast a glance at the document in his hand, refraining from an immediate rebuttal. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the investigator and inquired, "Might I ask the origin of this document?" The investigator replied, "It naturally came from Wang Biao." "Bai Su, how can you be certain that what he presents is indeed authentic?" Bai Shui pretended to lean in and took a glance, exclaiming, "Your name and fingerprints are right here. How could it be fake?" Her eyes widened as if she had only just come to the realization. "So, Bai Su, you truly participated in the trafficking of juvenile creatures. I never imagined you to be this kind of person. You have deeply disappointed me, utterly disgracing the Bai family. It is no wonder that Mom and Dad sought to expel you from the Bai household all those years ago. Being related to someone like you is nothing short of a stain on my honor. I have always cherished the little beastmen, yet you have chosen to harm them so? I absolutely cannot allow someone like you to exist within the Federation. If individuals like you can be pardoned and reinstated as citizens, then I shall persistently appeal until you are completely expelled from the realm." Bai Su gazed at her with a cool demeanor. "Whom are you trying to impress with your pretense? Have I truly disappointed you? If you genuinely regard me as family, your first instinct should have been to inquire about the truth of this matter rather than hastily condemning me. If your affection for the orc cubs is sincere, your immediate response upon learning of this situation should have been to check on their well-being, instead of engaging in grandiloquent proclamations about your benevolence and compassion for the young." Bai Su let out a derisive laugh, mockingly regarding her. "Do you realize what you resemble at this moment? You appear to be a desperate green tea BTCH, seizing the rare opportunity to showcase your so-called nobility and virtue by trampling on me." Bai Shui was infuriated, her chest heaving with rage. Struggling to articulate a single coherent word, her eyes betraying a deep-seated sense of guilt from being exposed. Lu Tingyan's expression remained impassive as he stared at the documents. Lost in thought, Snow White, fearing that he might doubt her sincerity, quickly shed a few tears, appearing utterly pitiful. "Colonel Lu, you are aware of my endeavors. In the capital, I consistently partake in various charitable activities, volunteering to provide education and offering psychological counseling to some disabled young beastmen who are deaf and mute. Lu Tingyan, maintaining an impassive demeanor, took 2 steps back and replied, "I apologize, but we are not acquainted, and I am unaware of your efforts." Upon hearing this, Bai Su's expression stiffened. She felt humiliated in front of so many people, nearly losing her temper. However, as if a thought crossed her mind, she took a deep breath and turned her gaze towards Lu Tingyan. "All right, now is not the moment to focus on me. We should consider how to deal with the mastermind behind the alleged trafficking of the young beast men." Bai Su, the illiterate, should read more. The investigation is still ongoing, and the matter has yet to reach a conclusive verdict. The term culprit you mentioned is not used in this context. Bai Shui wished to retort. Bai Su interjected. "Could you please be quiet? Do you wish for the entire world to be aware of your family's cultural void?" Bai Shui seethed with indignation, her teeth clenched in frustration. She realized that this wretched person had indeed undergone a significant transformation. Once shy and self-effacing, barely able to muster a sound even when kicked, she now possessed a silver tongue that provoked irritation with every utterance. How dare she compete? With what could she possibly contend? Bai Shui was a level 5 lion rabbit, on the brink of ascending to level 6. In stark contrast, Bai Su, that foolish individual, was merely a second-level waste entangled in legal troubles. With this thought, Bai Shui found a semblance of solace within herself. After all, she was but a turtle unable to turn over. What could it matter if she managed to snatch a few petty advantages in words? Bai Su gazed at Lu Tingyan, asserting that this document was undoubtedly forged. "I have never signed such a document, nor have I ever engaged in the trade of children. I can swear this upon the beast god." The beast god is the revered deity of the interstellar beast men. Bai Shui rolled her eyes dismissively. "Do you truly believe someone as morally bankrupt as you is worthy of swearing an oath to the beast god?" The investigator replied. "You claim you have never signed this document. Then let me inquire, have you ever gambled at Wang Biao's underground casino?" Bai Su pressed her lips together and nodded, affirming. The investigator then inquired, "Did you borrow money from him?" Bai Su felt the piercing gaze of Lu Tingyan upon her face, as sharp as a blade. The moment to showcase her acting skills had arrived. Only with Lu Tingyan's belief in her could she endure this crisis. A pained expression crossed Bai Su's face as she recounted her past. "I was engulfed in despair, lost in the anguish of yesteryears. I could not fathom why. Being a daughter of the Bai family, my parents exhibited an unwavering favoritism towards Bai Shui. I could not comprehend the reasons behind my life's disarray. At one point, I even believed that I would be condemned to spend my entire existence in the confines of this orphanage, banished from the Federation. In an attempt to numb my senses, I resorted to excessive drinking and gambling. However, I assure you, I never signed that document. The children of the orphanage became my sole companions. You all have family and friends by your side. Have you ever tasted the bitterness of solitude? Have you ever awakened each day to an empty room? Do you know the agony of feeling as though the entire world has forgotten you? In those trying times, these children were the only ones who remembered me, who knew me, and who could stand by my side. I cherished them deeply. How could I ever betray them?" Bai Shui could no longer contain herself. Fearing that her silver tongue might lead to a reversal of fortunes, she hastily interjected, "Perhaps you were intoxicated and signed without realizing it?" Wang Biao also chimed in, asserting, "It was indeed your signature. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to argue?" Bai Su fixed her gaze upon her. "How can you be certain that the fingerprints and handwriting are both mine? With the advancement of interstellar technology, it is quite common to find someone in the black market capable of forging such evidence." In a flash of realization, she suddenly slapped her forehead. "I understand now." Bai Su, brimming with excitement, tugged at Lu Tingyan's clothing, exclaiming, "I understand now. Follow me." She pulled him along, her exuberance inadvertently sending Bai Shui tumbling aside. The officers accompanying the investigator exchanged glances, contemplating whether to intervene. However, with Lu, a commanding officer, in her grasp, they found themselves lacking the authority to obstruct her. Lu Tingyan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the hand that clutched his. She had lost considerable weight. Her skin was pale and delicate, her palm soft and yielding as it encircled his wrist, slender and smooth. He was tempted to turn her hand over to inspect if her palm resembled that of a kitten, plump and tender. The grip she had on his wrist was firm, enough for him to distinctly feel the softness of her flesh pressing against him, akin to touching a small balloon filled with warm water, soft and pleasantly warm. Yet, this fierce woman exhibited an untamed spirit. Her fingers, strained from exertion, turned pale at the joints, with her fingertips revealing a delicate blush, remarkably translucent. He could not deny that her skin was the most alluring he had ever encountered. The creamy complexion emanated a healthy rosy hue, exquisitely delicate, allowing the faint blue and purple veins beneath to be seen with ease. Such skin, on the battlefield, would yield to a blade with the same ease as slicing through tofu. Bai Su suddenly turned her head to gaze at him. Lu Tingyan's eyelids flickered slightly, and his lashes lowered a fraction. What is the matter? Bai Su touched the back of her head and turned back. Oh, it's nothing. Just suddenly felt a chill running down my spine. Lu Tingyan unconsciously curled the corners of his lips. Where are you going to take me? Bai Su, a major case unveiled. Chapter 17. You cannot overcome me. Lu Tingyan was taken aback when she led him to the entrance of the rice shop at the foot of the mountain. Xiaomi, drowsily watching over the store, wore an unpleasant expression upon seeing Bai Su enter with company and immediately sought to expel them. Bai Su hastily called out to her, Please, do not be agitated. I have come today to assist you in resolving a significant issue. If you expel me, you shall undoubtedly regret it for the rest of your life. Xiaomi, wielding a broom, retorted fiercely, How dare you come onto my territory? 2 minutes later, Xiaomi, with a bruised and battered visage resembling that of a pig, sat quietly in the corner, weeping. Bai Su, you must be unwell to venture on someone else's domain. Bai Su's lips twitched slightly as she tossed the broom aside. I told you not to take action, yet you still cannot match my strength, she remarked, as Xiaomi began to wail uncontrollably. Bai Su, enough with the tears. I understand that you are currently troubled by matters concerning the child. Do not worry, for I have brought Colonel Lu to you. Hearing this, Lu Tingyan raised an eyebrow and inquired, What exactly is going on? Bai Su inquired of Xiaomi whether Wang Biao's subordinates had visited her home, presenting a document that purportedly indicated she had signed a contract for the sale of her child, intending to take her offspring away unless she paid a sum of money. Her child, having overheard this exchange, mistakenly believed that she intended to sell him, thus retaliating by furtively stealing rice. Faced with the revelation of her predicament, Xiaomi wept even more fervently, exclaiming, Wu, I am not like you. I could never engage in such despicable acts of selling children. I clearly did not sign that document, yet they insist I did, coercing me to either pay or surrender my child. I have no money, and I cannot bear to part with my few children. This is utterly devastating. Lu Tingyan quickly discerned the crux of the matter and asked, Then why not report it to the authorities? Bai Su's lips curled slightly, casting a sidelong glance at him. It is evident that you have never navigated the complexities of smaller locales, have you? What purpose does calling the police serve? This area lies beyond federal jurisdiction, and the gray zone remains unmonitored. Even if the authorities were to arrive today, those elusive orcs would simply remain indoors, evading capture. If apprehension is unattainable, then the issue remains unresolved, unless the police were to station themselves at my residence, acting as guardians for our safety. Lu Tingyan furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of sternness flickering in his gaze. Bai Su, thus, as you can see, we are merely victims. For these counterfeit documents are merely a means for them to brazenly abduct and sell their children. The children from the orphanage on the mountain were taken in a similar manner. In truth, the original owner, in a fit of madness after losing at gambling, sold them off. Yet, she refuses to take responsibility for her own misdeeds. Previously, when she inquired with the crew at the port about the whereabouts of the sold children, the sailors were quite forthright. Those engaged in the trafficking trade are exceedingly cautious. To avoid leaving any incriminating evidence, they meticulously refrain from documenting anything or signing any papers. The entire operation is transmitted orally, and the sold children bear neither numbers nor names, akin to the sale of vegetables and poultry in a market. Thus, Bai Su is confident that she has never signed such a document. Wang Biao would never allow her to sign anything that could serve as evidence, for should they be caught, it would spell doom for all involved. However, it was only today that Bai Su learned that Wang Biao and his cohort would forge such documents to facilitate child abduction. The authenticity of these documents rests solely on their word. If they remain uncaught, they can use these for extortion against the less educated orcs in the villages below. If apprehended, they undoubtedly possess means to prove that these documents are mere fabrications, created for amusement, thus enabling their escape. Lu Tingyan is a perceptive individual. He quickly grasped the crux of the matter. These documents are indeed forgeries crafted by Wang Biao's gang. Bai Su nodded in agreement to eradicate this issue completely. It is imperative to discreetly locate the stronghold of that group and obliterate it in one fell swoop. Xiaomi shook her head in tears. It is futile. For that group is exceedingly astute. They would be immediately alerted to any signs of disturbance. As a thought struck her, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. The federal search teams have not been without their reports. They have come countless times, yet have returned empty-handed each time, and eventually ceased their efforts. Bai Su chuckled as he patted the tall figure of Lu Tingyin beside him. He is not one of those insignificant little inspectors. Just look at the insignia on his military cap. He is a colonel. Do you know what rank a colonel holds? Xiaomi gazed at the two of them in bewilderment. Bai Su turned to gaze at Colonel Lu Tingyin, saying, Colonel Lu, my innocence, the safety of these villagers, and the well-being of the little beast men all rest entirely in your hands. A flicker of emotion stirred in Lu Tingyian's eyes. Ever since his mental prowess had been rendered obsolete, he had not experienced the sensation of being needed for quite some time. Bai Su flattered him, saying, You are indeed a colonel, capable of commanding a multitude with merely a gesture. Eradicating a local gang would be a trivial matter for you, wouldn't it? What is merely a flick of your finger for you is a monumental favor for us. Henceforth, whenever you desire to savor the dishes I prepare, I shall be at your service. However, she added with a thoughtful pause, you must reimburse me for the expense of the meals. Lu Tingyin curved his lips into a subtle smile and turned to the nearby Xiaomi, reassuringly stating, Rest assured, I shall handle this matter. Xiaomi widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Did I hear correctly? You truly intend to take charge? Meanwhile, on the mountain road, Bai Shui was leading a procession of investigators and onlookers, all fervently pursuing the scene. Bai Su furrowed her brow slightly. Those local tyrants are quite astute. It would be unwise to escalate this matter. Lu Tingyin nodded in agreement. Bai Shui arrived with great enthusiasm to apprehend someone, but Lu Tingyin positioned himself in front, summoning his deputy and assistant to take over the case from the investigator. The investigator stared blankly at Bai Shui beside him. Bai Shui furrowed her brow as she gazed at him. Colonel Lu, Lu Tingyin interjected, this matter ends here. Ends here? Bai Shui was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. How can it end here? This situation is of great significance. Lu Tingyin, do you even understand the gravity of this? Lu Tingyin, growing impatient, interrupted her once more. You have no authority to question any of my decisions. Nearby, his aide, Yodel, and assistant exchanged glances, instinctively recoiling. The colonel despised any challenge to his commands. In the past, when his mental acuity was intact, anyone daring to openly defy or question his orders faced severe repercussions, mild punishments, or, in more grave circumstances, even execution. One should never question the decisions of the leader of the wolf pack, unless one has grown weary of life itself. Bai Shui was still seething with anger. She had finally seized a weakness of Bai Su, and it seemed that a lifelong exile was imminent, depriving her of any chance to return to the Federation. How could she possibly let such a golden opportunity slip away? Bai Shui stood resolutely in front of Lu Tingyin, preventing him from taking Bai Su away. Colonel Lu, this matter is of great significance. I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from making unilateral decisions. Yodel exchanged a glance with his assistant. While the issue of juvenile trafficking abroad might be deemed significant at the local level, their colonel was, after all, a colonel, one who had recently retired from the position of federal leader. How substantial could local affairs truly be? Was it not the case that the colonel could not make decisions independently? To speak frankly, beyond the borders of the Federation, a colonel could take drastic measures without fear of reproach. End of chapter. Chapter 18. The young ones serve as bait to craft a trap for the villains. Seizing the opportunity before Lu Tingyian's temper flared, Yodel and his assistant swiftly guided Bai Shui aside. Lu Tingyian's piercing gaze swept across the assembly. The gathering comprised villagers, and the investigators had never encountered such a high-ranking official. Momentarily, everyone bowed their heads, unable to muster the courage to speak. Bai Su's lips twitched slightly as she followed Lu Tingyian's lead. She was acutely aware of Lu Tingyian's intentions. He aimed to eliminate the threat entirely, ensuring that no alarm was raised. Thus, he deliberately feigned a protective demeanor towards his clandestine lover, allowing the matter to dissipate quietly. The local power players, hidden in the shadows, felt a sense of relief. Bai Su, with a sullen expression, felt the weight of the furious gaze of the white snow behind him, his head throbbing with the intensity of the moment. As expected, Bai Su successfully returned to the orphanage, and that day, rumors began to spread like wildfire at the foot of the mountain. Whispers suggested that she had swiftly ascended the social ladder, aligning herself with a wealthy benefactor. It was said that she was on the verge of becoming a legitimate resident of the Federation, and all her past transgressions were conveniently erased. The tales grew increasingly fantastical, almost likening her to a femme fatale who could bring calamity to the nation. That night, Bai Su stealthily slipped out of the orphanage to meet Lu Tingyan at the mountain's base. Under the cover of darkness, they made their way to Xiao Mi's home. Xiao Mi was seated in the grain storage, weeping over a small beast man, clearly having been in distress for quite some time. Upon seeing Bai Su and Lu Tingyan approach, she hastily wiped her tears and nudged her child. "Quickly, bow to your godmother and Colonel Lu to express your gratitude." The child complied promptly, bowing 3 times in earnest. Bai Su hastily helped the person up, her lips twitching slightly. "Rest assured, I will certainly save your child." Xiao Mi, her eyes reddened, fixed her gaze upon her. "If you truly manage to rescue my child, from this day forth, you shall be my elder sister, and I shall no longer oppose you. Those foolish males, I shall give them all to you. After all, they are not of any significant worth." Lu Tingyan raised an eyebrow at the scene unfolding beside him. Bai Su chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. "I shall pass on that." Lu Tingyan, straightforward as ever, inquired, "Where is the location for the personnel exchange?" Xiao Mi, startled, quickly stiffened her back and replied, "Reporting to you, sir, it is at the entrance of the cave on the back mountain. We must bring the individuals there by 9 p.m. tomorrow night." Lu Tingyan nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand." Bai Su suggested, "We could stealthily follow them and, when they engage in the transaction, surround them with our forces and apprehend them." Lu Tingyan pondered for a moment before responding in a low voice. "We must capture them all at once. We cannot seize anyone at the transaction site, as it would raise alarm." Bai Su gazed at him and inquired, "What do you mean?" Lu Tingyan replied, "Have them take the children away to the hideout, and then we shall apprehend them all at once." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mi quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "No, Commander, that simply won't do. What if we are too late and my child is taken away and sold?" Terrified, she hastily embraced her child, tears beginning to well in her eyes once more. Bai Su furrowed her brow, attempting to reassure, in order for him to serve as bait. "We will undoubtedly place a tracker on him to ensure his safety." However, Xiao Mi shook her head vehemently, exclaiming, "No, no, no. We agreed to rescue my child. How can we allow him to face such peril? If a conflict erupts, who will safeguard him, a mere child? What if he gets hurt?" Bai Su glanced helplessly at Lu Tingyan, shrugging her shoulders. Lu Tingyan furrowed his brows tightly. If one seeks a permanent solution, this is the most effective approach. Xiao Mi merely shook her head, refusing to listen to anyone, holding the child tightly as tears streamed down her face. "Let me do it. I can serve as bait." Suddenly, a youthful voice resonated from the entrance. The group turned their gaze, and to their astonishment, it was Bai Xiaolang. Bai Su was momentarily taken aback. "What brings you here?" Bai Xiaolang replied, "I have been following you all the way down. I overheard your conversation. You intend to apprehend the villains, and I am willing to assist." Lu Tingyan scrutinized him from head to toe. "You?" Bai Xiaolang felt that her man's pride had been provoked, and her little face fell. "I understand that being bait carries certain risks. When the time comes for a confrontation, you may not be able to protect me. But I am unafraid. I am a level 5 beast man, possessing sufficient ability to safeguard myself." "Level 5? Lu Tingyan raised an eyebrow. "How old are you? Yet you've already reached level 5? Bai Xiaolang was quite pleased with his response, proclaiming, "I am 4 years old. In the wolf pack, the age of 4 is roughly equivalent to that of a 10-year-old human child, possessing sufficient height and a fully developed intellect." Lu Tingyan calmly withdrew his gaze and remarked, "At your age, I was already capable of independently commanding small-scale offensive and defensive operations." Bai Xiaolang. Bai Su let out a sharp sound of disapproval and glared at Lu Tingyan. "Why are you attacking my son?" Lu Tingyan replied, "He is your son?" "Bai Su, the children in the orphanage are all mine." Lu Tingyan coldly and objectively pointed out the reality. His abilities might be considered remarkable in a small locale. Yet on a broader scale across the entire Federation, this was hardly a source of pride. Bai Xiaolang pressed his lips tightly together, his body tensing up. He harbored a profound disdain for this adult. His intuition warned him that one day, this individual would usurp his beloved mother, the Dean. It now appeared that his instincts were not misguided. This person was indeed insufferable. Bai Su, with a sullen expression, remarked, "Is it truly a source of pride for you to command a modest offensive and defensive maneuver?" What merit lies in your accomplishments when they stem from the uneven distribution of educational resources? Were you to have spent your formative years in an orphanage, existing beyond the confines of the Federation, I doubt you would surpass him in capability. This was the first time Lu Tingyan had been confronted so candidly, and it marked the first occasion someone had dared to challenge his prowess. Although his mental faculties had been compromised, none could deny the brilliance of his past. However, after a moment of contemplation regarding her words, a flicker of intrigue crossed his gaze. I concede, there is some truth in what you say. Bai Su then withdrew her gaze and gently tousled the head of the little white wolf beside her, exclaiming, "Our little wolf is truly brave." Bai Xiaolong's ears flushed crimson once again. The adorable Bai Su could not resist playfully rubbing his ears. Lu Tingyan raised an eyebrow beside them. This young lad delivered meals to him daily, displaying an impressive vigilance. Every time he attempted to inquire about the miraculous healing properties of Bai Su's food, he would shoot him a warning glare, his demeanor quite fierce. The last time he and Bai Shui were lured here, it was clearly orchestrated by this little rascal. His judgment of people was impeccable. This little wolf cub harbored profound thoughts, his gaze dark and assertive, exuding the ferocity characteristic of a lone wolf. Only Bai Su, in her naivety, could believe that the wolf cub she nurtured was gentle and endearing. Lu Tingyan declared, "Then it is settled. Bai Xiaolang will serve as bait, and I shall instruct my assistant to prepare a concealed location in advance." Bai Su gazed at Bai Xiaolang, inquiring, "Are you certain? Do you truly dare to take on the role of bait?" Bai Xiaolang nodded earnestly, "Yes." Bai Su cast an appreciative glance at him. "Well done. Truly, you are the cherished treasure of the dean's mother." She was delighted to witness the young lad actively engaging in these acts of justice. Doing good deeds can indeed become an addictive pursuit. When one toils diligently to perform acts of kindness and receives gratitude in return, a profound sense of fulfillment arises within. The more he participates, the more his mindset becomes positive and radiant, distancing him from the malevolent villain. This, in turn, provides her with an added layer of assurance for her own safety. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. Bai Shui's misguided efforts on the other side. Bai Shui trembled with fury, turning back home to summon reinforcements. She absolutely could not allow that wretched Bai Su to steal Lu Tingyan from her. The Bai residence in the federal capital. Bai Shui rushed into the living room, tears streaming down her face. "Mother, you must help me. I have been bullied by that wretched Bai Su." Madam White, sipping her tea, nearly choked upon hearing those words. "Whom do you refer to?" Bai Shui rushed into her embrace, lamenting, "It is indeed that Bai Su." Madam Bai set down her teacup and furrowed her brow slightly. "Was she not exiled? Have you sought her out?" Bai Shui pouted, "I followed Lu Tingyan." Madam Bai regarded her with disapproval. "You claim to be in the same situation, yet you dismiss so many exceptional males within the Federation. Just a couple of days ago, Master Lu Yanhua from the Lu family sought you out, and you ignored him. His father is the current leader, after all." Bai Shui disdainfully rolled her eyes, stating, "I have no desire to engage in a relationship with him." Madam Bai furrowed her brows and remarked, "Ever since you fell last time, you have awakened a completely transformed person. I cannot help but suspect that your mind has been irrevocably damaged." Bai Shui promptly nestled affectionately into her embrace, exclaiming, "Oh, I did not. It was merely after that bout of fever that I advanced, becoming a level 5 beast man, and fortune smiled upon me as I awakened the skill of foresight. However, my foresight is significantly constrained. I cannot control the content or the timing of the visions. Upon awakening, the only foresight I received revealed that Lu Tingyan had restored his mental prowess, reclaiming his position as the leader of the Federation, and had awakened a new combat ability, rendering him invincible and unparalleled." Bai Shui recalled the chillingly handsome visage of Lu Tingyan, aloof and overlooking all, as depicted in her prophetic dreams, and could not help but feel a stirring of springtime emotions within her heart. Thus, she seized the opportunity, while Lu Tingyan was momentarily diminished, to curry favor with him. Moreover, she had refrained from disclosing her awakening of prophetic abilities to anyone. Otherwise, her sudden proximity to Lu Tingyan would undoubtedly arouse his suspicion, leading him to believe she approached him with ulterior motives. Recently, in her prophetic dreams, she had discovered that Lu Tingyan had entangled himself with Bai Su, a situation she found utterly intolerable. How could she bear the thought of such a wretched outcast? Bai Shui, in a playful manner, clung to Lady Bai's arm, exclaiming, "Oh, dear mother, please lend me your assistance, now that Lu Tingyan and Bai Su are entangled with one another." What shall we do if she truly manages to ascend the social ladder? What if the deeds we committed against her in the past are revealed? It is entirely possible that she is deliberately seeking higher ground, intending to return and exact her revenge upon us. Upon hearing about the events of that year, a glimmer of murderous intent crossed Bai's eyes. How dare she remain so restless? Bai Su hurriedly exclaimed, this time, we have all discovered that Bai Su has been trafficking in orc cubs, and the evidence is irrefutable. Yet, Lu Tingyan seems to be bewitched by her, shielding her from accountability. Mother, please assist me. This is the perfect opportunity to eradicate this threat once and for all, sparing Lu Tingyan from his incessant preoccupation with her. Madame Bai nodded slightly and said, very well. I shall make a call to have the federal director accompany you. This time, we must ensure she is utterly unable to turn the tide. Snow leaped with joy, embracing her mother. Mom, I always knew you were the best for me. By the way, let's summon some media to join us. I cannot allow the federal director to steal my thunder. For it was I who led the charge in uncovering this heinous crime of trafficking orc cubs. Madame Bai chuckled softly, shaking her head in amusement. Very well. It is indeed our little angel of justice who has discovered this. She gently patted Snow's head, then glanced at her abdomen. As a level 5 female, endowed with the capacity for level 5 reproduction, it is imperative that you seek out some males to propagate your lineage sooner rather than later. A level 5 female typically bears no fewer than 5 offspring, and given her rabbit form, the possibility of delivering 6 or 7 is certainly within reach. In the Galactic Federation, the more offspring a female beast gives birth to, the higher her status rises. Moreover, rabbits have a short gestation period. Each time she delivers a litter of rabbit beast people, her physical constitution undergoes a strengthening. This is of utmost significance for females. Additionally, the estrus cycle of rabbit beast people occurs quite frequently. While medication can temporarily suppress it for 1 or 2 cycles, prolonged suppression may damage the gestational sac, ultimately impairing fertility, a consequence that would be wholly counterproductive. Bai Su shyly pouted. Oh, I know, but I simply desire Lu Tingyan to be my first heroic partner. Madame Bai could only shake her head in resignation. Once we deal with Bai Su, I shall grant you a period of 3 months to certainly conquer Lu Tingyan. Bai Su smiled broadly, playfully winking her eye. Rest assured, by then, I shall be the valiant female who captures the nefarious individuals trafficking in younglings. My reputation will undoubtedly soar, and I refuse to believe that Lu Tingyan will remain unmoved. As night fell, Yodel and his assistant had already positioned the orc soldiers in their concealed location, ready for the ambush. The scars around Bai Xiaolong's eyes had become nearly indistinguishable, obscured by the veil of night, allowing him to conceal his past with relative ease. Disguised as a feline beastman, complete with ears and a tail, he had ingeniously concealed a new tracker developed by the Federation within his abdomen. This innovative device could be ingested and would pass through the intestines without harming the digestive system. Lu Tingyan and Bai Su crouched in the nearby underbrush, their eyes fixed intently on the scene. Soon, the contact appeared, and Bai Xiaolang was ushered into a cave. The tracker connected to Bai Xiaolong's senses, enabling the monitoring personnel in a police car several hundred meters away to witness the unfolding events within the cave through his eyes. Bai Su nervously swallowed, fearing that Bai Xiaolang might encounter an accident. After all, he was merely a 4-year-old child, albeit equivalent to a 10-year-old in human years, yet still very much a little one, unaccustomed to such scenes. The contact person led him deeper into the underground lair. The cave's far end connected to a tunnel, and after numerous twists and turns, they finally reached their destination. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. This is a dungeon, and there are many children confined within. Bai Xiaolang even caught sight of those little beggars who had suddenly vanished at the foot of the mountain. He gazed at them for a while longer, conveying information outward. After a brief wait, the contact finally appeared, revealing themselves to be from the local border control authority. No wonder these local ruffians could act with such audacity. Bai Su chuckled. Your federal personnel are quite inspiring, even risking their lives to engage in human trafficking after hours. Lu Tingyan's lips twitched slightly, serving as a response to her dark humor. The voice of a monitoring officer resonated through the earpiece. They have shifted positions via the tunnel. Approximately 2,000 meters to the west, at an abandoned fur processing factory. Lu Tingyan calmly nodded and issued commands through the intelligence system. Team 1 will infiltrate from underground to ascertain the location of the 15 hostages. Once their positions are confirmed, Teams 2 through 4 will breach and secure the individuals. Feedback came through the intelligence system. Team 1 commenced their operation. Lu Tingyan, accompanied by Bai Su, moved to the periphery of the fur factory, poised to rush in at the first sign of confrontation. Bai Su felt a twinge of anxiety. Is everything truly all right? Lu Tingyan pressed his lips together, assuring her, barring unforeseen circumstances, we should encounter minimal issues. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter pierced the air. A loudspeaker echoed from above. Bai Su, cease your evasion. Our instruments have locked onto your position. It was the voice of Bai Shui. Not only had she arrived with a helicopter, but it was also hovering at a low altitude, from which beast men were descending in droves, evidently intent on capturing her. A glimmer of frost crossed Lu Tingyan's eyes as he swiftly issued commands. We have alerted the enemy. All teams, breach the perimeter and rescue the hostage. Chapter 20. Capture her too. Turning to Bai Su, he instructed, stay close to me and refrain from acting independently. Bai Su shrank her neck slightly and said, you go ahead, good luck. Lu Tingyan responded with a puzzled. Bai Su gently patted his shoulder, saying, I possess neither the strength to bind a chicken nor the capacity to shoulder burdens, so I shall refrain from complicating matters for you. Lu Tingyan found her statement absurd, yet it bore an inexplicable logic. He had initially assumed that since the two of them had conspired together for this endeavor, Bai Xiaolu would be eager to rush in, especially with her being trapped inside. He had even contemplated how to safeguard her once they entered, meticulously strategizing in his mind on how to ensure her utmost safety with minimal physical contact. However, he never anticipated her profound self-awareness. The corners of Lu Tingyan's mouth twitched slightly. Very well, you shall wait outside. With that, he led his team into the fray. Bai Su crouched in the thicket, quickly identified by the helicopters by Shui. The chief, following Bai Shui's guidance, arrived with a team of beast men, seizing the individual without uttering a word. The media fervently captured the scene. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. In the depths of Bai Shui's eyes sparkled excitement as she hurried to the forefront. Before the gathered crowd, she stifled her exhilaration, donning a facade of righteous indignation. Sister, how could you engage in human trafficking? This is profoundly disappointing. I shall never shield you from the consequences. Bai Su gazed at her as if she were a fool, asking, which of your eyes did you see me trafficking in human beings? Bai Shui, do you still wish to argue? The transaction is taking place right before our eyes. You are truly unrestrained. Do you think that conducting such activities in the dead of night will go unnoticed? Do you really believe that Colonel Lu would shield you? The director's presence here today is a direct result of Colonel Lu's orders. You should give up. Colonel Lu will never have any affection for you. Bai Su, she finds it rather perplexing that such a dim-witted individual can assume the role of the female protagonist. What is this? A naive and simplistic heroine from an ancient romantic novel? Standing atop the moral high ground, she recklessly creates chaos, only for countless male leads to spring forth and remedy the situation, thereby highlighting her virtues of truth, goodness, and beauty. Bai Su envisioned the tender and passionate demeanor of Lu Tingyan towards Bai Shui, which sent shivers coursing through her. She could only hope that the cacophony outside had not disrupted the proceedings within. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the fur factory, startling everyone. As they turned in alarm, they beheld shadows moving within. Bai Shui turned to the chief, urging him, you should hurry. There is still time to catch them red-handed. I will keep watch here. Naturally, the chief would not miss the opportunity to achieve merit, hastily leading a portion of his team into the fur factory. Surrounding media outlets directed their cameras toward Bai Shui and Bai Su, some even broadcasting live news. A feline beast man, microphone in hand, pointed it towards Bai Su, inquiring, Miss, Bai Shui has alleged that you have been engaged in human trafficking abroad, and that your establishment of an orphanage was merely a guise to facilitate the sale of children for profit. Is this true? Bai Su, with a dark expression, replied, certainly not. Bai Shui stood nearby, smugly declaring, Sister, there is no point in your denial. The matter has already been thoroughly investigated. What purpose does your further evasion serve? Bai Su gazed at her, a wave of uncontrollable disdain surging within her. Bai Shui smirked, reminiscent of her younger sister's triumphant expression each time she succeeded in vying for affection, was utterly repulsive. It incited a visceral urge to retch, to tear her face apart. In her past life, Bai Su had endured in silence, only to meet a tragic end, burned alive in the dressing room on her wedding day. Now, having been granted a second chance, she had no intention of suffering the same fate again. Bai Su cast a glance at the reporters and exclaimed, "Do you not perceive the truth? My sister harbors feelings for Colonel Liu, and out of jealousy for my bond with him, she has resorted to tarnishing my reputation." She turned to Bai Shui, interjecting before her sister could defend herself. "Sister, I have already heeded your words and withdrawn from the Bai family. I will no longer contend with you over inheritance. Why do you persist in tormenting me? Is it because Colonel Liu prefers me and not you? Even if you were to undress and entice him, he would still not be captivated by you. Is it my fault that he follows me relentlessly? Do you not understand why I left the Bai family all those years ago? What more must I do for you to relent? Must I perish for you to feel at ease?" The reporters, captivated by such scandalous revelations, hurriedly clicked their cameras, while the live broadcast directed its lens squarely at Bai Su. Yet, despite her desperate facade, she found herself unable to shed tears, feigning a breakdown with her face concealed in anguish. It was akin to thunder without rain. However, in the midst of this chaotic nocturnal scene, it sufficed to navigate the tumult. Bai Shui, her anger causing her nose to crinkle, shouted loudly, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who is in contention with you? It is you who engage in human trafficking. You are the villain. You are the one who seduces Colonel Liu. Colonel Liu has no affection for you whatsoever. He does not like you in the slightest. Do not think you can cling to him through the media." Bai Su glanced at her with tears in her eyes and lamented, "I have already stated that I am not involved in human trafficking. Why must you persist in slandering me? What does it matter if Colonel Liu has affections for me? He whispers sweet nothings to me daily, declaring that I am indispensable to him, insisting on savoring the meals I prepare, professing a love so profound that he claims he cannot live without me. Is it my fault that my allure is so overwhelming? What can I do about it?" Just then, Lu Tingyan happened to overhear this exchange. Bai Su cast a furtive glance at him, feigning busyness as she lowered her head to count her own fingers. When Bai Shui saw Lu Tingyan emerge, she promptly followed suit. "Colonel Liu, please speak. You clearly do not harbor any affection for this woman. Are you not infuriated by her incessant pursuit of you?" Lu Tingyan had always maintained a pristine reputation, as she had foreseen. Whether before or after the restoration of his powers, he had never surrounded himself with frivolous distractions. With an air of calmness, Lu Tingyan replied to Bai Su, speaking sweet nothings to Miss Bai daily. "Would my existence cease without you?" Bai Su, while concealing her face from the media's cameras, discreetly mouthed to him, "I will prepare a delicious meal for you when we return." Lu Tingyan thought to himself, "This woman truly knows how to manipulate me." Bai Shui gazed at Lu Tingyan with eager anticipation, her eyes wide with hope for his rebuttal. Rarely, Lu Tingyan cleared his throat, the corners of his lips taut. "Well, one cannot say you are entirely mistaken." The expression on Bai Shui's face immediately fell. "Colonel Liu, you ought not to indulge her in tarnishing your reputation for the sake of her facade. She is, after all, a trafficker." It was only after uttering these words that she noticed the federal director being escorted out behind her. Stunned into silence, she gazed at Lu Tingyan in confusion. "What has transpired?" Lu Tingyan replied, "Interference with operations, malicious disruption, and suspicion of aiding criminal organizations in their escape." Bai Shui exclaimed in astonishment, "How can this be? The federal director knows nothing. It was I who summoned him." Lu Tingyan raised an eyebrow. "You?" "Bai Shui, indeed." Lu Tingyan cast a sidelong glance at the person beside him and said, "Seize her as well." Chapter 21. The villagers resolve their misunderstanding of Bai Su. As White Snow joyfully acquires a silver bracelet, Bai Su, upon seeing Bai Xiaolang emerge safely beside and ran, let out a sigh of relief and approached, inquiring, "Are you unharmed?" Bai Xiaolang's expression appeared somewhat peculiar as he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Tingyan. Silently, he pressed his lips together and shook his head, murmuring, "I am fine." Lu Tingyan also regarded him for a moment, a shadow of concern flitting across his gaze, before turning to speak with his aide, Yodel, about something. Subsequently, he departed with Bai Su and Bai Xiaolang. Yodel adeptly addressed the journalists, elucidating the circumstances of the evening. Bai Shui and the federal director were detained nearby, listening attentively. It was then that the media reporters realized that Miss Bai Su was not a trafficker at all. On the contrary, she had been assisting in the dismantling of a trafficking syndicate stronghold during the night. In fact, she was even eligible for a third-class merit award. As an orphan from the children's home, Bai Xiaolang bravely stepped forward, serving as bait and making significant contributions during this operation. Lu Tingyan's subordinates acted with remarkable efficiency, uprooting the entire network of orc cub trafficking along the border simultaneously dismantling a significant portion of the associated downstream industries. In just 3 days, over 100 orc cubs were rescued from the black market. This social news surfaced largely due to the live broadcast that Bai Su brought along with the media that night. The orc community erupted in outrage. The gossip was so shocking that it left me speechless. Was the second young lady of the Bai family truly unwell? It seemed that while she was assisting in capturing criminals, she instead stirred up trouble with a raucous entourage, almost hindering the operation. What kind of person is this? Out of jealousy, she attempted to tarnish someone else's efforts? My irritation was palpable. Initially, I was inclined to criticize her, but upon seeing her ultimately apprehended by Colonel Liu, I found solace. I mean, do you find this reasonable? I recall the second young lady of the Bai family is already a level 5 female. Renowned for her reproductive capabilities, how could she possibly cling to Colonel Liu? Although I concede that Colonel Liu is quite handsome, he hardly seems a suitable match for the second young lady. Is it truly serious to suggest that she caused a stir out of jealousy? Soon, paparazzi unearthed evidence of the second young lady frequently gravitating towards Lu Tingyan, leaving netizens at a loss for words. The world of the upper class is exceedingly chaotic. I truly do not comprehend it. I never anticipated witnessing the day when Colonel Liu would regain his desirability. The orc online community is rife with hostility, especially as the number of females has dwindled in recent years, leading many males, deprived of female companionship, to express their frustrations online. Because of Bai Su's jealousy, the child traffickers nearly escaped justice, and the Bai family found themselves entangled in the fallout, with several major publicly traded companies under their name experiencing a decline in stock value. Some even began to question why the Bai family had exiled the eldest young lady, Bai Su, to the border. What crime had she committed? Bai Su collapsed at home, weeping for several days, lamenting her desire to tear Bai Su into shreds. Madame Bai, fearing that the paparazzi might unearth past events, felt compelled to issue a statement acknowledging Bai Su, promising to bring her back shortly. At the moment the news broke, Bai Su was in the kitchen preparing a meal, while several little ones, utilizing her intelligent device, projected the news onto the wall screen. The curious youngsters were examining Bai Xiaolong's trophy with great fascination, their excitement palpable. Bai Xiaolong sat at the table, his gaze dark and brooding as he fixated on the news on the screen. The tension in his back betrayed his mood. Suddenly, he turned to Bai Su, who was cooking with her back to him, and asked, "Mother Dean, will you return to the Bai family?" Bai Su was deftly tending to the crab's gills, pondering. What purpose would my return serve? With a father who shows no affection and a mother who is indifferent, would I simply be returning to endure further torment? Bai Xiaolong's tense back finally relaxed somewhat, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Bai Su. Are you not returning? Bai Su turned her head and glanced at him with a playful smile before returning to her cooking. Why would I go back? What for? Are you still clinging to the hope of finding a new director mother? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaolong hurriedly dashed forward and embraced her thigh, shyly burying his face in her. No, he replied. Bai Su chuckled as she playfully ruffled his hair. I haven't even asked you yet. What was it that you and Lu Tingyan discussed? You two chatted away for such a long time. Bai Xiaolong reminisced about that day, his gaze darkening. On that day in the cave, the traffickers were alarmed. They swiftly sensed the anomaly and sought to eliminate the children to silence them. In a valiant attempt to rescue the children, Bai Xiaolong utilized his innate ability, tearing through the fabric of space. This inherent power, bestowed upon him at birth, allowed him to rend a 5-meter-wide black void with his wolf-like claws. Anyone who approached this dark portal would be inexorably drawn into its depths, vanishing without a trace. As the assailants surged forth, he unleashed his power, cleaving the air to create a 5-meter black rift, into which the foremost trafficker was ensnared, disappearing entirely from existence. Lu Tingyan stood at the threshold, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. The fissure appeared in an instant and vanished just as swiftly, witnessed solely by Lu Tingyan. Subsequently, Lu Tingyan sought a private audience with him. Inquiring about the nature of his ability to tear through space, he explained that it was indeed his innate power. Even now, he vividly recalled Lu Tingyan's words from that day. The ability to tear space is a bloodline gift passed down through the lineage of the clan. You are my son. Who is your mother? Bai Xiaolong found himself at a loss for words. He had been in the orphanage for as long as he could remember. Yet, he did not possess a fervent desire for a father. The children in the orphanage were all without fathers. Such figures were not particularly rare. He certainly would not indulge Lu Tingyan's inclination to undermine the matron in an attempt to claim a paternal bond merely because the latter might be his father. Lu Tingyan proclaimed his intention to investigate and assist him in locating his mother. Bai Xiaolang perceived this as an unnecessary endeavor. He did not yearn for additional parental figures. The matron was already fulfilling his needs splendidly, providing delicious meals and care. Bai Su observed him lost in thought and gently ruffled his hair. "I'm asking you a question. That day, you and Lu Tingyan whispered for such a long time. Ever since you returned, you've been so absent-minded. What did you discuss?" Bai Xiaolang regained his composure and shook his head. "It is nothing, merely a trivial secret among men." Bai Su found herself in a state of bemusement, exclaiming, "Very well. Very well. It seems everyone is now aware of the little secrets kept from me." Just as a few were about to enjoy their meal, a cacophony erupted from outside. Bai Xiaolang and several children hurriedly went outside to observe, only to see a throng of villagers approaching from the foot of the mountain. The children watched them warily, standing guard at the entrance of the orphanage, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" Bai Su was simultaneously frying lotus root boxes while preparing scallion oil mixed with crab. She heard the commotion outside, likely filled with expressions of gratitude towards her. Peeking her head out, she admonished, "No rudeness allowed." Led by Xiaomi, the women could not resist the enticing aroma wafting through the courtyard, their expressions drifting in delight. "How fragrant! What is this delightful scent? It is simply irresistible. Oh my, I'm salivating. I've never encountered such an exquisite fragrance before." Bai Su peeked out from the kitchen, glancing at them. "What do you need from me?" "I'm in the midst of cooking. Please wait a moment." Xiaomi quickly nodded. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned in closer. "Bai Su, what are you preparing? Why does it smell so delightful?" Bai Su did not turn back, casually remarking, "Just fool around a bit. The children love it." Xiaomi's face flushed with embarrassment. Realizing that the rumors were indeed true, "You truly possess culinary skills." Bai Su exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Your maid attempted to visit me a few days ago to learn some culinary skills, intending to prepare a feast for you." The females gathered outside, unable to suppress their flushed cheeks upon hearing this. The tantalizing aroma wafting through the air made them salivate. And one can only imagine the appetites of the hard-working males at home who toiled daily. It seems they had indeed wronged Bai Su with their previous assumptions. Such delectable fare was irresistible. They found themselves yearning to savor the fragrance each day, their spirits uplifted merely by its scent. End of this chapter. Chapter 22. Is Bai Xiaolang your son? Bai Su had long anticipated their arrival today, so she prepared an ample number of lotus root boxes, neatly packed in take-out containers, for each of them to take home. When Lu Tingyan arrived, he was greeted by a queue of females gathered at the entrance of the orphanage. Raising an eyebrow, he entered just in time to encounter Bai Su emerging with the boxes, distributing the food among them. The females could not help but gaze at her with heartfelt gratitude, expressing their thanks and apologies, grateful for her role in rescuing their children and for providing them with such delectable fare, while simultaneously offering contrition for the previous rumors that had circulated. Once they had departed, Lu Tingyan made his way inside, settled onto the sofa, and joined a few young ones in watching the news, patiently awaiting mealtime. Bai Su, without turning her head, remarked, "You're back?" Lu Tingyan was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was addressing him, and responded with a vague acknowledgement. No one had ever spoken to him in such a familiar manner. He sat on the sofa, removed his military cap, and stared blankly at Bai Su, who was busily engaged in her tasks. Nearby, children were frolicking, and the wall was alive with the sounds of raucous news broadcasts. The kitchen was actually open-plan, seamlessly connected to the living room, bathed in a soft, warm light that enveloped the entire space. On the stove, something was bubbling away, while Bai Su casually twisted her hair into a bun, a few strands delicately cascading down at her temples and the nape of her neck, swaying gently with her practiced movements. To Lu Tingyan, everything seemed to be veiled in a soft halo, exuding a warmth and beauty that felt almost surreal. His gaze involuntarily lingered on her silhouette. She appeared to have lost weight, though he could not ascertain if it was due to hardship. Yet, her complexion showed no signs of weariness. Her skin was inherently fair, and the high bun accentuated her delicate nape, which possessed an alluring grace. The lustrous earlobes peeked through the strands of hair that fell at her temples. He found himself silently entranced, inexplicably parched, yearning to brush aside her stray locks, to fully reveal her exquisite, glistening earlobes to his gaze, savoring the sight. Her hands were remarkably beautiful, slender and rounded, the tips and wrist joints tinged with a delicate blush, the pads of her fingers a rosy hue, exuding an indescribable allure. Such a stunning pair of hands, placed upon a fresh, glistening white radish, made the radish seem less like a mere vegetable, and the knife less like a tool. It appeared as if she were engaged in an artistic display meant solely to showcase the elegance of her hands. Suddenly, this warm tableau was interrupted by the appearance of a small, sullen face. Bai Xiaolang, with a displeased expression, obstructed his line of sight. "Is it beautiful?" Lu Tingyan replied. Bai Xiaolang lowered his voice to warn him. "Keep your distance from my director mother. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Lu Tingyan came to his senses, suddenly realizing that he had been staring at this woman for quite some time, which was truly bewildering. He had always detested the female gender, and among them, he held a particular aversion for the one before him. Their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation. She sought to leverage him to bring the orphanage into the fold of the Federation, thus liberating herself from her exiled status, while he utilized the nourishment she provided to heal his wounds and restore his mental fortitude. Throughout these days, he had been consuming the meals she prepared, and the eye on his left, which had been injured and transformed into a peculiar hue, had begun to perceive light once again. The mental energy within him, once elusive and erratic, was now showing signs of significant growth. Lu Tingyan averted his gaze, assuring her, "Rest assured, I have no interest in your director mother." Bai Xiaolang exhibited an unmistakable air of skepticism towards him. "You had better be." Bai Su brought the dishes to the table, announcing, "Wash your hands. It's time to eat." A chorus of cheers erupted from the children as they hurried to the sink. Today's offerings included braised pork knuckles, sweet and sour pineapple pork, chestnut stewed chicken, lemon shrimp, marinated lamb, and potato beef stew. Both the young and the old were voracious carnivores. She had discerned that they were unmistakably meat eaters, and feeding them dishes made from pork, beef, and lamb significantly expedited their healing process. However, perhaps due to differences in mental fortitude, Bai Xiaolang's wounds had nearly healed, while Lu Tingyan's injuries had only improved slightly. Bai Su estimated that the disparity in healing effects required for orcs with level 5 and level 9 mental prowess was considerable. However, this was precisely in line with her intentions. She had yet to extract the events of that year from Lu Tingyan's lips and was not inclined to release him so swiftly. Recently, she had been experiencing a persistent warmth in her body, particularly in her lower abdomen, accompanied by an indescribable sensation. Bai Su recalled the events of the previous night and lifted her gaze towards Lu Tingyan, only to find him staring intently at her, his slender eyes filled with curiosity. She positioned her chopsticks upright and retorted, "Why do you gaze at me if you're not eating? Is there food on my face?" Lu Tingyan thought to himself that one must be quite deluded to find this woman appetizing. Was she not merely a female with slightly larger eyes, a more pronounced nose, plump and dewy lips, a cherubic face, and a pair of adorably drooping rabbit ears? Bai Su's true form is that of a Dutch lop rabbit. Her ears adorned with a delicate hue reminiscent of light milk coffee, likely a result of nutritional deficiencies during her youth. A well-nurtured Dutch lop should possess ears of a vibrant, pure orange, rather than the faint chocolate milk shade that characterizes hers. While the coat color becomes fixed in adulthood, he finds her appearance rather endearing in its uniqueness. Bai Su suddenly inquired, "How did you deal with Bai Shui?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tingyan's gaze grew somewhat indifferent as he replied, "She has been detained at the federal police station for 3 days as a form of punishment. After all, she is a female, and a level 5 female at that, possessing remarkable fertility and certain privileges. Thus, we cannot truly impose severe measures upon her. However, the director of the federal police does not share such fortune, as he has been suspended and is under investigation. The ramifications of this operation are significant. Having saved over 100 beastkin infants, the societal impact and discussions across the interstellar beastkin empire regarding this matter are no trifling matter. Should the failings of the federal director lead to the demise of more than 100 infants, he would face execution by the Federation." Bai Su nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. She had already surmised that Bai Shui's identity was significant, especially as the heroine of the novel. It was improbable that she would face severe punishment. In fact, if the penalty were excessively harsh, it might even trigger the heroine's halo buff, potentially activating the second or third male lead to come to her rescue. After Bai Su finished her meal, she tossed her bowl to the children to wash and ascended the stairs to take a bath. Lu Tingyan watched her as she went upstairs and suddenly remarked, "You could indulge a bit more in the herbaceous dishes you enjoy, without having to accommodate us carnivorous beings." Bai Su turned her head, her expression dark as she gazed at him. "I am a rabbit, an omnivore. I am not bound to consume only grass." beside her. The little white wolf wore a similarly grim expression, its eyes brimming with a sense of warning. Lu Tingyin fixated on the two faces, one large and one small, strikingly alike, and a sudden realization stirred within him. Bai Su, a woman of cunning and guile, seeks to ascend the social ladder by entwining herself with power. Following the events of that fateful year, she secretly departed with his child, perhaps intending to use the offspring as leverage to extract something from him, the outcome remaining uncertain. Bai Xiaolong's inherent ability is unmistakably linked to him. He is indeed his child. Furthermore, last night, he instructed his assistant to collect hair samples from both himself and Bai Xiaolang for testing, confirming beyond a shadow of a doubt that Bai Xiaolang is his son. Lu Tingyian's gaze darkened slightly as it suddenly fixed upon the woman across from him. Bai Su. Bai Su, you are the one who bore Bai Xiaolang, aren't you? Chapter 23. Lu Tingyian's heart stirred upon hearing this. Bai Xiaolang could not help but be taken aback. Could it truly be possible for such a fortunate event to befall him, if he were indeed the son of the dean's mother? Bai Su rolled her eyes in response. Are you out of your mind? I have no reproductive capability. If he were my child, do you think I would have been exiled back then? Lu Tingyan, upon listening to her words, felt his doubts temporarily dissipate. She made a valid point. Yet, whether it was a sigh of relief or something else, his heart felt as if it had skipped a beat. As night fell, Lu Tingyan tossed and turned in bed, unable to find slumber. After tending to a few little ones, he had only eaten to about 70% of his capacity. Having dined around 6 o'clock, he was already feeling hungry by 10. His mind involuntarily drifted back to the sumptuous dinner at the table, and he could not help but swallow hard. The imagery stretched from the dining table to the kitchen, where he vividly recalled Bai Su skillfully preparing the meal. The crisp white radishes were gently pressed by her delicate wrists, sliced into neat pieces. Her body swayed subtly as she chopped the vegetables, the wisps of hair brushing against her earlobes and the nape of her neck, undoubtedly causing a gentle itch. The sight of those strands dancing at her nape and the glimpses of her earlobes hidden among her hair repeatedly flashed through his mind. Lu Tingyan felt a slight constriction in his throat, an unnamed heat causing him to frown uncomfortably. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he turned over, hugging the blanket to his chest, and slipped his hands under the covers. The loose-fitting nightwear clung to his back, revealing his solid muscles and a well-defined V-shape, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. 2 hours later, the heat had subsided. Lu Tingyan slowly exhaled a deep breath, sinking into a heavy sleep while clutching the blanket. The gentle moonlight cast shadows across his handsome profile, accentuating his deep-set eyes and alluring lips with an indescribable sensuality. In a hazy dream, Lu Tingyan seemed to catch a whiff of sweet, juicy peach. He envisioned delicate, fair hands gently pressing down on the radish. The radish in her grasp transformed once more. She squatted before him, beaming a radiant smile, her pale hands, soft and tender, flushed with a rosy hue. Suddenly, Lu Tingyan's eyes flew open. The world outside was awash with bright daylight. He threw off the covers, inhaling a familiar scent, and muttered a curse as he got up to shower. Upon exiting the bathroom, he found his assistant in his room, helping to organize the clothes he had changed out of the previous day, including his military uniform. On the coffee table lay a fruit platter, with several ripe peaches exuding a sweet aroma that instantly alleviated the summer heat. However, Lu Tingyan's expression darkened immediately as he reprimanded. Who told you to place peaches in my room? The assistant was startled and hurriedly removed the peaches. I apologize, Colonel. Since peaches are in season, I thought you might enjoy them, so I had the housekeeper buy some. Lu Tingyan pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. As the assistant was about to leave with the peaches, Lu Tingyan called out, "Leave one there." The assistant, accustomed to his unpredictable temperament, swiftly selected the ripest peach and quietly retreated. Lu Tingyan approached and picked up the peach. The refreshing aroma of the fruit, mingled with a hint of sweetness, enveloped him. Compared to the scent emanating from her, it paled significantly. The fragrance surrounding her was reminiscent of peaches intertwined with a certain warm, sweet vanilla essence, exuding a delightful combination of sweetness and freshness, yet carrying an inexplicable warmth that provoked ambiguous musings. It was akin to the sweet, succulent peach flesh being gently baked by the youthful form of a maiden, releasing a clear sweetness laced with the unique scent of her body, where a mere bite would unleash a torrent of juice. As Lu Tingyan became aware of his wandering thoughts, reason swiftly reclaimed its hold. He inhaled deeply, and the realization that he was losing sleep over a woman like Bai Su stirred an irritation within him that he could scarcely contain. Seizing the peach from the table, he bit into it with fervor, savoring the rich and refreshing aroma that followed, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. Bai Su observed that the appetites of the little ones had grown considerably, especially that of Bai Xiaolang, who could devour nearly as much as Lu Tingyan in a single sitting. Should this continue, she would truly struggle to provide for these little creatures. Coincidentally, having recently gained a modicum of recognition for dismantling a human trafficking den, her mountaintop orphanage had garnered some fame, and with Lu Tingyan's help in refurbishing her establishment, the path up the mountain had become quite accessible. She resolved to seize this opportunity to open a culinary establishment on the mountain. The prior distribution of lotus root boxes to the residents below was motivated by this very reason. Her own assertions of deliciousness held little weight. It was the opinions of others that truly mattered. Moreover, she discovered that her culinary creations had the power to heal others, which could be exchanged for points in the marketplace. The system, that rascal, had neglected to inform her. Upon sensing her thoughts, the system quickly began to whine in self-defense. The points gained from culinary healing were meager in comparison to the bounty of points from childbirth. The latter could yield a vast sum of points, which could be utilized for skills in the marketplace. Not to mention, the points accrued were not solely derived from her healing abilities. Lu Tingyan's affection value was also intertwined within. Bai Su was momentarily taken aback. Lu Tingyan's feelings? The system exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Indeed, you are truly remarkable, host. He is, after all, the male lead who despises you above all others, yet somehow has developed feelings for you. Bai Su, however, if I wish to exchange for potions that enhance skills and mental strength, I can only use golden points, which can only be obtained by giving birth to the male protagonist, correct? System, indeed. Bai Su. In summary, Lu Tingyan's affection holds little value. The system promptly replied, yet, it is not entirely devoid of worth. If the male lead is not enamored, how can you expect them to conceive children, right? Bai Su, let's discuss it later. At present, she does not have a strong desire to bear children. Although she is classified as a second tier, the system indicates that she lacks fertility. She adores children and yearns for a child of her own in this world, yet she is also content with the possibility of not having one. She does not wish to impose any pressure upon herself. Bai Su is a woman of action. Within 3 days of announcing her intention to establish a mountaintop restaurant, she had successfully brought her vision to fruition. This endeavor aligns seamlessly with her previous expertise, as she had amassed her fortune in her past life by operating a thriving dining establishment. She transformed the orphanage at the summit into a quaint eatery named Mountain Delicacies. A few young ones assisted her by serving dishes to the patrons, who predominantly hailed from the village below. Gradually, rumors began to circulate among the townsfolk. Ever since I savored the meals prepared by Bai Su, I feel invigorated. My chronic knee pain has vanished. It seems my nearsightedness has been cured. After indulging for over 2 weeks, I recently discovered I am pregnant again, this time with quadruplets. Upon hearing this, the women of the village were utterly astounded. Bai Su has ventured into the realm of live streaming on the internet, showcasing her culinary endeavors each time she prepares a meal. With the camera capturing every moment of her cooking, she possesses unwavering confidence in her culinary skills. Chinese cuisine, despite utilizing identical ingredients, methods, and proportions, rarely yields identical flavors. The secret lies within the minutiae. Furthermore, endowed with a unique healing ability, the dishes she creates are imbued with flavors that far surpass the ordinary. Even if others manage to replicate her recipes, they cannot recreate the exquisite taste derived from her healing prowess. She intends to leverage her live broadcasts to gain recognition, thereby attracting a greater clientele. In doing so, she also hopes to locate the other 3 children who were sold away, all of whom are destined to become formidable antagonists. A splendid white wolf stands ready, while 3 others await her. End of chapter. Chapter 24. The orphanage transformed into a culinary haven as soon as the live stream commenced. A multitude of viewers flocked to witness the spectacle, some even expressing skepticism. They questioned how such inexpensive ingredients could yield a delectable meal when prepared using seemingly outdated methods. I believe I've encountered this style of cooking in history books. These techniques severely diminish the nutritional value of the ingredients, rendering the final product inedible. Surely, there must be limits to sensationalism? Is this not a waste of food? With such an abundance of ingredients being squandered, It would be more prudent to allocate them to factories for canning and nutritional supplements. Indeed, it pained me to witness such waste, as the food was carelessly discarded. She even resorted to frying, a method that strips food of its nutritional content and may even produce harmful substances. Is this not akin to poison? The Bai family had initially reluctantly decided to bring Bai Su back home, but upon seeing the online reviews, they immediately changed their minds. Bai Shui was the first to step forward and draw a line. Although she is a member of the Bai family, she was expelled from our home 4 years ago due to a grave mistake. The Bai family upholds strict familial discipline, and it is utterly inconceivable for the females to engage in such disreputable conduct outside. Madame Bai, with visible displeasure, publicly declared at a prestigious banquet in the imperial capital that she would never allow a certain female, who seeks attention online and thrives on sensationalism, to return home, lest she tarnish the family's dignity and reputation. Bai Su had no time to concern herself with the affairs of the Bai family. She had no intention of returning to their midst. Most of those who had savored her culinary creations were the residents from the foothills, who seldom ventured online and thus remained oblivious to the criticisms directed at Bai Su in the digital realm. Bai Xiaoling recognizes some characters and is aware that Bai Su is being insulted in the live broadcast. He feels a surge of anger and discreetly borrows the smart brain wristband from Aunt Xiaomi to register an account in order to retaliate. However, his vocabulary is limited, and the number of people disparaging Bai Su is overwhelming, rendering him unable to respond effectively. Finally, in the evening, the shop closes for the day. Bai Xiaoling, noticing that Bai Su was resting, approached her and, feeling quite despondent, wrapped his arms around her arm, calling out, "Director Mother." Bai Su sensed that he was in low spirits and promptly leaned in to gently touch his nose with his own. "What troubles you?" This act of touching noses is a gesture of deep trust and intimacy among wolves, swiftly bridging the emotional gap between them. Bai Xiaoling gazed at her with a hint of sorrow and asked, "Why have you chosen to broadcast live?" Bai Su observed his drooping wolf ears and tail, and she could roughly infer the situation. Amused, she gently patted his head and playfully ruffled his fluffy little ears. At the beginning, there will undoubtedly be skepticism, but once we establish ourselves, everything will fall into place. She did not dismiss Bai Xiaoling merely because he was still a child. Instead, she earnestly elaborated, "Moreover, live streaming can bring us significant traffic. Our shop is located on the outskirts of the capital, and it was only recently incorporated into the Federation's jurisdiction, so the footfall is naturally sparse. Online broadcasting can enhance our visibility and broaden our exposure. Besides, don't you wish to reunite with the other 3 companions? If we bolster our live streaming account, attracting a larger audience, won't it be much easier to call for help in locating them?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoling widened his eyes in astonishment. "Do you truly intend to bring them back?" Bai Su replied without a moment's hesitation, "Of course. In the past, we could not afford to keep them, which is why we sent them away. Now that we are financially stable and have become upstanding citizens, we must retrieve our children. We cannot allow these little miscreants to roam freely outside, transforming into melancholic and disturbed individuals. Otherwise, I fear that my own life may be in jeopardy in the future." Upon witnessing the situation, Bai Xiaoling calmly contemplated for a moment and nodded with conviction. "All right, I shall assist you. If we are to face criticism together, then they shall surely realize the exquisite taste of the meal you prepare." Bai Su nodded with a smile. Indeed, the scolding is only temporary. The following day, Bai Xiaoling is increasingly filled with vigor. His facial features were already quite appealing. After his eyes and wolf tail were healed, and under the nurturing care of Bai Su, he has become remarkably fair and clean, making it evident that he will grow into an exceptionally handsome young lad. Xiaomi couldn't help but tease Bai Su. "The children in your courtyard are starting to resemble you more and more. Could it be that you secretly gave birth to one of them?" Bai Su cast her a humorous glance and remarked, "It would be even better if I were the one to give birth. I would love to have such a charming and well-behaved little boy." The crowd erupted into warm laughter. Bai Xiaoling, with a flushed face, moved more swiftly between the dining table while carrying the dishes. The live streaming room of Bai Su has seen an increasing amount of criticism, yet simultaneously, its popularity has surged. The stream featured the location of a mountaintop restaurant, which indeed attracted some visitors. One of them was a fellow streamer named Yin Xiao Lu, renowned for debunking fraudulent practices online. Having traversed various urban markets, he gained acclaim for exposing the collusion between unscrupulous vendors and corrupt officials, earning him a stellar reputation across the internet. His rise to fame was marked by his expos on the meat canning industry in the southern markets, where the seemingly nutritious canned meat was sold at exorbitant prices. Yin Xiaolu discovered that these cans contained a layer of air beneath the surface, meaning that while a can might appear to weigh 500 grams, it actually contained only 300 to 400 grams of meat. This revelation sparked widespread attention online, catapulting him to hero status among the common folk, and he garnered an excellent public image. Standing at the entrance, Yin Xiaolu held a camera aloft, live streaming as he greeted his audience. Hello everyone, good afternoon. I am currently at a small restaurant called Mountain Delicacies. How is the food prepared by the owner? And why does such a wasteful practice garner local popularity? Let us venture inside and find out. As he stepped further in, an overwhelming scent assaulted his senses. What on earth is that smell? He exclaimed. The comments flooded in. It must be the stench of spoiled food. I knew it. They lamented having never seen food being subjected to high temperatures and oil with added seasonings, which neither eliminated bacteria nor preserved the nutritional value. What is the point? It only makes the food taste worse. Of course, it's all for the sake of sensationalism and attracting views. Excitement buzzed in the air as keyboard warriors readied themselves, eagerly anticipating Yin Xiaolu to unveil the truth. Such wastefulness and the high prices charged for food akin to canned goods could warrant a call to the authorities. The steep prices of canned goods were justified by the extraction of concentrated nutrients, while this establishment merely sold less palatable food, peddling both nutrition and food remnants to consumers, utterly revolting. It was suspected that the patrons present were merely planted by the owner. It's impossible for the food to be good. Unexpectedly, upon widening his eyes, Yin Xiaolu exclaimed, "It smells so delicious that I'm drooling." Just then, Bai Xiaolang passed by with a customer's order of quail eggs and potato beef stew. Bai Su had enhanced the dish with a hint of curry flavor, blending it with a traditional Chinese braising style, resulting in a rich and aromatic taste that was widely appreciated. Unable to resist, Yin Xiaolu followed closely behind, nearly overwhelmed by the mouth-watering aroma. As the dish was served, Bai Xiaolang turned and accidentally bumped into Yin Xiaolu. He frowned slightly, took a step back, and looked up at the tall Yin Xiaolu, asking, "Are you here to dine? How many are in your party?" The comments erupted. What an adorable little wolf cub. Alas, how adorable. With fluffy white ears and a snowy tail, my heart is completely captivated. How enchanting. Yet you tricked me into birthing wolf cubs. Should they emerge unlike this, I shall certainly raise a commotion. The little ones are irresistibly charming. Come here for a kiss. Darling, who understands? His gaze is so cold and composed. That maddening contrast drives me wild. I see now. This establishment must surely rely on this little mascot to attract patrons. If one could enjoy a complimentary stroke of the cub's face with every visit, I might just oblige. But dear upstairs, awaken. The cubs are minors. You could be charged with lewdness. Chapter 25. Captivated by osmanthus fish, Yin Xiaolu regained his senses, once again catching a whiff of a certain sweet fragrance. Following the scent, he glanced toward a nearby table, where a spread of shrimp and crab lay. How could such a simple feast emit such a delightful aroma? At another table, a bubbling pot simmered as a group of cheerful diners added slices of raw meat, briefly swishing them in the broth before dipping them into a small bowl of sauce. Truly remarkable. Bai Xiaolang patiently inquired once more, "Esteemed guest, have you come to dine? Are you alone?" Yin Xiaolu, regaining his composure, promptly nodded and asked, "Are these flavors emanating from the dishes?" Bai Xiaolang nodded, accustomed to his reaction. Every time a new guest arrived, they would invariably undergo this process. Yin Xiaolu quickly interjected, "Then I shall have my meal. Let us proceed with the ordering." Bai Xiaolang, "If you're alone, I shall escort you to a window seat on the second floor." Yin Xiaolu, "Perfect. It's just in time to stream the happenings below." Bullet comments. The urgency in those eyes, clearly eager to debunk the fade, has me in stitches. Poor little wolf cub, unaware of the impending challenges awaiting the establishment. Oh dear, my heart aches for the little wolf cub. I suddenly wish for Yin Shun to refrain from debunking. Those upstairs should be more aware. What sympathy is deserved for a place that employs child labor? If the establishment were to collapse, it could potentially free the little wolf cub. Indeed, Yin Xiaolu inquires, "What was it that you just brought over?" Bai Xiaolang, "A serving of curry potato stew with beef brisket, please." Bai Xiaolang nodded in agreement. Yin Xiaolu inquired, "What other signature dishes do you offer?" "And that pot bubbling on the table, bring me one of those as well." No. I want to sample every dish in your establishment. I am eager to discover the essence of your flavors. Bai Xiaolang furrowed his brow slightly, expressing his concern. We must not waste food. If we cannot finish it, it will be squandered. Yin Xiaolu waved his hand dismissively. No worries. If necessary, I shall simply pack it up and take it home to savor later. Bai Xiaolang kindly reminded. The dishes and canned goods in our establishment differ significantly. We do not incorporate any preservatives or additives to prolong shelf life. Hence, they cannot be stored for long and can only remain fresh in the refrigerator for a day or two before consumption. Yin Xiaolu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. So troublesome? The comments flowed in. Goodness, how does this differ from unprocessed fresh food ingredients? My canned goods have a shelf life of at least 3 years, and nutritional supplements last even longer. What purpose do such perishable foods serve? I truly do not comprehend. It seems this establishment merely pretends to offer fresh food, assuming that those who have not encountered it will find it novel. It is quite amusing. I had thought that cooking it in a pot was a form of processing, yet fresh food remains fresh food, incapable of lasting preservation. I truly cannot fathom the rationale behind pricing these ingredients higher after such treatment. Indeed, living long enough allows one to encounter all manner of absurdities. Yin Xiaolu also wished to avoid wasting food. After a moment of thought, he proposed, in that case, let me sample your most popular dishes. Bring me 7 or 8 plates to start, and let's temporarily forego that bubbling pot. Bai Xiaolang nodded affirmatively. He turned and made his way to the kitchen to relay the situation to Bai Su, mentioning that Yin Xiaolu was outside with equipment live streaming. As Bai Su was also broadcasting, he recognized the device. Drawing from his instincts, Bai Xiaolang sensed that this individual bore ill intentions, having loitered outside the courtyard for quite some time before entering. Being a wolf with keen hearing, he caught wind of Yin Xiaolu's declaration about coming to expose a fraud. Were it not for the sight of him live streaming, Bai Xiaolang would have been inclined to expel him from the premises. Bai Su felt a stir in her heart. Realizing that an opportunity had presented itself, she gently patted Bai Xiaolang's head and asked, will you serve this guest well? Do you know what kind of beast he is? Bai Xiaolang obediently nodded. He appears to be a crocodile beast man. His forearm is covered in crocodile skin, and his eyes possess the distinctive golden slit pupils characteristic of crocodile beast men. Bai Su contemplated for a moment and prepared osmanthus-infused fish, rose wine-soaked shrimp, scallion oil golden pomfret, garlic oysters, lemon shrimp balls, and rosemary seared salmon for Yin Xiaolu's table. The crocodile would likely have a greater affinity for these river and sea delicacies. She instructed Bai Xiaolang to serve the dishes to Yin Xiaolu. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaolu was salivating in anticipation. As Bai Xiaolang presented the first plate of osmanthus-infused fish, he eagerly seized a spoon to indulge in the succulent flesh. The beastmen rarely engaged in cooking. Their sustenance primarily consisted of canned goods and nutritional supplements. Thus they were accustomed to using spoons to scoop from cans. Upon his first taste, Yin Xiaolu's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this is simply unbelievable. The comments flooded in. What's happening? Is it horridly inedible? I knew it. Fish prepared like this must be pungent and foul. Surely, fish caught from the water had to be swiftly frozen and sent to factories for processing into cans to preserve their freshness, right? Even factory-processed fish was not to his liking, as the strong fishy odor was overwhelming. The thought of fish left out to rot, subjected to high temperatures that hastened oxidation, was utterly unthinkable. It was amusing. For the first time, he felt a pang of sympathy for Yin, whose sacrifice seemed monumental. It was only fitting to shower Yin with gifts, compensating for his mental anguish. Yin Xiaolu, unable to contain his excitement, took another generous bite of the fish. The plate of osmanthus fish quickly emptied. Finding the spoon cumbersome, he resorted to using his hands to savor every morsel, licking the plate clean, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. This is exquisite. Truly, it is divine. How can fish be prepared in such a manner? So fragrant, tender, and smooth. It's simply delectable. I feel as though I've squandered the first half of my life never having tasted something so remarkable. This is a miracle. It must be a miracle. The comments erupted. Huh? What? Am I hearing this correctly? Has Yin lost his mind? Wait, even Yin is endorsing restaurants now? Wake up, Yin. Don't let trivialities distract you. Speak boldly, and we'll shower you with gifts. Yin Xiaolu continued to smacking his lips, savoring the lingering flavors, his expression entranced. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure and addressed the live stream. Brothers, I am not exaggerating. That dish was extraordinary. I swear you have never tasted anything like it. It utterly eclipses the texture of canned fish. Honestly, if I, Yin Xiaolu, were to deceive you, let me be cursed to never attract a mate. I swear by the beast god, that dish was phenomenal. The spirals of flavor linger in my mouth, still imbued with the fragrance of osmanthus. How can I describe that taste? Rich, savory, with hints of fermented rice, and a delightful sweetness of osmanthus. The fish was incredibly fresh, sweet, and appetizing. It was remarkable. I have never encountered fish so sweet and fragrant, to the point where I questioned whether it was indeed fish. It surpassed even the most expensive canned varieties in flavor. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Is the food poisonous? Soon, Bai Shaoling returned with the remaining dishes: drunken prawns and rose wine, scallion-infused golden pomfret, garlic oysters, lemon shrimp balls, and rosemary-seared salmon. Bai Su expressed her concern that he might not recognize the food, so she asked him to provide commentary from the sidelines. Bai Shaoling elucidated. This drunken shrimp is served raw, marinated in rose rice wine, offering a sweet, glutinous, and refreshing taste. The shrimp used are firm black tiger shrimp and sweet shrimp, both of which are of sashimi grade. Yin Xiaolu took a bite, nearly moved to tears, his mouth filled with exclamations of awe and admiration. This is the scallion oil golden pomfret, steamed to perfection. Although the golden pomfret has few bones, guests should still exercise caution. The fish is best enjoyed dipped in the accompanying steaming sauce, enhancing its delightful flavor. Yin Xiaolu lamented. It's so refreshingly sweet. I have never tasted fish so exquisitely sweet. It is entirely different from the osmanthus marinated fish I had earlier. Absolutely delicious. The garlic oyster is prepared by marinating fresh oysters in minced garlic and rice wine, then grilled over an open flame, so caution is advised due to the hot shells. Yin Xiaolu eagerly sampled one, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Is this an oyster? How can it be so tender and spicy? Incredible. With just one bite, it bursts with juice. The garlic aroma is so rich. The lemon shrimp balls are crafted from high-quality small blue lobster meat, which is shelled and deveined, then coated in a delicate batter and quickly fried. They are topped with a layer of cheese sauce and a hint of wasabi. After tasting one, Yin Xiaolu felt as though his soul had ascended to paradise. The flavors are so complex and rich. I need a moment to absorb this. It is so delectable that I almost hesitate to take another bite. The shrimp is both bouncy and firm, bursting with juice. The wasabi flavor is exquisite. I never knew it could be consumed. The lemon is undoubtedly the finishing touch, enhancing the freshness and cutting through the richness of the cheese sauce, making it delightfully refreshing for summer. Bai Shaoling felt a wave of relief wash over him, for he knew that no one could possibly resist the culinary delights crafted by the esteemed director's mother. He gestured towards the final dish and introduced it. This is rosemary-seared salmon, infused with the aromatic essence of rosemary and garlic, complemented by the creamy richness of butter, with a hint of black pepper for a touch of spice. Yin Xiaolu was utterly entranced. His eyes gleamed with desire as he yearned to devour every morsel. Yet he hesitated, fearing that in his haste, he might miss the intricate bouquet of flavors hidden within each exquisite bite. The comments read, "Is this for real? Can it be that delicious? Aren't foods merely meant to purify our nutrition and sustain our daily energy expenditure? How much better can it possibly get? I find it hard to comprehend and cannot envision the taste. Even the finest canned goods are merely adequate, leading me to wonder if Yinshin is perhaps exaggerating." Curiosity piqued. I longed to experience it for myself. Yinshin appeared to be in a frenzy, indeed seeming to overstate the situation. However, Yin Xiaolu was oblivious to such thoughts. It was as if he had been awakened from a slumber, consumed by an insatiable craving for fine cuisine, indulging in each bite with fervor and reverence. After swiftly finishing the food on the table, he waved his hand dramatically and called out to Bai Shaoling, "Identical dishes. Please bring me another serving." "No, make that 3. Bai Shaoling, having sensed the situation, calmly nodded. "All right, please hold on." In the kitchen, Bai Su exuded confidence in her culinary skills, and her live streaming audience had begun to press her with inquiries about how she had managed to win over Yin Xiaolu. The feedback indicated that Yin Xiaolu was quite fond of her offerings. Thus, she had commenced her preparations in anticipation, having surmised that Yin Xiaolu would request additional dishes. Indeed, Bai Shaoling soon returned, requesting 3 more portions of the same dish. Bai Su was fervently engaged in her cooking, and as she noticed her ingredients depleting rapidly, it appeared she might close her establishment earlier than usual today. She operated this restaurant single-handedly, preparing only a limited amount of fresh ingredients within her capacity. Once those ingredients were exhausted, she would close for the day. The 3 additional portions were swiftly served at the table. Yin Xiaolu rolled up his sleeves, disregarding any semblance of decorum, and indulged in the meal with great relish. It could be said he had managed to satiate his hunger. Bai Su once again requested Bai Xiaolang to bring him a serving of hawthorn and juju paste jelly, a delightful dessert to aid in digestion after the meal. Yin Xiaolu had been completely enchanted by Bai Su's culinary skills. As he gratefully savored the jelly, he seized Bai Xiaolang's arm and inquired, "Little one, is your chef truly a female? Might I have the pleasure of meeting her?" Bai Xiaolang regarded him with caution. "What do you wish to see our dean's mother for?" Yin Xiaolu hastily waved his hand. "Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to express my gratitude in person. Her culinary creations are simply exquisite, akin to a divine blessing from the beast god. I shall return tomorrow." Bai Xiaolang pondered for a moment and replied, "No, thank you. The dean has had quite a tiring day." Yin Xiao, "It is truly regrettable. I am immensely curious about the remarkable figure capable of conjuring such extraordinary culinary wonders. However, I am certain she must be a divine being sent by the beast god to rescue me." Bai Xiaolang had long since developed an immunity to such flattery. The villagers below were far more inventive in their praise than he could ever be. As Yin Xiaolu departed from the shop, he noticed that the live stream was still rife with skepticism. He straightened his expression and declared earnestly, "I swear, I am not exaggerating. Those of you nearby can come and taste it for yourselves. The flavor is truly exquisite. If a single word I utter contains even the slightest embellishment, may I be struck down by the wrath of the beast god this very moment. Do you doubt me? Very well, I shall return tomorrow. You are welcome to visit the shop, and for all my fans, based on your fan badge level in the live stream, I will reimburse your entire expenditure. Remember, noon tomorrow. I assure you, you will not regret it." The viewers in the live stream were indeed piqued with curiosity. Even if it were a setup, such grand gestures were unheard of. Did he not fear a crowd of enthusiastic fans descending upon the shop, potentially unraveling the ruse and leaving the host bankrupt? Already, nearby fans had begun to organize in their fan group, deciding to explore the shop the following day. Upon returning to his hotel, Yin Xiaolu suddenly felt a wave of discomfort in his stomach. With a quickening pulse, he rushed to the restroom, expelling a large, dark mass of indeterminate substance. After a lengthy interval, he emerged, only to find himself racing back in once more. This cycle continued several times, leaving Yin Xiaolu utterly exhausted. Despite his fatigue, he mustered the strength to send a message in the fan group. "Brothers, I spoke too soon. Don't come. The food is toxic." After dispatching this message, he tossed his smart device aside and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. The restorative powers of sleep coursed through him, gradually mending his spirit. As he drifted into unconsciousness, the jagged teeth he had lost in battle began to regrow in his dreams, sharper and more robust than before. In the midst of this, he unknowingly opened a food delivery app, pondering in confusion. End of chapter. Chapter 27. Inspecting her culinary creations the following day, Bai Su opened a shop, and before noon, a throng of people surged in. They were predominantly young individuals, most of whom were unfamiliar faces, accompanied by several personnel clad in white lab coats bearing the insignia of the Food Safety Administration. "Where is the owner of the establishment? Step forward." At the forefront stood a towering figure, a bear-like man, exuding a rather menacing demeanor. Bai Xiaolang and a few small cubs were originally arranging tables and chairs in the courtyard in preparation for the lunchtime business. Upon seeing these individuals enter, they momentarily halted their activities. Bai Su emerged from the kitchen, inquiring, "It is I. May I ask what the matter is?" Encountering disturbances from customers is not an uncommon occurrence for her, and she adeptly handles such situations with ease. Bai Su exuded an air of tranquility and composure, her face adorned with a warm smile. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Encountering her cheerful demeanor seemed to soften the edges of anger. The bear beast man, upon seeing Bai Su, could not help but pause, momentarily entranced by her bright and clear eyes, rendering his words suddenly caught in his throat. Bai Su has shed considerable weight since before. Although she still weighs over 150 pounds, the contours of her beauty are beginning to emerge. Her brows and eyes are bright and exquisite, with a high nose bridge, large and sparkling eyes, and full, delicate cheeks. Her lips, plump and rosy, exude an inexplicable allure, easily igniting the imagination. Females in the Federation are exceedingly rare, with the few remaining often frail and exuding an air of illness, their gazes typically dull and lifeless. In stark contrast to the robust males, a female like Bai Su, with her rosy complexion and vibrant, enticing presence, radiating vitality that effortlessly stirs hidden desires, is a sight almost never encountered. Bai Su, noticing their silence, inquired once more, "Are you here for a meal?" The bear-like orc, as if awakening from a dream, bore a hint of embarrassment, his ears flushed with crimson. Yet, recalling the purpose of their visit, he quickly adopted a stern demeanor, revealing a fearsome expression. "You must be the proprietor of this culinary establishment, correct? We have heard rumors that your food is poisoned, and we are here to investigate." "Poisoned?" Bai Su blinked in surprise, a look of bewilderment crossing her face. "How could that be? My ingredients are all fresh. There is no way they could be toxic. If you do not believe me, feel free to come in and check for yourselves." Her large, expressive eyes shimmered with confusion and the fluster of being misunderstood. As she eagerly offered them space to conduct their inspection, an openness that stirred feelings of guilt within them. The male beside her leaned discreetly toward the bear-like orc, whispering, "Could it be that we have misunderstood? This young female does not seem like the type to engage in such activities. Indeed, Brother Bear, could it be that we have erred? We barged in here so brazenly that we have frightened the poor young female." They had rushed over after hearing Yin Xiaolu mention the possibility of poisoned food the previous night, and had not given any prior indication of their intentions. It was unreasonable to assume that this young female would have prepared for such an eventuality. Meanwhile, one of the food inspectors stepped forward and stated, "Regardless of whether the food is actually poisoned or not, we shall ascertain the truth through our investigation. Where's the kitchen?" Bai Su gestured toward the adjacent kitchen entrance, urging, "This way, please, feel free to take a look." The two food inspectors entered first, followed closely by the males behind them. Amidst the crowd, some individuals could not restrain their gaze, stealing glances at Bai Su. Although she still bore a fuller figure, her skin was exceptionally fair and delicate. On this sweltering summer day, she donned a sleeveless knee-length dress, complemented by a light blue frilled apron tied at her waist. Her bosom was ample, and her silhouette was voluptuous, resembling a perfectly ripened peach. The light-colored rabbit ears that hung down at her sides were utterly adorable, inciting an irresistible urge to reach out and touch. Such an alluring female presented a striking visual impact, even if her faint peach scent was barely perceptible. For the male beastmen, who had little interaction with females, it was an overwhelming experience. Whispers floated through the air. "This little female is truly stunning. She is so youthful. Her face is delicate as tofu." Having previously watched her live stream, some had thought the filters exaggerated her beauty, yet in person, she was even more exquisite. A female so beautiful surely wouldn't engage in such actions, would she? Can we not have our minds consumed by thoughts of females? Love-struck minds aside, does being female justify the degradation of food and inflation? Does it allow for sensationalism in live streams? Can it lead to the sale of toxic food to consumers? The Yin deity has been poisoned. It's time to awaken. Bai Shaoling possessed exceptional hearing and overheard their whispered conversation, thus gaining a vague understanding of their intentions. He had initially thought that the uncle who dined with them yesterday would speak favorably of them, but to his surprise, he turned around and slandered them instead. In a fit of anger, he tugged at Bai Su's rabbit ears and quietly relayed their murmured words to her. A flicker of understanding crossed Bai Su's eyes, and she felt a sense of clarity. She had initially suspected that her competitors sought to malign her, but it turned out to be an unexpected opportunity for promotion. Yesterday, Yin Xiaolu had consumed an abundance of her culinary creations and was likely engaged in detoxification upon returning home. When she first arrived in this body, it was quite plump. Even the food she prepared provoked a reaction. Visible impurities surfaced, and she experienced digestive distress. Given Yin Xiaolu's considerable intake, the pronounced reaction suggested that her body harbored a significant accumulation of toxins. Bai Su followed into the kitchen, where she observed food safety inspectors utilizing a device resembling a laser scanner to examine the dishes she had just prepared. Certain marinated and stewed dishes could be prepped in advance and gently warmed on the stove. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing onlookers to salivate while they feigned composure during the inspection. Bai Su kindly remarked, "You may give it a try. There's no need to hold back. My food is truly harmless." The food inspector coolly adjusted his spectacles perched on his nose, replying, "In that case, I shall indulge." He set down his firearm, eagerly seized a clean spoon, and hastily scooped a piece of braised beef into his mouth, only to be met with a searing sensation that contorted his face in agony. The onlookers, witnessing his abnormal countenance, grew anxious. Is it truly toxic? Is it a corrosive poison? Have you burned your tongue? You must expel it. The inspector, though tempted to vomit, found himself reluctant to part with the delicious flavor that erupted in his mouth. In fact, with each chew, he was increasingly astonished, eyes widening and heart racing, enveloped in an exhilarating state. The surrounding crowd instinctively concluded that he had been poisoned. The bear-like figure gazed at Bai Su in disappointment. And you assert your food is safe? Even the food safety inspector has succumbed. Indeed, it is poisonous, they exclaimed. Fresh ingredients have a short shelf life. They ought to be professionally processed into canned goods or nutritional supplements. How could she cavalierly mishandle fresh food without it spoiling? And what are these bizarre seasonings? What antiquities are these? Who knows where she unearthed them? Chapter 28. Bai Su unwittingly reveals her abilities. Such disappointment. With such striking beauty, how could her intellect falter? Why not pursue something more suitable? If she craved fame and fortune, why not become a singing and dancing internet sensation instead of resorting to dubious means? Previously, upon witnessing her assist Colonel Liu in rescuing over 100 beastly cubs, I had harbored a favorable impression of her. But what a misjudgment that was. Among the male beast men, a few were influencers, keen on tracking this developing story. Observing the scene, they became increasingly exhilarated, entering the room to record a video, eagerly awaiting the news to generate a surge of traffic. Just as they prepared to edit and post their content, Yin Xiaolu burst in suddenly. She did not poison me. It was my mistake. I consumed her food, and all ailments within me have vanished. The crowd stood dumbfounded, gazing at the ecstatic Yin Xiaolu. What? She exclaimed. It is truly miraculous. After dining yesterday, I suffered from severe diarrhea, yet upon waking this morning, not only has my stomach ailment disappeared, but my kidney stones are also gone, and many old injuries have significantly healed. It is astonishing. The crowd remained flabbergasted. What? This must be attributed to yesterday's meal. For the past few days, I have scarcely eaten anything, subsisting only on canned goods. After partaking in her meal, I began detoxifying last night, and upon rising this morning, I feel utterly revitalized. Even my nearsightedness has improved. Bai Su had an inkling that his mental prowess was likely not very high. The lower the level, the more straightforward her healing process became. It was only with someone of Liu Tinjian's caliber that she encountered greater difficulty. The onlookers regarded him with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Was it becoming increasingly bizarre? Was there any truth to it? Yin Xiaolu, fearing their disbelief, fervently nodded. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. You are welcome to test it yourselves. A food safety inspector, who had sampled the dishes, nodded earnestly. While the efficacy remains questionable, the flavor is undeniably exceptional. I have never tasted meat so wondrous. It is simply astonishing. Yet, skepticism lingered among the crowd. But what is the underlying principle? Logically, this seems implausible. How could these ingredients, treated in such a manner, yield such results? She didn't incorporate any medicinal herbs or reagents while cooking. Yin, you're not actually charging them, are you? You mustn't earn such ill-gotten gains. The chatter intensified, with many believing Yin Xiaolu was exaggerating. From the moment he described the flavors of those dishes during the live broadcast yesterday, it had seemed exceedingly theatrical, almost as if a performer had been enlisted. As the conversation veered further off course, Bai Su seized the moment to interject softly. Might it be possible that my healing ability is the cause? Upon her utterance, the room fell into an immediate hush. After a moment, Yin Xiaolu gazed at her in disbelief. Are you suggesting that you possess an extraordinary ability? Bai Su nodded slightly, affirming, indeed. The residents at the foot of the mountain frequently consume the meals I prepare. If you doubt my word, you may inquire with them. My child, who previously suffered from blindness in the left eye, gradually recovered due to my cooking. She had previously requested Liu Tingyan to keep her circumstances confidential, for she was an exiled refugee from abroad, and her identity remained unresolved. To recklessly disclose this matter would jeopardize her safety. However, the situation had since changed. She was now a legitimate citizen within the Federation, and through the high-profile online persona of Yin Xiaolu, she had gained a more secure platform for exposure. The food safety officer was positively elated, exclaiming, Do you truly possess special abilities? My goodness, we have been so presumptuous. Yin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively wanting to start a live broadcast and activate the camera. Yet, Upon realizing that the young female before him harbored extraordinary powers, undoubtedly of an esteemed status, he hesitated to offend her. The crowd, resembling perplexed monks, could not suppress their curiosity and scrutinized Bai Su from head to toe. Several male journalists hidden among them discreetly activated their cameras to record the unfolding scene. The scarcity of females within the empire made the prospect of one possessing special abilities almost unheard of. Throughout the history of the Interstellar Federation, only a handful of females with such powers had been documented. If Bai Su truly possessed these abilities, it would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking revelation. Bai Su, however, my supernatural abilities are not particularly high. I am merely a level 2 beast man. Recently, I suddenly awakened my powers and discovered that my food possesses healing properties. This revelation inspired me to open this restaurant, with the hope of aiding more people. Yan Xiaolu's eyes flashed with understanding. It was no wonder. Generally speaking, females endowed with supernatural abilities would undoubtedly be of great interest to the Federation. How could one find themselves in such a remote area? Moreover, it appears to have been previously overlooked. I recall a news report regarding child trafficking, and this place seemed to have been an orphanage, struggling to make ends meet. The food safety officer quickly waved his hand. Please do not blame yourself. Awakening such powers is indeed a remarkable achievement. Yan Xiaolu hastily added, the dishes you prepare are truly exquisite. It is magnificent, a miracle. Even if you lack healing abilities, you are still an extraordinary female. Bai Su chuckled softly, glancing at the crowd. If there are no objections, I shall be opening a shop shortly, as noon approaches. Residents from the village often come up the mountain to place their orders for takeout. Yan Xiaolu promptly nodded and stepped aside. The throng of people swiftly retreated from the courtyard. Bai Su could sense that someone was secretly filming her. Yet she feigned ignorance and called out to a few young ones to swiftly prepare for the store opening. Once the tables and chairs were arranged and various ingredients were ready, Bai Su began setting up her equipment for a live broadcast in the kitchen. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers recalled having previously come across her profile, and they instinctively rushed to follow her and send her gifts. Yan Xiaolu entered once more, ordering the same dishes as the day before, taking a seat in the same spot. He decided to record an eating broadcast to help the young female clarify the rumors circulating online, conveniently mentioning her unique abilities and the healing properties of the meals she prepared. As soon as the video was released, it stirred an immense uproar. For Yan Xiaolu's title was shocking. Are ability females producing drugs in the suburbs of the capital? Being an experienced internet surfer, he boasted nearly 10 million followers on his account within the Interstellar Federation network, coupled with an explosive title. The moment the video was posted, it garnered thousands of likes within mere seconds. In just a few minutes, the number of likes surged into the tens of thousands. Within less than 10 minutes, his video ascended to trending status. The video included a location tag, and soon, an increasing number of people were drawn to the mountaintop orphanage. The villagers below, unaware of the unfolding spectacle, initially came merely to order food, but found themselves unable to resist the allure of the commotion, opting to order meals and dine in the store. The establishment soon became overcrowded. Many patrons were not genuinely interested in dining, instead lingering outside the courtyard, craning their necks to peer inside. Those unable to see resorted to pulling out their phones to watch Bai Su's livestream. When Lu Tingyin arrived, he was greeted by the sight of a throng of males outside, their eyes fixated intently on Bai Su, drooling over the live broadcast. Author's note, gratitude to the lovely supporter for the donation. Double updates on the way, moi. Chapter 29. Colonel Lu spills the vinegar jar upon entering the courtyard. His brow furrowed, and before he could inquire about the situation, he spotted a slick-tongued streamer leaning against the window, attempting to flirt with Bai Su. Little female, where did you learn to cook? You're truly impressive. Wow, amazing. Your knife skills with the radish are exquisite. It smells so good. You're incredible, so diligent. Did you really make all these dishes by yourself? You seem so skilled. It must be tiring. Look at you, you're sweating. This male was clearly interested in Bai Su. Can't Bai Su discern the nature of this female? Is she truly unperturbed? Her every response, coupled with a beaming smile, is it merely a performance for him? Is he the sole one ensnared in this tumultuous and distressing predicament? Bai Su, this heartless female, did not even notice his late arrival of half an hour. In the courtyard, a throng of males surrounded her, their gazes filled with intensity, yet she remained utterly oblivious. Indeed, this is how she is. Reveling in the adoration of males, relishing the sensation of being the center of attention, akin to a star amidst a constellation. with so many admirers. Her vanity must have been immensely gratified, wouldn't it? This woman would hardly concern herself with him, an obsolete leader of the Federation. Compared to the multitude of males orbiting around her, what was he? Lu Tingyan snorted disdainfully and turned to depart. Bai Xiaolang cast a fleeting glance at his retreating figure, rolled his eyes, and resumed his work. The yordle, who had silently followed, hesitated as he observed the industrious Bai Su in the kitchen. After much internal conflict, he ultimately resolved to pursue his colonel first. Bai Su was indeed quite busy. She had originally prepared ingredients for 2 meals throughout the day, but by 1 p.m., everything had been sold out, prompting an early closure of the shop. Bai Su took a deep breath, feeling a surge of joy at the thought of so many people coming to savor her culinary creations. With renewed spirit and a smile, she emerged from the kitchen, only to find a queue of eager guests still awaiting their turn in the courtyard. She felt a pang of regret as she addressed the crowd. I sincerely apologize, but due to the overwhelming number of patrons today, our supplies are limited. Please do come back tomorrow, as we are about to close for the evening. So early, one guest exclaimed. I just arrived, after being tempted by the aroma of the food all afternoon, and now I've left empty-handed. Woe is me. Oh dear. It seems I'll have to return tomorrow, another lamented. What time do you open tomorrow? Yes, what time do you open? I shall come early to queue. Bai Su chuckled. I shall open the shop half an hour earlier tomorrow, at 10:30. For those who wish to savor the delicacies, feel free to come. I shall endeavor to prepare a greater variety of dishes. Splendid. Prepare plenty, came the enthusiastic response. I intend to indulge in 3 servings tomorrow. No way. You mustn't overindulge. If you eat more, there will be less for others. I shall indulge as I please. Does my wealth not grant me that right? The crowd, filled with lively chatter, exited the courtyard. Bai Su let out a sigh of relief as she returned to the living room, collapsing onto the sofa. Director, mother. Bai Xiaolang hurriedly approached her, concern etched upon his face as he gently touched her cheek. Are you all right? Bai Su wearily shook her head and said, It's nothing. I'm just overly fatigued. You should also take a rest soon, having toiled for such a long time. Bai Xiaolang tenderly leaned closer, gently touching his nose to Bai Su's. Director Mama, if you're feeling too weary, you need not sell such an abundance of vegetables. If money is tight, we can certainly eat a little less. Bai Su chuckled, gently ruffling his hair. What nonsense are you speaking? Opening a restaurant is my own dream. It merely serves as a means to earn a living for you all. Now, do not overthink it. We have much to attend to tomorrow. I shall rest for half an hour, and then we will have our meal, shall we? Bai Xiaolang nodded vigorously. Bai Su suddenly burst into laughter, playfully lifting Bai Xiaolang by his armpits to gauge his weight. Bai Xiaolang was taken aback, and when he regained his composure, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Although his face bore the expression of a slight paralysis, the wildly wagging tail behind him betrayed his elation. Bai Su nodded in affirmation. Indeed, quite remarkable. There has been a notable increase in robustness, particularly in the arms and legs. At merely 4 years of age, Bai Xiaolang's height has yet to surpass Bai Su's waist. He has become noticeably fairer since her arrival and has gained 2 pounds. Finally feeling a bit weighty in her arms, Bai Su experiences a profound sense of accomplishment. Eat well, grow strong. Bai Xiaolang's eyes sparkled with brilliance, yet he feigned composure as he nodded. Indeed. Bai Su chuckled softly, releasing him from her grasp. Why do you resemble Lu Tingyan? At such a tender age, maintaining a frosty demeanor is unwarranted. Smile when you feel joy. It is not a matter of great consequence. Affected coolness is hardly a commendable habit. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Bai Xiaolang's eyes. I have no connection with that wicked villain. Bai Su chuckled as she playfully ruffled his hair, saying, If it doesn't matter, then why are you in such a fluster? Bai Xiaolang abruptly fell silent, offering her a hasty response before turning on his heels and sprinting up the stairs. Bai Su chuckled softly, shaking her head as she turned to urge the other children to take their baths. These little rascals, having previously followed the original owner, were all averse to bathing, looking like muddy little monkeys rather than the charming little beastmen they were. Upon hearing the announcement of bath time, the 2 kittens and the little tiger's faces fell. Director Mama, may we skip the bath? We are feline beastmen and can clean ourselves without the need for a wash. As a cat, I also don't require one. Bai Su's lips twitched slightly. This does not excuse your muddy appearance. Before I finish tidying up the dishes, let us see who hasn't bathed properly. I may have to personally hunt down the culprits. The little ones, frightened, hurriedly covered their tails and scampered upstairs, exclaiming, Director Mama, Please take your time. Bai Su chuckled softly, shaking her head as she turned to roll up her sleeves and begin washing the dishes. Bai Xiaolang concealed himself around the corner of the staircase, observing the heartwarming scene below, a shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. The director, his mother, had finally transformed into someone so kind, and he had only just begun to feel the warmth of a home. No matter what that wicked scoundrel, Lu Tingyin, said, he would never accompany him. He had firmly decided that the director was his mother. He had no need for a father. Since the moment of his birth, he had been a lone wolf, requiring no other wolf to care for him. His territorial instinct was exceptionally strong from the instant Lu Tingyin set foot in the orphanage. He had harbored a disdain for this overly formidable wolf beast. For males, the scent on one another serves as a provocation. Even if one day Lu Tingyin were to bring forth the so-called biological mother, he would not leave with them. As night fell, after finishing her bath, Bai Su felt drowsy, but was abruptly roused by the persistent sound of knocking from downstairs. She yawned and turned over, attempting to sink back into her slumber. However, the relentless knocking seemed to have taken a personal interest in her, echoing every few seconds. Irritated, she finally climbed out of bed and made her way to the door. To her surprise, it was Lu Tingyin standing there. She paused for a moment, somewhat at a loss for words. "Colonel, what brings you here at this late hour?" Lu Tingyin took a step back, awkwardly raising a hand to touch his nose, his demeanor cool and detached. "I came for dinner." Bai Su cast a curious glance at him, then discreetly glanced at herself. She had just taken a bath that evening, fragrant and clean. There should be no unpleasant odor. Why was he avoiding her? Was there something off-putting about her scent? Bai Su retorted with irritation, "Am I your personal chef? Do you expect me to get up at any hour to prepare a midnight snack for you?" Lu Tingyin pressed his lips together and replied, "Dinner." Bai Su looked at him curiously. "Did you not eat anything this evening?" Lu Tingyian's gaze darkened slightly. "I haven't had a meal all day. Were you not aware?" Bai Su paused for a moment, and after some reflection, she suddenly realized, "Oh, it seems so. I didn't notice until you mentioned it." Lu Tingyian's expression darkened instantly. When he arrived at noon, he happened to see Bai Su surrounded by a throng of men, all eyeing her with keen interest. How infuriating. He actually believed that by not coming to dine with Bai Su in the afternoon and evening, she would be concerned about him. He had truly overestimated this carefree woman. End of chapter. Chapter 30. Bai Su accuses him of being too honest. Lu Tingyin closed his eyes, striving to convince himself that his evening visit to Bai Su was necessitated by urgent matters, rather than any other reason. He strode into the dining hall. "I have something to ask you, and I might as well dine while I'm here." Bai Su, with a fierce glint in her eye, contemplated delivering a sharp blow to the back of his head. However, she resigned herself to the task at hand and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. She retrieved 5 or 6 pounds of premium fresh beef, purchased earlier in the afternoon, with the intention of crafting a savory beef stew. Suddenly, Lu Tingyin inquired, "I hear you have awakened your healing abilities? When did this occur?" Bai Su did not respond. Not long ago, she suddenly realized that the dishes she prepared were quite delectable, and remarkably, her minor injuries had healed after indulging in them. She had already formulated her explanation. Lu Tingyin inquired once more, "How did Bai Xiaolang end up at your orphanage?" Bai Su was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Lu Tingyin reiterated. "I wish to know how he arrived at the orphanage. When you took him in, did he possess any items that could verify his identity? Or was there someone who brought him here?" The question struck at the heart of the matter. Bai Su had conveniently erased a year's worth of memories, leaving her utterly ignorant of Bai Xiaolang's origins. A sense of unease enveloped her, as she feared that Lu Tingyin might uncover the truth. Bai Su hurriedly inquired within her mind, "Can the Federation's technology detect my brainwaves? Will it uncover that I am not the same person as the original?" The system reassured her, saying, "Rest assured, host. With the current state of technology in this world, your identity from another realm will remain undiscovered." Bai Su let out a quiet sigh of relief, resolved to lay her cards on the table. "I do not know. In truth, I have lost all memories from the year I arrived at the orphanage." Lu Tingyin paused momentarily in his rhythmic tapping on the table, taken aback by her unexpected response. Without betraying any emotion, he studied her expression through the reflection in the kitchen mirror. "Is that so? You have no recollection of the entire year you spent at the orphanage when you were 18? Bai Su nodded, "Indeed. I have no recollection since the day before my 18th birthday. The next memory I possess is from a year later, celebrating my birthday in the orphanage." Lu Tingyin leaned back slightly, his brow furrowing. "Such a fragmented loss of memory?" Bai Su nodded, expressing her curiosity. I wonder why you harbor such disdain for me. What have I done to evoke such strong feelings? Lu Tingyin fixed his gaze intensely upon her countenance, his taut back and the drooping tail betraying his current state of peril. It was evident that he remained unconvinced. Lu Tingyin remarked, I believe the technology of the Federation is not advanced enough to erase a beastman's particular memory with the precision of deleting a file. Nor would any institution dare to undertake such actions against a female of the Bai family within the jurisdiction of the Federation. Bai Su gracefully placed the prepared beef into the stew pot and turned to gaze at Lu Tingyin. After a prolonged silence, Lu Tingyin found himself waiting in vain for her to speak. Bai Su strode over and, without a hint of courtesy, delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. If you don't believe it, then don't ask. Why seek answers from others only to doubt them? What are you doing here at this late hour, pestering me? Are you out of your mind? Lu Tingyin stood there in disbelief, cradling the back of his head. Bai Su rolled her eyes in exasperation. Are you suggesting that a woman would dare to lay a hand on me? Lu Tingyin. Bai Su raised her hand once more, poised as if to strike him. Lu Tingyin, surprisingly forgetting to resist, instinctively turned his face away to evade her. The anticipated slap, however, never descended. Bai Su had returned to the stove to prepare other ingredients. Without turning her head, she remarked, if you find yourself idly bored, do help me procure some fresh ingredients. I would be grateful. Lu Tingyin found it difficult to articulate his current feelings. Before the evening, he had nearly altered his perception of this woman. Although his rational mind warned him that she was a person willing to employ any means to achieve her goals and could not be easily trusted, his emotions, driven by an uncontrollable affinity, leaned towards her. The dishes she prepared seemed to possess an enchanting allure, evoking a myriad of warm, comforting emotions, akin to being enveloped in the warmth of a family, causing both body and mind to relax involuntarily. He inquired about Bai Xiaolang, deliberately sidestepping discussions of the past, merely wishing to understand the origins of Bai Xiaolang. Had he not known Bai Su's inability to bear children, he might have believed that Bai Xiaolang was indeed her offspring. As the boy bore a striking resemblance to her from certain angles, the likeness became increasingly pronounced. Moreover, he had not anticipated her complete denial of past events. Employing such a clumsy excuse, it was impossible to suppress his anger. Did she perceive him as a fool? All memories remained intact. Yet she conveniently lost the recollection of the year she turned 18, particularly on the pivotal date preceding her birthday. It was utterly absurd. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated choking the woman, demanding she pay the bloody price for her despicable actions in the past. However, after being scolded by Bai Su, his turbulent emotions dissipated like sand, leaving him unexpectedly calm. The beef stew simmered on the stove, producing a muffled gurgling sound, while the rich aroma of meat permeated the kitchen. It was this very scent that stirred one's appetite, allowing a sense of relaxation to wash over. Reminiscent of childhood spent safely beside parents, enveloped in the warmth of home. As Lu Tingyin drifted into his thoughts, Bai Su had already prepared the meat and placed it on the table before him. His substantial appetite, compounded by the injuries he bore, demanded a hearty meal. Thank you, he said, taking a spoon and bowl, filling it generously with rice, and beginning to savor the evening's dinner. The beef stew was rich and flavorful, the sauce thick and savory. Each piece of perfectly cubed beef was tender and juicy, releasing a burst of flavor with every bite, tantalizing his palate. Paired with a bowl of fluffy, ample white rice, it was the ideal accompaniment. Having skipped lunch and dinner, he was indeed quite hungry. However, with Bai Su watching nearby and years of cultivated habits, he maintained an elegant dining demeanor, eating cleanly and gracefully, though not at a slow pace. Bai Su rested her chin on her hand, admiring from the side. Indeed, Lu Tingyin was remarkably handsome. After all, he was one of the protagonists in the novel. A man worthy of entering the heroine's harem, not an ordinary individual. Good looks were merely a basic requirement. Lu Tingyin had once been the leader of the Wolf clan and a colonel in the military, commanding hundreds of battles of varying scales. His years of service had honed within him an extraordinary physical prowess. In the narrative, Lu Tingyin was not particularly romantic in matters of the heart. Rather, he was a man of action, quite literally a doer. He possessed a fierce intensity, capable of achieving remarkable feats. The thought that the man she had tirelessly nurtured with her culinary skills would eventually be handed over to the heroine made her feel a wave of discomfort. Suddenly, Lu Tingyin remarked, I thought Bai Xiaolang was your child. His age perfectly aligns with the timeline from back then. Chapter 31. establishing a new partnership with Lu Tingyan. Bai Su's expression darkened as he said, "Colonel, you have previously posed this question to me, and I have already provided you with an answer." Lu Tingyan replied, "While I remain uncertain as to how your fertility has vanished, the timing of his birth aligns with that incident from years past." In the corner of the second floor, Bai Shaoling crouched stealthily, eavesdropping on the conversation below. As a wolf beast man, his hearing was exceptionally acute. He did not need to draw near to discern the dialogue with clarity. Could it be possible that he is the child of the director's mother? Perhaps he could find a way to verify this. A flicker of excitement crossed Bai Shaolong's eyes as he heard the information he yearned for, and he stealthily returned to his room. "Bai Su, you have repeatedly emphasized the past, yet I must apologize, for I truly do not recall. Perhaps you could recount those events once more, Colonel? It might jog my memory and save her the trouble of investigating." Lu Tingyan, lost in thought. His gaze turned frosty. There is no need to reminisce. After all, it was not a pleasant affair. The attempt at conversation fell flat. Bai Su scornfully remarked on his overly vigilant nature and then introduced the second topic of their plan. "Colonel Lu, our contract has reached its expiration, has it not? The funds you provided for meals have been exhausted, and the renovations at the orphanage have long since concluded. You need not come here daily to partake of my hospitality." Lu Tingyan's actions came to an abrupt halt, as he suddenly found the food in his bowl to be unappetizing. The restaurant fell into an immediate silence. Only the faint sounds of summer insects from the night outside could be heard, while a gentle night breeze wafted in, carrying with it a hint of the cool mountain air. Lu Tingyan pressed his lips together, his jawline taut, and his typically impassive face grew even more austere. Bai Su observed as his wolf ears and tail gradually drooped, while his face remained frozen in an icy expression, exuding an air of indifference and immobility akin to a mountain. She nearly suppressed a laugh at the sight. Is it the common demeanor of all wolf beastmen? Bai Shaoling is like this, and so is Lu Tingyan. Bai Su continued at a leisurely pace. "Moreover, I have already opened my restaurant. I am exceedingly busy every day, and it is quite challenging to attend to your meals. Cooking is a physically demanding task, and I find myself quite exhausted." Lu Tingyan's expression drooped a little more. Bai Su, maintaining her composure, poured herself a glass of water to mask the almost uncontrollable smile at the corners of her mouth. Once she sensed that the mood had been sufficiently heightened, she leisurely remarked, "Ah, you see, as I am in the business of hospitality and a woman at that, it is inevitable that I encounter disturbances from time to time. Dealing with such matters is already quite a headache. Where would I find the energy to attend to your needs?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tingyan's tail wagged vigorously once more. He cleared his throat, attempting to feign calmness. "If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask me." Yet, the hand that held the bowl revealed subtle veins, a testament to the strength within his long, knuckled fingers. The narrative describes that his hands, accustomed to wielding a firearm, were calloused and rough, the thickened skin and elongated fingers demonstrating both dexterity and formidable power when grasping a gun. Indeed, in all endeavors, he exhibited both agility and strength, often finding unique and remarkable applications for his skills. Bai Su raised an eyebrow, averting her gaze with a hint of embarrassment. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I can't keep imposing on you." Lu Tingyan responded, "Your assistant has informed me about your store's situation. There are persistent attacks during your live streams, and today, someone even caused a disturbance at your shop." Bai Su let out a helpless sigh. "Indeed, I often find myself unjustly accused, and I have grown accustomed to shouldering the blame." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tingyan spoke in a deep voice, "Let us establish a new contract. I will ensure that your establishment operates safely, and should any conflicts arise or should you encounter difficulties, you may seek my assistance. In return, I will come here daily to address the matter of meals." In truth, upon seeing the news that she possessed extraordinary abilities, he had formulated this plan. Females are considered treasures of the Interstellar Federation, and those endowed with special powers are regarded as the most precious among them. Although she is merely at the second level, her abilities render her exceedingly valuable. This situation is still unfolding online, and the Federation has yet to take action. Those elders are notoriously arrogant and dismissive of online news, likely believing it to be yet another sensational fabrication by some internet celebrity. If he does not act decisively, other factions may seize the opportunity to intervene. Bai Su was captivated by the collaborative content, her full and luscious lips unconsciously parting slightly, revealing a glimpse of her moist, delicate tongue and pristine white teeth. She appeared to be contemplating the feasibility of the other party's proposal, utterly oblivious to the man across from her, whose gaze was fixated upon her, the heat in his eyes gradually transforming into something more intense. Bai Su finally nodded, conceding, "All right, I agree." After saying this, she shyly touched her nose and added, "I will have to trouble Colonel Liu from now on." Liu Tingyan nonchalantly responded, lowering his eyelids, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction in his elongated gaze. Bai Su turned towards the kitchen, saying, "Let me prepare a dessert for you. Eating so late is not conducive to digestion." In that fleeting moment as she turned, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in her eyes. Tonight, her objective had been accomplished. Bai Su's dining establishment has flourished remarkably, attracting an ever-growing number of patrons who are drawn not only by her culinary creations, but also by their enchanting flavors, turning them into loyal repeat customers. Her awakening of healing abilities has further endeared her to the public, who readily accept her dish prices, which are comparable to those of canned goods. Bai Su had already garnered some attention for her prior assistance in rescuing over 100 young beast men. Recently, she has attracted an even larger following due to her awakened abilities as a female and her live broadcasts. Many beastmen who dined at her restaurant found themselves healed by her exquisite cuisine, alleviating numerous chronic ailments they had long endured. Official accounts of the Federation even took it upon themselves to report on Bai Su's remarkable deeds, promoting the virtues of healthy eating. Thanks to Bai Su's mountaintop eatery, a small-scale culinary revival has emerged within the Federation, advocating for the consumption of unadulterated foods while rejecting processed products and technological additives. Although her intentions were not aimed at any particular group, several canned food and nutritional supplement manufacturers felt slighted and began to covertly ostracize this audacious young female. Despite her rarity and the recent surge in popularity, which has garnered her widespread admiration from netizens, this does not impede unscrupulous merchants from secretly manipulating market prices. Bai Su recently discovered that the prices of many fresh ingredients she had procured have risen significantly, leading to an increase in costs. The number of patrons dining in her establishment has also dwindled. Fortunately, she had secured a collaboration with Liu Tingyan, whose support has enabled her to stabilize the cost of ingredients. Sensing that the time was ripe, she published a notice on her internet account seeking information about 3 missing young beast folk: a small serpent beast folk, a tiny spider beast folk, and a little lizard beast folk. She also sought Liu Tingyan's assistance, requesting his discreet help in locating the lost creatures. This matter loomed over her like a sword, representing her most pressing concern. Meanwhile, Liu Tingyan seemed distracted, lost in his own thoughts. Bai Su, feeling helpless, raised her hand and waved it in front of him. "I am speaking to you. Are you even listening?" Liu Tingyan regained his composure, his gaze momentarily flickering as he cleared his throat, his ears tinged with crimson. "I will remember. I shall assist you in locating the 3 lost orc children." Bai Su nodded affirmatively, stating that this matter held great significance for her, as they were all children of immense importance to her. However, Liu Tingyan abruptly shifted the conversation, inquiring whether she had recently lost considerable weight and if running the shop had been particularly arduous. Bai Su was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, I've indeed lost some weight." She had intentionally embarked on a weight loss journey, and with the healing properties of her food, many impurities had been expelled from her body. Now, her weight was comfortably maintained at just over 130 pounds. Standing at a height of 162 centimeters, this weight was quite acceptable. Her figure was noticeably curvaceous. Yet she radiated health. She contemplated that a weight around 110 to 120 pounds would be ideal. In truth, she did not favor an excessively slender physique. Being too thin compromised one's ability for self-defense and lacked the intimidating presence when necessary. Health, after all, was paramount. The range of 110 to 120 pounds would ensure she remained neither excessively gaunt nor unhealthily overweight. Chapter 32. Bai Su turned out to be the mother of a little wolf cub. Bai Su nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, I've lost a bit of weight. It's healthier this way." Liu Tingyan, upon hearing this, refrained from further comments, offering a few casual remarks before hastily departing. Bai Su cast a glance at her figure, then turned her gaze towards the direction in which Liu Tingyan had departed, letting out a soft click of her tongue. Suddenly, the system interjected, "You need not be so troubled about whether he is the future partner of the heroine. At present, he shares no connection with her and remains a normal singleton. Having a child with him would not pose any conflict at all. Bai Su, morally, there is certainly no issue, but I fear the influence of the female lead's halo." The system could not help but whisper, "How do you know that you do not possess the female lead's halo?" Bai Su, do I have it? System, not at the moment, but you can seize it back. Bai Su was momentarily taken aback. Retrieve it? What do you mean? The protagonist's halo does not belong to me. How could it be described as reclaiming? Yet, the system abruptly stammered, and no, it's nothing. Well, my system requires an upgrade. So I shall take my leave now. Good night, good night. Bai Su raised an eyebrow, her gaze flickering momentarily, and chose not to pursue the matter further. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain prickling her scalp. Hastily, she covered her head and turned around, only to find a little turnip head standing on the staircase of the second floor, having launched a surprise attack from behind. Bai Su chuckled and asked, "What are you up to?" Bai Xiaolang chuckled bashfully and said, "It's nothing. I just noticed that you had a white hair, so I plucked it for you." Bai Su did not dwell on it, gently ruffling his little head. "All right, go play by yourself. Today, it's your turn to take a break. Let the kittens and little tiger assist in the shop." Bai Xiaolang obediently nodded and turned, ascending the stairs with a measured tread. At the corner of the staircase, he spread his palm, revealing several soft, slender strands of black hair. He plucked a single hair from his own head and added it to the collection, observing Bai Su bustling about below. Bai Xiaolang's eyes glimmered momentarily as he discreetly borrowed the public phone on the second floor of the orphanage to call Lu Tingyin. "Please come to pick me up. I need to make a trip to the hospital." Bai Xiaolang trimmed Bai Su's hair to a length nearly identical to his own. Lu Tingyin, following Bai Xiaolang's instructions, parked the car at the foot of the mountain. Bai Xiaolang seized the opportunity amid the bustling activity of the shop and stealthily slipped out through the back door. Nimbly climbing onto Lu Tingyin's vehicle, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What brings you to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell?" Bai Xiaolang tossed Bai Su's hair to him, saying, "This is the hair I discreetly took from your clothing. Did you not express doubts about my identity as your son? Let us proceed to the hospital for a paternity test." Lu Tingyin's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "There's no need for that. I have already collected your hair for testing, and it has been confirmed that you are indeed my son." Bai Xiaolang's eyes flickered slightly as he coldly turned his face away. "Your inspection is insufficient. We shall conduct another examination. I must personally witness both the process and the outcome to prevent any possibility of deceit." His grip on the safety belt tightened slightly, revealing a hint of anxiety. Lu Tingyin assumed that Bai was merely grappling with the unexpected arrival of his father, and thus did not ponder the matter further. "Very well," he replied. Bai Xiaolang secretly exhaled in relief. Upon their arrival at the hospital, he personally handed over 2 samples of hair to the doctor. The little fellow, barely taller than a child's bottom, wore an expression of solemnity and composure, which irresistibly amused the doctor and nurses, stirring within them an overwhelming desire to caress his delicate, fair face and his adorable plush ears. With the advanced technology of the Federation, the paternity test results emerged in less than 10 minutes. Bai Xiaolang stood at the entrance of the doctor's office, preventing Lu Tingyin from entering. "You shall wait here. I will inquire with the doctor myself." Lu Tingyin responded with a puzzled expression. "Bai Xiaolang, lest you threaten the doctor with your gaze to compel him to fabricate a lie for you." Lu Tingyin's lips twitched slightly. "I have no desire to weave such a clumsy deception for someone who is not my biological child. In any case, you are not permitted to enter." With that, Bai Xiaolang entered the office, shutting Lu Tingyin outside. He quickly climbed onto the chair opposite the doctor's desk, sitting obediently. "Doctor, what is the verdict? Is he truly my biological child?" The doctor, holding the report, responded with a hint of confusion. "Indeed, he is biological. However, this genetic test appears erroneous. Colonel Lu is a snow wolf, and furthermore, he is male." "How can this be?" Bai Xiaolang only caught the first part, instantly scrambling onto the desk and seizing the doctor's collar. "Is he truly my biological child? Is it really true?" The doctor, startled by his sudden outburst, numbly nodded. "Yes, indeed he is your biological child. The test report states it unequivocally. But could it be that you mistakenly used your mother's hair?" Bai Xiaolang leapt with exuberance, his mouth nearly stretching to the roots of his ears. The door creaked open, and Lu Tingyin stood at the threshold, arms crossed, remarking, "Why is my son so exhilarated?" Bai Xiaolang suppressed his smile and cast a disdainful glance at him, retorting, "What business is it of yours?" Bai Xiaolang descended from the table and, with a cold snort directed at Lu Tingyin, declared, "Wait for me. I must attend to the restroom." Lu Tingyin, of course, had no objections. Bai Xiaolang ventured into the restroom and soon discerned that Lu Tingyin's aide, Yodel, was stealthily shadowing him. A flicker of disdain crossed the young one's eyes. Upon entering the restroom, he skillfully utilized his petite stature to escape through the window of another stall. His demeanor shifted to one of somber composure, a stark contrast to the innocent exuberance displayed moments earlier in the office. He crouched down to sniff the ground, tracing the scent from before, and successfully located the laboratory, where the personnel were diligently engaged in their tasks. Bai Su, employing his fifth-tier skill of absolute invisibility, stealthily infiltrated the laboratory. This mastery had been attained just days prior. After consuming food prepared by Bai Su, his body gradually regained its strength, leading him to awaken the cloaking ability. With subtle indications of an impending breakthrough to the sixth tier, Bai Su entered the laboratory, following a distinct scent that led him to a strand of hair left on the testing table, untouched. Silently, he exchanged it for a lock of Lieutenant's hair. Once he completed this task, he turned and departed. Currently, his skill level was insufficient. His mastery over the invisibility technique was still rudimentary, allowing him to remain unseen for a mere 30 seconds. After replacing the hair, he navigated back through the ventilation ducts to the restroom, returning to his stall. He was acutely aware that Lu Tingyan, the notorious schemer, would undoubtedly harbor suspicions, and the doctor would convey today's test results to him. Should Lu Tingyan request another examination, he would surely discover the truth. By substituting the hair, his intention was to ensure that Lu Tingyan could not trace anything back to Bai Su. The previous results were known to him alone. Should another test be conducted, the doctor would simply assume that an assistant had mishandled the test report. Bai Su lingered in the restroom for quite some time before emerging. Lu Tingyan was in his office, conversing with a doctor, his brow furrowed deeply as if it could crush a fly. The doctor's demeanor was exaggerated, as though he were fervently attempting to justify something. Bai Su cleared his throat and pushed open the door, entering the room. "Colonel Lu, what are you doing?" Lu Tingyan's eyes flickered momentarily. "It's nothing. Now that the results have come out and you are aware of them, are you satisfied? Let us proceed." Bai Su said nothing and followed him out of the hospital, getting into the car. "Lu Tingyan, the fact that you are my son is beyond doubt." "Bai Su, it matters not. It does not affect my recognition of you as my father." "Lu Tingyan, Bai Su, my only home is the orphanage, and my only family is the matron. Do not think to tear us apart." "Tear us apart?" Lu Tingyan gazed at him, his eyes reflecting an ambiguous meaning. "How do you know I am here to separate you rather than to join you?" "Oh, it makes no difference. You are not welcome." Bai Su remained impervious to persuasion. Lu Tingyan pinched the bridge of his nose. "Bai Su is truly that remarkable? Did you not previously harbor ulterior motives to drive her away? I discerned your intentions during the incident at the mountaintop orphanage." Chapter 33. Rescuing the mysterious elder and acquiring the ring of trust. Of course, the matron is wonderful. Bai Su feared that he might discover the truth about Bai Su's previous mistreatment of them, forcibly taking him away. "The matron is the most admirable person in the world. She is far more capable than you, a father who appeared out of nowhere. If you dare to separate me from the matron, you will be my eternal adversary." Lu Tingyan scoffed. "I do not perceive becoming your enemy as a perilous affair. After all, you are merely a weakling, are you not?" Bai Su sensed a provocation. "Just keep your distance from my esteemed mother, the dean." The atmosphere within the vehicle was tense, as Yodel silently raised the partition between the driver's seat and the back seat. It was best for him not to interfere too much in the colonel's family matters. Catering to one formidable master was already a challenge. Adding a troublesome little overlord would surely jeopardize his well-being. Bai Su returned to the mountaintop orphanage, only to find the shop had already closed for the day. A group of males were fawning over Bai Su, surrounding her while flattering and murmuring sweet nothings. Lu Tingyan's expression darkened, his face stretched long with discontent. Bai Su's expression was no better than his. He leaped from the vehicle and hurriedly dashed into the crowd, pushing through the throng to grasp Bai Su's thigh, exclaiming, "Mother." He deliberately refrained from uttering the title of the dean. Bai Su was enveloped in a warm embrace. Her heart softened as she chuckled. "How did you return from outside? Did you sneak out to play?" Bai Su obediently nodded. Then, with a hint of grievance, reached out. She desired her mother's embrace. The countenance of the surrounding males shifted dramatically. "Mother?" This enchanting little female already had a primary mate. Although Bai Su possesses extraordinary abilities, her level is merely at 2, which may hinder her reproductive capabilities. While her appearance and culinary skills may enhance her appeal, she remains unrecognized by the Bai family. The position of her first beast husband may still hold some allure, Yet should she occupy the role of a second beast husband? It would be deemed rather inappropriate, as her status would be excessively diminished. Bai Su couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was quite clear that she understood the clumsy intentions of the little one. She did not refuse, instead smiling warmly as she picked the small creature up and cradled it in her arms. Turning to the crowd, she bid them farewell. As you can see, the shop is now closed, and I truly cannot spare the time to attend to everyone. If you wish for anything, please do come early tomorrow. The males dispersed in unison, bidding her a friendly goodbye. Bai Shaoling nestled contentedly in her embrace, his small hands tightly clinging to her neck. This was his mother, his very own mother. Bai Su sensed the little one's sudden affection and reliance. Although somewhat perplexed, she did not refuse. Instead, she cradled him gently and patted him, saying, "Our little wolf cub seems particularly clingy today. Where did you wander off to play? Did we not agree that you needed to rest because you weren't feeling well? What would you like to eat?" Bai Shaoling nestled comfortably in the crook of her neck, inhaling the warm and sweet scent of peaches emanating from her. Completely relaxing as he softly murmured, "Can I call you Mom if I wish to savor the chicken noodle soup you make?" "Of course," she replied. "Then let us have noodles for lunch today." Outside, beneath the trees, Lu Tingyan sat quietly in his luxury car, his gaze fixed on the warm scene unfolding within. The depths of his elongated, profound eyes flickered with inscrutable thoughts. Yodel cautiously inquired, "Young master is quite fond of Miss Bai. Shall we take him back?" Silence enveloped the car. It was not until the fragrant aroma of comforting food wafted through the courtyard that Lu Tingyan spoke. "Let him stay here for now. We shall return to the military department." Yodel was taken aback. "Are we heading back now? Your health has not yet fully recovered. Wouldn't that expose you?" Lu Tingyan merely raised an eyebrow. Yodel quickly straightened his posture, almost forgetting that his esteemed colonel had a particular aversion to having his decisions questioned. As night fell, Bai Su still held a bowl of mung bean porridge at the doorway, her gaze imbued with a hint of concern. Bai Shaoling inquired with confusion, "Mother, what is it that you are waiting for?" Bai Su gazed at the mountain trail, her eyes reflecting a tinge of concern. "There is an elderly gentleman who comes to dine at the shop daily. He had promised to collect some vegetables today, yet he has not arrived. I fear that something unfortunate may have befallen him." Bai Shaoling pondered for a moment. "Is it that venerable old gentleman, adorned in a Zhongshan suit, with a pair of rhino horns atop his head?" Bai Su nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is he." Bai Shaoling candidly remarked, "It seems I have been constantly sensing his presence in the vicinity." Upon hearing this, Bai Su stood up with a hint of concern. "In that case, let us search for him. Given his advanced age, should his health falter, he might faint and fall into some thicket." She held a deep fondness for her grandfather, as he seemed to possess a profound understanding of gastronomy. For the past few days, he had frequented her establishment for meals and offered her some remarkably insightful advice. Just yesterday, he had recommended a new ingredient to her. In the realm of beasts, where fatty beef was absent, she had mentioned how delightful it was for hot pot, and he informed her that there existed a type of poultry with meat remarkably akin to the texture she described. It was rare for her to encounter a kindred spirit in the culinary arts in this world of beasts. Moreover, although the elderly gentleman donned simple attire, he maintained a clean and orderly appearance, making it difficult not to feel an affinity towards him. Bai Shaoling nodded obediently. Fortunately, the two of them ventured out to search. Bai Su followed the keen nose of Bai Shaoling and discovered an elderly man collapsed in the grass not far from the shop. The old man's complexion was ashen, and beside him lay a scattered bottle of small pills, which were indicated to be for the treatment of heart disease. Bai Su promptly administered the medication according to the dosage indicated on the bottle and, together with Bai Shaoling, assisted the elderly man back to the shop. Fortunately, it was not far from the establishment. The old man appeared to have suffered a mild heat stroke after climbing, which triggered a recurrence of his heart condition. She quickly prepared some porridge and fed it to him. The combined effect of her healing abilities and the medicine significantly improved the old man's complexion. He slowly opened his eyes and met Bai Su's concerned gaze. Bai Susong let out a sigh, casting a disapproving glance at him. "I must say, dear sir, how can you venture out alone with your frail health? The mountains here are no trifling matter, especially in the sweltering summer. I noticed your words and actions seemed quite spry before, but I am now aware that you suffer from a heart condition. Are your family members truly at ease with you climbing these hills alone each day to dine with me? Fortuitously, I remembered to send my perceptive child to fetch you. Otherwise, you would have been in peril. Please, do refrain from ascending the mountain alone in the future. It is far too dangerous. What about your family? I have some ingredients left in my refrigerator. Shall I prepare something for you? After you finish your meal, be sure to call your family to come and fetch you. Do not return alone." The old man with a white beard listened to her gentle admonitions, a look of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Once Bai Su had finished her remarks, he slowly extended his trembling hand to grasp hers, saying, "My dear, I truly thank you for today." Bai Su chuckled and waved her hand, saying, "I shall graciously accept this gratitude, but do refrain from being so reckless next time. You mustn't disregard your own safety. Do be careful on your way home and heed the words of your family." End of this chapter, chapter 34. Bai Su eagerly takes on hardship. The old man merely smiled and, with a swift motion, removed a tourmaline ring from his finger. "Here, my dear child, accept this ring as a token of my appreciation." Bai Su quickly waved her hand, saying, "No, it is merely a trivial matter. You need not be so formal." However, her grandfather stubbornly insisted on placing the ring upon her finger, declaring, "It is but an inexpensive little tourmaline. If you refuse to accept it, it would imply a disdain for the humble gift I offer." With such words spoken, Bai Su found it impossible to decline. Thus, she acquiesced and allowed her grandfather to adorn her with the ring. The old man gazed at the ring resting in her hand, his smile warm and benevolent. "I once had a little granddaughter who also delighted in creating culinary wonders. You bear a striking resemblance to her. Regrettably, she did not possess your robust constitution and departed this world far too early." Bai Su gently patted his back. The old man looked at her kindly and said, "Every time I see you, I feel a sense of familiarity. You have saved my life. How about I adopt you as my god-granddaughter?" Bai Su chuckled softly. "All right. From now on, you shall be my dear grandfather. How fortunate I am to have gained a grandfather without any effort." The elderly gentleman was amused and burst into hearty laughter. The ring appeared to be made of silver, adorned with a gem resembling a small, pale yellow tourmaline. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the tourmaline was intricately carved into the shape of a diminutive white spider, delicately resting upon the ring's setting. A fleeting thought traversed Bai Su's mind, so swift that she could not seize it. She felt an inexplicable familiarity with the ring, as if it had been mentioned in a narrative before, yet when she pondered it further, the details eluded her. Never mind, if it slipped her mind. It was likely not a significant artifact. She shook her head and turned to prepare a meal for the old gentleman. After dinner, the old man departed in an unassuming black car. The driver appeared not to be a family member, but rather someone hired for the task. Bai Su paid little mind to it. After sending the person away, she cast this matter aside. The reputation of the Wild Delicacies restaurant nestled in the mountains continued to grow online. Recently, Lu Tingyin had been preoccupied with unknown affairs, seldom making an appearance. Fortunately, with his name lending prestige, her establishment flourished steadily. However, as she managed to maintain her weight at 110, an increasing number of males were drawn to her. Most females in the Federation of the Stars were slender and fragile, akin to delicate porcelain, needing careful nurturing. Yet, Bai Su was entirely different. Though her skin was fair and tender, exhibiting a femininity unique to her kind, her complexion radiated a rosy and healthy glow. Her slightly plump figure resembled a ripe, juicy peach, seemingly capable of yielding nectar with the slightest pressure. Bai Su is undeniably beautiful. Her large, luminous eyes glisten with vitality. Her delicate and pronounced eyebrows frame her face, her high, elegant nose adds to her allure, and her full, luscious lips embody a quintessentially seductive appearance. Yet, her gaze is remarkably pure. When she looks at others with a gentle smile, it resembles the tranquil flow of a stream under the moonlight, bright, pristine, and refreshing to the soul, perfectly balancing her strikingly sensual features. Having grown accustomed to the federal female's understated elegance, Bai Su's presence is akin to a vividly colored, fully bloomed rose, effortlessly awakening the dormant beasts within the hearts of the males who have long been restrained. Each day, as she busies herself in the shop, her full and radiant lips, skin as tender as mutton fat jade, and voluptuous figure glisten with beads of sweat under the summer sun. Daily, a multitude of males are irresistibly drawn to the shop's exterior. Bai Su, leveraging her burgeoning popularity, has transformed her culinary establishment into a coveted destination in the outskirts of the imperial capital. Even if patrons are unable to dine within, throngs of admirers still gather outside the courtyard daily, eager to catch a glimpse of the stunning proprietress and her exquisite grace. Unbeknownst to Bai Su, the rankings of the capital's most enchanting females have subtly begun to shift. The name Bai Su has surged from obscurity to prominence, swiftly ascending to the top 3 of the beauty rankings. Where fame resides, so too do rumors. Among the elite males of the imperial capital, the name Bai Su gradually spread. However, it was only when whispers of her protection by Colonel Lu Tingyan emerged that the intentions of the affluent young men began to wane. Yet soon after, rumors of a romantic entanglement between Bai Su and Lu Tingyan circulated within the aristocratic circles. After all, Lu Tingyan had recently emerged as a notable figure in the Federation. It is said that his psychic abilities have significantly recovered, with prospects of a complete restoration. Not long ago, during a sparring match, he astonishingly executed his once-fabled technique that could tear through space. Had he not shown restraint, he could have easily dispatched his opponent. Within the aristocracy, voices began to rise, advocating for the current leader of the Federation to step down and for Lu Tingyan to be reinstated. After all, under Lu Tingyan's leadership, their federation had nearly matched the strength of the Southern Kingdom across the currents. Yet in recent years, following his abdication, the Federation has suffered numerous losses, both overtly and covertly, at the hands of the Southern Kingdom. Many have caught wind of the situation and sought to introduce potential matches for Lu Tingyan, only to be firmly rebuffed. It is rumored that he is awaiting the young lady of the Bai family. When Bai Shui heard the news, she was overwhelmed with excitement, screaming joyfully at home for quite some time. She realized that what she had foreseen was on the verge of becoming reality. Lu Tingyan was about to reclaim his position as the leader of the Federation, and she, as the only noble female who had perceived his uniqueness during his downfall, was certain to capture his affection and admiration. However, when Bai Shui eagerly dressed up to seek out Lu Tingyan, she was mercilessly sent back. She had no choice but to accept the harsh truth. The illustrious Miss Bai mentioned in the rumors was not her at all. Bai Shui, seething with rage, returned home and hurled a multitude of objects in her fury. That very night, she scoured the internet for every video related to Bai Su. The content was nothing but a series of superficial portrayals, descriptions of a captivating beauty, a dazzling enchantress, and the charming proprietress of a rustic mountain delicacy. To her astonishment, Bai Su had ascended to the pinnacle of the capital's ranking for feminine beauty. Furthermore, she had also claimed the title of the most desired dream lover among the men of the capital. How dare she, that insufferable wretch? Surely, she must be reveling in her success, the shameless hussy, parading herself in public day after day, believing herself to be so well-liked. Bai Shui trembled with rage, but soon regained her composure after venting her frustrations. The fact that Lu Tingyan held Bai Su in such high regard suggested that he might indeed be attracted to women who boldly seek the limelight and lower their own status. As long as she could capture Lu Tingyan's attention, it was worth a try. After all, Lu Tingyan was destined to become the leader of the Federation. To have him as her consort would be a supreme honor. Bai Shui believed that her existence in this life should be one of grandeur and reverence. With her spirits restored, she packed her belongings the following day and set off to seek out Bai Su. Bai Su cast a fleeting glance at the young lady, barely lifting her eyelids, a friendly reminder. Should you choose to dine here, you will enjoy a double discount at the original price. Snow White. Bai Su smiled. Eat if you wish, or do not. Snow gritted her teeth, steeling herself mentally, and approached to link her arm with hers. Sister, I am here to assist you. Your shop is bustling with activity, and you could certainly use an extra pair of hands. Bai Su was on the verge of declining. Snow quickly reassured, do not worry, I am here to assist you free of charge. Upon hearing this, Bai Su swiftly welcomed the individual inside. After all, her intellect was not particularly sharp, and she could hardly devise any clever schemes. Turning away free labor that conveniently presented itself would surely invoke divine retribution. Chapter 35. To foster a connection between her and Yin Xiaolu. Before long, she discerned Bai Shui's intentions. While preparing ingredients and cooking in the kitchen, Bai Shui stood nearby, fixated with a foolish expression, as if to say, I am secretly learning your recipes, yet I shall remain silent about it. Bai Su's lips twitched slightly as she cast a sidelong glance at her. Do you wish to learn? Absolutely not. Bai Shui vehemently denied. How could I ever steal the art of your culinary creations? Bai Su initially intended to express that if one wishes to learn, they should do so openly and without guile, for ultimately, they would not succeed in their endeavor. However, Bai Shui stubbornly refused to acknowledge this, and thus Bai Su chose not to pursue the conversation further. Bai Shui pondered for a moment before leaning in closer. Sister, in truth, we are both members of the Bai family, and there is no need for us to contend with one another so fiercely. Look at you now. Your culinary skills have garnered a modicum of fame in the Federation. If we were to join forces, would we not be invincible? Bai Su, while chopping vegetables, replied without turning her head. As you mentioned, I have a modest reputation for my culinary skills. So, what do you possess that would entice me to collaborate with you? Bai Su declared assertively, I am the daughter of the Bai family, a noble in my own right. Bai Su rolled her eyes. Am I not? Bai Su found herself momentarily choked, instinctively wanting to express disdain, yet she swiftly restrained herself. That is not what I meant, she clarified. I am simply suggesting that I am more adept at utilizing the resources at home, and the nobles are also more familiar and trusting of me. If you were to impart your culinary healing abilities to me, I could help you gain recognition among the nobility. The tension was palpable, as if the beads of the abacus were on the verge of bursting upon her face. Bai Su, weary of conversing with fools lest her own intellect diminish, presented the dish to Bai Su, instructing her to deliver it. Upon noticing her silence, Bai Su felt a surge of displeasure within her. However, recalling the necessity of clandestinely honing her craft, she resolutely stifled her feelings and turned to serve the dishes. Fortunately, with an adult like Bai Su assisting as a waitress, the little ones found their tasks considerably easier. Bai Su could not help but ponder whether it was time to hire a server to assist with various tasks. The dishes prepared in her establishment predominantly consisted of luxurious delicacies, attracting affluent patrons and internet celebrities who were not constrained by financial considerations. Consequently, the prices of the dishes were steep, leading to a substantial daily revenue. By allocating a portion of these earnings to employ a kitchen assistant, she could significantly expedite her cooking process, thereby increasing the rate of meal output within the same time frame, ultimately resulting in heightened profits. Additionally, she would need to invest in an extra stove, cookware, and several steamers, allowing multiple signature dishes to be prepared simultaneously. Bai Su lowered her head in contemplation, and in a moment of distraction, the kitchen knife sliced through her finger. Ouch, are you all right? Someone swifter than she rushed in, grasping her hand and snatching the knife from her grasp. It was Yin Xiaolu, a frequent diner at her establishment. Recently, he had transformed his live streaming of counterfeit goods into a culinary showcase, visiting her restaurant daily. This routine had undeniably contributed to the improvement of both his physical and mental well-being, and he even sensed a burgeoning vitality within himself. With concern, he fixated on Bai Su's delicate, porcelain-like fingers, where a crimson gash marred her fingertip. The blade had been unforgiving, nearly severing a piece of flesh. Yin Xiaolu felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy. Instinctively, he took her finger into his mouth. Bai Su, what are you all doing? A gloomy voice echoed from the entrance, belonging to Lu Tingyan. Bai Su had just brought in a plate when she caught sight of the scene. A spark of excitement flickered in her eyes as she exclaimed, Yin Xiaolu, you are truly kind to my sister. Not only do you visit her every day, but you also seem so concerned when she gets a small cut on her finger. If I were her, I would be utterly smitten. Noticing the gathering crowd, Yin Xiaolu finally regained his composure, his face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly released her hand. I apologize. I truly did not mean to offend you. I am sincerely sorry. When I saw the blood flowing from your finger, I became overly anxious. There was chili on the blade, and I feared it would cause you pain. Perhaps you should rinse it under running water swiftly to alleviate the sting of the wound. Bai Su was startled and, upon regaining her composure, couldn't help but blush. Everyone was an adult. Having someone's mouth suddenly envelop her finger and their tongue swirling around it was no trivial matter. She stifled her embarrassment, responding awkwardly before turning to the sink to wash her fingers. Lu Tingyan grasped Yin Xiaolu by the back of his collar and pulled him outside. Bai Su felt a surge of joy in her heart. Surely, Colonel Lu had now witnessed her capricious nature? What is there to admire in such a cheap woman? A hint of mockery appeared on her face as she approached, saying, Sister, that Yin Xiaolu is truly good to you. The warmth on Bai Su's face gradually dissipated, and she regained her composure. Oh, does it concern you? Bai Su was not at all annoyed. Rather, she enthusiastically remarked, he visits every day and can afford such indulgence, which speaks to his substantial background. Sister, if I may suggest, why not marry him? Let him be your first beastly husband. Just look at his wonderful character. He is both shy and innocent, dedicating himself to live broadcasts to expose fraud, which demonstrates his kind-heartedness and integrity. He comes to the shop daily, and despite the presence of a beauty like me, his gaze is solely fixed upon you, indicating his devotion. If I were in your position, I would be utterly captivated. So go ahead and marry him. Bai Su cast a peculiar glance at her and remarked, If you hold such affection for him, why not marry him? To which Bai Su, unable to contain her emotions, retorted with an elevated tone, how could I possibly wed such a commoner? Bai Su, I perceive that you and he are quite well matched. Although he is not particularly handsome, donned in crocodile skin, and a rather ostentatious commoner who incessantly seeks attention online to the point of irritation, this trifling third-tier orc possesses little capability, yet dares to make enemies everywhere. When confronted, he merely retreats, clinging to survival. He is indeed a fitting match for you. By marrying him, he shall no longer need to fear being beaten. Her remarks reflected the casual mutterings and grievances that Bai Su had previously expressed in the kitchen. She also berated Yin Xiaolu, a commoner of modest means, for frequently consuming so much, which forced her to make several extra trips each day. Upon hearing her recounting, Bai Su could not help but feel a surge of anger mixed with guilt. That was merely a misunderstanding on my part regarding him. Moreover, the entire world is aware of my affection for Captain Lu. You and Yin Xiaolu are a perfect match, are you not? Surely, you do not harbor feelings for Captain Lu as well. I was the one who liked him first. Sister, you wouldn't have developed an admiration for him just because you see my fondness for him, would you? Bai Su possesses many admirable qualities. Yet she has an affinity for engaging in disputes with those who embody the essence of insincerity. Upon catching a glimpse of Lu Tingjian's silhouette beyond the kitchen door, her eyes flickered momentarily, and she cast an innocent glance towards Bai Su. What do you mean by saying you liked him first? Ever since that time, when Colonel Lu let me off the hook and refrained from taking me to the station, I've harbored feelings for him. He is such a remarkable individual. Although he often maintains a distance from others, he has assisted me on numerous occasions, revealing the softness that lies within his heart. Bai Su clutched her injured hand, her expression a mixture of distress and trepidation as she gazed at Bai Su. I know you are the true heiress of the Bai family, and that our parents protect you, but I genuinely have feelings for Colonel Lu. Please, allow me this affection. Absolutely not. Bai Su retorted vehemently, gritting her teeth. I can accept anything, but Lu Tingyan is a prize I must secure. I am destined to become the matriarch of the future leader of the Federation, striving to be the most illustrious female in the entire realm. Bai Su lowered her head, somewhat hurt, and said, All right, I understand. Chapter 36. Even a rabbit will bite when provoked. Only then was Bai Su somewhat satisfied. With a cold snort, she carried the dishes outside. Bai Su turned her head to continue cooking, her soft rabbit ears drooping beside her cheeks, exuding an air of pitiable innocence. A pink band-aid lay beside her. She momentarily paused, raising her gaze to meet Lu Tingjian's eyes. His gaze flickered with inscrutable meaning. Tend to your wound. Having spoken, he averted his eyes from Bai Su and swiftly departed the kitchen, almost as if fleeing. Bai Su raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lu Tingjian's unexpected innocence. It was merely a confession, yet he blushed to the point of fleeing in embarrassment. System, Lu Tingjian's affection level has indeed increased. Bai Su, this has indeed heightened the allure. System, precisely. Host, you must have faith in your charm. Bai Su, my apologies, my apologies. System, in fact, you might truly consider my suggestion. Bearing a child for the male protagonist could yield a substantial number of points. Have you not always desired to exchange for a skill item for the little wolf cub, enabling him to possess some skills for self-defense? Bai Su, let us observe further. She is indeed somewhat captivated, although the male and female leads are not yet united. Nonetheless, she feels intimidated by the protagonist's aura, fearing that seizing the male lead from her might lead to a dire fate. Presently, she is nurturing a villainous offspring, with 3 more nefarious characters still at large. Should she dare to take the male lead from the protagonist, and those 3 little villains turn against her, her life would be truly in peril. System, it has been stated that this rebirth is a reward for the host's virtuous life in the previous existence, achieving perfect merit. You won't be met with demise at the hands of the female lead. Bai Su, do not deceive me. Death is merely an end, while living presents a true challenge. The system may sustain my life, yet I too yearn for a better existence. At the very least, I must have 2 little ones by my side, and a balance with the 2 antagonists, before I dare to take action. System, oh, come now, trust my words. Rest assured, while others may falter, you undoubtedly possess the capability to contend with the protagonist. Bai Su narrowed her eyes and remarked, It seems you are quite eager for me to compete with Bai Su for something, aren't you? Suddenly, the system went offline, feigning a malfunction. Bai Su's lips twitched slightly, yet she chose to disregard it. The shop was closing for the night. Bai Su prepared lunch and called them to eat. The four little ones cheered as they rushed to wash their hands. Bai Su was about to call for Bai Shui when she saw Bai Shui emerge from around the corner. Her eyes red with tears, and an expression of grievance etched upon her face. Upon catching sight of Bai Su, she shot her a fierce glare, as if she wished to strip her of her very skin. After she had run off into the distance, Lu Tingyin appeared from behind the corner. Bai Su paid it no mind, inviting him to dine before turning to enter the house. Suddenly, her wrist was grasped by someone, and she was forcefully pulled back, her body uncontrollably colliding with a firm chest. Bai Su swiftly came to a halt, her brow slightly furrowed. "What on earth are you doing?" Lu Tingyin gazed at her face with an enigmatic expression. "Are you truly that desperate for a man? What nonsense are you spouting?" Bai Su retorted, infuriated, attempting to shake off his grip. However, their physical disparity was stark. Lu Tingyin stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, exuding an innate sense of dominance and an overwhelming masculine assertiveness. Being a seasoned military man, his physique was honed through rigorous hand-to-hand combat, brimming with unyielding strength. Just a slight pressure on her wrist was enough to elicit tears from her eyes. She was utterly unaccustomed to confronting her vulnerability so directly, glaring at him in a feigned show of defiance. "Let go. You're hurting me." Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Lu Tingyin suddenly leaned in, forcefully pinning her against the wall, his broad chest pressing against her. Bai Su felt a sudden constriction in her chest, as if the air in her lungs had been forcefully expelled, leaving her to weakly squirm and struggle in a desperate attempt to secure a bit more breathing space. A raspy, somber voice echoed in her ear. "Don't you enjoy physical contact with males?" Bai Su experienced for the first time the stark contrast in physique between the two of them. He resembled a colossal beast, mercilessly pinning the petite little rabbit into a narrow corner. The small rabbit bared its teeth and flailed, exerting all its strength in a desperate struggle. Yet to the gigantic predator, it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "I did not." Lu Tingyin's gaze was filled with venomous intensity. "Then why did you not reject Yin Xiaoyou's intimate advances? What were you thinking when he held your finger?" Bai Su found herself ensnared, the primal instincts of the orc inciting an involuntary terror within her as she pressed against the towering figure of the man. Overwhelmed, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, and tears of distress sprung forth, staining the corners of her eyes with a natural sense of fragility. "Please, don't hurt me. It truly hurts," she instinctively pleaded, the pain exacerbating her beastly form, causing her plush tail to protrude more prominently. Her floppy rabbit ears perked up, softly draping against her cheeks, and in response to the agony, she instinctively cradled her delicate face with her ears. Yin Xiaoyou's movements were too swift. She found herself unable to refuse. "I do not wish for contact with male bodies." Her true form was that of a Dutch rabbit, and due to insufficient nourishment during her upbringing, her growth had been stunted, rendering her frame significantly smaller than that of her counterparts. Though plump, her innate size remained diminutive. Were it not for her soft flesh, she feared her bones would shatter under his pressure. The stark disparity in strength between the towering, fierce wolf and the petite rabbit was as vast as heaven and earth. For the wolf, a gentle squeeze was a mere trifle, while for the little rabbit, it presented a formidable oppression. The small rabbit seemed oblivious to the ferocity of the beast. The closer she struggled, the more it provoked his primal instincts, stirring within him an uncontrollable desire to consume her delicate form. As his ferocity ignited, his grip inadvertently tightened. "It hurts," Bai Su thought, her frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Her involuntary whimpers shattered the last thread of his rationality, prompting him to lean in abruptly. "Mom, it's time to eat." "What are you doing?" Bai Xiaolong's innocent voice unexpectedly rang out at the doorway. Lu Tingyin's lips were mere inches from hers, yet they froze in that moment. Bai Su seized the opportunity to push him away, fiercely twisting at his waist with a grip that bore no mercy. She quickly turned, donning a rigid smile. "Come on, let's eat." Despite the potential bruising at his side, Lu Tingyin's brow remained unwrinkled. It seems even a cornered rabbit can bite. Having received the answer he sought, Lu Tingyin entered the room, his demeanor as detached and cold as ever, yet the corners of his lips unconsciously curled upwards, suggesting a hint of satisfaction. As Bai Xiaolang observed them entering, the innocence on his face was replaced by a shadow of gloom. The fierce and somber expression in his eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Lu Tingyin. He could not possibly be mistaken. Just moments ago, Lu Tingyin had intended to harm the director's mother. He was still far too weak to confront such a formidable villain. It was imperative that he grew stronger without delay. It appeared that the matter needed to be expedited. Bai Xiaolang, aspiring to be the brightest light bulb in the Federation. End of chapter. Chapter 37. Bai Shui opens a gourmet restaurant the following day. Bai Shui was absent. Without the free adult labor, the four little ones began to bustle about once more. Strangely, Yin Xiaolu was also missing. After Bai Su had finished her tasks, she realized that some individuals were missing. On the third day, those two still had not arrived. Bai Su found it peculiar, before she could even inquire. She heard that Bai Shui had opened a gourmet establishment on the opposing hillside, aptly named Mountain Delicacies. It was said that the dishes served their possessed medicinal properties, surpassing even the wild delicacies of Bai Su's own culinary adventures. Furthermore, the grand opening was accompanied by a significant media campaign, inviting the nobility from the capital to indulge in the exquisite offerings. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaolang's expression darkened to the point of being almost suffocating. That wicked woman. I always knew she harbored ill intentions. Bai Su couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Bai Xiaolang gazed at her in confusion and asked, "Mother, what are you laughing at?" Bai Su chuckled, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just amusing to see someone so eager to take on the role of a control group for the first time. If cooking were as simple as that, culinary schools from her previous life would have ceased to exist. What would become of the apprentices who have spent 7 or 8 years learning by the side of master chefs? If it were truly that easy, we would find culinary geniuses everywhere." Bai Shui had never tasted her own dishes, nor did she have any inclination to do so, her thoughts being rather simplistic. On the opening day, seemingly intent on opposing Bai Su, she even devised a promotional event, offering the entire menu for free. While many were indeed drawn in, she overlooked the fact that her invitations were extended primarily to the affluent. For a significant number of wealthy individuals, the notion of free equated to cheap. Furthermore, those who sought to take advantage of the complimentary offerings in her establishment would inevitably encounter a sense of disdain from the elite, resulting in a less than satisfactory experience. Most importantly, Bai Su possessed the confidence that the dishes crafted by Bai Shui could never rival her own in taste. The establishment of the restaurant by Bai Shui has indeed incurred considerable expenses, with the Bai family specifically financing her venture. All the ingredients are freshly sourced, and the dining utensils and decor are of an elegant and sophisticated standard. The restaurant even employs a symphony orchestra to provide live performances, transforming the act of dining into a pleasurable experience. Remarkably, this is the first time since Bai Su opened her restaurant that it has been so desolate. Aside from a few loyal regulars, the influx of new patrons has largely diminished. Bai Xiaolang was evidently still anxious. Bai Su chuckled as she observed him loitering at the entrance of the shop. Enough of wandering aimlessly. Today is a rare opportunity for leisure. Take the time to rest properly. Bai Xiaolang, fearing that her presence might exacerbate her anxiety, could only nod in agreement. Very well. The following day, the number of patrons in her shop dwindled even further. Even her regular customer, Xiaomi, expressed a desire to venture to the opposite hillside to assess the situation. Even the live streaming influencers, who frequently graced her establishment, shifted their focus to that area, under the pretext of seeking to partake in the excitement and observe the developments. Bai Su could not possibly hinder their departure. The following day, the delightful mountain eatery ascended to trending status, inundated with a plethora of influencer videos showcasing their culinary experiences. Numerous influencers expressed their admiration after just a single visit, claiming the flavors nearly mirrored the authentic teachings from Bai Su's establishment. Additionally, many passers-by were interviewed, extolling the freshness of the ingredients, the exquisite techniques employed, and the superior taste, with the added advantage of fair pricing. Among the trending topics was an interview with Bai Shui, seemingly conducted by an entertainment reporter. When questioned about her decision to set such affordable prices for her dishes, Bai Shui beamed at the camera with an endearing smile. "I feel a bit shy, as fresh ingredients do not incur factory processing costs or the extraction expenses associated with nutritional solutions. Thus, the actual costs are quite low. If I were to set exorbitant prices, it would be tantamount to profiting off people's goodwill. I opened this culinary establishment to allow everyone to savor exquisite food at reasonable prices, rather than to exploit them for profit. Truly, a modern philanthropist dedicated to serving others." Bai Xiaolang, upon seeing the trending topic, was infuriated. "Mother, please do not be upset. In the future, whenever that Bai Shui appears here, I shall take my revenge for you." Bai Su calmly ruffled his little head and said, "All right, there is no need for you to be upset over her. She is not in a hurry at all." Bai Su's current success may indeed be partially attributed to the influence of a protagonist's halo. Furthermore, the Bai family has also engaged numerous marketing accounts to undermine her competitors and bolster the reputation of Bai Su's establishment. However, if public opinion orchestrated by marketing accounts could dictate every outcome, the world would undoubtedly descend into chaos. The greater the hype surrounding Bai Su's shop, the more individuals it attracts. Bai Su waits, anticipating an opportunity for a thunderous revelation. As fate would have it, on the 7th day of Bai Su's new establishment, an unpalatable dish surged into the trending topics. Upon delving into the discussions, one finds a chorus of enraged patrons, all expressing their discontent. What is this? Has the mountain delicacy shop truly saved your lives? Or has Bai Su been your savior? It is beyond comprehension that anyone would praise such a distasteful offering. I ordered a single dish, pineapple beef, and the beef served to me was utterly inedible. The mere thought of that flavor still churns my stomach. Is it not excessive for this restaurant to market itself so aggressively? How much has the Bai family paid you? I, too, wish to profit. I first visited Bai Su's wild delicacies shop before venturing into Bai Su's mountain eatery, and to put it mildly, it was quite repulsive. Is it permissible for Bai Su to tread her own path? Plagiarizing another's establishment is one thing, but to mimic their fashion sense and mannerisms as well? I have long wished to voice my disdain. Though they are sisters, how can one so shamelessly copy another's style? They might as well have lifted the shop's name too. And employing a few adorable little beastmen as child laborers, if memory serves me correctly, that is illegal, is it not? So what gives? Is Bai Su's behavior exempt from the law? Surely the praises from above come from Bai Su's loyal supporters. The children in Bai Su's shop are her own, merely assisting in the family business, not hired to exploit labor. Moreover, the food is indeed atrocious, truly dreadful. The vegetables boiled to mush, bitter and astringent. It is inexplicable. Bai Su's dishes are a symphony of flavor, aroma, and presentation, while Bai Su's fare resembles nothing more than a mound of refuse. Isn't Bai Su the true waste of food? The extent of such vicious competition is truly unnecessary. Sister Bai Su, why not return to your life as a lady of privilege? Perhaps the funds could be better utilized by donating to the young orcs in the mountainous regions. It is rather perplexing. Were we not told that Bai Su and Bai Su are sisters? How can they be so vastly different? As the crowd's criticisms escalated, their ire shifted from the food and service of the establishment to the two sisters. The flames of conflict spread from the dining experience to the realm of high society, engulfing the two siblings in turmoil. Bai Su was stripped bare, leaving her utterly exposed. And the previous incident that nearly led to the failure of the human trafficking crackdown was resurrected, subjected to renewed scrutiny. Bai Su's shop has also experienced a surge in popularity thanks to the marketing efforts of Bai Su. She was thoroughly amused, and upon noticing her live streaming account trending, she felt quite pleased and posted an update. The accompanying image was a stark white background emblazoned with two bold black characters, Business War. The caption read, "What a surprise. The opponent has already inflicted 2 wounds upon themselves." Below, a plethora of joyful netizens erupted in laughter, reveling in the entertainment. Upon seeing Bai Su's post, Bai Su was so infuriated that she rolled her eyes and fainted in her bedroom. Chapter 38, taking her back to the Bai family. After having indulged in enough leisure, Bai Su gathered her spirits to continue managing her quaint little shop. While she was in the kitchen preparing ingredients, Bai Xiaolang entered and announced that there were visitors in the store. Bai Su raised not her head. "Who is it?" Bai Xiaolang. "The first-time guest resembles a fierce and menacing witch, even more so than you did in the past." Bai Su cast a humorous glance at him, making a playful grimace as if to smear chili sauce on his face. Bai Xiaolang responded with a cheeky face and then turned to flee outside. Bai Su washed her hands and stepped out of the kitchen. Upon seeing Madame Bai standing in the courtyard, she raised an eyebrow. It was not entirely unexpected, to say the least. The white lady adorned herself in a resplendent gown, her hair elegantly styled in an intricate updo, with 2 meticulously groomed rabbit ears woven seamlessly into a braid at the back of her head, resembling a plush headband at first glance. Her hair, artfully braided and secured at the nape, was adorned with a white gemstone comb, complemented by delicate floral embellishments that graced her chignon. Her fingers were embellished with crimson velvet cat-eye nail polish, and her exquisite makeup accentuated her features. Beneath her luxurious, everyday attire, she wore a pair of graceful high heels. The entire ensemble stood in stark contrast to the quaint surroundings of the mountaintop shop. The lady held a delicate champagne-colored handkerchief to her lips, her brows furrowed and eyes filled with disdain, as if even a moment's linger would expose her to the contagion of poverty. Bai Su secretly rolled her eyes, wondering what strange wind had brought you here, for there is no reason to visit the Hall of Three Treasures without cause. The Lady Bai cast a disdainful glance at her, her face etched with displeasure and a hint of weariness. It has been quite some time since we last met. Schwer mentioned that you have changed significantly. I was initially skeptical, yet now I can truly see it. You have become even more unruly. She lifted her chin, gazing down at Bai Su with an air of superiority. I have come today to escort you back to the Bai family. Are you satisfied now? Have you orchestrated such absurdity merely to capture the attention of the Bai family? Even if I were to facilitate your return, do not delude yourself into thinking you could assume the position of the Bai family's eldest daughter. That title belongs solely to Schwer. Even though you are the eldest daughter, do not covet what is not rightfully yours. And as for your shabby, disgraceful establishment, it is best to shut it down upon your return and transcribe those recipes for Schwer. If she finds value in your recipes, consider it a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could return to the Bai family? Be sure to express your gratitude to Schwer upon your return. Bai Su could not help but feel a wave of physiological disgust wash over her. It was yet another instance of this. Despite sharing the same blood, her parents consistently favored her younger sister. Within the narrative of the novel, Bai Shui was portrayed as the quintessential heroine embodying truth, goodness, and beauty, while Bai Su remained the neglected eldest daughter, whose character had darkened and become introverted due to her envy of Bai Shui. However, the storyline overwhelmingly favored the protagonist. In the memories Bai Su unearthed, she recognized that had it not been for her parents' extreme favoritism throughout her upbringing, she would not have been shaped in this manner. Their bias extended to every aspect of her life. Simply because Bai Shui expressed her dislike for seeing her sister dressed more beautifully, Bai Su was eternally deprived of exquisite garments, condemned to wear the drab attire of a servant. It was Bai Su who possessed the innate talent for painting. Yet her family chose to promote Bai Shui, who claimed prestigious awards in art and basked in the admiration of the world. Bai Shui harbored a profound aversion to others discovering that the Bai family had two daughters. Bai Su, compelled to enroll in a girls' high school under the guise of a servant's daughter, endured isolation and bullying from her peers. Even when she returned home to report the harassment she faced, Bai Shui, perched imperiously, admonished her for being petty and unkind, questioning why her classmates held her in disdain. Such behavior is utterly repugnant. How could the utterly despicable Bai parents not simply vanish from existence? Bai Su's eyes were filled with resentment. How different was she from the Bai Su in the novel during her previous life? She too lived perpetually in the shadow of her younger sister, forever subjected to the biased affection of her parents. She relinquished her hard-earned university admission letter for the sake of her studies, surrendered the commercial empire she painstakingly built in the realm of business, and even felt compelled to give up her husband on the altar of marriage. After a solitary act of defiance, she was brutally consumed by flames in the dressing room on her wedding day, courtesy of her sister. A trace of resentment flickered in Bai Su's eyes as she coldly remarked, "Are you quite well, madam? Do you truly believe that a gilded chamber pot makes you desirable? On what grounds should I return to the Bai family for you?" Madame Bai's countenance darkened, taken aback by her vulgar words as she stumbled back a couple of steps. "How can you be so uncouth? You possess not a trace of the grace befitting a noble lady. Truly, you are a person of lowly stock, rendered unrefined despite your time in high society." Bai Su smiled faintly, not in rudeness, her feet adorned with towering heels that moved like a twisting stick insect. "Did you catch a glimpse of my smile?" Madame Bai clenched her teeth in anger and exclaimed, "Bai Su, how dare you? I am your biological mother. Is this how you choose to speak to me?" Bai Su rolled her eyes dismissively. "My mother is deceased. Who are you?" She retorted, "Am I being audacious? Or are you simply being contemptible? You've come to my domain to flaunt your inflated sense of superiority. Let me be frank. Do the wealthy women of your ilk inherently possess a sense of inferiority? Is it impossible for you to exist without showcasing your superiority for even a single day? You feign nobility while embodying the pettiness of a commoner. Is that your identity? Does the Bai family hold a significant position among the three prominent families of the Federation? You possess nothing, yet you bark like a dog in front of someone like me to assert your supposed authority? If I were you, I would be too ashamed to present myself in such a manner. With all that pretense, should anyone inquire if you are of royal lineage, you would have to confess otherwise. Are you one of the three esteemed families of the Federation? No. Is your wealth boundless, a fortune without end? No. How utterly embarrassing. Bah. If you cannot endure living in such a way, then perhaps you should consider departing from this world. Should you dare to return and act in such a despicable manner, I will not hesitate to retaliate with contempt. Madame Bai was so enraged that her chest rose and fell violently, her entire being trembling. She clutched the expensive handkerchief tightly, her fingers wildly pointing at Bai Su. Stammering you, unable to articulate a complete sentence for quite some time. Bai Su gazed at her in astonishment. When did you start stuttering? She displayed an apologetic expression, promptly rising to bow to Madame Bai. I sincerely apologize. I usually do not bully the disabled. I was unaware of your condition. I shall refrain from such harsh words in the future. Madame Bai, filled with fury yet mockingly smiled, declared, Very well. You possess the skill of verbal sparring, do you? She then turned and exited the courtyard, raising her hand towards the entrance, calling out, Come here. Bind her and bring her back to me. In response, a dozen formidable bear-like mercenaries surged into the courtyard, each one robust and exuding an air of aggression. Bai Su pressed her lips together and discreetly activated the emergency alert on her smart wristband. That scoundrel Lu Tingyin had been mysteriously absent lately. Ever since their last intimate encounter, he had not shown his face again, neglecting even his meals. Whenever she needed him, he was nowhere to be found. That damn man. If he couldn't assist her today, he might as well vanish from her life entirely. A new month had begun, and she wondered if that bashful ticket could be bestowed upon her. The new book desperately requires everyone's support. End of this chapter. Chapter 39. The mysterious grandfather transforms into an overbearing CEO. Bai Shaoling rushed out from the corner, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Su, declaring, You shall not bully my mother. Madame Bai gazed in disbelief at the little fellow who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Tingyin, her eyes widening in astonishment. She glanced at the child, and then turned her gaze towards Bai Su, a hint of guilt flickering in her eyes. How could this be possible? How could these children still be alive? Bai Su narrowed her eyes slightly, inquiring what? A flicker of panic crossed Lady Bai's eyes as she hastily commanded her bodyguards. Are you all dead? Bring her back to me, and also that child. Do it now. Yes, madam. Madame Bai observed the bodyguards cornering the mother and child, establishing a formidable advantage, which brought her some measure of relief. She secretly exhaled, her expression regaining its superiority as she looked down upon Bai Su. Your return to the Bai family is a privilege you have overestimated. How foolishly ungrateful. The Bai family is not a place where just anyone can gain entry. Bai Shaoling concealed his wolf claws behind him, silently gathering strength. Currently, his power was insufficient. He could ensure 100% victory in one-on-one combat. Yet facing multiple adversaries was an entirely different challenge. His innate ability could only be unleashed instantaneously once within a short time frame. Damn it, he truly felt inadequate. At the critical moment, a furious voice erupted from outside the door. Stop. An elderly man with graying whiskers entered, leaning on a cane, his face etched with anger. The Bai family certainly has a grandiose presence. Madame Bai turned her head to behold the elderly man, her eyes widening in incredulity. It was only upon noticing the white Zhongshan suit adorning his frame and the distinctive markings upon his aged hands that she was compelled to ascertain his identity. He was Yarko Landon, the patriarch of the Landon family, a lineage that commands mastery over hundreds of pivotal medical technologies worldwide. It is no exaggeration to assert that members of the Landon family are universally regarded with reverence, regardless of the nation they traverse. After all, even the most ruthless of marauding factions would not decline the expertise of a skilled physician, for life is precious to all beings. The Landon family has nearly monopolized the lifeblood of healthcare across the globe, while they may not reign as royalty. They are undeniably recognized as the undisputed sovereigns of the medical realm. The Lady Bai was secretly astonished. She had previously glimpsed such a personage from a distance at the annual banquet hosted by the Liu clan, where she stood on the roadside, unable to procure an entry ticket due to her family's status. To her surprise, she now encountered the head of the Landon family in such an unexpected setting. Madame Bai swiftly donned a fawning smile and approached. You must be the esteemed Lord Landon. Forgive my rudeness. I am from the Bai family of the imperial capital. She continued, Is it your family that has been bullying my granddaughter? Yarko cast her a cold glance, though the elder was advanced in years. His eyes remained clear and discerning, exuding an innate aura of authority that rendered the bear-like beings present unable to lift their heads. Madame Bai's heart sank for a moment. This must be a misunderstanding, right? How could we possibly dare to bully your granddaughter? Yarko slowly approached Bai Su, adopting a protective stance as he gently patted her head. Don't be afraid, my dear. Grandfather is here. Let us see who would dare to harm you. Madame Bai was momentarily frozen in place, her mind racing with confusion. What more was there to comprehend? Yet, she could not fathom how this little imp had somehow entangled herself with the Langdon family. Madame Bai instinctively glanced at Bai Su, seemingly seeking confirmation. Bai Su trembled with fear, shrinking behind the elderly man, and whispered, "Grandfather." Madame Bai was infuriated, hastily turning to Yarko. "Elder, I assure you, this is all a misunderstanding. How could I dare? She is, in fact, my biological daughter. How could I ever mistreat the child that emerged from my own womb? You truly have me mistaken. I have come today because she has been bullying her sister, Shuer. You cannot imagine, our Bai family Shuer is far more obedient, sensible, and well-behaved than she is. If you are in need of a granddaughter, I can certainly have my Shuer." Yarko, uninterested, retorted, "So, you are the very Madame Bai who drove my granddaughter from her home, are you?" Madame Bai, in a state of distress, repeatedly gestured in denial. No, it is a misunderstanding. There must be some sort of miscommunication between us. Please do not be deceived by her words. It is truly a misunderstanding. She is my daughter. How could I ever truly cast my own flesh and blood out of our home? In the realm of the affluent, no one is a fool. Observing the current predicament, Madame Bai had already surmised the nature of the relationship between Bai Su and the elder. She hastily continued, "You are genuinely mistaken about me. This child has been timid since her youth. I merely fabricated the tale of sending her away to cultivate her understanding and fortitude. Just look at her now. She is thriving, brimming with courage and knowledge." Fearing that Yalko might not believe her, she forced a stiff smile. Bai Su let out a soft sigh, her expression a blend of helplessness and sorrow. "Now that you see my grandfather's support, do you truly believe you are acting in my best interest? Why not wait until I am dead to inform me of such concerns?" Madame Bai was filled with a fierce desire to silence her. She had underestimated this little vixen. After 4 years apart, the girl had become even more sharp-tongued and irksome than before. If only she had taken the risk to eliminate her back then. Yarko's gaze suddenly sharpened, as if he could see through Madame Bai's thoughts. His tone carried a hint of warning. "Madame Bai, I do not care whose daughter she is. She is my granddaughter now." The Lady Bai felt a pang of uncertainty and quickly sought to ingratiate herself. "Of course. It is a great honor for the entire Bai family that my daughter has garnered your favor." However, it was evident that she was merely imposing herself. Bai Su couldn't help but reflect. Now I truly understand where Bai Shue's audacity stems from. Having navigated the intricate dynamics of a prominent beast clan throughout his life, Yalko was not easily deceived. He positioned himself protectively in front of Bai Su. "I have no acquaintance with the Bai family, and you need not attempt to leverage that connection with me. I acknowledge only this granddaughter. Should I discover any trouble you bring upon her, I will ensure the Bai family vanishes from the Federation." Such a display of dominance. Bai Su stood triumphantly behind Yarko, hands on hips, exuding an air of self-satisfaction as she gazed at Madame Bai. Madame Bai, perceiving his candidness, recognized that there was no room for negotiation. Yet, she would never concede. Although the Langdon family lacked substantial military or economic power, they were afforded preferential treatment by the nobility of any country they visited. Their reputation was impeccable, and scarcely a noble would dare to disregard them. Such formidable influence is not something that just any affluent family can achieve. The White Lady's complexion turned ashen. No, it will never happen again. She feared provoking Yarko, her voice trembling as she bid farewell, hastily departing the mountaintop with her bodyguard in tow. Just as she was about to exit, she nearly stumbled over the threshold, almost losing her balance. Chapter 40, Bai Su's Season of Desire. The Bai family. After listening to Madame Bai's account, Bai Shue's eyes widened in astonishment. "How can this be possible? Mother, are you certain of what you saw? Is it truly the Langdon family? Could it be that she is deliberately orchestrating a charade to deceive you?" Madame Bai shook her head, affirming with certainty. "There is no mistake. The emblem of the Langdon family is tattooed on the back of his hand. It is unmistakable across the globe. Few dare to recklessly imitate such a symbol." The jealousy simmering within Snow White threatened to transform into a tangible, corrosive acid, capable of eroding her very heart. How could she possibly be worthy? "Are the members of the Langdon family blind?" "Shue," Lady Bai admonished with a frosty demeanor. Casting a warning glance her way, "Speak and act with caution." Bai Shuai was already in a fit of anger, and upon hearing this, her irritation intensified. "Why be so cautious? We are in our own home. Do you truly fear that someone would come here to stir up trouble?" Madame Bai sighed with a hint of exasperation. "Schwer, When will you grasp the wisdom of the saying that misfortune comes from careless words? Even at home, one must remain vigilant. Bai Su, fully aware of her own shortcomings, could only nod sullenly. I understand. She nestled into Madame Bai's embrace, feeling aggrieved. Mother, do you think her sudden flamboyance, her public appearances online, and her claims of possessing extraordinary abilities, especially with Colonel Liu and the land and family drawn to her, might indicate that she has returned to seek vengeance? Bai Su couldn't help but anxiously place her hand on her abdomen. Could she possibly have learned about that incident from years ago? Madame Bai's gaze was slightly frosty. Impossible. That matter was executed flawlessly. She could not possibly be aware of it. However, Madame Bai reminisced about the children she had encountered at the orphanage atop the mountain, and a sense of worry began to gnaw at her. If they were merely ordinary children, it would be one thing, but what if they were not? Bai Su spoke with a tinge of disappointment. There are rumors circulating online about my supernatural abilities, even catching the attention of the nobility. If the Liu family takes notice of me and decides to protect me, subjecting me to a thorough medical examination using the royal family's advanced healthcare technology, our clandestine actions may very well be uncovered. What shall we do, Mother? Madame White contemplated for a moment and concluded, in that case, it is imperative to eliminate the individual before the Liu family becomes aware of her presence. Upon hearing this, Bai Su felt somewhat distressed. Isn't this inappropriate? Mother, are you truly going to take her life? The Lady Bai gently caressed her head and said, Fool, I once granted her a reprieve at your behest. Must you still harbor compassion now? Allow me to handle these matters. Your sole concern should be to prepare for your marriage to Liu Yanhua. Bai Su's eyes were filled with disdain. I have no interest in Liu Yanhua. He is nothing but a fool, unlike Liu Tingyan, who is both formidable and intelligent. Madame Bai gazed at her disapprovingly, exclaiming, Foolish child, what merits does Liu Tingyan possess that compels your unwavering support for him? It is Liu Yanhua who is the son of the current leader of the Federation. Bai Su, unwilling to engage in an argument, irritably remarked, Do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall make my own decision. The Bai family is currently unable to grasp the situation clearly. The future she foresaw is gradually unfolding. Liu Tingyan is slowly regaining his mental faculties, a fact known to scarcely anyone. She has only managed to glean this information through Liu Yanhua. It is rumored that recently the military's attitude towards Liu Tingyan has been shifting. It is anticipated that before long, Liu Tingyan will reclaim his position as the leader of the Federation. The Lady Bai furrowed her brows, expressing her concern. Yet, it is evident that Liu Tingyan has taken a liking to Bai Su. Just a few days ago, I heard that he has turned down several matchmaking proposals, claiming he already has someone special in his heart, and it is clearly not you. Bai Su immediately recalled Liu Tingyan's warning from earlier atop the mountain. How could he issue such a caution for that wretched woman, advising her not to meddle like a busybody by introducing suitors to Bai Su? It seems Liu Tingyan has indeed developed feelings for that insipid person. She realized that she must take decisive action. After Bai Su finished her tasks and bid farewell to the customers, she noticed Bai Xiaoling dozing off nearby. A pang of guilt washed over her. Xiaoling, are you feeling exhausted? Would you like to head upstairs for a rest? Bai Xiaoling awoke, rubbing his eyes and softly murmuring, No, I can assist my mother. Bai Su furrowed her brows and inquired, Yet you have been dozing off these past few days. Are you feeling unwell? Bai Xiaolong's eyes flickered momentarily as he playfully dove into Bai Su's embrace, concealing the emotions swirling within. Not at all. I indulge in the delectable dishes prepared by my mother daily. How could I possibly feel unwell? It's merely a lack of sufficient sleep. Under the recommendation of the venerable elder Yaoko, he had ventured into the realm of underground criminal organizations, registering as a bounty hunter in the black market. In recent days, he had been undertaking minor assassination tasks in the vicinity, targeting lowly henchmen of the underworld. It was during the rescue of a trapped child in the cave that he witnessed Liu Tingyan utilize the ability to tear through space, realizing its potential for such purposes. By rending space across a person's body, one could instantly draw them in, only to be crushed into oblivion by the black hole, leaving no trace behind. His own fifth-level ability, temporary invisibility, allowed him to exploit a fleeting 30 seconds to stealthily approach his prey, delivering a lethal strike. Even a minuscule incision made by tearing space upon the target sufficed to consume them entirely. For the past few nights, he had been engaged in these tasks, resulting in insufficient sleep, which left him dozing off during the day. Bai Su still harbored some concerns. You are still quite young, and if you feel fatigued, it would be wise to take ample rest. Coincidentally, I have been seeking candidates recently, as I wish to hire an assistant. Bai Shaoling nodded obediently, affirming, I will heed my mother's words. Bai Su gazed at him, resembling a soft and tender little glutinous rice ball, and could not help but feel her heart soften into a warm puddle as she playfully tugged at his ear. Heaven knows how much she adored these fluffy little creatures. What delightful little beings they were, obedient, well-mannered, and imbued with a remarkable sense of responsibility, caring for the other orphan youngsters like tiny adults. Whenever they were treated to a delicious morsel or praised by her, they would beam sweetly and wag their tails in joy. Utterly endearing. They were far from the future villains one might expect. After having her lunch, Bai Su donned her sun-protective cloak and ventured out only when the little ones were napping. She intended to procure some ingredients and, while she was at it, hire a shop assistant from the orc market. Acquiring provisions and enlisting help necessitated a trip into the city. The summer heat was oppressive, making the outing quite a trial, yet there was no alternative. During the sweltering summer days, the market might close before dusk, leaving no chance to find fresh produce in the evening. She had initially planned to leave in the morning, but mundane matters had delayed her. Bai Su arrived at the market and first visited the usual marketplace to select fresh ingredients. She negotiated the prices with the vendor and paid a deposit for her assistant to deliver the goods to the mountaintop restaurant in the evening. She had lost considerable weight. Although still possessing a certain softness at 110 pounds, her features had become remarkably refined. Furthermore, with the summer heat causing her to perspire, she resembled a captivating siren. A veritable magnet for the attention of many males, who could not help but steal glances at her as she passed by. Bai Su had long grown accustomed to this. After all, anyone who dared to lay a hand on her would invariably find themselves dealt with by Lu Tingyin the following day. The locals were well aware of this, and over time, they ceased to challenge her. However, today, an unsettling air seemed to linger. Bai Su furrowed her brows and discreetly quickened her pace. The faint sound of footsteps behind her also accelerated, suggesting that there was more than one person trailing her. Bai Su yearned to rush towards the bustling crowd, yet was abruptly repelled by an overpowering scent. It was the odor of the beast-repellent grass, specifically employed to combat the rabbit beastmen. Bai Su, fully aware that she ought to venture towards the bustling crowd, found herself unable to suppress her aversion to the driving of the beastly herd, resulting in her expulsion to the outskirts of the city. She yearned to call for help using the intelligence device on her wrist, only to discover that the signal had been jammed. Cursed be the circumstances. A few towering bear-like beastmen obstructed her path, their expressions twisted into grotesque smiles. What a delectable little rabbit we have here, one of them sneered. I wonder how much more enticing she becomes during her season of heat. Laughter erupted among the beastmen, echoing ominously in the air. Bai Su had begun to sense a peculiar change within her body. A searing heat radiated from her lower abdomen. Her breaths became rapid, and her skin felt feverish. It was a clear sign of impending arousal. She had no time to question their motives. Such targeted actions, especially in broad daylight against a female beastman, unmistakably indicated that they were acting under the influence of an employer. Bai Su turned and fled in a frenzy. A group of bear beastmen laughed savagely, pursuing her relentlessly. The bear beastmen, with their massive physiques, possessed an undeniable advantage in size and brute strength. Yet, in the face of such peril, Bai Su remained increasingly composed. As a rabbit beast woman, her innate advantages lay in her speed and agility. Although the bear beast men overpowered her with their strength, they lacked flexibility and had poor endurance despite their explosive power. However, her body had been forced into a state of estrus by these individuals utilizing herbs, and the twilight hours were gradually approaching. Bai Su dashed into a cavern, instinctively burrowing through the darkness like a rabbit. The bear beastman pursued him, calling out, "Little darling, where are you? Do not play hide and seek. You cannot escape. Since you are in such distress, why not emerge quickly and let your brothers shower you with affection?" Bai Su leaned against the stone wall, striving to suppress her intense gasps for breath. Fortunately, her recent efforts and physical training for weight loss had fortified her stamina. Yet, the overwhelming sensations of arousal rendered her quite uncomfortable. Her limbs grew weak and her thoughts began to scatter. She found herself instinctively leaning back, the frigid stone eliciting an involuntary soft moan from her lips. Suddenly, the fervent breaths of a colossal beast echoed nearby. "Hee, I found you." Bai Su abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with the bear orc that peeked over the stone wall. A sensation of profound melancholy enveloped him, as he acknowledged the generous support from Fugdurable and other beloved patrons. Thus, a double update is presented. End of this chapter, Chapter 41, The Composed Lu Xiaohui. Bai Su, startled, instinctively recoiled, only to collide with the broad chest of the bear beastman behind her. Trembling, she gazed in terror at the four figures encroaching upon her. The bear beastmen, filled with excitement, drew closer, the rich and sweet aroma of ripe peaches enveloping them, igniting an overwhelming desire that made them long to succumb to madness on the spot. They had never encountered such a tender and delicate creature, one so endearing. Females of the Interstellar Federation were predominantly frail and slender, resembling fragile twigs that could be easily snapped. They offered little allure and were utterly unsatisfying. In stark contrast, the one before them radiated an aura of untold treasures, as if bestowed upon them by the very deity of beasts. Even before tasting, they could already surmise the intoxicating delight this little female would bring. Suddenly, Bai Su suddenly kicked out, the sharp stone hidden in her palm, piercing the eyes of the two bear beastmen before her. Seizing the opportunity while they screamed and shielded their eyes, she pushed past them and dashed outside. Behind her, the other two bear beastmen erupted into laughter, mocking her. What a pathetic creature. To be wounded by such a small rabbit. This is getting interesting. I have never encountered such a fiery female rabbit before. Today, I must savor the experience. Bai Su sprinted forward with reckless abandon, her nostrils filled with the scorching heat of exertion. Her limbs were weary and heavy, yet her mind remained in a heightened state of tension, compelling her to press on without pause. The air in her lungs dwindled, and the intensity of her exertion caused her to see stars, her head spinning, nearly obscuring her vision of the path ahead. She could only rely on instinct to propel her toward the cave's entrance. The voices of the orcs grew ever closer behind her. Bai Su bit her lip with fervor, the taste of blood flooding her mouth, and the sharp pangs of pain roused her senses once more as she gritted her teeth and continued her frantic dash. Behind her, the orcs could not contain their laughter. Oh, poor little creature, we would never dream of harming you, so do stop biting. What a delectable little sweetie you are. Even your blood carries a delightful sweetness that ignites my thirst. The warm-up should come to an end now, little one. Suddenly, Bai Su's tail was seized. In her frantic dash, she inadvertently tugged at her tail, and the excruciating pain compelled her to let out a heart-wrenching scream. How melodious her cries sound. The bear-like beastmen roared with laughter. The leader of the beastmen sent a message to their employer. The task has been completed. Two other beastmen, who had been blinded in one eye, rushed in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Damn that little rabbit, we shall end you today." Enraged, the beastman lifted Bai Su high above, preparing to hurl her down with tremendous force. Meanwhile, the leader began to unfasten his buttons and loosen his belt, proclaiming, "Brothers, it is time to feast." Bai Su was forcefully hurled against the wall. Instinctively, she curled her body, her ears drooping down to shield her eyes. Suddenly, her form collided with a sturdy embrace. Bai Su was suddenly roused by a familiar scent, her eyes flying open just in time to witness a black fissure gradually closing before her. Within the crevice, a tortured starry sky flickered, its beauty almost surreal amidst such dire circumstances. The monstrous beasts had vanished without a trace, leaving no echoes of their anguished cries behind. Bai Su could only tilt her head back, catching sight of Lu Tinjian's taut jawline, his entire aura exuding a chilling intensity akin to a provoked beast. She found herself cradled in his arms, held in a manner reminiscent of a parent carrying a child. One of his large hands supported her beneath her, effortlessly lifting her within the crook of his arm, allowing her to rest comfortably against him. His other hand gradually descended, severing the space between them as the moment closed in around them. Bai Su gazed at him in astonishment, never anticipating that one day she would find herself in such a cliché scenario of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Lu Tingyan raised his hand to gently grasp the back of her head, tenderly massaging it, his voice deep and soothing, as if he feared startling her. "Do not be afraid. It is all right now." Bai Su trembled uncontrollably, having been comforted, only to suddenly feel a pang of sorrow in her nose, an unnamed grievance erupting in an instant. The little rabbit buried her face in the embrace of the snow wolf, yearning to cry, yet holding back, her body quivering uncontrollably as the tension that had gripped her mind abruptly dissipated. Lu Tingyan gazed at the person in his arms, his heart still racing. Her signal bracelet had been jammed, and he sensed something was amiss. Following the scent, he tracked her down nearby. Had he not caught the whiff of her blood in the air, he might have failed to find her in time, with consequences that would have been dire. He held the weeping little rabbit tightly, shutting his eyes to shield himself from the lingering fear. When had this cunning woman, Bai Su, gained such a significant place in his heart? His rational mind urged him to release her, to explain that his desire to protect her stemmed solely from a societal duty to the Federation. Yet, his emotions surged uncontrollably with dread in that fleeting moment. The sin of her blood mingled with her arousal nearly drove him to madness. It was her startled cry that pulled him back from the brink of chaos. In the darkness, every sensation was magnified. He could distinctly feel the frightened little rabbit, soft and fragrant, nestled against him. Exuding a sense of reliance and trust born from survival, her fragility almost unbearable. In his memory, she was the assertive and dynamic owner of a restaurant, able to face throngs of male admirers with calm composure and a smile. Her bravery seemed almost incongruous for a rabbit beast man, a stark contrast to her current state. Only he witnessed her vulnerability, which inexplicably brought him a sense of pleasure and an uncharacteristic ease. As Bai Su gradually regained her composure, her voice still quivering with the remnants of tears, Lu Tingyan looked down at her. The pitch-black cave obscured vision for ordinary beastmen. Yet for a wolf beastman adept at nocturnal hunting, it was as bright as day. He easily discerned her reddened nose and lower eyelids, marked by her sorrow. How pitiful. What happened? He unconsciously softened his voice, infused with a caution he was unaware of. Bai Su sniffed delicately, suddenly fixing him with a fierce glare. In a remarkably supple and contorted motion, she kicked him squarely in the face, somersaulted off his body, and nimbly darted away, seeking refuge behind a nearby stone wall. Lu Tingyan touched his face, a mix of irritation and amusement crossing his features. Bai Su, he remarked, is this truly how you treat your benefactor? Bai Su cautiously concealed herself, exclaiming, Beast, should you dare to take advantage of my vulnerability, I shall stomp you to death. Hearing this, Lu Tingyan cast a glance downward at his own form. Unable to suppress a pinch at his brow, is it abnormal to have a reaction in the presence of an estrus female? Unconsciously, he curled the corners of his lips, amused by how swiftly the little rabbit's demeanor could shift. Once again, she was fierce. Bai Su could not help but peek at him with suspicion, barely catching a glimpse of a vague, towering black silhouette. Suddenly, a potent and aggressive masculine aura enveloped her, the intense and domineering scent of tequila overwhelming the delicate fragrance of the peach. Bai Su had not yet had the opportunity to struggle before being pressed against the frigid wall. In front of her lay a broad chest, warm and fervent, while behind her was the icy, penetrating stone. She felt as though she were a sandwich, squeezed in between, her emotions swirling within. Bai Su felt an overwhelming urge to express her frustration. What sort of absurd plot was this? Was she expected to embody the unyielding virtue of a saint? Was the heavens truly testing her resolve in such a manner? She, too, harbored desires for the masculine form. After all, Lu Tingyan's husky voice echoed in her ears. If you do not alleviate your urges, do you wish to be consumed by them? Bai Su felt utterly overwhelmed, yearning to silence Lu Tingyan and put an end to his lewd remarks. Yet, his fervent breath brushing against her ear sent uncontrollable shivers coursing through her body. It was no exaggeration. Even a reincarnated deity would succumb to desire. Chapter 42. The Enchantment of the Cave. Bai Su sensed the transformation within his body. His mind flooded with descriptions of him from novels. As one of the four male protagonists, Lu Tingyan was a quintessential pragmatist. The aroma of tequila was bold and piquant, an overwhelmingly assertive flavor, as he clumsily and awkwardly attempted to soothe the little rabbit time and again. Bai Su had not been soothed by mental energy. What are you doing? She asked, her gaze slightly lifting, a hint of confusion in her eyes. The mist in her gaze shimmered in the darkness, evoking a profound sense of tenderness. Lu Tingyan's eyes darkened. Do not move. I am about to release my mental energy to calm you. Bai Su felt a sense of unease, instinctively curling her body. Lu Tingyan firmly held her, saying, Relax. If you continue to be anxious, your nurturing sac may be scorched by the intense heat. Bai Su found it impossible to relax. She had never experienced the soothing touch of mental strength. Lu Tingyan sighed silently, tenderly ruffling her hair before leaning down to kiss her, the intoxicating aroma of wine invading her senses with an overwhelming force. The sharp and potent taste of tequila surged into her mouth. Bai Su could hardly bear it. She felt she must have been solitary for far too long. For how could a mere kiss render her so utterly defenseless? In her past life, she had not been devoid of romantic encounters. The way Lu Tingyan kissed her revealed his inexperience, and yet she found herself utterly disarmed, akin to a soft peach crushed violently, its juices spilling forth in a chaotic mess. It was utterly humiliating. Bai Su gritted her teeth and turned to mount him, declaring, You, remain still, leave this to me. She was determined to reclaim her dignity. Mother, are you inside? Suddenly, the voice of Bai Xiaolang echoed from the cave entrance. laced with confusion and anxiety. Bai Su's body instantly tensed, and she tumbled down from him in a flurry. Lu Tingyian's expression darkened immediately, yet he did not forget to embrace the flustered little rabbit beside him, ensuring she would not fall. "Mama, I can smell your scent. Are you inside? Are you hurt?" "I'm coming in." Bai Xiaolong's voice carried a hint of concern as he appeared ready to enter. Bai Su had yet to don her dress. In a flurry, she exclaimed, "Do not enter. I shall be out momentarily." Upon hearing her voice, Bai Xiaolong finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It is good to know you are safe. I shall wait for you at the cave's entrance." Bai Su responded carelessly, hastily putting on her dress as she prepared to leave. However, Lu Tingyan suddenly grasped her arm once more. Bai Su glared at him fiercely, demanding, "What do you want?" Lu Tingyan touched his nose and, with a gentle gesture, removed his military cloak to drape it around her shoulders. "The back of your skirt has been torn. I apologize." Yet, his mere apology seemed devoid of sincerity. Upon hearing this, Bai Su could only relent, wrapping herself in his military uniform as she departed. After taking a few steps, she turned back in confusion and asked, "Aren't you coming?" Lu Tingyan cast a profound glance at her and replied, "I still have unresolved matters to attend to. You may go ahead." Bai Su quickly comprehended the meaning of his words. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she hastily turned and fled outside. Upon seeing her emerge, Bai Xiaolong hurriedly approached. "Mother, are you unharmed? I noticed you hadn't returned for quite some time, so I descended the mountain to seek you." He caught a whiff of Bai Su's metallic scent, and a deep unease settled within him. Bai Su quickly waved her hand, saying, "It's nothing, it's nothing. Let's go, we shall return." Bai Xiaolong nodded obediently, taking her hand as they made their way home. Bai Su, feeling guilty for her misdeeds, was still enveloped in Lu Tingyian's cloak. The potent aroma of tequila fiercely surrounding her, making it difficult to forget the enchanting moments spent in the cave. However, with Bai Xiaolong standing beside her, her mind was inexplicably clouded with unworthy thoughts. Bai Su could not help but shed tears, her heart heavy with guilt. Within the cavern, the aroma of tequila was released with unrestrained ferocity, far more potent than before. The sharp and intense scent surged forth from the cave, swiftly enveloping a vast area around it. The surrounding creatures, upon catching a whiff of the fragrance, scurried away in fright, seeking refuge far from the source of the smell. After more than 2 hours, Lu Tingyan emerged from the cave. Seemingly lost in thought, he swallowed hard, gazing at the distant mountaintop eatery under the moonlight, where a soft, warm yellow glow beckoned. Upon returning to the establishment, Bai Su allowed Bai Xiaolong to play on his own while she hurried to her room to address her bodily concerns. Fortunately, she had some mung bean porridge, which she had prepared earlier in the day, stored in her refrigerator. She carried the porridge back to her room to eat, feeling significantly better. Yet, for reasons unknown, the remnants of Lu Tingyian's spiritual energy that lingered within her seemed to be inexplicably drawn to the healing power of her food, remaining intertwined and stubbornly settled in her lower abdomen. Bai Su felt a twinge of fear regarding her own demise and hurriedly inquired of the system, "What is happening to my body?" The system responded with enthusiasm. "It appears that an upgrade is imminent." Upon hearing this, Bai Su was momentarily taken aback. "Upgrade?" The system nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I have mentioned this before. The advantages of bearing children with the male protagonist are numerous. Although you did not engage in intimacy with the first male lead, his spiritual energy has already been imparted to you. Your physique is quite unique, allowing you to absorb the masculine spiritual energy to facilitate your own advancement." Bai Su widened her eyes in astonishment. Absorbing a man's essence? Drawing upon yang to replenish yin? She gazed in wonder at her slightly warming lower abdomen, realizing that she was indeed ensnared in a tale of monstrous transformation. The system, after a brief silence, resignedly clarified, "Not quite. In the beastly realm, the females possess varying constitutions, and you, dear host, are the sole one capable of continuously enhancing your physique by absorbing male spiritual energy and giving birth. This instance merely involved the calming influence of the male lead spirit. If you could engage in close biological contact with the male leads, obtaining their essence and conceiving a child, the upgrading effects would be even more pronounced." Bai Su nodded in understanding. "Isn't it merely about sex? What is biological distance?" The chapter is not yet finished. Please click on the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The system, feeling increasingly helpless, remarked, "Due to regulations on harmonious language, the system is unable to utter prohibited terms." Bai Su's lips twitched slightly, pressuring one to have children while forbidding any lewdness. What is this? Are we saints? Capable of immaculate conception? System, ing. Bai Su, what should I do now? System, host. Try closing your eyes and sensing the energy fluctuations within your body. Attempt to direct them all towards your womb. Bai Su nodded gently, reclining upon the bed and closing her eyes, attentively attuning herself to the pulsating energy within her lower abdomen. After a brief moment, she could distinctly perceive the transformations occurring within her body. Images of her uterus materialized in her mind, revealing an astonishing sight, an interior she had never envisioned for a rabbit beastman's womb. As she delved deeper, she encountered an intricate network of passageways, layered and coiled like petals, pressed tightly together with scarcely any gaps. Liquids were being compressed, and within this fluidity resided Lu Tinjian's mental energy. Due to the exceedingly narrow and seamless nature of the passageways, the dissipation of this energy occurred at a markedly slower pace, preserving it almost entirely intact. This, indeed, was the mental energy that the system had prompted her to absorb. Bai Su tentatively channeled her mental energy into her womb. In that fleeting moment of intention, the narrow passageway and the convoluted petals began to stir, hungrily drawing in her mental energy with a fervent suction. A warmth enveloped her lower abdomen, as if a potent force was surging forth from her dantian. Dark liquid seeped through her skin. This process endured for nearly 3 hours before concluding. Only after she had completed her upgrade did the system dare to speak. Congratulations, host. On ascending to the 3rd level of femininity, signs of reproductive capability restoration have also emerged, though not entirely rejuvenated. With persistent and intimate interactions with the male leads to absorb their mental energy, her fertility is sure to be restored. Bai Su suddenly opened his eyes. His pair of cool and clear irises even more pristine than before, as beautiful as the crystals beneath a stream. Although his face remained unchanged, his features and complexion seemed to have been enhanced, appearing significantly more exquisite and refined. Chapter 43. Upgrading Restaurant Props. Bai Su could no longer endure the clinging black mud on her body and hurried to the bathroom for a shower. The system in her mind began to tally her points. Host, you have accumulated 600 ordinary points and 2 golden points in the marketplace. Would you like to explore the marketplace for expenditures? There was an unmistakable excitement in its tone. The ordinary points were earned through the healing abilities of the delectable dishes she served in her daily business, when others consumed her food and found relief from their ailments. It was akin to accumulating merit. The golden points, however, were a result of her intimate encounters with Lu Tingyin during the night. Although they had not engaged in a complete relationship, his spiritual energy had made contact with hers. Thus the system deemed it worthy of point accumulation, albeit minimal. As it did not culminate in a pregnancy, Bai Su, while kneading the clay, envisioned the ordinary marketplace in her mind, filled with an assortment of everyday necessities. Bai Su was just contemplating the acquisition of some boilers. The system enthusiastically introduced, the boilers available in the marketplace possess enhancement attributes. The dishes prepared with these boilers can double the deliciousness and healing effects, while green quality items increase by 2-fold, blue by 3-fold, purple by 5-fold, and the highest quality, gold, achieves a 10-fold enhancement. Bai Su detected a lucrative opportunity, and the merchant's instincts were once again ignited. Since this item can double the effectiveness of my dishes, the points I can accrue from my patrons will surely increase as well. System this. Bai Su, is that not the case? A dish that doubles the effect, consuming it once is equivalent to the benefits of eating it 10 times. Shouldn't the points be multiplied accordingly? System, it appears that they should be. Bai Su, moreover, I purchased these products from your marketplace. If there is no distinction in the accumulation of points, what significance does my purchase hold? Surely, these items can also be acquired in everyday life. The system, lacking confidence, responded, however, the boilers in the marketplace do offer a doubling effect. Bai Su, the doubling of effects benefits only my patrons, having no impact on me personally. Regardless of the quality of my cooking, the points I accumulate remain unchanged. Therefore, when utilizing your products, I suggest a recalibration of the points system. For instance, when I prepare meals using your premium quality boilers, the points accrued from each dish sold should be proportionately increased 10-fold. This adjustment would render my purchases in your marketplace meaningful. The system pondered, feeling a tickling sensation in its mind, as if it were on the verge of enlightenment. It found itself in a quandary but ultimately nodded in agreement, acknowledging that, in principle, this should indeed be the case. Upon witnessing the success of her subtle manipulation, Bai Su's eyes glimmered with a trace of amusement as she nonchalantly remarked, therefore, Could you assist me in recalculating the points system? I intend to purchase 2 sets of boilers and replace the old one in the kitchen. The system widened its eyes in astonishment. You wish to acquire 2 sets of the golden variety. The premium quality items do not come cheaply. The acquisition of 2 sets of boilers would nearly deplete her ordinary points. With a grand gesture, Bai Su declared, "Purchase." It was merely an initial investment. With such a high return on investment, only a fool would refrain from seizing the opportunity. The system nodded enthusiastically. "Excellent. I shall assist you with the exchange." The acquisition of the golden quality boiler was successful, and the current balance of ordinary points stood at 200. Bai Su nodded without a flicker of emotion, utilized the tools. In the kitchen, a new set of boiler utensils appeared, while the old, worn-out cookware was instantly revitalized, emanating a gleam of cold metal. The expenditure of points mattered little. She held a firm confidence in her culinary skills, certain that she would swiftly earn them back. The following day, with a cheerful spirit, Bai Su rose early, prepared breakfast for the children, and began to ready the ingredients. The new kitchenware felt like an extension of her own hands, significantly enhancing the efficiency of her culinary endeavors. What once took 2 hours to gently simmer the yam and chicken now required only 40 minutes, and the quality and flavor surpassed anything she had previously achieved by tenfold. This morning, she used the new pot to concoct a pot of lotus leaf porridge, which softened and thickened in less than 10 minutes, releasing the delightful essence of rice oil, rendering it even more aromatic and flavorful. The little ones, enticed by the enticing aroma, promptly rose from their slumber, each eager not to miss out. Bai Xiaolang, with excitement, gazed upwards, his adorable eyes sparkling with joy, exclaiming, "Mother's cooking is truly delectable. I feel immensely fortunate." Bai Su, rare and precious, leaned in to affectionately ruffle his little head, planting several fervent kisses upon his cherubic face. The other little ones, witnessing this tender display, clamored to receive their own share of kisses. Bai Su was overwhelmed, bestowing a kiss upon each individual present. Meanwhile, in the military conference room, all significant members of the Snow Wolf clan, the Liu family, were in attendance, embroiled in a heated debate. The current federal leader bore no fault. Why should he abdicate his position for another? With Colonel Liu's mental prowess restored to its peak, it was only natural that he should reclaim his former title. In the past, during Colonel Liu's tenure, our federation basked in glory. We never feared the Southern Kingdom. And now, reduced to a pitiful state. Indeed, if you choose to endure this humiliation, I refuse to do so. I support Colonel Liu's reinstatement. I too lend my support. Liu Tingyan and the current federal leader, Liu Zhenghua, exchanged glances from opposite ends of the elongated conference table. Liu Zhenghua remained unperturbed, even as numerous elder beastmen from the clan leaned towards Liu Tingyan, betraying not a hint of anxiety. Liu Yanhua lounged languidly beside them, dismissing the fervor. What is the point of all this chatter? In that case, let us vote and take our positions. The assembly nodded in agreement. Among the dozens of clan elders present, nearly 80% cast their votes for Liu Tingyan, leaving a mere 20% for Liu Zhenghua, primarily due to the fact that their sons were held in Liu Zhenghua's grasp. In a world where might is revered, no one would refuse a Liu Tingyan whose mental strength had returned to its zenith. After the voting concluded, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, Liu Zhenghua broke into laughter. "Since everyone has chosen their sides, I shall reveal my hand as well." With a clap of his hands, a swarm of young beast soldiers surged into the conference room. All the clan elders who had voted for Liu Tingyan found themselves at the wrong end of a gun barrel. Panic ensued. "Liu Zhenghua, what is the meaning of this? This internal matter of the wolf beast men is not yours to manipulate. Do you think this will force everyone to submit to you? Dream on." Liu Zhenghua leaned back slightly, adopting the demeanor of a victor as he gazed at Liu Tingyan. "Nephew, today I shall teach you a lesson, to remind you that experience is invaluable." With a scoff, Liu Tingyan let out a derisive laugh, his gaze suddenly sharp as he fixed it upon Liu Zhenghua. "Is that so?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a powerful surge of mental energy erupted from him, enveloping the entire conference room in an instant. The soldiers could not withstand the onslaught, their faces turning pale as they clutched their heads, collapsing to the ground, convulsing momentarily before falling silent, resulting in immediate brain death. Liu Zhenghua's complexion drained of color as he stared in disbelief. "What have you done?" Liu Tingyan regarded him with amusement, a glint of ferocity concealed within his eyes. Reminiscent of a ferocious beast, long dormant, now unleashed. Having been docile for too long, it seems you have forgotten the might of a level 9 beastman. The 9th level represents the apex of strength among the orc populace in the beastly realm, as the formidable mental prowess exerted by such powerful beings is not something that all can withstand. End of chapter. Chapter 44. Framing her with forbidden drugs, Lu Tingyan effortlessly subdued the oblivious father and son duo, reclaiming his authority as the leader of the Federation. Meanwhile, at the mountaintop gourmet establishment, Bai Su, filled with excitement, accompanied by Madame Bai, brought police officers and representatives from the Food Safety Bureau to seal off Bai Su's gourmet establishment, deliberately choosing the bustling lunch hour when patrons were most abundant. Madame Bai, with a frigid expression, ushered the person inside, declaring, "This is the establishment. Search it thoroughly." Bai Xiaolang, sensing the ill intentions of the visitor, instantly darkened his expression and positioned himself at the entrance of the shop. "Ah, it is you again, wicked witch. What schemes do you intend to unfold today?" Bai Shui cast a disdainful glance at the little brat and approached him with the intention of pushing him aside. "You little rascal. Go away and do not hinder us from carrying out our affairs." However, her attempt to shove him was thwarted as Bai Xiaolang seized the opportunity to pull her in, executing a swift turn and delivering a kick that sent Bai Shui tumbling inside. In front of the amused guests, she fell dramatically, eliciting a burst of laughter from the crowd. Snow White, filled with indignation, quickly rose to her feet and exclaimed, "You shall not laugh." She turned to glare at the little white wolf, saying, "How dare you lay a hand on me? Just wait, I shall make you pay dearly for this." A touch of derision flickered in by Xiaolong's eyes. A mere feeble female, utterly incapable of even restraining a chicken, he could easily defeat a dozen of her at once. Lady Bai grasped her firmly, her brow furrowed as she remarked, "It is imperative to attend to serious matters." Only then did Bai Shui cease her actions. Madame Bai cast a sidelong glance at the officer beside her. The man stepped forward and declared, "I am Colonel Lu Yinhua's adjutant. I have received the colonel's orders to seal this restaurant." Upon hearing this, the crowd could not contain their excitement. "Seal it? Why on earth? This restaurant is perfectly fine. How can it be sealed? Where shall we go to savor such delectable food? If you were to close down someone's establishment, there must be a legitimate reason, right? We cannot allow petty malice and unscrupulous competition to suppress them." Indeed, the crowd protested vehemently, their gazes fixed upon Bai Shui, their meaning unmistakable. Upon hearing the cacophony, Bai Su emerged from the kitchen and, upon witnessing Madame Bai and Bai Shui, realized that something was amiss. The smile on her face dimmed slightly. "Madame Bai, what brings you here today? Surely, it cannot be that my refusal to return to the Bai family has incited you to come and wreak havoc upon my establishment?" Madame Bai, indifferent to her, stood imperiously at the threshold of the courtyard. The officer, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze upon Bai Su. "We have received reports indicating that the food in your establishment is tainted with internationally prohibited substances. We are now proceeding with a closure and investigation." Bai Shui looked at the crowd with a smug expression, as if observing a group of fools. "Are you not aware? The dishes you have consumed were laced with prohibited substances. These illicit drugs can temporarily enhance your physical condition, yet they will inevitably shorten your lifespan. You may believe your health has improved, but in reality, you are unknowingly sacrificing decades of your life. She possessed no extraordinary abilities. She was merely deceiving you." At this revelation, the audience erupted in astonishment. "Surely not? Prohibited substances? But I feel perfectly fine. I have been growing healthier with each meal." "Indeed. I had a medical checkup just yesterday and was found to have no issues at all." Bai Shui rolled her eyes in exasperation. "I have already stated that it is a prohibited substance. How could it be so easily discerned by you all?" Bai Su promptly activated her intelligent device, summoning Lu Tingyan. She regarded the individuals before her with calm composure. "Buying time, you allege that there are illicit substances in my dishes. Where is your evidence? You have not even conducted a search, yet you hastily condemn me. After all, I am a law-abiding citizen of the Federation. Is it to this extent that the oppression of females occurs in broad daylight? Has the security of the Federation deteriorated to such a degree?" The leading officer coldly scrutinized her. "You seek evidence, do you?" He turned to the officers outside, commanding, "Everyone, come in and conduct a search." Yes, the entire courtyard was sealed off. Influencers who had come to document the event, as well as those live-streaming their culinary experiences, were left utterly astonished. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. The camera focused on the central figures, and the number of viewers in the live stream surged dramatically. Soldiers pushed Bai Su further inside. Bai Xiaolang swiftly positioned himself in front of Bai Su, soothingly patting her hand like a little adult. "Mother, do not fear, for I shall protect you." Bai Su could not help but chuckle softly, exclaiming, "All right, Mama is not afraid." The audience in the live stream room melted at the sight. Oh my, the little wolf cub is simply too adorable. Alas, I hope this is a misunderstanding. The bond between the wolf cub and the proprietress is genuinely heartwarming, and it pains us to witness their suffering. However, one must admit, the use of forbidden substances seems inappropriate, does it not? Is it not a case of profiting from our expenditures while jeopardizing our lives? Indeed, the females are already under the protection of the Federation. They would not starve even if they did nothing. Is it reasonable for her to run a restaurant? Profiting from us while engaging in such practices? I previously thought this little female was quite delightful, always greeting people with a cheerful smile, only to discover she possesses a deceitful heart beneath that pleasant exterior. I have dined at her establishment numerous times. Is there any possibility of requesting a refund? I feel as if my health has been adversely affected. No wonder I've been losing so much hair lately. Could it be a sign of premature aging? I have experienced the same. Recently, I have found myself increasingly inclined to rise early, sacrificing sleep. Surely, this is a trait characteristic of the elderly. Soon, officers emerged from within, producing a bag of powdered substances and presenting it to the crowd. The evidence is irrefutable. A glimmer of excitement crossed Bai Shue's eyes as she gazed at Bai Su with disappointment. I never anticipated you to be this kind of person. Sister, this shall be the last time I address you as such. Are you truly that desperate for money? Our Federation provides ample welfare for female beastmen. You shall not starve. Must you resort to harming others' lives merely for financial gain? What else is there for Bai Su to be unaware of? The evidence of their crimes has long been concealed within them, making it exceedingly simple to frame them. Bai Su cast a glance at the ostentatious Bai Shui and the imperious Madame Bai, declaring, "You are doing this deliberately. I refuse to accept it. Just moments ago, you entered to conduct your search, and it is entirely plausible that you carry the very contraband you seek to frame me with." The officer, with an air of arrogance and displeasure, replied, "Are you implying that I, the esteemed Colonel Lu Yanhua's aide, would venture into such a remote suburb to entrap the proprietor of a mere shop?" Bai Su crossed her arms. That may not necessarily be the case. Who knows if your mind is functioning properly? The officer narrowed his eyes. Are you seeking death? Bai Shui stirred the pot beside her. Sister, do you truly believe that Colonel Lu would still shield you as he once did? Where is he today? Why hasn't he arrived? She could hardly contain her eagerness for Colonel Lu to make his appearance. As Bai Su was about to speak, a deep and authoritative voice suddenly resonated from the entrance. Do you all consider me dead? The crowd turned in unison to behold Lu Tingyan at the doorway. Clad in military uniform, he bore a cloak symbolizing the leader of the Federation, and a military cap adorned his head. Beneath the brim, his sharp, elongated eyes were shrouded in shadow, evoking an inexplicable chill. The overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from him compelled those present to lower their heads in unison, unease settling among them. Even the live-streaming orc influencer nearby was taken aback by his formidable presence and hastily ended the broadcast. The police officers, upon noticing the cloak draped across his shoulders, felt their pupils constrict in disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't today supposed to be under the assured control of his family's Colonel Lu Yanhua? Lu Tingyan cast a cold glance in their direction, prompting one officer to promptly kneel, exclaiming, "Salute to the leader." Observing this, the other officers quickly followed suit, kneeling in reverence. As the atmosphere intensified, the surrounding onlookers, in a state of panic, hastily knelt as well, too fearful to raise their heads. A flicker of excitement passed through Bai Shue's eyes as she approached, her voice delicate and soft. "Commander Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Tingyan, steadfast in his gaze, strode to Bai Su's side. "Naturally, I am here to support my mate." Upon hearing these words, the onlookers could not help but feel a pang of envy. Many were left perplexed, wondering how the once-dismissed Commander Lu had suddenly reclaimed his position of leadership. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Shui realized an opportunity had arisen and promptly rushed forward. "Colonel, please do not be deceived by her. Just last night, she was entangled with 4 bear beastmen in a cave, leading a most chaotic private life. She has been waiting for this very moment." It was clear that Colonel Lu would come to aid this wretched woman. However, one must ponder whether the current leader of the Federation would still desire a female shrouded in scandal, with tangible evidence of her indiscretions. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Bai Shue's eyes. Lu Tingyan gazed at her intently, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene, as no one dared to utter a word. If Bai Shue's words held any truth, then Bai Su's audacity was truly astounding, brazenly treating the esteemed leader as a mere backup. Lu Tingyan fixed his gaze upon Bai Shui, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his lips. So it is you, sparing me the trouble of investigation. Chapter 45. Lu Tingyan's rescue. Bai Shui failed to grasp his meaning, her mind ensnared in the thrill of Lu Tingyan's impending disappointment and disdain for Bai Su. Colonel, you have no idea. She has always led a rather dissolute private life. Just observe her daily attire. She deliberately exudes the scent of a beast to allure those masculine beings. A dignified female, yet she willingly descends into debauchery, operating a shop in this desolate wilderness, exchanging flirtations with males every day. Who can ascertain whether her business is genuine or merely a facade for some unspeakable activities? Thus, I commenced my investigation, and as expected, I followed her beyond the city last night, discovering her engaged in lewd revelry with 4 bear-like creatures in a cave. Colonel, you are aware that while females are protected under federal law, a female may possess multiple beast husbands. Such lewd gatherings without marriage are not shielded by law. Not only are they unprotected, but such self-degrading females ought to be cast into the female pit. The female pit serves to punish the most heinous of females, where those confined must appease every male who enters with their bodies. The existence of the female pit significantly alleviates the plight of males unable to find females, preventing them from succumbing to a frenzied state. Upon hearing this, the crowd present found themselves momentarily stirred by inner turmoil. The allure of Bai Su is universally acknowledged. They had never encountered such a resplendent and captivating female. Where she defined herself in the den of females, the icy gaze of Lu Tingyan swept over the assembly. Those kneeling felt a chill run down their spines and hastily lowered their heads, daring not to harbor any further thoughts. In the expectant gaze of Bai Shui, Lu Tingyan slowly spoke. As far as I am aware, you did not venture out last night. How then do you know of her circumstances within the cave? Upon hearing this, Bai Shui's face flashed with a hint of panic. I stepped out. Perhaps you did not notice, Colonel. Lu Tingyan remained unmoved. To cast aspersions on others without having ventured outside yourself, do you not realize that in the Federation, even if you are a female, you cannot evade the consequences of persecuting another female? Bai Shui felt her heart race under his gaze. How was this so different from what she had envisioned? Shouldn't Colonel Lu be pursuing Bai Su to ascertain the truth? Wasn't she seizing the opportunity to tear Bai Su's clothing, allowing Colonel Lu to witness the marks upon her skin with his own eyes? With so many witnesses present, if the accusation against Bai Su were to be substantiated, it would matter little that she was a female. No male would consider her thereafter. Furthermore, with the additional charge of drug trafficking being leveled today, no one would ever believe in her extraordinary abilities again. Bai Shui summoned her courage to gaze at Lu Tingyan. Colonel, you cannot let your friendship with her cloud your judgment. Lu Tingyan interrupted her impatiently, exerting an overwhelming pressure. Those 4 bear-like creatures were hired by you, were they not? They sent you a message before their demise. Bai Shui was taken aback by his uncanny ability to pinpoint the information with such precision, instinctively feeling a twinge of guilt. She hurriedly denied it, stammering, No. Her youth became apparent as she struggled to withstand Lu Tingyan's inquiries, the signs of her inner turmoil vividly etched upon her face. Upon perceiving the impending crisis, Lady Bai swiftly drew Bai Shui behind her. Leader Lu, I believe our primary focus today should be on whether Bai Su has utilized forbidden substances and engaged in licentious gatherings. The whereabouts of Shuer last night are not of immediate concern, are they? Lu Tingyan, disinterested in further discourse with them, found Bai Shui's expression of terror and guilt sufficiently revealing. He gestured, Yodel, have this mother-daughter duo from the Bai family detained. They are suspected of trafficking in forbidden drugs, framing others, persecuting female orcs, and inciting public disturbances, alongside unauthorized adjustments to military personnel. Such a multitude of charges warrants an extended period of scrutiny. Despite Lady Bai's years of adept maneuvering within the aristocratic circles, her polished skills proved futile against Lu Tingyan's domineering demeanor, which offered no room for negotiation. Snow White was on the verge of tears behind her. Lady Bai, filled with maternal concern, summoned her courage to address Lu Tingyan. Leader, on your very first day of reinstatement, do you intend to publicly abuse your power to shield others and persecute us? The inferior female you protect is indeed a female. Are we not also females? Very well. A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Tingyan's gaze. To defy the leader and question authority is to compound your crimes. Lock them up for a month and review their case then. Yodel did not even lift his eyelids. Yes, truly, they were oblivious to the dangers. Everyone in the military knew that Lu Tingyan had an aversion to anyone daring to question his decisions. During his previous tenure, he had already exhibited enough tyranny. Yet since his judgments had never faltered, people gradually came to accept him, never daring to challenge his authority. The White Lady had long basked in the sycophantic flattery of the aristocracy, forgetting that the figure before her was no longer the effete male of the Federation, but rather the renowned leader of Ur, notorious for his brutal, iron-fisted rule and his expertise in quelling tyranny. This was the first time Lady Bai had been subjected to such crude treatment in a public setting. She was thrown into a state of panic, desperately attempting to protect Bai Su, yet she found herself unable to safeguard her own well-being, as both were forcibly dragged away. Bai Su furrowed her brow slightly. A hint of concern etched upon her features. Though Bai Su's character may appear somewhat insipid, embodying the foolishness of an ancient romance heroine who is both self-absorbed and saintly, she remains the protagonist of the tale. Moreover, is not Lu Tingyan the male lead of this narrative? Why, then, does he treat the heroine in such a manner? Bai Su could not help but stroke her chin, pondering whether Lu Tingyan and the heroine were entwined in a tale of love and rivalry. He had cast her down from her lofty perch, only to clandestinely ensnare her beside him, compelling her to be solely his possession. Hiss! Lu Tingyan turned to meet her gaze, the corner of his mouth twitching. Why do you look at me in such a way? Bai Su. Oh, it's nothing. Lu Tingyan furrowed his brow, a glint of warning in his eyes. Bai Su. Bai Su's lips twitched slightly, and she had no choice but to confide, expressing her fear that you might be swayed by fate, developing a fondness for Bai Su, only to later blame me for having instigated you into harming her. This time, Lu Tingyan was rendered speechless. Utter nonsense. Bai Su cleared her throat and said, well, I must express my gratitude to Colonel Lu for his timely arrival. Otherwise, I would have faced dire consequences. Lu Tingyan exchanged a meaningful glance with his assistant. The assistant nodded and led the chief officer outside, only to return and clarify for everyone. We have thoroughly investigated the matter regarding the prohibited substances, and there are no fingerprints of Miss Bai Su on the drugs. Hence, this incident is merely a poorly executed frame-up. We will conduct a comprehensive investigation and provide everyone with a satisfactory explanation. Rest assured, there is no issue with the safety of the restaurant's food. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. They frequented this establishment daily, their palates having been accustomed to Bai Su's cuisine. The thought of losing this restaurant and having to seek alternatives was unsettling for them. Lu Tingyan then turned to Bai Su and, with a subtle smile, remarked, did you truly believe I came merely to extricate you from this predicament? Into this chapter, Chapter 46, the appearance of the second Beastman offspring. Bai Su blinked her eyes and inquired, are you still planning to dine here? Lu Tingyan gestured towards the door. Yodel entered, bringing with him a little fellow, emaciated and filthy, resembling a child who had just emerged from a refugee camp. As soon as Bai Xiaolang caught sight of the person entering, his eyes sparkled with delight. Little Snake. Little Snake, upon seeing Bai Xiaolang, was also swept with joy, exclaiming, brother. The two little creatures joyfully embraced one another. Bai Su was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the little creature, the second serpent beast, unexpectedly retrieved by Lu Tingyan. Could it signify that the second male lead would soon make his entrance? As Bai Su gazed at the serpent cub, she inadvertently locked eyes with its gaze. Filled with animosity, Bai Su, it seems I must hasten to cleanse my reputation. She recalls that the second snake cub was sold by her own hand, and she even counted the money before his very eyes. To redeem herself will not be an easy task. Accompanying the emergence of the snake cub is the second male lead, a delicate yet obsessive figure entrenched in the underworld, a brutal 9th-level snake beastman. This male lead possesses an extraordinarily powerful mind, rendering his mental state alarmingly unstable. In moments of instability, he resorts to violence, even going so far as to kill his subordinates. His original identity appears to be intertwined with the royal family of the Southern Kingdom, which stands in opposition to the Federation. However, the novel offers little elaboration on his background, merely indicating that he is the formidable leader of a criminal empire, engaging in smuggling operations and wielding enough power to instill fear in both the Federation and the Southern Kingdom. Bai Su could not help but feel a throbbing headache. She had yet to deal with Lu Tingyan, and now another delusional, obsessive snake had appeared. She turned to the crowd and said, I sincerely apologize, everyone. As you can see, my child has returned once more. Let us conclude today's gathering here. To those who have not finished their meals, I am truly sorry. The cost of this meal will be waived. With Lu Tingyan standing beside her as support, even if the guests had 10 times the audacity, they would not dare to linger. Bai Su gently patted the little snake's head and said, it's good to have you back. You must be famished. I will prepare a meal immediately. She then called out to Bai Xiaolang and the remaining little ones. Why don't you take the little snake to play? I will summon you once the food is ready. The little ones cheered with delight, and Bai Xiaolang led the snake upstairs with a skip in his step. Meanwhile, Lu Tingyan instructed his aide to keep watch outside, while he followed Bai Su into the kitchen. Bai Su pondered for a moment, contemplating that the serpent beastmen were likely carnivorous creatures. Therefore, she resolved to utilize the available ingredients to prepare a feast. She rolled up her sleeves, readying herself to cook a delectable array of dishes: lemon-infused ribs, succulent marinated beef, spicy pan-fried fish, sweet and sour chicken chunks, and tangy quail eggs. Surely the serpents would relish such delicacies. She also planned to craft a few spicy fried eggs, lemon-shredded chicken, a refreshing cold dish of king oyster mushrooms, and a medley of small seafood in a flavorful sauce. To conclude, she intended to prepare a light winter melon and clam soup to balance the flavors. With her menu set, Bai Su commenced her culinary endeavors. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Tingyan had silently approached her from behind and inquired, "Would you like some assistance?" Bai Su turned away, saying, "No need for that. Only the food I prepare with my own hands possesses the power to heal. You merely wait for the meal. Today, I wish to express my gratitude to you. If it weren't for your assistance, my little snake would not have been retrieved so swiftly." Lu Tingyan pressed his lips together and suddenly remarked, "I should be the one expressing thanks. Without your help in restoring my fragmented mental energy, I would not have been able to reclaim my position as the leader of the Federation so seamlessly." As Bai Su skillfully chopped the vegetables, she laughed and said, "Congratulations. From now on, you shall be the esteemed leader, and no one will dare to bully you. I shall bask in your glory as well, free from the worries of being constantly troubled." Suddenly, Lu Tingyan embraced her from behind, calling out, "Bai Su." Bai Su paused in her vegetable slicing as Lu Tingyan's voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness, inquired, "If I were to begin pursuing you now, aspiring to be your first beast husband, would that be acceptable?" Bai Su was not particularly surprised. The system had been diligently recording her affection points. Among the more than 5,000 ordinary points, his contribution to her affection value was considerable. Upon her arrival in this beastly world, her sole ambition was to establish a delightful eatery with her little ones, fulfilling the culinary dream she had been unable to realize in her previous life. She aimed to steer clear of the romantic entanglements of the protagonists, avoiding any involvement in their narrative and evading the fate of being a mere supporting character. Observing her hesitation, the system promptly encouraged her, urging, "My dear, what are you waiting for? Lu Tingyan's affection points are nearly maxed out. By pursuing him, you could accrue a substantial amount of affection value." Bai Su found himself in a predicament. However, he is destined to be the male lead, and I do not wish for the system to intervene. The system reassured him. "Rest assured, as long as you fully conquer him, his affection for you will not diminish. Even the aura of the female lead cannot separate him from your side." Bai Su was momentarily taken aback. "Is that even possible? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" The system replied with a hint of grievance, "You never inquired." Bai Su felt that enduring her desire for the alluring man over these many days had become a farcical endeavor. Suddenly, she turned to meet Lu Tingyan's deep, elongated gaze. "Do you have feelings for me? Colonel, I hope you can distinguish between gratitude and love." Lu Tingyan replied, "I can discern the difference." "Bai Su, let us turn the page. I am utterly enamored with the present you, so much so that it drives me to madness, to the brink of desperation. You are a gift bestowed upon me by the beast god. Bai Su, within our wolf clan, once a mate is chosen, that bond remains unalterable. Even if you were to have other beast husbands in the future, I shall forever belong to you, devoted solely to you alone." Bai Su grasped his collar and suddenly pressed her lips against his. The two ignited like dry kindling meeting a fierce flame, ready to explode. Lu Tingyan, tall and formidable, with an abundance of explosive strength, effortlessly lifted her, placing her upon the table. Their kiss was fervent and unyielding. His mental prowess had already soothed her once, and now, entering her body was as simple as a gentle breeze. Bai Su's eyes turned red from the provocation, and she couldn't help but glare at him while panting. "You're cheating." Lu Tingyan unconsciously curved his lips into a smile. "As long as it pleases you, it's not cheating." The two of them embraced passionately, lost in a fervent kiss. "Mom, is dinner ready?" Outside the kitchen, Bai Xiaolang's voice echoed. The footsteps drew nearer. Lu Tingyan muttered a curse under his breath, his desire to send the boy to the military for training intensifying. Bai Su hastily pushed him away, flustered as she tidied her disheveled hair. "It's not ready yet. Just a moment. If you're hungry, Feel free to have the small cakes in the refrigerator. Bai Xiaoling appeared at the door, his expression innocent and endearing. Mother, allow me to assist you. It is too arduous for you to cook alone. Lu Tingyin coldly declined. No need. I am sufficient to manage this task alone. The gazes of the two snow wolves, one large and one small, clashed behind Bai Su, the air thick with the crackling tension of impending conflict. Bai Su turned to Bai Xiaolang and said, There's no need. You should keep the little snake company. The two snow wolves, one large and one small, promptly displayed a demeanor of peace and friendliness, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere that had just prevailed. Bai Xiaolang could only nod obediently and replied, Then let us play on the first floor. Mother, just call for me if you need anything. My hearing is excellent, and I can hear any sound. Bai Su awkwardly nodded. All right, go ahead. Lu Tingyin cast a dark glare at Bai Xiaolang. Bai Xiaolang, unwilling to concede, shot a defiant glance before turning away. The kitchen was left with only two individuals, and Lu Tingyin still yearned to continue the conversation. Bai Su hurriedly pushed him away, exclaiming, No. Little Wolf has keen hearing and will notice. Lu Tingyin had no choice but to relent. Upon returning to the living room, Bai Xiaolang found the little snake huddled warily in the corner, ignoring everyone around. After a moment of contemplation, he approached with 2 ice creams in hand and said, Little snake, would you like to have one? The little serpent fixed its gaze upon him, as if regarding him as a traitor. Are you quite close with that woman? Bai Su? Bai Xiaolang comprehended his attitude and hurriedly clarified, Things are different now. Mother is treating us all very well. She is no longer the person she used to be. The serpent offspring, with a darkened gaze, averted his eyes, retorting, Excuses. Have you forgotten how she tormented us? Our youngest sister has yet to be found, and you are already groveling before this woman, Bai Su? Bai Xiaolang intended to pull him over. Suddenly, the little serpent knocked the ice cream out of his hand, exclaiming, Do not touch me, you traitor. The beastly youngsters have made their entrance. How far behind could the second and third male leads be? Hurry up. Second male lead, do not rush me. I am already creating sparks with my paddles. Third male lead, do not cue me. I am in the midst of preparing for my role. End of this chapter. Chapter 47. The little serpent is softened by delicacies. Bai Xiaolang, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, I understand that you still harbor doubts about your mother, but trust me, we have been searching for you all along. Deep down, the little serpent felt a glimmer of joy, yet skepticism remained etched on his face. Perhaps they intend to gather us all together for some nefarious scheme, he thought. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of delectable dishes wafted into the living room. The little serpent twitched his nose and inquired, What is that delightful scent? Bai Xiaolang, it seems that mother's meal is almost ready. She zai, with a hint of skepticism. Meal? Is this the flavor of canned food? Bai Xiaolang chuckled softly and elucidated. No, it is food prepared by my mother herself. I have heard that it employs a culinary technique that has been lost to time on the ancient planet of launching. My mother has awakened a healing ability, and it is through consuming her dishes that my eyes and tail were restored. Upon hearing this, the serpent cub fell silent, merely gazing at him and inquired, Do you now refer to her as mother? Bai Xiaolang was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether to reveal to him that Bai Su was their biological mother. However, it seemed that Bai Su herself was unaware of this fact. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until the second brother's perception of their mother shifted before disclosing the truth. White Little Wolf pondered for a moment before swiftly shifting the subject. You should eat more later. These past few months must have been quite arduous for you outside. The little serpent snorted disdainfully. I refuse to consume anything prepared by that woman's hands. Bai Xiaolang, since you detest her so much, why not indulge a bit more? She spent her money and invested her time and effort to prepare this. The more you consume, the more you benefit at her expense, making her life difficult. Shizai pondered for a moment and found some merit in this notion. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I shall devour it all shortly. Bai Xiaolang could not help but chuckle. Aside from inheriting the vengeful traits of the serpent beast men, the second brother's disposition remained quite innocent. The dishes were served at the table. Bai Su called the children to wash their hands. A few little ones cheered and formed a line to the sink. The little serpent was pulled along to the basin. He glanced at the lively kittens and the little tigers, then turned his gaze towards the warm scene in the dining hall where Bai Su and Lu Tingyin were serving the dishes. He had witnessed such a scene before, during his time as a slave in various orc households. At that time, he could only harbor deep envy, never imagining that such a moment would one day belong to him. When the little serpent finished washing his hands and was brought to the table, he still wore a stern expression. Bai Su merely smiled, offering him a spoon while gently ruffling his hair. Hurry and eat. I'm not certain of your preferences. So I've prepared an abundance of meat. Do let me know what you enjoy, and I shall make it for you in the future. The serpent offspring let out a cold huff, turning away to evade her touch. Bai Su remained unperturbed, gently serving him more dishes. The rich aroma of meat wafted enticingly into the little one's nostrils. Beside him, Bai Xiao Lang and the kitten cubs began to indulge heartily. At last, unable to resist any longer and with a resolute determination to embrace the inevitable, he scooped a piece of sweet and sour chicken with a spoon and brought it to his mouth. The delightful explosion of tangy sweetness enveloped his palate. The snake hatchling stared in disbelief, momentarily too astonished to even chew. Bai Xiaolong's eyes sparkled with delight. What do you think? Is it not delicious? My mother is an exquisite cook. The young serpent yearned to maintain a stern expression, yet the extraordinary flavors dancing upon his palate were utterly enchanting. He had never before savored such delectable meat. In his memory, raw meat was always associated with a pungent scent, and although chicken canned food lacked the fishy odor, it was devoid of any remarkable taste. It could not possibly compare to the exquisite flavor that now tantalized his taste buds, succulent, tender, and bursting with a rich, sweet and sour essence. Bai Su broke into a smile, urging, "Do indulge yourself. The chicken pieces I prepared are from the thigh, ensuring a tender and delectable experience, which should be easily digestible for you." She then served the little one several generous portions of beef, a few quail eggs, and added some ribs, saying, "You look quite thin. It seems you have endured quite a bit while away. Eat more to replenish your strength." The young serpent gazed at the table full of smiling faces, and even Lu Tingyin, who typically bore a stern demeanor, wore a gentle expression at that moment. An inexplicable pang of emotion surged within him, and he fought to suppress the swelling in his throat, asserting defiantly, "There's no need for you to serve me. I can manage on my own." Yet, despite his deliberate attempt to sound menacing, the tremor in his voice betrayed an underlying sorrow. Bai Su's heart softened profoundly, and she could not resist the urge to embrace the little one tightly, though she feared he might recoil. The poor little creature, sold by the original owner at such a tender age, returned to her in a state of dishevelment and frailty, undoubtedly having endured considerable hardship outdoors. After their meal, the little ones all ascended the stairs in an orderly fashion to take their baths. Bai Su busied herself in the kitchen, tossing the dishes into the dishwasher. She turned to Lu Tingyin and inquired, "Where did you find him? Did he have?" Lu Tingyin replied, "When we discovered him, he had just fled from a household. According to that family, he was purchased to serve as a servant, but was punished for stealing their belongings and shattering an expensive vase. Unable to endure the punishment, he escaped. However, upon examining his wounds, it is evident that the situation is far more complex than it appears." Bai Su nodded appreciatively, expressing her gratitude. Lu Tingyin reassured her, stating, "I have successfully brought him back and completed all necessary formalities. You need not worry, he is not undocumented." Bai Su, "Very well." Lu Tingyin leaned closer. "It is getting late. I can today." Bai Su glanced at him with a smile. "How about next time? My heart is entirely occupied with the little snake, and I wish to care for him." Lu Tingyin anticipated her response and did not press the matter further. Instead, he sighed, "May I at least have a hug?" Unbeknownst to him, his gesture of outstretched arms in pursuit of an embrace resembled that of a large dog wagging its tail, seeking affection from its master. Bai Su found herself amused by her own imagination and suddenly leaped into his embrace, bestowing upon him a heartfelt hug. Lu Tingyin held her closely, the tangible sensation prompting a contented sigh to escape his lips as he nestled into the curve of her neck, inhaling deeply several times. The sweet fragrance of ripe peaches filled the air around them. Bai Su could no longer contain herself and gently ruffled his hair. "All right, it's time to go back," she said. Lu Tingyin held on to her tightly, unwilling to let go. "What am I to you now? Can I be considered your beast husband?" Bai Su curled her lips and said, "Isn't it a bit too soon? I am not quite ready yet. You just declared your intention to pursue me today, and now you wish to assume the role of my beast husband tonight?" Lu Tingyin nuzzled her neck, letting out a soft hum. "Is that not permissible?" "Bai Su, it depends on your performance." Lu Tingyin tightened his embrace, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. "It feels as though I am caught in a dream. Bai Su, you truly would allow me to pursue you, wouldn't you?" Bai Su chuckled. "Indeed, indeed. You are squeezing the breath out of me." Lu Tingyin not only refused to loosen his grip, but tightened it further, saying, "I have just assumed my new position and may be rather occupied in the coming days, leaving little time to accompany you. Please wait for me." Bai Su felt a sense of helplessness. All right. How could she have known that Lu Tingyin was so clingy and private? He hardly resembled a wolf, in truth. He was akin to a spoiled, playful puppy. Yet, she found immense pleasure in such an embrace. Enveloped in his broad arms, they were closely intertwined. Often, a comforting embrace can evoke deeper emotions than 1,000 spoken words. Bai Su ascended the stairs only after seeing Lu Tingyin off. The other little ones had already finished their baths, leaving only the snake cub nestled in the living room, exhibiting a demeanor of vigilance. Bai Xiaoling, in a state of helplessness, was negotiating beside him while holding a pair of pajamas. Bai Su took the pajamas from Bai Xiaoling's hands and said, "Allow me to handle this. You all should retire for the night." Chapter 48. A disagreement arises. Bai Xiaoling nodded slightly before turning to ascend the stairs. The snake cub watched her with keen vigilance, its eyes narrowing into vertical slits, characteristic of serpentine creatures, adorned with a distinctive golden hue. Bai Su, like a young chick in her grasp, tucked the person under her arm and declared, "Come, let us bathe." The little snake, taken aback by her unexpected touch, thrashed violently in protest. "Do not touch me, you wicked woman. I refuse to bathe. Get away from me." Bai Su remained unfazed, carrying the person upstairs. As the bathroom drew nearer, the little snake could only anxiously exclaim, "I can wash myself." "Did you hear that? Bad woman. Bai Su, put me down." Bai Su pushed the person into the bathroom and locked the door behind him. The bathtub was filled with the bathing water that Bai Xiaoling had prepared earlier. The little snake widened its eyes in alarm, exclaiming, "Are you planning to torment me in some bizarre manner again? I refuse to fall for it." Bai Su was momentarily taken aback, and with a hint of remorse, she sighed softly, "Snake treasure, I apologize for my past actions. I should not have treated you cruelly. May I be granted a chance to amend my ways?" The young serpent, caught off guard by her unexpected humility, stood in a daze, unsure of how to respond. "Bai Su, I am no longer the person I used to be. Now, I genuinely wish to live a good life with all of you. Once we have retrieved the remaining 2 little ones, we can talk about our family gathering and reunion." The serpent child's face flushed. "Who said we are family?" The serpent child had never communicated so frankly with anyone, nor could he articulate such sentimental words as Bai Su did, nor did he trust her words. Bai Su gently tousled his head and said, "How about this? As long as you obediently cooperate with your bath, I shall secretly prepare a delightful midnight snack just for you tonight. What do you think?" The little snake's eyelids fluttered, and his vertically slit pupils suddenly widened, rendering him considerably more endearing. Bai Su, upon gazing into his eyes, discerned that he had capitulated, yet he was too prideful to voice it. Stifling a laugh, she pulled him onto a small stool nearby and proceeded to strip him of his garments. The little rascal, overwhelmed by shyness, promptly turned his back to her. When Bai Su beheld the wounds adorning his body, a smile eluded her. Despite indulging in such a copious feast of her culinary creations that evening, his injuries had yet to heal. As a third-level beastman, her healing abilities had been significantly enhanced, and with the aid of the boiler from the system's marketplace, she ought to have been able to mend simple cuts and abrasions swiftly. Unless, Bai Su gazed at him and inquired, "Serpent treasure, what is your current level?" The little serpent huffed in response, "I have reached level 6. Bai Su shuddered, exclaiming, "What? Only 4 years old, and already at level 6. Truly, they are the exceptionally gifted villains from the stories, far surpassing ordinary individuals from the very start." She cleared her throat, rolled up her sleeves, and swiftly began bathing the little one. A continuous stream of black water flowed down onto the floor. After rinsing 5 or 6 times, the serpent's dark tresses gradually revealed their silvery sheen. She marveled, "Your hair is so beautiful. Why dye it black?" The serpent turned its head, regarding her with curiosity. Once it confirmed that her eyes held only admiration and not the ridicule often found in others, it lowered its gaze and murmured, "They say silver hair is ugly. That only old men and freaks possess such a color. Bai Su, a group of individuals utterly devoid of appreciation. How exquisite this silver hair is, simply breathtaking. Is it not?" Suddenly, the serpent progeny unleashed its mental prowess, entering a state of complete beast transformation. A petite white snake coiled its body, raising its head while perched on a stool. "Is it still beautiful now?" "Ah." Bai Su, startled, instinctively leaned back and clumsily fell to the ground. Heaven knows, she harbored an intense fear of snakes. Trembling, she hastily retreated. Transform back. It would be easier to wash. The small serpent reverted to its human form, directing its first smile of the day towards Bai Su, cowered. Perhaps this woman truly was different now. In the past, Bai Su would cower at the sight of his original form, resorting to throwing objects at him until he reverted to human shape. only to then chastise and humiliate him in a fit of rage. Yet now, in her fear, Bai Su merely retreated incessantly, her complexion paling without any inclination to strike. Clearly, she had an array of items within reach to hurl at him. The instinct of humanity does not deceive. One wonders if this woman has taken leave of her senses, suddenly devoid of aggression. He contentedly sat on the stool, gazing up at her. Time for a bath. Bai Su finally breathed a sigh of relief, feigning irritation as she playfully pinched his nose, careful not to apply too much pressure. She continued, I have arranged for Colonel Lu to grant you an identity. From now on, you shall bear my surname and be known as Bai Shaoxi, while your brother will be called Bai Xiaolang. You will now possess a recognized identity, no longer a shadow in the dark. And no one will dare to bully you indiscriminately. The little white snake lowered its head, fiddling with the water in the bath, lost in thought. The small creature had been cleaned, revealing its original delicate visage, although it shared a sibling bond with the white wolf. Its appearance was strikingly dissimilar to that of its brother. Bai Xiaolang possesses an exceptionally adorable appearance with round, glistening eyes and elegantly arched brows that enhance his strikingly handsome features. In contrast, Bai Shaoxi has a more angular visage, perhaps due to his lean physique, devoid of any infantile softness. His silver hair and golden eyes, coupled with his narrow face, exude a sense of sharpness and formidable presence, imbued with an undeniable assertiveness. Bai Su delicately washed the little one clean and wrapped it in a soft, plush towel. Bai Xiaolang inhaled the sun-drenched scent of the towel, enveloping himself in its soft embrace, unable to resist the wave of relaxation that washed over him. It appeared that his elder brother had spoken the truth. Bai Su, this woman, had indeed transformed for the better. After enjoying a late-night snack, Bai Su arranged for him to share a room with Bai Xiaolang. Many of the rooms on the first floor had been dismantled, repurposed into a vast ice cellar for storing food, which would likely leave insufficient space for the other two children upon their return. Bai Su contemplated the idea of further expanding the restaurant's backyard, simultaneously considering an extension of the front yard to accommodate a greater number of patrons. After Bai Su finished her evening routine and changed into her pajamas, she lay down on the bed, feeling refreshed. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she received a video call from Lu Tingyan. She answered the call, asking, Is there something urgent at this late hour? Lu Tingyan, still dressed in his military uniform as though he were in his office, replied, I merely wanted to check if you were resting. Bai Su languidly reclined back onto her bed, leaning against the small dog pillow behind her. Not yet. I just finished my bath. Lu Tingyan responded softly, seemingly a bit unaccustomed to video chatting, awkwardly fixating on the screen. Bai Su navigated the situation with remarkable ease, having lived through 2 lifetimes. In her previous existence, Bai Su possessed a fair degree of beauty, and during her university years, she spent countless hours engaged in long phone conversations with her boyfriend. Seizing the opportunity, she conveyed her intentions to Lu Tingyan. I wish to expand the store in the coming days. Lu Tingyan acknowledged her proposal with a simple reply. Bai Su remarked, Just as the little snake has returned, we will surely find the other 2 children soon, and there won't be enough room for everyone. Previously, the original owner had crammed all the children into a single room, forcing them to sleep on the floor. I cannot possibly replicate such an arrangement. Moreover, I intend to take advantage of the stable influx of guests in the front courtyard to expand significantly, adding more tables. When the workload becomes overwhelming, I shall simply hire an assistant. Lu Tingyan suddenly inquired, Are you still planning to open a restaurant? Bai Su, perplexed, remarked, Of course. How can one earn a living and raise children without operating a restaurant? Lu Tingyan furrowed his brow slightly, responding, You need not toil so hard. The females of the Federation can thrive solely on the support of their beast husbands. This urgency to reclaim his leadership within the Federation was fueled by his desire to safeguard Bai Su more effectively. Bai Su let out a laugh, saying, I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingyan stiffened his back and inquired, Are you rejecting my offer to be your beast husband? Bai Su, even if you become my beast husband, I need not rely entirely on you for sustenance. My restaurant can provide for myself and my children. Lu Tingyan, however, it is the duty of the male to ensure that the female lives a life free of worries. Bai Su patiently explained to him, I understand your perspective. In the Federation, all females rely on their beast husbands for sustenance once they have taken a mate. However, I have my own career and aspirations, which does not conflict with your role as my beast husband. Lu Tingyan furrowed his brow, as if he could crush a fly. Career? You are a female. You do not need a career, nor do you need to toil for money. Chapter 49. The appearance of male leads 2 and 3 in the Federation. It is rare for a female to labor so diligently merely to provide for her offspring and secure living resources. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming desire to care for someone properly, to hastily marry her and cherish her as a wife, allowing her to frolic blissfully in his backyard each day. Akin to a delightful little bunny. Bai Su's smile diminished slightly. Why should you determine whether I need a career? I am passionate about my profession and my aspirations. Lu Tingyan replied. Is your dream merely to keep yourself occupied every day? Bai Su's face turned icy. This has nothing to do with you, does it? You are not someone of significance in my life, and you have no authority to dictate what I should or should not do regarding my future. She decisively ended the video call. Lu Tingyan, feeling somewhat agitated, tugged at the bow tie around his neck, perplexed as to where precisely things had gone awry. In his perception, such a beautiful and kind-hearted woman, with a gentle disposition, was a treasure of the Federation, indeed, his treasure. She should not have to endure such hardships. She deserved to reside in the most opulent garden of the leader, living a life of carefree luxury, attended to by servants, with her only concerns being what to eat, what to play, and where to shop, rather than pondering what dishes to prepare, how much money to earn, or how many offspring to raise. The following day, Bai Su took the initiative to contact the construction team at the foot of the mountain, resolving to seek individuals to draft the design plans and commence work. However, before she could descend, a series of unfortunate events befell the little ones. First, Bai Shaoxi was engulfed in a feverish discomfort, followed closely by Bai Xiaolang, who succumbed to a state of drowsiness and confusion. Alarmed by the turn of events, she hastily summoned an ambulance. Bai Su instinctively considered calling Lu Tingyan. But recalling last night's video call, her expression turned cold, and she withdrew her intelligent wristband. The 2 little ones had been urgently taken to the hospital. Bai Su stood anxiously by the side, her concern palpable. The doctor, noticing her distress, could not help but smile gently. You are truly a devoted mother, he remarked. But fret not, they should be fine. Their vitality is quite robust. Typically, the role of the female is confined to reproduction, as the care of the offspring, including their nourishment and daily activities, falls predominantly to the father. Consequently, a female often requires several mates who collaborate in their duties, some venture out to earn, while others tend to the young and care for the female, or they may operate on a rotational basis. It is indeed a rarity to see a female like Bai Su bringing 2 cubs to the hospital alone, as such instances are uncommon. Bai Su then realized that the pediatric ward she had entered was surrounded entirely by males, who were accompanying their children for medical care. The men regarded her with a mixture of curiosity and envy, their gazes exceedingly amiable, even tinged with a touch of benevolence. After the examination, the doctor emerged and addressed Bai Su, reassuring her, do not be alarmed, they are on the verge of transcending their mental capabilities, which has caused a rise in body temperature and a temporary slumber of consciousness. They shall awaken in 3 hours. Bai Susong let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Thank you, doctor. She settled into the resting area, where whispers soon reached her ears. It's the first time witnessing a female personally caring for her offspring. Her temperament is remarkably gentle, isn't it? What an extraordinary female. Her beastly partner ought to be condemned. Such irresponsibility in a male would surely draw scorn online. This little female appears so exquisite. How could she be engaged in the arduous task of bringing her child to the hospital? Hospitals are rife with filth, teeming with bacteria. What if the little female were to contract an illness due to bacterial infection? Is her beastly partner not alive? Bai Su found it rather perplexing. Suddenly, she caught sight of a familiar figure hastily passing by. Bai Su was momentarily taken aback, quickly rising to greet him. Grandfather. Yalko, startled, promptly halted in his tracks. Bai Su inquired with concern, what brings you to the hospital? Are you alone? Where do you feel unwell? Yarko gazed at her intently, his expression somewhat peculiar, as if he did not recognize her. Bai Su waved her hand in front of him. Grandfather? What is it? Yarko's gaze fell upon the ring on her middle finger, his eyes flickering slightly. Oh, it's nothing. I merely came to visit an old friend. I shall take my leave now. Bai Su found his actions inexplicably peculiar. Yet seeing him in such a hurry, he reluctantly allowed him to depart. As Yalko reached the corner, he pressed his wristband, shedding his disguise to reveal a strikingly handsome and youthful visage. A smirk graced his lips as his elegant alabaster fingers brushed against the miniature listening device concealed within his ear. The item has been located. Retreat. I shall proceed alone. The man possessed a tall and slender frame. exuding an exquisite beauty reminiscent of a finely cut gem. He smiled slightly at his reflection, a hint of mischievous allure dancing upon his features. Before donning Yalko's disguise once more, "Allow me to meet you, dear little rabbit." In the observation room, two small figures radiated warmth, enveloped in a dense aura of mental energy, prompting the nearby medical staff to exchange envious whispers. Incredible, at such a tender age, they possess such formidable psychic power. At merely 4 years old, they were on the brink of breaking through levels 6 and 7. Surely, they must belong to some prominent family. The mental energy surrounding the two gradually coalesced into animal forms, snow wolves and white serpents roaring within the psychic realm. Far away, in a military conference, Lu Tingyan suddenly felt a summons from his bloodline, abruptly rising to his feet. Everyone was taken aback, quickly following suit. "Supreme Leader?" Lu Tingyan's expression darkened. "Yodel, you shall preside over the meeting." Yodel nodded with composure, watching Lu Tingyan depart. The crowd was struck by the urgency and disarray of his footsteps, bewildered. It was their first glimpse of the leader in such a fluster. What could have transpired? Yodel addressed the assembly, henceforth. "Do not bring up the matter of selecting females for the leader. He has his own rhythm." One of the clan elders displayed an expression of concern. Yet, the Snow Wolf clan is already facing a decline in bloodline. As the sole male of the direct lineage, it is imperative for the leader to have offspring. His abilities are the most potent among our kind. The stronger the abilities, the lower the likelihood of inheritance. Only by securing a female of higher rank and greater fertility for the leader can we hope to pass on his formidable powers to the next generation. Amidst this heated debate, the brooding Serpent King, attending a commercial event in the underworld of the Southern Kingdom, suddenly rose with urgency. "Mr. Li?" The assistant beside him was perplexed. Li Chenlin's cold, bloodthirsty golden snake eyes suddenly narrowed into a line. The crowd could not help but feel a sense of panic. Discreetly retreating, unaware of who had offended this formidable figure, Li Chenlin, the uncrowned king of the underworld, commanded such authority that none dared to cross him within his domain. Despite his extraordinarily handsome visage, with silver hair and golden eyes resembling a celestial angel, he was a terrifying snake beastman who erupted in bursts of mental energy 3 to 4 times a month, randomly devouring a nearby beastman. His golden snake pupils accurately locked onto a certain direction in the north, revealing an expression of disbelief in his eyes. To his astonishment, he sensed a call from his own bloodline in that direction. How could this be? He was born with disabilities, unable to conceive. Where could this bloodline come from? Years ago, due to a sinister plot, he had only spent a reckless night with the Bai family. It couldn't possibly be that despicable little female had conceived his offspring. Could it? The summoning force of that bloodline was exceptionally strong, indeed resonating with his mental energy. He even found snake scales appearing on his arm. Such a phenomenon could only occur if one had fully inherited his bloodline and abilities. It seemed the Snow Country harbored some secrets. Li Chenlin set down his wine glass and returned to his presidential suite's lounge. His assistant, perceptive as ever, followed him in. "President, you..." Li Chenlin's expression darkened. "I need to visit the Snow Country, arrange the flight, and have everyone else disembark." "You intend to go to the Snow Country?" The assistant, unsure of his superior's sudden change, hesitated to remind him, "But it's nearly October, and the Snow Country is in the north. You might be affected by the weather." Li Chenlin cast a cold glance at him. The assistant felt a chill run down his spine, straightened his posture, and lowered his head, daring not to meet his gaze. "Understood, President Li. I will arrange it immediately." Li Chenlin continued. "This year's arms trade and the lucrative contract with the Snow Country will proceed as planned, while the jewelry and mining operations will remain with the southern faction." The assistant nodded, understood. Meanwhile, the two little ones had completed their upgrades. Lu Tingyan escorted the mother and her children back to the mountaintop restaurant. Along the way, Bai Su kept her head lowered, her adorable drooping rabbit ears hanging by her side. Her fair complexion and delicate features, with her downcast eyes revealing faint blue-purple veins beneath her thin eyelids, made her appear fragile and tender, deserving to be cherished in one's palms. Acknowledging her struggles, he regretted allowing her to manage alone with the children at the mountaintop. The blame lay solely with him. All remnants of his anger from the previous night had dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of pity and heartache for her. Given the circumstances today, it was clear that opening the shop was out of the question. Bai Su announced on her live streaming platform that the restaurant would be closing for maintenance today and would remain closed for the next 3 days. Lu Tingyan reassured her, saying, "Do not worry, they will be fine once they awaken." The little beastmen experience a significant fatigue period when leveling up. I went through the same phase in my childhood. Bai Su gazed at him, reflecting on the doctor's words. During their formative years, young ones require a father to impart essential skills and the combat prowess necessary for survival. It was a notion she had previously overlooked. Having assumed these children were akin to those in her past life, she had completely forgotten that this was a world of beasts. For males, establishing a foothold in such a realm hinges upon their fighting abilities. All else is secondary. Without paternal guidance from an early age, young beastmen must endure far greater hardships to acquire the skills needed for survival. Her notion of keeping the children by her side was rather naive. Lu Tingyan gently tousled her hair and said, "Leave them to me. You can focus on pursuing your own desires without worry, all right?" Bai Su was momentarily taken aback. "Are you truly willing to allow me to continue running the restaurant?" Lu Tingyan chuckled softly. "What choice do I have? Once I have devoted myself to a little bunny for a lifetime, all that matters is your happiness." Bai Su remarked that claiming not to be moved would be disingenuous. Lu Tingyan's concession was entirely unexpected for her. It was only today, amidst the murmurs within the hospital, that she comprehended the unspoken rules governing the relationships between couples in this world. As a female, should she venture out to work and open a restaurant, it would brazenly proclaim to the world that her beastly husband was utterly incompetent. It would be akin to rubbing his face in the dirt, inviting everyone to jab at his spine. Generally, males cannot tolerate such humiliation, let alone Lu Tingyan, the leader of the Federation. Yet, astonishingly, he yielded for her sake. Bai Su's heart fluttered with sweetness. Unable to resist, she cupped his face and planted a gentle kiss upon his lips, whispering, "You stay here while I prepare something delicious for you." Lu Tingyan's gaze darkened slightly as he swiftly grasped the little rabbit attempting to flee, pressing her head back to deepen the kiss. Bai Su playfully smacked him, insisting that he refrain from causing too much commotion. After all, the two little ones beside them were still sound asleep, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment. They had been frolicking all morning without having had lunch. Bai Su entered the kitchen and swiftly commenced her culinary endeavors. Suddenly, a notification echoed in her mind. "Host, the other two male protagonists are about to make their appearance." Bai Su was momentarily taken aback. "So soon?" The system responded, "Indeed." "Bai Su, which two are they?" "System, they are the white spider orc, Yilias of the Landon family, and the serpentine orc, Lin, the power holder of the underworldly family." After a moment of contemplation, it cautioned, "Be cautious. As these two do not hold a favorable impression of you, do not let your guard down." In Bai Su's mind, vivid images of the characters from the novel quickly emerged. The serpent, by nature, is lascivious, with the potential to become aroused at any moment. Upon first encountering Bai Shui, it swiftly fell into the throes of passionate infatuation, capable of succumbing to desire in any setting. At times, this occurred in the confines of an office, or during a video conference, where Lin would seize the opportunity. At other moments, it transpired behind the jagged rocks while playing by the seaside, as the waves relentlessly surged. Occasionally, it unfolded before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The most indelible impression left on Bai Su was the moment when Lin, in the throes of passion, pulled her into a telephone booth situated on a bustling street. This booth, constructed of one-way glass, allowed those inside to gaze outward, while concealing their presence from the outside world. Upon reading this description, she was utterly astounded, for the booth lacked both a lock and a latch, rendering it susceptible to any passerby who might inadvertently push open the door and discover them together. Moreover, the one-way glass reflected the image of those who walked by, leading many to glance at their own reflections or even pause to adjust their appearance. The tension that arose when the protagonist locked eyes with a stranger outside was so palpable that it transcended the written word, embedding itself firmly in her mind. Consequently, whenever she recalled the name Lin, her heart would flutter with a peculiar sense of trepidation. Bai Su could not help but place a hand on her forehead. As for Yilias, he was a character of an entirely different caliber. In contrast to the ever-volatile Lin, who was always on the verge of succumbing to his impulses, Yilias emerged as the embodiment of a certain peculiarity throughout the narrative. His true form was that of a spider, possessing silk that exhibited an extraordinary capacity for empathy, along with an elevated appreciation for the arts, including the artistic pursuits of intimacy. His silken threads ensnared individuals, allowing him to transmit his sensory experiences through them, and conversely, he could convey his emotions to others via these strands. When entangled with the female protagonist, he relished in using his silk to share sensations, enabling her to simultaneously experience the feelings of both parties. Through mere words, One could almost sense that she was on the brink of madness under his playful ministrations. One of the most memorable instances involved his penchant for interrogation games. During the questioning of a criminal, he would intricately wrap his threads around 5 or 6 vital points on the perpetrator's body, presenting these strands before the criminal. The criminal would then draw a thread at random, potentially severing their neck, resulting in a swift demise, or perhaps connecting to their waist, leading to dismemberment, or even attaching to their eyes, extracting them in a gruesome fashion. However, when this peculiar method was applied to the female protagonist, the points of connection were not lethal but rather sensitive zones. Each time she selected a different thread, it could trigger an entirely new surprise. She recalled one particularly perverse occasion when the threads entwined around her converged to form a dulcimer. The strings on the other end were tied to various parts of her body. By the time Elias concluded his musical performance, she had traversed the realms of ecstasy multiple times, her mind reeling under the weight of pleasure, as if fireworks were poised to explode above her head. Bai Su shook her head, dispelling the frivolous thoughts that cluttered her mind. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to the ring adorning her finger. The tourmaline ring, a gift from Grandpa Yalko, was fashioned in the likeness of a tiny white spider. No, that is not right. A sudden epiphany struck Bai Su's mind. Grandpa Yarko belonged to the Rand family, and Elias was also of the Rand lineage. At last, she comprehended why the ring her grandfather had gifted her seemed so familiar. Was this not the very ring that was meant to adorn the protagonist's hand in the narrative? Bai Su found herself in a whirlwind of confusion. Her thoughts consumed by the image of the heroine ensnared by Elias's silken threads, suspended like a Russian chandelier. Sigh. End of this chapter, Chapter 51, The Joy of Raising Rabbits. Do you need assistance? The voice of Lu Tingyin suddenly resonated behind her. Bai Su instinctively glanced at him, only to hurriedly avert her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. Not yet, just a moment, she replied. Lu Tingyin's eyes flickered with curiosity as he leaned closer, wrapping his arms around her from behind in the midst of her vegetable chopping. Why is your face so flushed? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Su felt increasingly guilty. It's nothing. The kitchen is just too hot. Whenever the little rabbit told a lie, her ears would uncontrollably twitch. Lu Tingyin kissed her rabbit ears, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Is that so? Your heart is racing quite fast as well. The air was infused with the fragrant scent of peaches. How could she possibly deceive the keen senses of the imposing snow wolf? His gaze deepened as he suddenly pressed her against the stove. Su, would you like to try something with me? Bai Su sensed the changes within her body, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed. Let us start cooking. Lu Tingyin's hoarse voice resonated beside her. It doesn't matter. You continue with your task, and I shall attend to mine. A gentle nibble on the little rabbit's ear elicited a surprised gasp, causing a rabbit tail to suddenly emerge behind her, while one ear shyly covered her eyes. Wait a moment. I'll give it a try. It will be delightful. The children need not worry. At this hour, even if the sky were to fall, they would remain undisturbed. When the great snow wolf emerged from the bath, cradling the little rabbit, her ears still quivered. Had it not been for her ravenous hunger, she would have succumbed to sleep immediately. Aware that he had perhaps overstepped, Lu Tingyin remained silent, dutifully holding the little rabbit in his palms and placing her in the kitchen, allowing her to direct Yodel in preparing the meal. Upon seeing the palm-sized Holland rabbit revert to its beastly form, Yodel was nearly rendered speechless, stealing a glance at the languidly content leader beside him. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Indeed, the leader had his own rhythm. All those concerns regarding his aversion to females were mere pretexts. The elder's worries about the leader's marital affairs were utterly superfluous. Lu Tingyin set the little rabbit on the table and gestured towards the stove. Yodel, you shall cook. Following Su's instructions, the little rabbit's mouth moved, her voice raspy yet distinct. It's quite simple. Just prepare a bowl of noodles. Yodel nearly failed to recognize this as Bai Su's voice. Typically, her speech was bright and forthright, reminiscent of a radiant sun. Yet, now, her tone was markedly hoarse, imbued with an indescribable, delicate charm. Though she spoke without intention, her words easily stirred the imagination of the listener. However, having served Lu Tingyin for decades and accompanied him through countless battles, Yodel understood well what thoughts were appropriate and which were not. He promptly lowered his head respectfully. Yes. Miss Bai, just speak softly. I can't hear you. The more he said this, the more uncomfortable Bai Su felt. Clearing her throat, she instructed. Pour some water into the pot first. When it boils, peel a snow pear and place it in a bowl, then use the rolling pin to lightly crush it. Yodel nodded, obediently following her directions, swiftly mashing the pear pieces with the rolling pin. His movements were so rapid that Lu Tingyin, observing from the side. Couldn't help but chuckle softly. Bai Su was undoubtedly aware of the image that flashed through his mind. In a fit of irritation, he kicked him and cast a warning glare, then turned to Yodel, saying, "There's no need to rush, just take your time to stir a little." Yodel paused momentarily, halting his actions, and presented the bowl to Bai Su. "Miss Bai, I've managed to create some bubbles. Do you think this looks normal?" He had been inattentive moments ago, and in his haste, the pear chunks were pulverized, causing juice to splatter everywhere. The liquid was thick and a layer of bubbles floated atop it, looking far from appetizing. Meanwhile, Pu Latingian let out a soft chuckle, his Adam's apple sensually bobbing. Bai Su swiftly conjured an image in her mind, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and indignation as she instinctively cupped her face with her hands, simultaneously shielding her eyes. "Outrageous. Outrageous. This is infuriating," she exclaimed, her frustration directed at Lu Tingyan, the audacious and enigmatic wolf of a man. How had she never noticed his unrefined demeanor before? Wasn't he supposed to be a pragmatic individual, relying solely on sheer effort without any finesse? What was he engaged in now? She pondered. What on earth could be occupying his thoughts? Bai Su was infuriated. "I refuse to drink any more." Lu Tingyan affectionately reached out to play with the little rabbit's ears, attempting to rescue her delicate face from their grasp. "Do drink," he coaxed gently. "Just look at how hoarse your voice has become." Bai Su, infuriated, bit down on his finger and glared at him. How dare he speak? Her voice was hoarse beyond recognition. Who could she blame? In an instant, Yodel caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood emanating from Lu Tingyan's finger. He instinctively tensed his body. The leader, however, seemed in remarkably good spirits. "It's nothing, you carry on," he said. Yodel was increasingly astonished. Indeed, the Snow Wolf clan was renowned for their unwavering loyalty once they had chosen a mate. And even the exalted leader of the Snow Wolves was no exception. Despite having his finger bitten and bleeding, he remained cheerfully unconcerned. In times past, anyone who dared to injure him, no matter how slight, would have met with a swift and brutal end. A tyrant was not merely a title. One had to possess sufficient cruelty to violently suppress the ambitious branches of the Lu family. Following Bai Su's example, Yodel prepared another pot to saute tomatoes, pouring in hot water after they had released their juices, and then added the noodles along with other seasonings, garnishing with chopped green onions. Although the presentation was far from appealing, he had nonetheless managed to create a bowl of noodles. Yodel marveled at his creation as he served the dish to Bai Su and Lu Tingyan before discreetly retreating. Bai Su continued to nibble on Lu Tingyan's finger. To be precise, he had pressed his finger in, playfully teasing the little rabbit in a rather mischievous manner. Her cheeks were puffed up, eyes glistening with tears. Utterly unable to resist him, Lu Tingyan smirked, withdrawing his finger to gently pat her small head, coaxing her softly, "Isn't Susu feeling rather hungry? If you transform back, you can indulge in delicious food. Would you consider changing back?" The little rabbit, infuriated, leaped about, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. She seized a cherry from the table and vehemently hurled it at his face while squeaking in protest. Lu Tingyan was momentarily taken aback, his slender fingers scratching the cheek that had been struck, feeling a rush of blood surging within him, the primal instincts awakening. What to do? His wife was simply too adorable, igniting a fervent desire within him. The little rabbit glared at him warily, cautiously inching toward the bowl of noodles. She picked up a fork from the table and delicately lifted a noodle to her mouth, blowing on it before starting to munch away. The petite rabbit, with her tiny mouth, could only manage one noodle at a time, not daring to bite through it. Persistently, she chewed and chewed. Yodel's culinary skills were rather lackluster. Yet the little rabbit was evidently famished, unconcerned by the meal's quality. She remained oblivious to her drooping rabbit ears that swayed gently beside her cheeks, while the smitten werewolf nearby clutched his heart, nearly overwhelmed by her cuteness. Ah, so this is the joy of raising a rabbit? It seemed he had unlocked the door to a new world. Chapter 52. All 4 future villains are her offspring after satisfying her hunger. Bai Su let out a belch and languidly collapsed onto the table, her belly protruding. The little rabbit, having feasted, now desired slumber. Lu Tingyan showed no disdain as he polished off the remnants from her bowl, consuming the unappetizing morsel that he would have otherwise avoided, had it not been for the taste infused by his wife's saliva. After the meal, he instructed Yodel to tidy up the kitchen before ascending the stairs, cradling the little rabbit in his arms. Their relationship had grown so intimate that he felt it was time to reveal certain truths to her. Lowering his voice, Lu Tingyan inquired, "Su, are you aware that the little wolf is your child?" "Bai Su, he is, after all, my child." Lu Tingyan couldn't help but chuckle. What I mean is, he is born of you, having emerged from your womb. Bai Su was taken aback, exclaiming, how is this possible? I possess no reproductive capability. Lu Tingyin, concerned that her agitation might overwhelm her, gently seated her on a nearby chair, saying, please remain calm. I shall present you with some information. He retrieved data from the smart brain and placed it before her. I conducted a genetic test using your hair alongside that of the little wolf cub, and indeed, you are his mother, while he is also my child. With a softening gaze, Lu Tingyin looked at her with an intensity so tender it seemed almost capable of producing tears. Su, during the year of your amnesia, you bore a child for me. Bai Su was taken aback, as a sudden chime echoed in her mind. Ding. Congratulations on activating the side quest, Lost Memories and the halo of the protagonist. An array of images, previously non-existent, surged through her consciousness. In these visions, the portly original owner was cast away at the summit of an orphanage, bloodied and battered, with crimson stains trickling relentlessly between her legs. The woman succumbed to unconsciousness. After several days of oblivion, she was finally roused by the gnawing pangs of hunger. Driven by the instinct to survive, she hastily crawled to the orphanage kitchen, where she managed to find a few cans, allowing her to sustain herself, albeit barely. As the days passed, her abdomen swelled increasingly. Her mental state began to unravel. At times, she would gaze at her belly with a smile, while at other moments, she muttered curses under her breath. There were instances when despair overcame her, and she would clutch her belly in tears. Months later, her belly had expanded significantly, and on a rainy night, her waters broke. Several little beings emerged from her womb. However, among the offspring that crawled forth, only the first wolf cub was visible in detail. The others remained shrouded in obscurity, indistinct and unrecognizable. Bai Su furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, System, could you enhance the clarity of the visuals? The system responded, I am afraid not. These are hidden narratives that require the host to illuminate on their own. Bai Su's heart fluttered for a moment before she quickly realized. So, Bai Xiaolang is truly my child? System, indeed. He is the offspring of the host and male protagonist number 1. The young cub has been successfully retrieved, and we are currently tallying the points for your progeny. Bai Su was momentarily taken aback. Am I to be held accountable for those whom I did not give birth to? The system replied, indeed, they are now under your care, and you have successfully brought them back. Bai Su nodded in understanding and turned to Lu Tingyin, inquiring, did you know all along that Xiaolang is your child? How did you come to that realization? Why did you not share this with me? Lu Tingyin replied, I recognized him only by chance when I observed Xiaolang demonstrating my innate abilities. He was overwhelmed with emotion, both touched and pained, adding, thank you, Su, for bringing such an exceptional heir into this world for me. Bai Su's mind was a tumultuous mess as she gazed at Lu Tingyin. So, you approached me because you knew Xiaolang is my child? Lu Tingyin felt a surge of heat in his heart under her penetrating gaze. Certainly not, he replied. If his sole intention were to ensure progeny, he would have taken Bai Xiaolang away upon discovering the truth, rather than remaining here. He embraced Bai Su and continued, Su, you are unlike any female I have ever encountered. Although I am reluctant to see you toil in the kitchen of a restaurant, I must admit that the sight of you cooking, shining, and captivating in the restaurant stirs my heart immensely. No other female has ever affected me like you do, Su. You are a gift bestowed upon me by the beast god. Bai Su felt a sense of relief as she gently patted his shoulder. It's good that you understand. The beast god warned that should you betray me, you would face the wrath of thunder. Lu Tingyin chuckled softly, fear not. Our wolf clan is known for its unwavering loyalty, especially in matters of the heart. Once I have chosen you, you shall be mine for life. This commitment shall never waver. As he spoke, an intensity of emotion began to stir within him once more. Bai Su promptly took a cautious step back, creating some distance between them. Thank you. I love you too, but you should head back now. Lu Tingyin, witnessing his guarded demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. We are already in such an intimate relationship. Is it too much to ask for a title? Bai Su had long since made up her mind, simply awaiting his words. She nodded yes. Lu Tingyian's eyes sparkled with delight. Are you willing? Truly willing? Then I shall return and plan our engagement ceremony. Bai Su embraced him, saying, very well. Lu Tingyin inquired, may I disclose your information, so that everyone may recognize your exceptional qualities as a female? Bai Su nodded, expressing her agreement. He was willing to endure the piercing scrutiny of public opinion to support her in opening a restaurant. How could she possibly remain indifferent to such devotion? Bai Su is a decisive individual, one who executes her resolutions with remarkable vigor. When Lu Tingyin, brimming with enthusiasm, sought to engage with her once more. She gently declined, leaving him outside the door. Her mind was preoccupied with unraveling the narrative, leaving no room for romantic interludes. After bidding farewell to Lu Tingyan, Bai Su gritted her teeth in frustration, mentally confronting the system. So this is the reward you bestow upon me? I have spent my life being virtuous, only to find myself reincarnated and ensnared by your machinations. Why did you not inform me that Bai Xiaolang is my child? The system, alarmed, retreated deep within her consciousness, but the original owner was unaware of this. The memories of this body are not available to us, and we cannot forcibly implant them. We can only reveal them through this alternative narrative triggering method. Bai Su let out a cold snort. What else is there that you have concealed from me? The system, feeling guilty, shook its head. There is nothing left. Bai Su narrowed her eyes. Are you still trying to deceive me? Do you not realize that every time you lie, you stutter? The system felt a pang of sorrow. Dealing with merchants is truly arduous. I assure you, there is absolutely nothing left. Bai Su glared at it with displeasure. You deceitful creature. If you refuse to divulge the truth, I shall let everything unravel and bring your entire narrative crashing down. System. Oh, please don't. This world is truly designed to reward you. Bai Su, however, I harbor a disdain for falsehoods. The system had no choice but to respond truthfully. In fact, the four great antagonists of the novel's future are all your progeny. Bai Su, a wolf, a snake, a white spider, and a small lizard. Are you suggesting that all of these creatures have sprung from me? Can a single brood truly yield such a diverse array of peculiar species? The system, feeling guilty, promptly shut down to avoid scrutiny. Bai Su, Chapter 53, Bai Su ascends to Level 4. Bai Su, disinclined to engage in conversation, simply reclined upon her bed, closed her eyes, and began to absorb her mental energy. Now that she had come to realize that the children were indeed her progeny, she would not be entirely in the dark. In the narrative, the children and the original host remained oblivious to their blood ties until the very end. This could be regarded as a form of progress. Even if she were unable to redeem herself in the eyes of her offspring in the future, perhaps this newfound identity could spare her from a fatal demise. Furthermore, the golden points accrued by these children would be credited to her account, which was, in essence, a boon for her. However, she was taken aback to discover that upon activating the wolf cub and the snake cub, her account boasted an astonishing amount of golden points, sufficient for her to exchange for a skill. Bai Su, unhurried in her quest for redemption, chose instead to absorb the power bestowed upon her by Lu Tingyan. She took note of the numerous offensive skills within her repertoire, which included various forms of teleportation, duplication, and invisibility. However, she remained uncertain about the extent of her teleportation range. If it were capable of transnational travel, the cost-effectiveness of such an ability would indeed be commendable. She could strategically utilize the teleportation skill to simultaneously pursue diverse objectives across borders. As her consciousness delved into her physical form, the remnants of her previous experience came flooding back. She could sense a warm liquid coursing through her abdomen and radiating to her limbs, mending her body while expelling impurities. She had ascended to Level 4. Additionally, her nurturing pouch had undergone a slight restoration. The system chimed, "Congratulations, host." Bai Su remarked curiously, "Isn't this upgrade rather simplistic? One merely has to perform a task to advance?" The system replied, "As your level increases, subsequent upgrades will become increasingly challenging." Bai Su nodded slightly, and then rose to take a bath. System, host, do you truly wish to marry the first male lead and become his wife? Bai Su, what else could there be? Having already fallen asleep, is it unreasonable to grant him the title of a legitimate partner? After all, he has assisted her in achieving 2 promotions. Moreover, such a handsome and dashing gentleman, with exceptional abilities and a prominent position, who is utterly devoted to her. It is only natural that she would be stirred by such affection. Upon awakening once more, it was already the following day. As Bai Su emerged from her room, she found several little ones squatting at her door, gazing up at her with eager eyes. She paused for a moment, then slapped her forehead in realization. How had she not recognized her own infatuation, neglecting the children entirely? Swiftly, she scooped up Bai Xiaolang and Bai Xiaoxi along with the others, apologizing. "I am truly sorry for my oversight in forgetting you. You must be hungry, are you not?" The white little serpent let out a cold snort and remarked, "The one surnamed Lu has prepared canned goods for us." Bai Xiaolang swiftly covered his mouth and exclaimed, "But we haven't eaten. Mother, we are hungry and wish to savor the meals you prepare." Bai Su was instantly engulfed by guilt. "Very well, I shall prepare something for you. Please, tell me what you desire to eat." Bai Xiaolang winked at Bai Xiaoxi, while several little kittens and a small tiger chuckled quietly behind them. Bai Su hurriedly took the child into the kitchen, rolling up her sleeves as she began to prepare a meal for them. The little white snake gazed at her industrious silhouette, contemplating several times to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. Bai Xiaolang watched from the side, stifling a laugh as he exclaimed to Bai Su, "Mother, the little snake wishes to savor the spicy and sour quail eggs you made last time. It adores all kinds of eggs." A flush of embarrassment crossed the face of the little white snake, as he hurriedly exclaimed, "I did not." Fuming, he shot a glare at the little white wolf, then, as if to remedy the situation, turned his gaze towards Bai Su and added, "Do as you wish. In any case, I can always enjoy canned food." Bai Su could not help but chuckle. "All right then, I shall refrain from making quail eggs, as we have run out of chicken eggs at home." A flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Xiaoxi's eyes, yet she feigned calmness, turning her face aside in a sulk. Bai Su presented the mouth-watering saliva chicken, zesty lemon shrimp balls, and sweet and sour ribs, all of which were favorites of Bai Xiaolang. The portions were generous, served in large bowls. The white little snake could not help but feel a sense of grievance. Bai Su suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek, saying, "All right, don't be angry. Look what I have here." She placed a bowl of spicy and sour quail eggs on the table, right in front of him. "Well." Bai Xiaoxi instantly beamed with joy, his eyes sparkling like stars as he gazed at the large bowl of quail eggs, excitement evident on his face. Noticing that both Bai Xiaolang and Bai Su were watching him, his cheeks flushed crimson, yet he feigned nonchalance as he sat down, declaring, "Humph. I don't care about that at all, Bai Su. However, I have put in so much effort. If you do not eat it, it would be such a waste. Would you kindly help me by consuming a little?" Bai Xiaoxi managed to suppress the corners of her lips that threatened to curl upwards, acquiescing with reluctance. "Very well then." The little kitten and the small tiger had also washed their hands and eagerly took their seats at the table, flailing their arms and legs in a manner reminiscent of fledglings eagerly awaiting nourishment in a nest. Bai Su then brought to the table the remaining dishes of scallion oil steamed fish, curry beef brisket, lotus leaf chicken, and braised beef. Suddenly, a small scratch on Bai Xiao Wolf's neck caught her attention. Bai Su leaned in closer, a slight frown creasing her brow. "Little wolf, what happened to the wound on your neck? Was it caused by something sharp?" A fleeting shadow of guilt crossed Bai Xiaolang's eyes as he hastily covered his neck, exclaiming, "Oh, it must be a mosquito bite. I accidentally scratched it." The white little snake cast him a fleeting glance, silenced by the warning conveyed in his sharp gaze, and quietly closed its mouth. Upon witnessing this, Bai Su felt an even deeper pang of guilt. "It is entirely my fault for having been so neglectful towards you all. This evening, I shall procure some incense for your room. You should prepare a bit of incense as well, the kind that repels mosquitoes." Bai Xiaolang nodded obediently and said, "Thank you, mother." Bai Su gently ruffled his hair and remarked, "My little cubs are still so frail, in need of their mother's care." Just as the group was about to commence their meal, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Bai Su was momentarily taken aback, then rose to open the door, only to find Bai Ruxin accompanied by a lion beast man at her doorstep. Their demeanor appeared far from amiable. Bai Ruxin, in a strict sense, could be considered her aunt. However, within the family, everyone tends to favor the more esteemed and more fertile Bai Shui. She has been ostracized for several years and has long since become estranged from her relatives. Bai Su did not allow anyone to enter, merely leaning against the doorframe. "Do you have business here?" she inquired. Bai Ruxin gazed at her, a slight frown creasing her brow. "Hello, I am looking for Bai Su. May I inquire if she is present?" Bai Su's lips twitched slightly. "I am indeed Bai Su. Has my dear aunt's vision dimmed so much that she can no longer recognize me?" Bai Ruxin was taken aback upon hearing this. "You are Bai Su?" She scrutinized Bai Su from head to toe, her gaze settling on her face. "How have you become so thin?" In her memory, Bai Su was a robust young woman, struggling to walk, with thighs thicker than her waist, and a face adorned with a substantial amount of flesh, her chin heavy like that of a hippopotamus. Yet the person before her, with almond-shaped eyes and delicate cheeks, skin as fair as snow, lips as red as cherry blossoms, and an alluring gaze that exuded an unconscious charm, seemed to be an entirely different individual from the one she once knew. Apart from her voice, there were hardly any similarities. Chapter 54, Culinary Conquests and the Predicaments of the Bai Family. Bai Su smiled gently and modestly remarked, "Oh, it's just a little over 100 pounds. She had been intentionally managing her weight, maintaining it around 110 pounds. A balance that neither compromised her health nor rendered her frail. In the Federation, most females weighed approximately 80 pounds. They revered delicacy, the more fragile and slender they appeared. The more they accentuated their petite and graceful forms. Bai Su finds it difficult to resonate with such aesthetics. Bai Ruxin glared at her with displeasure. Is this the manner of upbringing you exhibit, allowing elders to linger outside without granting them entry? I have been sent here today to observe Bai Su, and I shall not depart so easily. Bai Su's lips twitched slightly. This aunt of hers had been away from the Bai family for as long as she could remember, rarely returning home. Though there was no animosity between them, Bai Su harbored a disdain for those who scrutinized her with undue criticism. Bai Su, if you have something to say, then speak it here. We are not well acquainted after all. Bai Ruxin insisted on entering, pushing her way forward. I am quite curious to see what you are so apprehensive about. How dare a junior speak so boldly? Before she could finish her words, she caught a whiff of a peculiar scent in the air. Her eyes widening in astonishment. What is this smell? She couldn't help but swallow hard. Bai Xiaolong's eyes flickered slightly as he revealed a charming and innocent smile. This is a nutritious meal prepared by my mother. Would you care to try it, auntie? Upon encountering the adorable wolf cub, Bai Ruxin felt an instant rush of affection, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Being of an older generation than Bai Su, it was utterly charming that this little creature referred to her as Auntie. What an enchanting little darling. When she noticed the snow-white wolf ears atop his head, Bai Ruxin quickly turned to Bai Su and exclaimed, Have you truly given birth to the leader's son? Bai Xiaoling couldn't help but tremble slightly, hesitant to glance at the Bai Xiaoxi beside him. Bai Su had no intention of concealing the truth from the children and naturally acknowledged, Indeed, what else could it be? Bai Xiaoling waved charmingly, urging, Come quickly. My mother's culinary skills are renowned far and wide. Her dishes are truly delectable. Bai Ruxin inhaled the tantalizing aroma, her mouth watering uncontrollably, and her curiosity piqued regarding the mysterious intentions of Bai Su. She nodded in acquiescence. She then gestured towards the nearby lion beast man, introducing him to Bai Su. This is Lieutenant Yin Jiu from the military, who serves as the primary liaison for the Female Protection Agency, tasked with ensuring the safety of the institution. He is, in essence, a military personnel aligned with the Female Protection Agency. Bai Su nodded to him and called out, Come in and take a seat. It is just the right time for a meal. It is understood that the Federation is primarily composed of the wolf, lion, and bear clans. Had it not been for Lieutenant Jian's overwhelming strength, leading the Snow Wolf clan to break through, the Lion Beastmen would have likely ascended to leadership in those days. After all, the Lion Beastmen once held the title of Kings of the Forest. However, they suffered from the misfortune of failing to find suitable females, resulting in most of their offspring lacking the inherited talents of their ancestors, leading to their gradual decline, ultimately being overshadowed by the rising wolf clan. This explains why the Lion Beastmen align themselves with the Female Protection Agency. They seek to obtain assistance from the agency to secure more exceptional females for their clan's males. At present, the entire Federation is experiencing a decline in females, with those possessing high fertility and strong inheritance abilities being exceedingly rare. The Bai family is one of the few that produces a greater number of females. Yet, as a prolific clan of rabbit beast men, their relationships are quite intricate. Currently, the most promising lineage seems to be that of Bai Shui, the offspring of Rachel. Bai Shui, endowed with remarkable intelligence and exceptional genes, has always been a quick learner. Recently, she has reached level 5, indicating her potential for further advancement. Aside from being somewhat spoiled and exhibiting a simplistic, willful nature, she possesses few other flaws. Consequently, Yin Jiu is currently devoted to serving Rachel and Bai Shui. This mother-daughter duo, with unwavering dedication. Bai Su ushered everyone inside to take a seat, glanced at the two of them, and then retreated to the kitchen to prepare 2 dishes. Bai Ruxin observed her actions and furrowed her brow slightly, questioning whether such treatment of fresh food was truly safe for consumption. Bai Su presented the dishes of tomato stir-fried meat, spicy chicken, clam stuffed with shrimp paste, and sweet sour ribs with an air of unperturbed confidence, unbothered by any doubts cast upon her culinary skills. Why not taste it and see? Yin Jiu hesitated, unsure whether to lift his chopsticks. Previously, Miss Bai Shui had been inspired by her, suddenly declaring her intention to open a restaurant, and had spent several days experimenting with her own dishes at home. The appearance of those creations bore an uncanny resemblance to these, and he had tasted their flavors, bitter and astringent, with a hint of decay reminiscent of fermentation. It was utterly disconcerting, a stark contrast to their vibrant colors. Yet, one could not deny that the aroma was undeniably tantalizing, stirring one's appetite greatly. Bai Ruxin and Yin Jiu both exhibited a sense of hesitation. Bai Xiaoling, succumbing to his occupational habit, revealed a charming smile and thoughtfully remarked, "You may indulge in a taste. It comes at no cost." The dishes prepared by my mother are not only delectable, but also possess a remarkable healing quality. Consuming them will leave you invigorated and utterly at ease. The little white snake cast him a sidelong glance, her expression replete with exasperation. Just last night, he had ventured into the black market to accept a contract for murder. It was only due to the recent restoration of his mental fortitude that he had inadvertently sustained a cut on his neck from the target. Had he not intervened in time, employing his innate skill to strangle, the white wolf would undoubtedly have suffered far worse injuries. The man before her was a far cry from the ruthless figure he had been last night. One could only wonder what sort of enchantment Bai Su had cast upon him, rendering this elder brother so willing to debase himself in front of these individuals. And now he even played the role of a waiter at the restaurant, with hands capable of tearing through space to annihilate a multitude in an instant. Was he truly meant to serve plates? The woman Bai Su is truly remarkable. Bai Shashi was lost in thought when, unexpectedly, her gaze met that of Bai Su. Bai Su narrowed her eyes and inquired, "What are you pondering, my dear?" Bai Shashi, ahem, "It is nothing." Bai Su playfully pinched his little face and said, "It's nothing. Just eat quickly. If you continue to gaze at your mother with those ravenous eyes, you shall have 10 fewer quail eggs for dinner." "Ah, I was wrong. I didn't mean to," he exclaimed, displaying an utterly charming and endearing expression, rivaling even that of his older brother moments before. Bai Su let out a soft snort. Remaining silent, Yin Jiu, observing this, became increasingly perplexed. Could these dishes truly be that delectable? With a resolve akin to one facing death, he could not resist the temptation to seize a piece of spicy chicken and pop it into his mouth. The moment it touched his palate, a rich aroma of spices enveloped him. As he bit down, the tender texture of the chicken erupted in his mouth, accompanied by a medley of seasonings entwined with the meat, releasing an intense and savory fragrance. The chicken was succulent and delightful, simply unbelievable. Yinjiu sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief, covering his mouth as he stared at the spicy chicken on the table. This. Bai Rushin, perplexed, inquired, "What is happening? Are the ingredients biting?" Yinjiu, with an almost reverent yet reluctant demeanor, swallowed the chicken. The lingering flavor danced upon his palate, accompanied by an enchanting and peculiar tingling sensation. It felt as if the very skin within his mouth had been invigorated, with a delightful numbness coursing through his entire oral cavity. He sensed his dormant taste buds gradually awakening under the exhilarating stimulation of the numbing spice, and the rich, piquant aroma moved him to tears of excitement. Bai Rushin exclaimed, as tears streamed down the rugged face of Yin Jiu, "It is utterly delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite food. My soul is being elevated." Chapter 55. It turns against Bai Su. Bai Rushin was taken aback. "What on earth are you talking about?" Bai Shaoling adorably remarked beside her, "Auntie, do not be surprised. When many people first taste the dishes my mother prepares, they are often moved to tears." Bai Rushin observed that Bai Su beside her wore an expression of nonchalance, which piqued her curiosity. It was merely food. How extraordinary could it truly be? The most delectable canned meat, after all, was simply a mixture of honey and milk, transformed into a thick, savory broth. Once the flavor was savored repeatedly, it lost its allure. Bai Rushin, undeterred by superstition, took a bite as well, savoring a piece of tender meat accompanied by tomato. Instantly, her palate was invigorated by a burst of sweet and tangy flavors, enriched by the robust and savory aroma of the meat. She had never realized that the essence of meat and the taste of tomato could harmoniously blend to create such a delightful symphony of flavors, sweet, tangy, and fragrant. The succulent pork tenderloin was enveloped in a luscious tomato sauce, subtly infused with the scent of scallions. It was utterly delectable. She had never fathomed that meat could be so exquisite without being preserved in a can. Bai Rushin could hardly utter a word. Her lips instinctively covered as her face betrayed a flush of excitement. Suddenly, she felt a gentle warmth flowing through her body from the food, a subtle heat emanating from her lower abdomen. Curiously, she touched her belly, but that sensation vanished as quickly as it had come. At that moment, she could hardly dwell on it. Unable to resist, she took another piece of meat. It was delicious, exquisitely delectable. Bai Su chuckled and said, "Please, everyone, enjoy the meal without reservation. After all, guests are always welcome." Bai Rushin and Yin Jiu could no longer maintain their stubborn facade. The two little ones exchanged glances, perceiving the anticipated expression mirrored in each other's eyes. Bai Su's culinary skills are inherently exceptional. Otherwise, in her previous life, She would not have established a thriving restaurant chain solely through her own efforts. With the enhancement provided by the items exchanged within the system, she has ascended to the 4th level, rendering her dishes even more delectable and amplifying their healing properties. Under the influence of her enhanced healing abilities, those who partake in her food find their emotions easily stirred, developing an ardent appreciation for the pleasure of fine dining. Bai Su and Yanjiao initially maintained a sense of restraint, but as they progressed through each dish, discovering the extraordinary flavors, they could no longer contain themselves and indulged heartily. The aroma was simply exquisite. Could it truly be the fragrance emanating from the food? It was nothing short of astonishing. I feel as though the years I have spent prior were in vain, for I had never encountered such novel culinary delights. Bai Su observed their fondness for her culinary creations. Her spirits lifted considerably. Nothing brings greater delight than taming those who once held her in disdain through the art of gastronomy. With a subtle smile, she remarked while enjoying her meal, "Within this dish lies my healing prowess. Should you return home and experience any digestive disturbances or the expulsion of impurities from your skin, rest assured. It is a natural occurrence, a testament to my abilities working to mend the depths of your bodily organs and tissues." Upon hearing these words, Bai Su's face revealed an expression of utter disbelief. "Is it true?" Bai Su smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, my healing abilities manifest upon you. I find it impossible to utter a falsehood." Bai Su grew increasingly restless. "This is truly wonderful. Once a female with awakened abilities becomes pregnant, her offspring will inherit even greater talents, never less than those of their parents. Thus, females with extraordinary powers are exceedingly rare. Moreover, Bai Su was beset with a multitude of pressing inquiries. However, the delectable feast before her proved too enticing to resist. She reluctantly set aside her questions, choosing instead to devote her full attention to the exquisite dishes laid out before her. After indulging heartily, both Bai Su and Yanjiao found themselves lingering in a state of delightful satisfaction. Yet, given that they had initially approached with their own intentions, it felt rather unbecoming to shamelessly beg for more. As Bai Su cleared the plates and placed them into the dishwasher, the two remained momentarily entranced by the lingering flavors of their meal. Bai Su sat down opposite them, arms crossed. "Aunt, speak your mind. What brings you to seek me?" It is said that no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without purpose. Bai Su's expression was somewhat awkward. She knew that one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Initially, she had come to hold Bai Shui accountable, but now she found herself at a loss for words. Clearing her throat, she turned her gaze towards Yanjiao, who was equally uncomfortable. As a sycophant to Rachel and her daughter, he felt the weight of the moment, and despite his usual boldness, he hesitated to speak. Bai Su gazed at the two individuals, inquiring, "Did you come specifically to dine with me?" Bai Su shot a glare at Yanjiao before turning her gaze towards Bai Su. "We have heard that the esteemed leader intends to betroth himself to you. He claims not only that you possess extraordinary abilities, but also that you are a level 3, on the verge of breaking into level 4, female, who has borne him a child endowed with the inherited ability of dual attributes." A glimmer of understanding flickered in Bai Su's eyes. It must be that Lu Tingyin had returned and proclaimed the news to the world. She nodded in affirmation. Bai Su pressed her lips together. Bearing the weight of the president's admonition from the Female Protection Agency, she felt compelled to engage in communication. "Surely, you are aware of the Female Protection Agency, are you not?" Bai Su nodded, having heard of it. "It is said to be an organization spontaneously formed by the esteemed females of the Federation to safeguard female rights. Given that the Bai family boasts the highest number of exceptional females within the Federation, it is no exaggeration to say that the organization is predominantly dominated by members of the Bai family. With their absolute control over the institution, the Bai family wields an unparalleled influence among the female populace, even possessing the power to dictate the majority of marriage arrangements. As a result, the organization has garnered substantial support from various factions, establishing itself as an unofficial authority within the Federation, wielding significant clout in numerous matters. Bai Su is the aunt of Bai Su and also serves as one of the vice presidents of the Female Protection Agency. Bai Su organized her thoughts and remarked, "Leader Lu has regained his mental strength, which is a fortunate event for the Federation. Initially, we had intended for him to mate with Bai Shui, a young member of the Bai family. However, due to your circumstances, both Bai Shui and her mother are currently detained." Bai Su had a general understanding of their intentions. She shrugged and remarked, "The laws of the Federation are not of my own making. They brought this upon themselves by being imprisoned. What concern is that of mine?" Bai Su pressed her lips together. Prior to her arrival, she had heard from the Bai family that Bai Su, emboldened by Liu Tinjian's favor, had audaciously provoked the Bai mother and daughter in public, even causing their imprisonment. She had also watched the live stream from that day. Before coming, she had believed, as Bai Shui had claimed, that Bai Su had used illicit drugs to fabricate a persona of supernatural abilities. However, upon her arrival, and after consuming Bai Su's food, she realized that Bai Su indeed possessed such powers. Consequently, she could surmise the truth behind the incident involving the illicit drugs without much speculation. In an instant, she felt a tinge of embarrassment on her face and harbored resentment towards Rachel. She had repeatedly warned the Bai family not to indulge Bai Shui excessively. Yet they had turned a deaf ear. Now, the situation had become a complete inversion of right and wrong, with deceit cast over her, leading to her humiliation. Had she not arrived at mealtime today and tasted Bai Su's food, she would have remained oblivious to her abilities. Would she not have wrongfully accused Bai Su? Chapter 56. Li Qinling's pledge of love. Bai Ruxin, feeling flustered, admitted her inability to continue, her face betraying a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Never mind. I can see that this matter is indeed problematic. You possess extraordinary abilities, but let us set aside the affairs concerning Rachel and her daughter for today. Yanjiu, standing nearby, hesitated to speak, only to be silenced by a sharp glance from Bai Ruxin. Bai Ruxin's ascension to the position of vice president undoubtedly reflects her astute intellect. She instantly perceives that Bai Su has transformed remarkably from her former self. In Bai Su's eyes, there lies a tenacity and nonchalant confidence that starkly contrasts with the timid demeanor of the plump girl she once was. Moreover, she has awakened her extraordinary abilities. It is truly a pity that had she not engaged in such absurd actions that led to her demotion, she might now be basking in unparalleled glory. Even Bai Shui would pale in comparison to her. Bai Ruxin gazed at Bai Su, her eyes softened with kindness. Let us not dwell on the matter of Bai Shui. Are you truly ready to wed the chief? Bai Su nodded, expressing, such a significant matter cannot be treated lightly, can it? Bai Ruxin nodded and remarked, when will you move back to the Bai family? My dear child, how could you make such a significant decision without consulting the family? It was only through the news that we learned of this matter. Bai Su raised an eyebrow. When did I ever express a desire to return to the Bai family? Bai Ruxin was taken aback. Aren't you going back? Bai Su shook her head, declaring, this is my true home. Since the day I was cast out from the Bai family, I have ceased to be a member of the Bai clan. Bai Ruxin wore a disapproving expression on her face. Are you still sulking with the Bai family? Now that you have returned to the Federation, how can you not reconcile with the Bai family? With their support, you would be able to establish your reputation in the military. Bai Su remained oblivious to the malice surrounding her, her expression softening slightly. No, thank you, Aunt. I am quite content on my own. With this restaurant dedicated to exquisite cuisine, I have established my own career and do not require any support from the Bai family. Bai Ruxin was utterly taken aback. What nonsensical ramblings are you uttering? What aspirations does a female have for a career? Bai Su understood that communicating with the older generation was futile and did not intend to elaborate further on the matter. She simply stated, I apologize, Aunt, but I will make my own decisions regarding my affairs and will not return to the Bai family. Please, you may go back. Bai Ruxin wished to express more. Yet Bai Su had already adopted a gesture of farewell, leaving her with little option to continue. After bidding the guest adieu, Bai Su turned her gaze towards the two little ones beside her. She had not forgotten that when she confessed to Bai Ruxin that the wolf cub was her child. This little creature displayed a look of complete composure, devoid of any semblance of surprise. She had contemplated finding an opportune moment to reveal this truth to him, only to discover that he had already been aware. It seemed she was the last to uncover the reality of the situation. Bai Shaoling suddenly sensed that something was amiss and promptly straightened his back, calling out, Mother. Bai Su gazed at him and inquired, Have you known the truth all along? Bai Shaoling sat nervously in place, fidgeting with his hands. I am aware, but the little snake is not. Bai Shaoxi was utterly astonished. He had just discovered that this woman was his biological mother. Yet, how could this be possible? How could a mother ever contemplate selling her own child? Bai Su glanced at the little white snake and, noticing his unusual demeanor, felt a sense of foreboding. As anticipated, the little white snake's expression abruptly darkened, and he turned to flee. Without hesitation, Bai Su hurried after him. Bai Shaoling closely followed behind. The white little snake transformed into its original form, a small white serpent that swayed through the jungle and vanished in an instant. No matter how fervently the people behind called out, it was in vain. He could not come to terms with the fact that Bai Su was his mother. He could accept the malevolence of a stranger, a woman who had tormented him since childhood and even sold him out of disdain for snakes. Yet, he could not fathom that this person was his biological mother. He even fantasized that one day, his true parents would come to find him, vanquishing the wicked director Bai Su and regally taking him back home. How could Bai Su possibly be his mother? He had scarcely managed to accept her to a limited extent. And now it turns out that she is indeed his mother, the very person who has tormented him, inflicted harm upon him, and shattered the bond between him and his 3 siblings is his biological mother. The young lad vanished in an instant. Bai Su hurriedly pursued, parting ways with Bai Xiaolang to search the mountain. Her calls echoed through the forest. The mountain was densely wooded, and although it was only October, the temperature at the summit was low. The young serpent beast man, Bai Xiaoxi, being still quite small, would undoubtedly be adversely affected by prolonged exposure to the mountain's harsh environment. Bai Su pursued relentlessly, and suddenly she noticed a figure stirring within a patch of grass. Her eyes brightened, and she hurried over to part the foliage. It was a small snake, a serpentine beast man coiled beneath a tree stump, with the upper body of a human and the lower body resembling that of a snake. Moreover, its tail appeared to be injured, with blood gushing forth. It seemed to be male, possessing silver hair and golden eyes, with a pallid complexion and an enchanting beauty, resembling an enlarged version of a small white serpent. The white serpent stood resolutely opposite the great serpent. The two, one grand and one diminutive, confronted each other with an air of ferocity that unmistakably indicated a fierce battle. The tails of the 2 serpent beasts entwined with one another. However, the white serpent, being still quite young, found its tail utterly inadequate in comparison to that of its formidable adversary, and soon became ensnared, collapsing to the ground. Bai Su rushed out in a flurry, brandishing the wooden stick towards the man's head, exclaiming, "Release my child." Both serpents stood momentarily stunned. Bai Xiaoxi cast a dark look upon seeing Bai Su. "Who permitted you to follow me? Foolish woman, why do you not flee at once?" However, Li Qinlin suddenly curved his lips into a smile. In such desolate wilderness, to encounter such exquisite beauty is quite intriguing. The little white snake displayed an expression of urgency on her face. "Foolish woman, flee at once. You are no match for him." Bai Su, however, had not truly departed. A look of panic crossed her face as she stammered, "I am a female of the Federation." "What do you intend to do?" Li Qinlin scoffed derisively. "What of being a female of the Federation? Everything I desire has never eluded my grasp." His serpentine tail extended further, ensnaring Bai Su. Bai Su, in a state of panic, struggled to free herself, only to find herself ensnared even more tightly. Li Qinlin, inhaling the intoxicating scent of sweet peaches, felt his serpent-like gaze deepen with intrigue as he regarded the young female before him. It seemed this venture was indeed worthwhile. "Come with me to the south," he proposed, "and I shall offer you the finest life imaginable." Upon hearing this, Bai Su's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Li Qinlin felt a sense of ennui. He was well aware that whatever he desired was invariably within his grasp. Bai Su, following the force of his serpentine tail, drew closer to his body. Suddenly, she swiftly unsheathed her dagger and aimed it at the wound on the great serpent's tail, plunging it in with fierce intensity. The man let out a muffled grunt, violently casting Bai Su and the small white serpent away. Bai Su, disregarding the pain coursing through her body, swiftly scooped up the nearby little white snake and turned to flee. The white little snake was taken aback, gazing at her in bewilderment. "You." Bai Su ran swiftly, completely oblivious to the increasingly excited smile that spread across the face of the giant serpent behind her. Chapter 57. The serpent appears at her home. There were no signs of anyone pursuing her. Bai Su, carrying the small white serpent, ran a considerable distance until exhaustion set in, compelling her to gently set the creature down. The white little serpent gazed at her with a myriad of emotions swirling within. "Why did you save me just now?" Bai Su finally caught her breath after a considerable while and looked at him with a hint of exasperation. "Fool," she said, "you are my child. It is a mother's instinct to safeguard your safety. If I do not protect you, whom shall I protect?" Bai Xiaoxi pressed her lips together, at a loss for words. Bai Su took his hand gently, leading him slowly towards the eatery. "Let us hasten back. Once we return home, we shall be safe. That great serpent should not dare to follow us." "Bai Xiaoxi, that serpent is at least of level 9. You were nearly killed just now." Fortunately, the beast was injured, and given the low temperature in the mountains, it seems to be significantly affected, moving much slower than usual. His gaze fell upon her limping foot. "What happened to your foot?" Bai Su grimaced. "I am not certain. It seems I just twisted it a bit. I will check when I return." It was not merely her foot. When she fell moments ago, her delicate little arm was also grazed, leaving a trace of blood. To a ferocious beast, the scent of blood is an exceptionally acute stimulus. The little white snake grew increasingly silent. Suddenly, a pair of small hands wrapped around Bai Su's thigh. She paused for a moment and looked down at the little one beside her, asking, "What is the matter?" The little white snake, filled with remorse, said, "I am truly sorry. It was my impulsive decision to venture out that caused you to be harmed." Bai Su gently leaned down and kissed the crown of his head, whispering, "My dear, do not feel guilty. It is my duty to protect you. Since I have brought you into this world, I am obliged to nurture you through your formative years." The little white snake extended its tiny hand to assist her, saying, "Take your time. That serpent is likely influenced by the temperature and is on the verge of hibernation. There is no need for us to rush." Bai Su felt a surge of joy. This was the gentlest remark Bai Shaoxi had uttered since returning to her side. The scent of blood swiftly attracted Bai Shaoling. Without pausing to inquire, the three of them regrouped and hurried back to the restaurant. The establishment had been transformed by Lu Ting Inn, equipped with a security system capable of withstanding external threats to a certain extent. Bai Su merely suffered an ankle dislocation, a predicament she had long since grown accustomed to. With a simple self-reduction, she deemed it sufficient, even too apathetic to apply medicinal alcohol. The two little ones, observing her disregard for her own well-being, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. "Mother, do you truly not need to consult a doctor?" Bai Shaoling inquired, a note of unease in his voice. The little white snake stood beside, its delicate face contorted into a frown. Bai Su chuckled as she observed the two individuals. "Have you forgotten that I possess healing abilities? There's no need for concern." Having reached the 4th level, her healing powers had advanced. Not only did the food she prepared possess restorative qualities, but her own injuries would also gradually mend. The two little ones noticed that the wound on her arm had diminished significantly compared to before, which allowed them to relax a bit. After soothing the two little ones, Bai Su let out a sigh of relief and returned to her own room. Today could be considered a blessing in disguise, as at least Bai Shaoxi had opened her heart to her. A faint smile graced the corners of Bai Su's lips. But the moment she pushed open the door, that smile froze in place. The large serpent from the forest lay brazenly upon her soft little bed. Its tail dangled halfway over the windowsill, extending outward. It appeared somewhat unwell, frost clinging to its lashes, its movements exceedingly sluggish. Li Chunlin glared at her with a brooding intensity, his golden eyes shimmering with an air of imminent danger. Bai Su was taken aback. "How could you be here?" Li Chunlin scoffed. "Why would I be here?" Bai Su turned to flee, but was ensnared by the serpent's tail, which forcefully drew her into the chamber, compelling her to lie upon him. Li Chunlin's gaze lay bare upon her, his pallid visage exuding a fierce aggression, as if he intended to consume her whole. His spiritual energy unfurled, provocatively meandering across her form. Bai Su was nearly overwhelmed by terror, as someone afflicted with a profound fear of snakes. The sensation of being ensnared by a giant python was enough to send him into a faint. Moreover, the creature's body was astonishingly cold, devoid of warmth. Although its upper half resembled that of a human, the shoulders and the alluring abdominal contours were adorned with shimmering white scales, glistening with a pearlescent sheen under the light. This being was undeniably striking. However, its pallor and somber gaze lent an air of melancholia. With silver hair and golden eyes, it appeared to embody an angelic presence. Yet its demeanor was as dark as that of a vampire, lacking any semblance of cheerfulness. The physique was undeniably appealing, boasting a pronounced inverted triangle shape that exuded vitality and allure. Li Chunlin, however, found immense pleasure in her fright, leaning closer to inhale the sweet, peach-like fragrance wafting from her neck. The warmth of her blood was utterly tempting. Bai Su yearned to cry for help, yet was rendered voiceless by Li Chunlin's overwhelming mental force. She could not utter a single sound. The palpable intent to kill emanating from him was unmistakable. He truly desired to sink his teeth into her neck and drink her blood. Li Chunlin observed her terror with keen interest, his soft, furry ears adorably cradling his cheeks, exuding a pitiful charm. Suddenly, he raised his hand and grasped her neck, tauntingly saying, "Weren't you quite bold just now? Care to stab me again and see what happens?" Bai Su trembled in fear, shaking her head vigorously, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Strands of hair fell chaotically across his chest, carrying a hint of tantalizing sensation. Their bodies were pressed closely together. The softness of her form provided warmth, effectively alleviating the signs of his hibernation. Li Chunlin comfortably closed his eyes, embracing her tighter, his hands beginning to explore her figure. Upon noticing the serpent man's tail writhing upon her, Bai Su became aware of a gaping wound still oozing blood. A flicker of understanding dawned upon her. The considerable loss of blood, coupled with the frigid temperatures atop the mountain, had precipitated the onset of premature hibernation symptoms in this unfortunate creature. Suddenly, the system activated, exuberantly exclaiming in her mind, "Wow! The second male lead has finally made his appearance." Bai Su was momentarily taken aback. "He's the second male lead?" The system replied, "Indeed. His level of affection is quite substantial. You are truly remarkable, host. However, it is rather peculiar, despite such a high regard for you. His level of animosity has not diminished." Upon hearing this, Bai Su's lips twitched slightly. It seemed that Li Qinlin was still unaware that she was the Bai Su from years past, as a thought crossed Bai Su's mind. She recognized this serendipitous opportunity and deemed it a pity not to enhance their rapport. She relaxed, languidly draping herself upon him, and said, "Your wound is bleeding. May I assist you in tending to it?" Her form was supple and voluptuous, embodying softness in all the right places. Their bodies were pressed together seamlessly, allowing him to fully perceive her relaxation. The sweet, fragrant aroma of ripe peaches enveloped them, intertwining with the warm scent of wood emanating from him. The system chimed. Rapport decreased. Bai Su, Li Qinlin let out a cold snort, pressing her down so that she lay upon him. "Do not entertain any notions of trickery. I do not require your assistance." Yet, despite his words, his serpent-like gaze remained fixated on her lips, a flicker of an unidentifiable emotion swirling in his eyes, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Bai Su gazed at him, her eyes brimming with gentle innocence. "I am but a frail and powerless female, incapable of causing you any harm. If you were to perish here, it would indeed create considerable trouble for me." Chapter 58. A resounding slap. "Are you hungry? Shall I fetch some food for you?" Li Qinlin stared at her for a long moment before suddenly grasping her wrist with his large hand. He opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth, and bit down on her wrist, injecting venom. Bai Su winced in pain, her delicate face paling as she instinctively raised her hand to struggle, delivering a fierce slap to him. "What are you doing?" The system exclaimed with excitement. "It's done. The affection level has increased." Bai Su, she seems to have figured out how to enhance this person's favorability. Li Qinlin, with a somber expression, touched the spot where he had been struck, his dark, serpentine eyes fixed on her without wavering. "Should you attempt to alert anyone while preparing food, remember that my toxin courses through your veins. If I do not arrive to administer the antidote within an hour, you shall perish." Bai Su pressed her lips together, casting an irate glance at him. "I extend my goodwill to assist you, yet you repay kindness with enmity?" Enraged, she raised her hand and struck him across the face. Li Qinlin's serpentine eyes instantaneously transformed into vertical slits, his body arching upright like a serpent poised before her. "You seek death." Never had a female dared to lay a hand upon him. Did this little rabbit not comprehend the gravity of her actions? Exhibited no fear, boldly proclaiming, "I am indeed targeting you." Had it not been for the system's notification of an increase in her favorability, she might have been intimidated by the brooding, psychopathic figure before her. She pressed her hand against the spot where she had been bitten, emitting a disdainful huff before turning to descend the stairs in preparation for a meal. The room was left with only Li Qinlin, who finally relaxed, gingerly touching the area that had been struck. Suddenly, he shrugged his shoulders and let out a low chuckle. The lingering scent of peaches permeated the air. The excitement in Li Qinlin's eyes intensified as he turned over, burying his face in Bai Su's pillow, his right hand slowly moving downwards. Bai Su pondered that the taste of the father and son should be quite similar. Bai Xiaolang has a penchant for beef and lamb dishes, which is also favored by Lu Tingyan. The little white snake has an affinity for various types of eggs. Perhaps Li Qinlin shares this fondness as well? Bai Su suddenly realized that the person in her room was the biological father of Bai Xiaoxi. They had previously fought in the forest. It was unclear whether they recognized each other. Bai Su pressed her lips together, choosing not to confront these matters just yet. The little white snake only opens her heart to her at night. She must first find her balance. Bai Su retrieved some quail eggs and chicken eggs from the refrigerator. After a moment of contemplation, he also took out some mutton and pigeon meat. To ward off the cold, consuming mutton and pigeon meat would be the most beneficial. Without further ado, he set to work. Bai Su rolled up her sleeves and swiftly prepared spicy and sour quail eggs, tangy fried eggs, grilled lamb, crispy braised pigeon, and mutton soup. Given Li Qinlin's weight, it is estimated that he would require 4 to 5 pounds of food. Bai Su took a deep breath, gathering all the food onto a tray before returning to her room. Curse that masochist. Were it not for his connection as the father of Bai Xiaoxi, she would never allow him to eat in her bedroom. Bai Su stood at the threshold of the room, carefully adjusting her expression as she carried the food inside. The overwhelming scent of musk made her involuntarily darken her countenance. Li Chunlin, upon noticing her arrival, remained unfazed, languidly uttering, "Just set it down." Bai Su entered with a sullen expression, caught in a dilemma, neither advancing nor retreating. The thought of her children at home compelled her to close the door. How could she have forgotten? The nature of a serpent is one of lewdness, and the second male lead, Li Chunlin, was a creature of unbridled desire, capable of succumbing to passion at any moment. Bai Su placed the food on the adjacent tea table, her gaze refusing to venture in that direction. "Remember to eat when you're done," she remarked. Suddenly, the object wrapped in his hands captured her attention. When Bai Su discerned the object clearly, her face flushed with anger. "You shameless wretch! How dare you use my pillowcase for such a purpose?" Li Chunlin continued his actions unperturbed, maintaining a steady and swift rhythm. "It is suffused with your scent," he remarked. Bai Su felt her cheeks flush at his words and approached to reclaim her belongings. Li Chunlin, with his other hand idly gripping her wrist, inquired, "No need for a pillow instead, you?" His embrace was so eagerly offered. Bai Su, infuriated, delivered another slap to him. "Who has thrown themselves at you?" He, now exhilarated, continued to provoke her with increasing fervor, clasping her wrist to prevent her from leaving. "Are you angered out of humiliation? Have I struck a chord with your hidden thoughts? Admit it, your heart has long been restless. Otherwise, how would you account for the lingering scent of peaches in this room?" Bai Su found herself in a state of anguish, unable to articulate her torment. Her body was exceedingly sensitive, leaving her at a loss for solutions. In that moment of sheer terror, even the caress of his tail elicited a response from her. With a stubborn fade, she declared, "Regardless, I have not offered you my affection. Now return my pillowcase." Li Chunlin, pulling her forcefully into his embrace, remarked, "The game of feigned restraint should come to an end." Bai Su, in a fit of rage, lowered her head and bit his finger with such force that blood immediately oozed forth. The system, brimming with excitement, fervently shouted within her mind, "It has increased. It has increased again. The points deity, this is undoubtedly the points deity." Bai Su was too preoccupied to cover her mouth. Li Chunlin fixed a sinister gaze upon her, suddenly bursting into laughter, clearly exhilarated to the utmost degree. He cast aside the pillowcase and opted to use her hand instead. 3 hours later, Bai Su, cradling her cramping hand, muttered curses softly in the bathroom as she washed her hands incessantly. Li Chunlin reclined contentedly on the bed, his eyes brimming with excitement and disbelief. After so many years, since the dawn of his adulthood, an unprecedented situation had finally unfolded today. Not only was he infertile, but he had also struggled for years to fully unleash his desires, as if something within him was perpetually blocked. This had been the root of his emotional instability over the years, often leading him to vent his frustrations on subordinates. Yet just moments ago, what he had failed to achieve with a pillowcase was effortlessly accomplished by that young female's hand. The sensation of unimpeded vitality coursing through him, a profound comfort that sent tingles across his scalp, instantly made him forgive the world. When Bai Su emerged from the washroom, Li Chunlin was languidly sprawled on the bed, exuding an air of contentment. She cast a glance at the food beside her, urging, "Come and indulge in a meal. Are you not hungry?" Fortunately, she had brought the sustenance up in an insulated container. Li Chunlin let out a soft hum, appearing to be in remarkably good spirits. Bai Su approached the coffee table and opened the thermos box, bringing forth an array of dishes. Instantly, the rich and savory aroma of the food permeated the entire room. Li Chunlin paused in his movements, inquiring, "What is that delightful fragrance?" Bai Su did not lift her head. The taste of food. Li Chunlin walked over, seated himself on the carpet, and gazed intently at the dishes on the coffee table. "Is this what one calls food?" Bai Su nodded and said, "Indeed. Why not give it a try?" Bai Su, her smile radiant, gracefully extended the spoon towards him. Li Chunlin gazed into her water-like, shimmering eyes and her rosy lips, his expression flickering with uncertainty, yet he did not dismiss her kindness. Tentatively, he sampled a quail egg, the sour and spicy flavor enveloping his palate. Instantly, his golden slit pupils widened, and his previously sullen demeanor softened. Li Chunlin stared incredulously at the quail egg before him. Is this truly food? Chapter 59. Grandfather's heroic rescue of the fair lady. Li Chunlin could hardly believe his eyes as he surveyed the dishes laid out before him. He took another bite of the roasted lamb and the crispy braised pigeon, and he found himself transformed in an extraordinary manner. The delectable nature of these dishes bordered on the surreal. Moreover, he could acutely sense a surge of vitality coursing through his body, emanating from his stomach, radiating warmth throughout. imparting an indescribable sense of comfort. The winter lethargy induced by the cold had significantly diminished, and his spirit visibly brightened. A flicker of caution crossed Li Chenlin's gaze. Suddenly, his tail lashed out with a swift motion, wrapping itself around Bai Su's neck, lifting her effortlessly into the air. With his serpent-like eyes narrowed into a slit, he questioned, "Little bunny, what have you concealed within this food? Do you dare to poison me?" Bai Su had no time to resist. The suffocating agony rendered her instinctively clutching the serpent's tail, attempting to pull it away. Li Chenlin, on the other hand, felt a warm current coursing through his body, ultimately converging at the wound on his tail, where it began to itch. Bai Su, trembling, extended her delicate hand, which radiated a subtle rosy hue under the warm glow of the lamp. The palms noticeably more crimson than the rest of her skin, a remnant of persistent friction that had yet to fade. She concentrated her mental energy in her palm. The delightful aroma of ripe peaches growing more pronounced in the air. It is my extraordinary ability. The food I prepare possesses healing properties. Upon hearing this, Li Chenlin drew her into his embrace, loosening his grip around her neck, then firmly cupping her chin with his large hand, compelling her to meet his gaze without resistance. "Oh, a female with special abilities?" He suddenly let out a scoff. "I never would have guessed. How wasteful of the snow country to abandon a female with such talents in the wilderness." Bai Su was engulfed in a fit of coughing, her body trembling uncontrollably. As she suddenly regained her breath, a flush appeared on the tip of her nose and beneath her lower eyelid, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she gasped for air. Li Chenlin's gaze deepened, a shadow of a smile gracing his lips as he leaned down to plant a kiss upon her. No hibernating serpent could resist the allure of a warm, tender rabbit. As the kiss concluded, Li Chenlin regarded her with keen interest. "Little rabbit, come with me to the southern lands, where you shall be cherished and treasured as a gem in the hands of the southerners." After all, a female endowed with supernatural abilities is a rarity wherever she roams. A true marvel. It was indeed foolish of the snow dwellers to abandon her in the wilderness. It was merely his fortune to have found her. Bai Su hastily shook her head, declaring, "I am not going anywhere. I am about to become engaged and will not accompany you." "Engagement?" Li Chenlin's pale face bore an inscrutable expression. He let out a laugh from his nostrils and leaned in closer, teasingly remarking, "Who is your fiancé? I shall go and eliminate him." His tone was so casual, as though he were merely discussing the delivery of a congratulatory gift for the engagement. Upon hearing this, Bai Su exhibited little reaction. Instead, she let out a hum and turned her head away. "You cannot defeat him. He is a level 9 beastman." "Oh, level 9? Li Chenlin's eyes gleamed with intensity. "In that case, I shall simply steal you away first." In the Snow Nation, October had already ushered in a drop in temperature. Affected by the cold wave, his strength was reduced to 70%, rendering him incapable of contending with a beastman in peak condition of the same rank. Bai Su felt a sudden tightening around her waist as she was ensnared and swiftly dragged out of the window, covering a distance of several meters in an instant. She couldn't help but feel exasperated. This infatuated and obsessive individual was indeed, as described in novels, a capricious and deluded person. "Let me go, or I will call for help," Bai Su exclaimed, striking at the wound on his tail while muttering her frustrations. Had she known better, she would not have fed him those provisions, which had significantly healed his external injuries and melted away the frost from his eyelashes, granting him the energy to seize others. Suddenly, a figure clad in white descended from above, blocking their path. Li Chenlin, vigilant, pulled Bai Su behind him, confronting the individual before them. "You dare to obstruct us?" An aged voice resonated. "Release my granddaughter." Upon spotting Yarko, Bai Su's eyes instantly lit up. "Grandfather." The elder offered her a reassuring glance before turning his attention to the colossal serpent. "Li Chenlin, is that you? When did the crownless king of the underworld sink to the level of petty thievery?" Li Chenlin let out a cold laugh, enveloping Bai Su in his mental force as he transformed into his primal beast form. A towering giant python surged upward, its girth so immense that it could scarcely be encircled by 2 adults. The serpent's head loomed high, gazing down upon the elder with a condescending disdain, akin to surveying an insignificant insect. "Old fool, I advise you to mind your own business." Unperturbed, the elder stood gracefully in front, his tall figure exuding an air of elegance. Clad in a white Zhongshan suit, he resembled a reclusive immortal with an ethereal presence. With a sneer, Li Chenlin lunged forward, the serpent's head descending as it prepared to sever the elder's head with its jaws. Bai Su's heart tightened with concern. "Grandfather, be careful." The old man remained unperturbed, retrieving a pouch of medicinal powder from his sleeve and casting it forth. Suddenly, Li Chenlin let out a muffled groan as his form swiftly diminished, retreating in haste. Bai Su, huh? Is it really over? She stared blankly at the figure that had fled, oblivious to the disappearance of the mental suppression that had enveloped her. An elderly man approached her, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his demeanor as refined as that of an ancient noble. What's the matter? Have you been rendered speechless by fear? Bai Su quickly shook her head, and when she met the elder's gaze, she suddenly furrowed her brows. Grandfather, why do I feel that something seems amiss with you? It's as if your eyes have brightened and become more spirited. Perhaps it's merely my illusion. But I can't shake the feeling that your eyes have regained a youthful vitality, their color clear and the whites pristine. If one were to disregard everything else and focus solely on those eyes, one could easily mistake them for those belonging to a young man. Elias curled his lips and affectionately ruffled her hair, mimicking the tone of Yalko. You little rascal, are you praising your grandfather or yourself? Bai Su scratched his head, expressing confusion. Where do I have any? Yi Lias replied, I frequently dine at your restaurant. Your cuisine has healed numerous ailments afflicting me, and my eyes have naturally regained their health. Upon hearing this, Bai Su nodded, her lingering doubts dispelled. She smiled at the elderly man and inquired, what brings you here at such a late hour? Are you alone? It is rather unsafe to traverse the night road. What did I tell you last time? Yi Lias curled his lips slightly and handed her the items beside him, saying, I have brought you some ingredients. Bai Su took the items from his hands and discovered they were live fish, albeit of a type she had never encountered before. Yi Lias remarked, these are fish unique to the far north, renowned for their exquisite flesh and delightful aftertaste. It is a rarity for me to catch such a small quantity, and naturally, I must present them to you, so as not to squander their flavor. Upon hearing this, Bai Su's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. That's wonderful, grandfather. Please come for dinner tomorrow. I shall prepare fish for you and reserve a table at the restaurant. Yi Lias smiled elegantly. Very well. Chapter 60. Yi Lias approaches her with intent. After 3 days of renovations, the restaurant finally reopened. She logged into her account and couldn't help but laugh at the comments beneath the video. What? Closed for 3 days? No, this simply cannot be. Yen, how can I survive without you? 3 days. Do you know the immense toll this takes on my tender heart? Boo-hoo, little female, you have endured so much. A break is indeed deserved, but 3 days is far too long. I cannot fathom the thought of not savoring delectable dishes for 3 days. At this point, I can hardly stomach canned food. Su, you must take responsibility for me. You have spoiled my palate. Most comments urged her to reopen the restaurant. One could easily envision the fervent scene that awaited her upon reopening. Fortunately, she had made late-night calls to the vendors at the market, ensuring fresh ingredients were delivered early in the morning. With Lu Tinjian's support, many of the logistical matters regarding the restaurant ran particularly smoothly. Bai Su contemplated for a moment before recording a video. In the footage, she adorned herself with a charming floral triangle scarf atop her head, donned an apron, and showcased a delightful smile while braiding her hair. With a radiant grin directed at the camera, she cheerfully announced, the 3-day closure has caused considerable inconvenience for everyone. To make amends, our establishment is offering all dishes at half price today, October 12th, along with the introduction of new menu items. We warmly invite everyone to gather with friends and family for a meal today. This brief video, accompanied by jubilant music, quickly garnered significant attention once shared. Grandma, the shop you've been following is finally reopening today. What? It's finally opening today? As she brushes away the cobwebs atop her head, Su, darling. Mama loves you. I'm on my way. I'll bring my banner. Half price. Oh my goodness, the proprietress is so considerate. It would be a disgrace not to rush over. Are you all devils? I arrived to queue at 9 o'clock. And I ended up at the foot of the mountain? All right, I see you're all sneaking in, huh? I'll start lining up when you close tomorrow. With a merciless smile, in the past 3 days, Bai Su has been quite industrious, having already instructed the workers to commence the dismantling of the courtyard. Although the walls have yet to be constructed, the absence of a courtyard allows the expansive area atop the mountain to serve as a dining space for guests. She has arranged an abundance of tables outdoors, thereby enabling her to accommodate more than 3 times the number of guests than before. Thanks to the considerable points accumulated from Lu Tingyan and Li Chenlin, she was able to promptly exchange and upgrade several boilers last night, thereby doubling the efficiency of meal service. However, this means the young servers will have to work a bit harder, as there is much to do. Bai Su stroked his chin, pondering when he might hire another worker. Outside, a queue had formed. The clientele exhibited a commendable level of civility. although numerous. Most patrons adhered to decorum, engaging in conversation and creating an atmosphere that was both lively and harmonious. This alleviated much of Bai Su's concerns. This improvement was particularly notable following a previous incident where patrons had clashed violently over the issue of queuing. Bai Su was unable to contain the situation and had to shut down the establishment early. Not only did the troublemakers leave empty-handed, but the other patrons were also deprived of their meals. Following that incident, the customers became more subdued. Anyone attempting to cause a ruckus was promptly met with opposition from others. This was a lesson Bai Su had learned from her previous experiences in business. Managing the interests of everyone involved made it exceedingly simple to exert control. When one person acted out, the consequences were shared by all, thus she need not intervene directly, as there were plenty willing to assist her in quelling the disturbance. At the entrance of Bai Su's establishment, the guests greeted one another with cheerful nods and warm salutations. "Good morning, everyone. You all have arrived rather early," she remarked. The patrons responded with enthusiasm, many of whom were women. "Madam, might you open for business a tad earlier today?" one inquired. "Indeed. I have been yearning for your delectable dishes," another chimed in. "After indulging in your cuisine for a while, I feel as if I am with child." Yet another added, "My several husbands have grown robust after partaking in your meals. Dining here daily seems to promise longevity and vitality, far more reliable than a visit to the hospital." Bai Su merely smiled and said, "I will do my best. Please do not linger outside, since you are here. Let us first take the numbered tickets and find your seats. I will prioritize serving dishes once I finish my tasks." With that, everyone felt invigorated, and each individual entering scanned their code at the entrance. Thanks to the advanced technology of the Federation, a number would float and display on their intelligent wristbands after scanning. The back-end system on Bai Su's side is capable of recording the dishes ordered by each number. The little ones, such as by Xiaolang, merely need to match the dishes with the corresponding number plates for service. Bai Su was preoccupied with her tasks when, all of a sudden, she caught sight of someone outside jumping and waving. She glanced out and spotted Yan Jiao, who was exuberantly flailing his arms. Upon noticing Bai Su's gaze, he excitedly pointed at the tip of his own nose, brimming with enthusiasm. Bai Su chuckled as she instructed Bai Xiaolang to usher the person in. Yan Jiao dashed in, his face alight with excitement. "Miss Bai, I heard from the adjutant of Yodel that your restaurant is hiring?" Bai Su nodded with a smile. "Indeed. What is it?" Yan Jiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "Do you hire temporary workers here? You know, those who come to assist every weekend." After savoring Bai Su's culinary creations once, he had taken to the internet to explore videos and information about this popular eatery. He discovered that the restaurant was incredibly bustling, with patrons queuing almost every day and demand often outstripped supply, especially on weekends. However, as he worked at the military department, he only had 2 days off each week, making it uncertain whether he could dine here regularly. Thus, when he overheard Yodel muttering that Bai Su's establishment had yet to find suitable help, an idea sparked in his mind. If he could work here as a helper, he would be able to indulge in delicious meals every week. A hint of shyness crept onto Yan Jiao's face as he added, "I wouldn't require any payment. I only ask for a meal at noon. Would that be acceptable?" Bai Su regarded him with a hint of perplexity. "If I recall correctly, you hail from the faction of Bai Shui. Would they truly permit you to come here?" Yan Jiao immediately straightened his posture, exclaiming, "Miss Bai Su, in the past, I was blinded by my own folly. But now I have undergone a profound transformation and embraced a new life. You have magnificently salvaged my wayward soul and bestowed upon me the meaning of existence. For this, I express my sincere reverence." He suddenly performed a deep bow, causing Bai Su to retreat 2 steps in alarm, nearly believing she was about to be struck. The audience in the live stream erupted into hearty laughter. Bai Su contemplated for a moment and replied, "That is acceptable, but this arrangement is temporary. I still prefer to hire full-time employees. If a full-time individual can manage the workload over the weekend, I may have to let you go." Yan Jiao nodded emphatically. "No problem." Bai Su then instructed Bai Xiaolang to take the individuals down for training. Fortunately, the weekend was upon them, allowing for a brief pre-job training session before they commenced work. This resolved her pressing predicament. The store's promotional activities were in full swing, and during lunchtime, Yulia's arrived as scheduled. Bai Xiaolang led him to a private room upstairs, where a window offered a view of the bustling scene below. A look of surprise flickered in Yulia's eyes. "Is your establishment always this lively?" Bai Xiaolang obediently remarked, "Today, we have an event, which is why there are more people around." Yulia slightly nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Bai Xiaolang inquired once more, "Grandfather Zhang, What would you like to eat today? Yiliez's eyes flickered momentarily. Just the usual will suffice. Bai Su nodded, turned, and as he reached the door, he suddenly pivoted and fixed his gaze upon Yiliez. Grandfather Zhang, why have you not touched my wolf ears today? Yiliez met his gaze, keenly perceiving the flicker of vigilance and probing that danced in the depths of the young wolf's eyes. And he could not help but inwardly marvel at the astuteness of the little cub. He chuckled softly at the small creature. When have I ever touched your wolf ears? Dear one, due to his frail health, Yaoko was allergic to animal fur and would not engage with such creatures unless absolutely necessary. The doubt in Bai Su's eyes dissipated. Well, it truly is a challenge to have Grandpa Zhang touch me. Please wait a moment, as mother is preparing the fish from last night, which will be served alongside other dishes. Yiliez smiled. All right. After the little one departed, he withdrew his gaze, observing the lively crowd below with serene composure. Bai Su, this woman has indeed made a remarkable resurgence. I have underestimated her. Her methods now surpass those of her past. The sudden demise of my grandfather remains shrouded in mystery, with the only certainty being his frequent visits to this establishment during his lifetime. I must disguise myself as my grandfather to temporarily stabilize the situation of the Landon family, while secretly investigating the cause of his death. It is evident that she must have employed some unscrupulous tactics to persuade my grandfather into bestowing the ring upon her, designating her as his future wife. It is conceivable that her actions may be intricately linked to his untimely passing. Chapter 61. Bai Su gathers her courage to assist at the restaurant. Bai Su was bustling with activity, her culinary skills becoming increasingly adept. If only there were a skilled assistant in the kitchen, her pace could be greatly expedited. Currently, the output rate of the stove was impressive, yet her meal preparation efficiency hindered the overall progress. It seemed imperative to enlist a kitchen apprentice. However, chefs are generally reluctant to take on apprentices, holding stringent standards regarding their character. A good apprentice is a rare find. Ultimately, it all comes down to fate. She skillfully prepared the dishes and handed them to Bai Su. Xiao, please deliver this portion to your great-grandfather, splitting it into 2 trips. Be careful not to trip. Bai Su nodded obediently, placing several dishes onto the tray before carrying them out. In the kitchen, only Bai Su remained, immersed in her tasks. The little white snake stood at the kitchen door, a hint of distress coloring her cheeks as she rehearsed her words in her mind. Finally, unable to restrain herself, she softly called out, Mama. Her voice was barely a whisper, drowned out by the bubbling of the pot on the stove, and Bai Su was completely unaware. However, the live stream revealed the slender figure of the small creature outside the door. Oh my goodness, another adorable little one. Where did he come from? Silver hair and golden eyes. Help, he is simply too enchanting. I declare him my little beast husband. I've claimed him in advance. Come on, upstairs, be a person. Oh dear, where on earth did the proprietress find so many charming little boys? I am utterly amazed. How can I choose where to look? One side offers delectable food, while the other showcases delightful younglings. Alongside the stunning and graceful chef, she's sure. Bai Su noticed the comments in the bullet screen. Only then realizing the presence of the little white snake behind her, she swiftly turned to the small creature and asked, What is it? The little white snake finally mustered the courage and, feeling somewhat apprehensive, approached. Mother, I too wish to lend a hand. His elder brother was bustling about, diligently assisting with the serving of dishes, while the other Frilio kittens and little tigers scurried about, contributing to the tasks at hand, leaving him idly by. Initially reluctant to take on the role of a server, he could not resist the desire to join them upon witnessing the radiant smiles adorning their faces and the fervent energy with which they engaged in their work. Bai Su smiled and said, Of course, you can. Just take a look at the dishes prepared beside you. Each is marked with a floating number. Simply serve these dishes to the corresponding numbered tables. The dishes are placed on trays, so you won't be able to carry too many at once. Just bring them one by one. Upon receiving an affirmative response, the little white snake's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Excellent, he exclaimed, as he approached the boiler and casually retrieved 2 dishes before stepping outside. He was astute, having keenly observed the actions of others and learned the ropes long ago. With the dishes in hand, the small creature's previously furrowed brow finally relaxed as he seamlessly blended into the bustling throng of waitstaff. His posture straightened, and his cherubic face glowed with delight. The audience could not help but jest. Is the proprietress's heart truly so callous? How could she bear to exploit such a small and adorable youngling? Bai Su smiled and said, They're all my children. The one with white hair and golden eyes is called Little Snake. I just found him. By leveraging their own abilities to assist the family, They can better integrate into this household. Moreover, since the children have some spare time, they can help with chores, which brings them joy as well. If they become weary, I shall allow them to rest. Ha ha ha, how well-behaved your little ones are. In my household, the moment they open their mouths, it's for a can of food. And they are so mischievous that if I do not discipline them for 3 days, they would turn the house upside down. It is evident that the offspring of the shopkeeper are well cared for. They appear robust and possess great strength, indicating excellent physical condition. Bai Su remarked with a smile. My food possesses healing properties, you see. In the past, our family lacked the means, and the children's meals were rather inadequate. Now that I have opened a restaurant and earned some money, I can provide ample nourishment for my children. I cook for them every day, and they have indeed grown much stronger. The comments flowed in. Is the proprietress a single mother? Why not seek out a few beastly husbands? Indeed. With some beastly husbands to support her, life would be far less arduous. Bai Su smiled and remarked, I have found someone. The wedding is imminent. The children will likely be entrusted to his care more often. The comments flooded in. Oh no, does that mean I won't get to enjoy the delicious food anymore? Sobbing. They lamented, though it pains me dearly. Witnessing the shop owner's struggles truly tugs at my heartstrings. I sincerely wish for her to find a bit more joy and ease. Without concern for my well-being. Without any food. Do not stop me. I shall leap from the heights right now. Bai Su's hands remained deftly at work. Her countenance bright with a smile as she gazed at the live stream. Rest assured, this restaurant will not close after marriage. The barrage of comments read, not closing? Will your beastly husband still allow you to earn a living? Bai Su hastily clarified, no, my intention in opening this restaurant is not solely for profit. As you can see, I possess healing abilities, and the food I prepare benefits everyone's health, particularly for many females with fertility issues. Those who dine here over time experience improvements in their reproductive capabilities. Therefore, I aspire to continue running this establishment. Firstly, I derive immense satisfaction from providing delightful culinary experiences. And secondly, I can assist more individuals in enhancing their physical well-being, contributing to the optimization of our Federation's female fertility. The comments read, oh, the proprietress is truly kind-hearted. Such a remarkable young woman, blessed with beauty and extraordinary abilities. Who else but our Federation's leader deserves her? By the way, who is the proprietress's beastly husband? Let us vet him. A common male could never match such an extraordinary proprietress. Indeed, ordinary individuals are unworthy. Bai Su smiled sweetly, exclaiming, it's Lu Tingyin. Well, indeed it is our esteemed leader. Suddenly, a garbled message appeared in the live stream, followed by a line of text. The proprietress never cooked before. Is she imitating the late young lady of the Landon family? As the comment appeared, Bai Su frowned slightly. She had heard the late young lady of the Landon family mentioned by Grandpa Yarko. She was his granddaughter and was said to have been a celebrated figure in her time, admired by many. Inside the private room, Elias glared darkly at the image on his smart bracelet. A notification beside his account indicated that he had deposited $30,000 into this live stream. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, yet he had not touched a single bite. In truth, he had already descended into bitterness when he heard Bai Su proclaim her intent to contribute to the reproductive capabilities of the Federation's females. Such words had once been spoken by his deceased sister. His sister, lively and charming, adored experimenting with delectable dishes and was the apple of their grandfather's eye. It was no wonder that this woman could effortlessly win their grandfather's favor. No wonder he willingly bestowed a ring upon her, recognizing her as his chosen mate. Chapter 62. Elias discovers Bai Su's healing ability. A flicker of disgust crossed Elias's gaze. This woman had evidently manipulated the affections of the old man by imitating his sister's character and preferences. She even dared to establish a persona as one endowed with special abilities. He speculated that the food must have been laced with some minuscule dosage of drugs. The Landon family, being the pinnacle of the global pharmaceutical industry, possessed the most advanced medical technologies. This type of drug was certainly not uncommon within their ranks. However, after observing the live stream for a considerable time, he noted numerous comments claiming that consuming Bai Su's meals had even improved long-standing infertility, resulting in pregnancies. Such absurd statements were either the work of hired bots or mere psychological effects, with those ignorant individuals fortuitously consuming Bai Su's food while coincidentally becoming pregnant, misplacing the credit upon her. He was indeed curious as to how, in this era of advanced medical technology, such illicit substances could exist, allowing this woman to so brazenly cultivate her persona. His certainty stemmed from the fact that Bai Su, even when she was a level 7 beast man, had exhibited no special abilities. Now, being only at level 3 or 4, it was inconceivable that she possessed any, having never awakened any powers before. She could only aspire to do so if she were to ascend beyond level 7. With such a breakthrough in level, the emergence of new abilities might be possible. Yet the odds were exceedingly slim. Elias's cold gaze swept across the image of the woman skillfully preparing food, then fell to the array of dishes on the table. A flicker of chill crossing his eyes. He retrieved a pair of medical gloves from his pocket and took out a small medical kit from his smart device's storage. Upon opening it, he found an assortment of surgical tools, including scalpels and tweezers. Using the tweezers, he picked up a slice of fish and placed it on a glass slide, inhaling its rich, tangy aroma that awakened his appetite, causing even him to swallow hard. What had that little brat said? This is the golden soup sauerkraut fish, prepared with the ingredients he delivered last night. He deliberately sent the ingredients as a test. The fish possesses a unique constitution. Its flesh, upon contact with any processed agents, becomes acidic. In her attempt to conceal the truth, this woman even claimed it was sauerkraut fish. Did she think this would mask the fish slice's acidity? A glimmer of insight flickered in Elias's eyes. With a meticulous experimental mindset, he placed a piece of fish into his mouth, savoring the flavor. The explosion of sour, spicy, and fragrant notes danced upon his palate. The fish was utterly devoid of any fishy taste. Instead, it carried an indescribable sweetness, remarkably tender. A sudden rush overwhelmed his mind, leaving him momentarily blank. Was this the taste of fish? No, there was a subtle, indescribable numbing sensation, a slight spiciness. This acidic flavor did not emanate from the fish itself, but seemed to cling to the surface of the flesh, a taste reminiscent of the broth. He continued to savor the flavors lingering in his mouth, and by the time he regained his composure, he had already swallowed. Elias gazed at the array of dishes, momentarily lost in thought. Could she truly cook? Skeptical yet intrigued, he picked up another piece of fish to taste, his movements betraying a sense of urgency he himself did not recognize. The delectable flavor of the fish erupted in his mouth. The sour broth reminiscent of a certain fermented vegetable, igniting an insatiable appetite and causing saliva to flow. In his memory, canned fish always bore a fishy odor and had a shorter shelf life, requiring more stringent storage conditions. Yet this fish was astonishingly tender and sweet, devoid of any fishiness. It was simply inconceivable. Elias stared blankly at the fish fillet. In the live broadcast, Bai Su continued to engage with the audience, her radiant smile illuminating the screen. Seemingly unfazed by the provocations and the gift barrage he had just sent, he couldn't help but press his lips together, feeling a peculiar sensation within him. Despite being aware of the woman's cunning nature and her relentless pursuit of fame and fortune, he found it challenging to suppress the astonishment he felt while savoring such exquisite food. His gaze shifted to the side, landing on the crispy pork belly. He recalled the little one's introduction, which described it as crispy pork belly, crafted with a honey glaze and roasted to perfection, meant to be enjoyed with the accompanying lettuce. Even without the introduction, he would have known. Several tables downstairs were adorned with this dish, and the method of consumption was quite simple. Elias pressed his lips together, meticulously placing a tender leaf of lettuce in his palm, adding 2 slices of crispy pork belly dipped in the fragrant cumin chili powder beside it, accompanied by 2 thin slices of garlic and a sprinkle of crunchy radish shreds, elegantly wrapping it all together before bringing it to his mouth. As he chewed, a rich and multilayered explosion of flavors unfolded. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the pork belly on the table. He quickly picked up another perilla leaf, added 2 pieces of pork belly, dipped it in sour plum sauce, included a slice of garlic, and added some roasted mushrooms. Years of aristocratic upbringing compelled him to wait until he had swallowed the previous morsel before indulging in another perilla leaf wrap. Unlike the bold and spicy flavor of the cumin chili, the crispy pork belly dipped in sour plum sauce offered a refreshing and palate-cleansing sensation, with the mushrooms bursting with juice, creating an incredibly rich texture. Elias had to admit he was utterly astounded. In his perception, food consisted of canned goods, nutritional supplements, or at best, freeze-dried rations. It was unimaginable that something could possess such a flavor, diverse, rich, and utterly addictive. Elias had a keen sensitivity to various tastes, and if he hadn't been so engrossed in the flavors, he might have suspected that Bai Su had added some addictive substance. For why else would he find it so irresistible? With a near-scholarly and reverent demeanor, he tasted each dish on the table. His favorites were the fried silkworms and crickets, along with a dish of white worms steamed to a fragrant crisp in a bamboo tube. Eating these insects brought him an unparalleled sense of joy. even causing threads of excitement to emerge from his palms. How many years had it been since he experienced such an emotional upheaval? He had truly underestimated this woman. With such culinary prowess, it was no wonder she could easily charm his grandfather. Elias soon felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body, as if something was being infused within him. Is this healing ability? His pupils dilated in shock, and he abruptly stood up, accidentally knocking over the nearby teacup in his disarray. How could this be possible? Bai Su had never awakened her extraordinary abilities even at level 7. How could she possibly experience such a transformation when reduced to merely levels 3 or 4? Unless, of course, she had employed some peculiar elixir. Yet, the use of such a potion to stimulate latent powers would inevitably yield unpredictable negative energies. Elias fixed his gaze upon the woman on the screen, her countenance radiant with a smile, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. This woman was indeed the same as she had been years ago, willing to disregard any consequences in her relentless pursuit of advancement. He could surmise why someone like Lu Tingyin would alter his perception of her. It was evident that Bai Su had suddenly awakened her healing abilities, leading to the miraculous restoration of Lu Tingyian's mental prowess, and now they were poised to become engaged. Bai Su, you truly have not changed at all. Elias scoffed, sending a carnival emoji to the live stream accompanied by the remark, I am quite curious. How did the boss lady acquire her healing abilities? When she was with the Bai family, she possessed no powers even at level 7. Why do they manifest now at your level 3 or 4? To draw more attention to his statement, he sent 10 carnivals. He smirked, observing Bai Su's bewildered expression, awaiting her response. Suddenly, the stream was flooded with an even more extravagant display of 100 carnivals, along with the retort, none of your business. The sender's ID was Lu Tingyin. Chapter 63, a duel between two men in the live stream. The live stream erupted in excitement. All right. This is how the wealthy play. How exhilarating. Finally, we witness a male challenging the boss lady in her live stream. I always knew such a day would come. Elias let out a derisive laugh, moving his fingers to send 1,000 carnivals, accompanied by the comment, the leader truly has too much free time. Lu Tingyin responded with 1,000 carnivals, not idle, simply cannot stand to see someone causing trouble in my fiancé's live stream. Bai Su blinked her eyes and timidly inquired, if I don't understand, may I ask, how much can I earn from a carnival? The comments flooded in, ha. The boss lady has been knocked out. Truly, I am in tears. She is so bold to ask what she does not understand. One carnival yields 10,000 yuan, and the host takes home half of that. Upon glancing at the final line, Bai Su felt a flicker of understanding within her heart. Each carnival event could earn her a sum of 5,000 yuan, and the live stream had witnessed a staggering total of 111 such events. This amounted to over 10 million yuan? Bai Su was utterly astonished by her sudden wealth. Could she truly afford to support her child now? Although she had earned a considerable amount from her food business, it paled in comparison to the astonishing sum that had materialized within mere minutes, rendering her previous earnings insignificant. Akin to a minor sorcerer encountering a grand wizard, Bai Su observed the two individuals in the live broadcast room continuing their heated argument, while the carnival seemingly recklessly poured resources into her streaming channel. Consequently, her live stream ascended to prominence, securing a place on trending searches. The trending search term read, Traditional culinary arts captivates tycoons, who lavishly spend millions. Upon noticing the trending topics, Bai Su pondered for a moment and decided to pin her video of searching for her child. The fervor that comes without cost should not be overlooked. It is my fervent hope that the other children can be reunited swiftly. Shortly thereafter, a second news item surged to the forefront of trending topics. The federal leader boldly expresses his affections. Bai Su was momentarily taken aback. Before she could even open the video, she was greeted by a cacophony of sounds from outside. The sky was adorned with birds and beasts forming a vibrant procession. As she stepped outside, she realized that Lu Tingyin had orchestrated a grand spectacle to propose to her. The ground was carpeted with blossoms, and each guest had, unbeknownst to her, produced flowers in their hands. Stunned, she watched as Lu Tingyin approached her, kneeling with a bouquet in hand, and declared, the enchanting Miss Bai Su. Would you do me the honor of becoming my bride? Bai Su cleared her throat, uncertain of how to proceed. Should she perhaps display a bit more surprise? Although she had experienced numerous proposals in her past life, at least Lu Tingyin had taken the time to ponder over this moment, which was commendable. Lu Tingyin gazed at her with deep affection, taking her hand in his. Su, although you have already agreed to be my wife, I believe it is only fitting to present you with a formal proposal. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yi Lias observed with a hint of scorn. No wonder he had time to engage in trivial discussions with him in the live stream. It turned out he was preoccupied with such frivolous matters today. He found it rather perplexing that, despite being the most affected by that incident years ago, Lu Tingyan could set aside past grievances and become so infatuated with Bai Su. Should it be said that Bai Su's tactics were exceedingly clever, or that Lu Tingyan, the Wolf Clan leader, was regressing? Elias pressed his lips together, unable to fathom Lu Tingyan's feelings for Bai Su. He devoured the fried silkworm pupae, an unsettling anger flickering in his eyes. He certainly would not be as foolish as Lu Tingyan, ensnared by a female of such base cunning. Bai Su has already accepted Lu Tingyan's proposal, prompting a joyful uproar and laughter from the entire gathering. The news of Bai Su being proposed to by Lu Tingyan rapidly spread across the internet, resonating throughout the entire Federation. Inside the police precinct, officers gathered before the floating screen broadcasting the live proposal, their excitement palpable as they watched Lu Tingyan's heartfelt moment. Behind them, in the confinement cell, Bai Shui stared wide-eyed in disbelief, gripping the bars and shouting, "Colonel Lu proposed to Bai Su? This is impossible." Two officers looked at Bai Shui as if she were foolish, responding, "What is impossible about it? Is he supposed to marry you instead of Miss Bai Su?" Bai Shui could only shake her head in disbelief. This is impossible. Lu Tingyan could never harbor feelings for her. During Lu's darkest moments, I was the only one who cared for him, the only one willing to embrace him. How could he not appreciate my affection? Bai Su is both plump and unattractive, only capable of preparing a couple of dishes for attention. What could Lu possibly see in her? The police officer regarded her with disdain. How dare you compare yourself to Miss Bai Su? She is now a level 4 female with awakened abilities in the Federation. Another officer, seeking to intensify the moment, scoffed derisively. Miss Bai Su's healing powers restored the chief's mental strength, benefiting the entire Federation. What do you possess that could possibly rival her? Upon hearing these words, Bai Su collapsed onto the ground. Gazing in disbelief at the scene before her, two individuals entwined in a tender embrace. It finally dawned on her why Lu Tingyan had been frequenting the orphanage atop the mountain during that period. Bai Su proclaimed that she had awakened her healing abilities. And it turned out to be true. Thanks to this, Colonel Lu was able to restore his mental strength. She foresaw the moment when Lu Tingyan would reclaim his position as the leader of the Federation. And it was astonishing to discover that the one orchestrating this behind the scenes was Bai Su. No wonder Colonel Lu repeatedly sheltered her. Bai Shui suddenly erupted into a fit of manic laughter, feeling akin to a jester. She had genuinely believed that Colonel Lu sought Bai Su merely for a trifling meal. It turned out he was captivated by Bai Su's healing abilities. In the live broadcast, the little wolf cub stood nearby with a sulky expression, assisting by holding the flowers. Bai Shui fixated on the little one's face, her pupils suddenly constricting as she instinctively clutched her abdomen. Now, with Bai Su ascending to the position of the federal leader's wife, should she discover the events of years past and learn about her pregnancy? Rachel, rolling and scrambling, turned to her mother and exclaimed, "Mom, Mom, we must find a way to escape. We cannot remain here." She was still a member of the Bai family and possessed extraordinary abilities. This was her talisman for survival. Although she understood that revealing her precognitive powers might lead to dire consequences, this was her chance for survival, and she had to seize it. Bai Su and Lu Tingyan have joyously become engaged, setting their wedding date for December 16th, the eve of the beast god's birthday. The entire Federation is aware of the tale of redemption between the leader and Bai Su. One is a banished female, while the other is a former Federation leader whose mental powers have been rendered ineffective. The young female has awakened a healing ability, restoring the wolf leader to health, who in turn reclaimed his power, supporting the young female by rescuing her from the borders of exile and romantically proposing. It is akin to a story plucked from the pages of a fairy tale, captivating the hearts of the populace. Except for one, Li Chenlin. On the morning following her proposal, Bai Su received a notification indicating a decline in her favorability rating. She was diligently engaged in preparations for the opening of her shop. The system lamented, exclaiming in distress, "How could there be such a significant drop in favorability? What has happened with Li Chenlin?" Bai Su seemed to have surmised the truth. He must have recognized that she was indeed Bai Su, the very female whom he had despised in the past. Chapter 64, Competing to be a Father. The system protested, "Yet, it is unjust to lose so much favor. Was it not you who saved him that fateful night? Did he not hold a certain fondness for you?" Bai Su remained indifferent and simply inquired, "How many points were deducted?" The system responded, "No points have been deducted." Bai Su was taken aback. "No points deducted?" The system nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the affection points already acquired will automatically be converted into credits for the host's use and will not be deducted. Otherwise, it would complicate the calculations for expenditures in the marketplace. Bai Su let out a sigh of relief. Why are you so upset? We haven't incurred any losses, have we? Moreover, if points aren't deducted, wouldn't these male protagonists merely function as an endless source of redeemable points, allowing her to reap the rewards repeatedly? By tormenting them a little, she could lower their favorability, and when she finds herself in need of points, she could simply boost their favorability again to exchange for some. Wouldn't favorability be perpetually unfulfilled, thus ensuring an infinite supply of points? Bai Su narrowed her eyes, sensing the emergence of a new business opportunity. If the system were aware of her current thoughts, it might be compelled to light a candle for the 4 male protagonists. It let out a soft sigh, offering solace to Bai Su. Dear host, do not be disheartened. Li Qinlin simply has yet to recognize your worth. Once he does, he will surely come to appreciate you. Bai Su chuckled and nodded, reassuringly saying, rest assured. It does not bother me at all. As a submissive, what could possibly trouble her? Bai Su placed both beef and lamb into the stew pot, having prepared them in advance. The Federation, situated in the north, had become significantly colder as October arrived, making the pre-cooked meats, kept warm in the boiler, even more flavorful. Moreover, with the onset of winter, these dishes sold exceptionally well. As she busied herself with her tasks, a sudden clamor erupted from outside. It was Li Qinlin, accompanied by a group who had barged in. Upon hearing a commotion, Bai Su hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, only to find the guards assigned by Lu Tingyin to protect her lying incapacitated on the ground. Li Qinlin approached with an imposing demeanor, fixated on Bai Su. Bai Su furrowed her brow slightly, inquiring, what brings you here again? Li Qinlin cast a disdainful glance in her direction, retorting, I am not here for you. I seek my bloodline. He had sensed the presence of his lineage nearby during their last encounter, yet had been unable to locate it. Compounded by the ambush laid by his adversaries, his strength had not been restored. Upon returning, he had devoted himself to recuperation. When he beheld the fiery little female he had longed for, only to realize she was Bai Su, he instantaneously recognized that the small serpent beast she had rescued was indeed his offspring. He, who was unable to conceive, had only encountered the wretched female Bai Su once in his life. If there truly existed a bloodline, it could only have been conjured through some nefarious scheme by that woman. Bai Xiaolang and Bai Xiaoxi, upon hearing the commotion, emerged to witness the formidable presence of Li Qinlin. Li Qinlin, in turn, laid eyes upon Bai Xiaoxi. The little creature, still youthful and tender, could hardly conceal its silver hair and golden eyes. On that night, shrouded in deep darkness, he had failed to notice it. The young white serpent has yet to reach maturity and has not shed its skin. Distinctive white scales adorn its neck and arms, and judging by the intricate patterns, it has already evolved into a level 6 little beast man. Bai Su, this despicable female, has borne him such an exceptional offspring. However, this does not hinder him from taking the person away. Li Qinlin entered a beastly state, unleashing a serpentine tail that coiled towards the little white snake. Bai Su hurriedly positioned herself in front of the children, exclaiming, you cannot take my children away. Li Qinlin let out a dark, scornful laugh, his gaze fixed on Bai Su as if she were a despicable little person. I am the children's father, he declared, as a member of the serpent beast clan. The young must reside with their progenitors. The white little snake, upon realizing his intent, instantly wore a dejected expression and declared, I shall not go with you. You are not my father. Li Qinlin retorted, am I not your father? Whose bloodline do you think you have inherited with your silver hair and golden eyes? Bai Xiaoxi, I care not. In any case, I am not your child. My elder brother and I are blood siblings. How could a brood of beastmen possibly have different fathers? Our father is Lu Tingyan. Li Qinlin, infuriated, felt blood surge within him as he cast a cold glance at Bai Su. Is this how you instruct my offspring? A fleeting trace of guilt crossed Bai Su's eyes. What else could she say? The children inquired, Mommy, why are we all born from one pregnancy, yet we appear so different? She could only deceive Bai Xiaoxi by claiming he was a result of a genetic mutation. What other explanation could there be? To reveal that his mother had once engaged in promiscuous behavior, entangled with multiple partners in a brief span, resulting in a single pregnancy with 4 offspring of varying forms? Bai Su cleared her throat and declared, the little snake is my child. It has nothing to do with you. If you do not leave, I shall call the authorities. However, Li Qinlin found the situation peculiar. He glanced at the little white snake and then at the white wolf beside it. The small creature was indeed correct. They were inexplicably connected by blood. Li Chunlin could sense a trace of his own essence within the white wolf. What could this mean? What secrets does Bai Su conceal within her? In the meantime, Lu Tingyin arrived. The two men confronted each other, their expressions far from pleasant. Lu Tingyin transformed into his beast form, shielding Bai Su and the children behind him, demanding, Li Chunlin, what brings you to the snow country? Li Chunlin scoffed, mockingly replying, It has been many years. I had no idea that the leader Lu has taken to wearing the green hat. Lu Tingyin glared at him coldly, retorting, Nonsense. Li Chunlin chuckled derisively, Nonsense? Bai Shaoxi is clearly my child. What bloodline are you so carelessly claiming? Is he a member of your wolf clan? Or is it that the leader Lu, having never encountered a child of such remarkable talent, wishes to forcibly claim him as his own? With disdain, Lu Tingyin responded, Consider your words before you speak. I would not acknowledge this child without a genetic test. Long before retrieving the snake cub, he had conducted a genetic analysis to ascertain the child's parentage. Surprisingly, the genetic results indicated a match with him. Though there was no connection in terms of mental power or beast form, the bloodline revealed a father-son relationship. Li Chunlin squinted, sensing something amiss. The genetic test indicates he is your child, yet he undeniably possesses my bloodline, with innate abilities identical to mine. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingyin also found it peculiar. The two small cubs observed the exchange with impassive expressions, their emotions unwavering. They did not need to know who their father was. They only needed to confirm that Bai Su was their mother. As long as they were with her, they would thrive, and in time, they would protect her, ensuring she would not be contested by these males. Lu Tingyin and Li Chunlin, in unison, turned their gazes toward Bai Su. It seemed that only she could provide answers to this perplexing situation. Bai Su cleared her throat nervously and remarked, Why are you all staring at me? I have already stated that I lost a year's worth of memories, so questioning me is futile. Li Chunlin understood that Lu Tingyin was a proud and arrogant individual, one who held disdain for deceit. Yet, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to sense his own lineage. The two of them shifted their gaze towards Bai Su's abdomen, their eyes filled with curiosity. A visit to the hospital would unveil all the truths. Chapter 65. The truth behind the birth years ago. Bai Su was reluctant to go. She felt that her current situation was quite satisfactory. Lu Tingyin had already acknowledged 2 of the children and promised to accept the other 2 as well. When the time came, she would entrust all 4 children to Lu Tingyin, allowing her to joyfully pursue her culinary endeavors and establish her business, leading a life filled with happiness and contentment. However, it was evident that Li Chunlin had come to take someone away. Her little ones had not yet warmed up to her. Just after reconciling, the thought of having them snatched away was unbearable to anyone. Sensing Bai Su's resistance, Lu Tingyin gently stroked her head, reassuring her, Do not be afraid. We are merely going for an examination, all right? I too wish to understand your health condition. Rest assured, I will not allow him to take the children. Bai Su gazed at him. You promise? Lu Tingyin nodded. I assure you. It will not be so simple for Li Chunlin to brazenly take someone away from my territory. The little white snake clung to Bai Su's arm and reassured her, Mother, do not worry. I hold no interest in such a villain. I shall not accompany him. Bai Shaoling quickly clenched his fist and declared, Rest assured, Mother. Should he dare to snatch my brother away, I shall tear through the fabric of space and annihilate him without a trace. Bai Su could not help but chuckle, exclaiming, This is what you all said. I shall remember it. Meanwhile, Li Chunlin, who was being openly criticized, interjected with a solemn, Hospital. Bai Su underwent a thorough examination of her uterus. Initially, she believed there was nothing amiss. However, upon observing the increasingly grave expression on the doctor's face, she began to feel uneasy. Doctor, am I not suffering from a terminal illness, am I? The doctor, upon hearing her words, adjusted his glasses and replied respectfully, Certainly not. Miss Bai, please do not worry. The situation is merely a bit complex, and I need to consult a few more doctors to discuss this set of data and images. Rest assured, there is no significant issue with your health. Bai Su observed the doctor's visage, which was taut with anxiety, almost as if beads of sweat were about to emerge. It was a stark contrast to the nonchalant demeanor she attempted to project. In a flurry of concern, she questioned the system in her mind. What is happening to me? The system, feeling somewhat apprehensive, recoiled slightly. Oh, nothing to worry about, dear host. Rest assured, your body will endure until its natural end without issue. Bai Su felt increasingly anxious. The doctors surrounded her, engaged in fervent discussions while her family waited outside, undoubtedly anxious as well. Fortunately, the doctors did not allow Bai Su to linger in her turmoil for long. The lead physician seated himself beside her bed and gently inquired, Have you ever undergone a uterine donation procedure? Bai Su was utterly perplexed. No, why would she engage in such a thing without reason? In her memories, the original owner had never undergone such a procedure. The doctor's demeanor turned grave as he cautiously inquired, "Are those your family members outside? The situation is somewhat intricate. May I invite them in to listen as well?" Bai Su nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. It appeared far more intricate than she had initially envisioned. Lu Tingyin and Li Chenlin were summoned into the room. The two influential figures presented a stark contrast, one wore a face marked by concern and anxiety, while the other exuded a dark and ruthless demeanor. Upon their entry, their formidable presence rendered the young nurses unable to lift their gazes. The doctor wiped the sweat from his brow, nervously holding the medical images as he began to explain. Essentially, he indicated that Bai Su's uterus had likely been removed 4 years prior, resulting in her loss of fertility. The incision was remarkably intact, confirming that it was a result of deliberate action. This was also one of the reasons for the sudden decline in her status. Bai Su was taken aback. My uterus has been removed? How then did I give birth to my child? Although the system had previously indicated that she currently lacked reproductive capability, she never anticipated such a circumstance. The system chimed, "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have activated the hidden narrative of amnesia. Illuminate the storyline for a chance to earn a substantial amount of golden points. Best of luck, host." Bai Su's lips twitched slightly. It was high time to abandon such antics. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the doctor's eyes. "Miss Bai, this is precisely the aspect I wish to elucidate. You are an extraordinarily remarkable female, and I extend my profound sympathy regarding your circumstances. Had it not been for the hysterectomy you underwent years ago, you would undoubtedly be an unparalleled existence in the beast realm, for you possess not one, but 2 uteruses. The Holland Lop, known for its exceptional reproductive capabilities, can bear a minimum of 4 offspring in a single litter, and with your 2 uteruses, one of which currently accommodates 5 fetuses, it stands to reason that, had your uterus not been removed, you could potentially have ascended to the rank of a 9th-level female." Upon hearing this, both Lu Tingyin and Li Chenlin were taken aback. The beast realm had never witnessed a 9th-level female. The sheer magnitude of her reproductive prowess was unfathomable. Such a rare female would indeed be a divine gift from the beast gods. Should she flourish to the 9th level, the entire beast realm would venerate her as a deity. Yet, tragically, her uterus had been excised. A flicker of pain crossed Lu Tingyin's eyes as he sat at the bedside and enveloped Bai Su in his embrace. Su, I shall surely uncover the truth behind this matter for you." Li Chenlin remained silent nearby, his gaze glinting with insight. The prospect of becoming a 9th-level beast man, endowed with such formidable talent, would naturally facilitate the birth of an extraordinary offspring. Such an exceptionally rare female could only be regarded as a treasure of the world. This unparalleled female must not be allowed to fall into Lu Tingyin's hands so easily. In her mind, Bai Su inquired of the system, "So, my previous absorption of Lu Tingyin's spiritual energy and the restoration of my fertility implies that the 2nd uterus has been stimulated to maturity?" The system replied, "Indeed. As long as you continuously engage in copulation with sufficiently powerful 9th-tier males and absorb their spiritual energy, there is a significant likelihood that the severely damaged 2nd uterus will revive. Furthermore, coupled with your own healing abilities, there exists even a chance for it to evolve into a 6th-embryo uterus." A flicker of realization crossed Bai Su's eyes. The 2nd uterus within her had the potential to evolve into a 6th chamber. Coupled with the excised 5th uterus, could it not amount to an 11th chamber? Presently, the highest-ranked males of the beast realm had only attained level 9. An 11th chamber, therefore, implied an evolution to level 11. What kind of existence would that signify? The doctor continued his explanation. "Indeed, your 2nd uterus exhibited signs of pregnancy in the past. We do not fully comprehend what you endured back then, but our conjecture is that you were already with child when your 1st uterus was removed. The fetus sensed the impending danger and sought refuge within your yet undeveloped 2nd uterus, which fortuitously allowed you to retain the child. However, the fetus was exceedingly powerful and numerous, and your 2nd uterus, still immature, could not withstand such formidable embryos, leading to its complete rupture and subsequent atrophy." Beside them, Bai Xiao Lang and Bai Xiaoxi exchanged glances, guilt reflected in their eyes. Unbeknownst to them, their birth had inflicted such profound harm upon their mother. Lu Tingyin felt as though his heart were being torn asunder with anguish, and he held Bai Su even tighter. Su, I am so sorry, he murmured, burying his face in the crook of her neck. Chapter 66. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation for Bai Su's sake. in front of so many witnesses. Bai Su felt a twinge of embarrassment and raised her hand to gently ruffle his hair, attempting to push him away, only to suddenly hear the sound of his suppressed sobs. Bai Su, such a large wolf, and yet it drops a small pearl in front of so many people. She was utterly astonished and immediately reached out to pinch Lu Tingyan's face. Show me, show me. Lu Tingyan, no. Li Chenlin, standing nearby, felt a surge of irritation and was tempted to deliver a couple of punches. He rolled his eyes and turned to the doctor. Are you implying that her uterus was forcibly removed years ago? The doctor nodded. A shadow of gloom passed through Li Chenlin's eyes. What a coincidental timing. It happened right after Bai Su was collectively urged to leave by the four of them, and her uterus was removed. It felt as though she had unwittingly been manipulated and used as a pawn. Perhaps Bai Su was also one of the victims of the incident from years ago. Li Chenlin's gaze lingered on Bai Su, deep in thought. The doctor addressed Bai Su. We require some details about the surgery from you, Miss Bai, so we can retrieve the records for verification. Which hospital performed the procedure? Li Chenlin, growing increasingly agitated, interjected. Are you out of your mind? She doesn't even know her uterus was removed. How could she possibly remember which hospital conducted the surgery? The doctor was taken aback, unable to retort. It wasn't that he had never encountered such a scene before. He was simply a bit nervous, and his intelligence momentarily faltered. Lu Tingyan soon composed himself and looked earnestly at Bai Su. Su, you mentioned that your memories vanished abruptly? Bai Su nodded, stating that she could not recall anything since the day before her birthday, any memories beyond that had already faded into the past year. The doctor replied, suggesting that perhaps a further examination of her brain would be necessary. Bai Su naturally had no objections. She was once again ushered into the examination room, and this time the results emerged swiftly. The doctor, examining the data, deduced, Miss Bai's abrupt amnesia is likely the result of a confluence of two factors. It is possible that she ingested hallucinogenic substances the day before her birthday, which stimulated her cerebral neurons. Subsequently, following her pregnancy and the removal of her uterus, the embryo absorbed maternal nutrients, inadvertently leading to further disruption of her brain's neural pathways, culminating in a year's worth of memory loss. Lu Tingyan and Li Chenlin both keenly sensed the undercurrents of conspiracy within this revelation. It was no wonder that Bai Su had played such an inconspicuous role within the Bai family, merely regarded as a reticent and taciturn individual. Yet she had audaciously resorted to drugging the four of them. Could it be that she too had fallen victim to a sinister plot? Lu Tingyan and Li Chenlin exchanged a knowing glance, a silent understanding passing between them. As the leader of the Federation, Lu Tingyan could effortlessly investigate the prominent families within the Federation. Li Chenlin, overseeing global underworld forces, was confident that if the events of that time were orchestrated by the criminal underworld, he would certainly be able to uncover traces. Together, they would surely bring about a turning point in this matter. The two young ones nearby discreetly noted the timeline. Bounty hunters operated within the gray areas, possessing the most robust information networks. Given that someone had inflicted such a grievous wrong upon their mother, they were determined to seek the truth and exact vengeance. It was no surprise that during the period following their birth, their mother had suffered a mental breakdown, only regaining her composure when they reached 1 year of age. It turned out that she had been grappling with chaotic memories during that time. Perhaps it was due to the trauma that she later resorted to mistreating them, even going so far as to sell them. Bai Su suddenly inquired, if I could retrieve my uterus, would it be possible to transplant it back? The doctor pondered for a moment, appearing somewhat troubled. Our hospital's medical capabilities are rather limited. I fear we might not be able to transplant an organ that has been excised for 4 years. However, the Landon family possesses the world's most advanced medical technology, and they should be able to accomplish it. Bai Su nodded, saying nothing further. Li Chenlin turned his gaze to the two little ones who were secretly whispering to each other, suddenly recalling a question he had yet to ask. He gestured towards the two children, inquiring, what is the situation with them? Why is the paternity test so disordered? The doctor could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. He called upon several colleagues to deliberate on the matter, engaging in a thorough examination of the issue. He hesitated slightly, looking at the children, and asked, is this question something the children should avoid? It might be a bit awkward. Bai Su immediately deduced that it was related to the debauchery of their past, and promptly nodded with resolute certainty, exclaiming, absolutely. Both Lu Tingyan and Li Chenlin turned their gazes towards her. Bai Su appeared robust and composed, yet his complexion flushed a deep crimson. Li Chenlin suddenly curled his lips with malice. Are you not aware of what transpired back then? Why the sudden embarrassment? Bai Su cast him a sharp glance, exclaiming, I am suffering from amnesia, not a lack of intellect. Surely I can deduce the situation. The two little ones were ushered out. The doctor turned to the two formidable figures, slightly awkwardly adjusting his glasses upon the bridge of his nose. It is as follows. Due to Miss Bai's extraordinarily robust fertility, if she were to engage in copulation with multiple potent males within a short span, there exists a possibility that genetic recombination may occur among the embryos within her gestational sac. In other words, should one randomly select a child and a father for paternity testing, the results would invariably indicate a biological connection. This is due to the influence of the maternal embryo, which establishes a bloodline bond. Such an occurrence requires an exceptionally powerful mother. The doctor glanced at Bai Su, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Having attended to such an extraordinarily esteemed female, his credentials would undoubtedly receive a significant enhancement. Lu Tingyin and Li Chenlin clearly preferred not to reminisce about that absurd night from years past. Understanding the normalcy of the situation, they refrained from further inquiries. Upon exiting the ward, Lu Tingyin tenderly reassured Bai Su, saying, "Do not worry, Su. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter for you, ensuring that you do not suffer unjustly." Bai Su nodded. Lu Tingyin said, "How about you move in with me for the time being? I am quite uneasy with you alone on the mountaintop." Li Chenlin suddenly embraced Bai Su, saying, "What is there to be concerned about? I am here." Lu Tingyin warily fixed his gaze upon him. "You?" Li Chenlin smirked. "No one can lay a finger on my people under my watch." Lu Tingyin assertively seized Bai Su's wrist, attempting to draw her back into his embrace. "You seem to have forgotten. She is my fiancée. So you need not trouble yourself." Li Chenlin grasped Bai Su's other hand. "What do you mean by being an outsider? After all, she is the mother of my child. It is only right to protect her." Lu Tingyin glared at him coldly. Li Chenlin glowered back with a brooding intensity. Their gazes collided in the air, sparking with tension. Bai Su's lips twitched slightly. "What are you two up to?" Bai Shaoling forcefully pushed aside Lu Tingyin. Bai Shaoxi forcefully pushed Li Chenlin aside. The two little ones, resembling miniature adults, shielded Bai Su behind them, declaring, "You shall not monopolize our mother." Lu Tingyin scoffed at Li Chenlin. "This is the territory of the Federation. On what grounds do you contest with me?" He unleashed a terrifying pressure, attempting to force his opponent back. Unfazed, Li Chenlin retaliated with an equal intensity of force. Such a rare treasure. If the Federation does not cherish her, there are certainly others who will. At the very least, she will accompany me to the Southern Kingdom, where her noble status guarantees she will not be abandoned in desolate wilderness. The two little ones glared at their respective biological fathers, wishing to slap their faces. A flicker of derision crossed Lu Tingyian's eyes. "You understand nothing. Yet you dare to interfere between Su and me. What a delusion." Li Chenlin retorted without hesitation. "I fail to see what is commendable about leaving such a precious female to fend for herself on a mountain. You are unworthy to possess her." The spiritual pressure emanating from both men intensified, intentionally avoiding Bai Su's direction. Yet the unfortunate souls in the hospital corridor were not so fortunate. Many beastmen kept their distance but were still caught in the chaos, clutching their heads in agony and rolling on the ground. The terrifying aura of a 9th-level beastman was enough to instill fear in these passers-by, let alone the presence of two 9th-level beastmen. The clash of their formidable spiritual powers generated a whirlwind that battered the hospital doors, causing them to slam violently and shatter the glass entirely. Startled, the beastmen fled in panic, and the ground trembled violently beneath them. Bai Su could no longer bear the sight before her. From the corner, she seized a trash can and swung it at the heads of the two individuals. Enough of this. With two resounding crashes, the trash can became deformed, and the mental clash abruptly ceased. Lu Tingyin and Li Chenlin, in perfect unison, exclaimed, "You actually struck me for his sake." Chapter 67, Preparing Lunch for the Soldiers. Bai Su, with a scowl upon her face, exclaimed, "You can strike us if you wish. Do you really need to pick a day for it?" Lu Tingyin shot a glare at Li Chenlin and, with a derisive snort, declared, "Out of respect for Su today, I shall spare you this once. Now, be gone." Li Chenlin scoffed, "Do you take me for a fool? Such a rare female has borne me a child, and I cannot simply stand idly by." He grasped Bai Su's hand firmly and proclaimed, "From this day forth, I shall steadfastly remain by your side. Allow me the honor of protecting you and our child." Bai Su released the two individuals, taking one hand of Bai Shaolang and the other of Bai Shaoxi. "My dear ones, let us return home. I am certain you must be quite famished." With a joyous exclamation, the two little ones became animated, obediently allowing Bai Su to lead them by the hand. They glanced back with a mixture of pride and triumph at the two bumbling figures behind them before turning to leave. Lu Tingyan and Li Chunlin stood by. Bai Su returned to the restaurant with the children. The entrance of the mountaintop eatery was already crowded with patrons. After a tumultuous morning, it was nearly noon. Fortunately, she had prepared the dishes in advance. Upon seeing her return with the children, the guest heaved a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Madam, you have finally returned. We were beginning to worry that you would not open today." Bai Su cast an apologetic glance at them, saying, "I'm sorry, I had to visit the hospital. But I'm perfectly fine now. Please, come in and have a seat. I will begin serving shortly." When Li Chunlin arrived, he was met with the sight of several men surrounding Bai Su, who was engaging them in cheerful conversation. His expression darkened instantly. Why was she so amiable with those lowly males when she treated me with such severity? Lu Tingyan scoffed from the side. "I've told you. You don't understand, Su. What do you have to compete with me?" Their gazes clashed in the air, igniting sparks of tension. Inside the restaurant, Bai Su nearly tripped over a chair but was caught by a nearby man. "Are you all right, boss lady?" The tender and smooth touch of his hand made him blush uncontrollably. "Let go of her. How dare you touch her?" Li Chunlin hissed, appearing before Bai Su in a flash, forcefully pushing the man aside, his golden snake-like eyes glinting with fierce intensity. The man, infuriated and ready to argue, quickly lowered his head in apology upon realizing that Li Chunlin bore the markings of a level 9 beastman. Bai Su could no longer tolerate the situation. She pushed Li Chunlin away and exclaimed, "What are you doing? This is my guest. Show some respect to my guest, or else you shall leave." Li Chunlin stared at her in disbelief. "I am protecting you, and you want me to leave?" "Bai Su, indeed. You have interfered with my business. Leave at once." Li Chunlin, the unacknowledged king of the underworld, revered and feared, had never endured such humiliation in public. With a flick of his serpent-like tail, he turned and vanished. Bai Su rolled her eyes, too indifferent to respond to him. Deep inside, Lu Tingyan felt a profound satisfaction towards the foolish antics of that dim-witted creature. He gently approached and ruffled Bai Su's hair, saying, "Then you can rest assured at home. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call for me. I shall return to the military headquarters now." Bai Su finally wore a smile, obediently nodding at him. Lu Tingyan was quite pleased with her amiable demeanor, especially in contrast to his public reprimand of Li Chunlin. The sight of her docile appearance stirred a deeper fascination within him. His gaze flickered slightly as he gently caressed her rabbit ears, saying, "Once I have finished my tasks, I shall come to find you this evening." Bai Su discerned the subtle hint in his gaze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. You should leave quickly." Lu Tingyan curled his lips into a faint smile, allowing her delicate, fragile hands to push against his back, ushering him out. In the distance, amidst the treetops, a colossal snake with a serpent's tail coiled around a stump, its expression dark as night. "So, he receives such tenderness, does he?" it mused. He retrieved his smart device, issuing commands to his subordinates. "Find some tasks for the Federation's military to occupy Lu Tingyan, ensuring he is utterly overwhelmed in the coming days." "Understood, boss." Bai Su never anticipated such a large crowd in the live stream today. The attendees were particularly enthusiastic. Has our Federation finally produced a level 4 female with extraordinary abilities? It's no wonder that the dishes prepared by the proprietress possess healing properties. It seems that there truly are special powers at play. Alas, why did I not dine there earlier? I had always assumed it was merely a gimmick, and later, upon inadvertently encountering a marketing account claiming the use of banned substances, I ceased to pay attention. Oh, how the marketing accounts have caused me great distress. To think that a distinguished female would personally prepare a meal for me is beyond my wildest dreams. I am somewhat curious as to why the esteemed leader would permit you to venture out and open a restaurant. Upon encountering this comment, Bai Su was amused. Smiling gently, due to my extraordinary ability endowed with potent healing properties, those orcs who have sustained injuries on the battlefield, suffered from diminished mental faculties, or faced challenges in reproductive health, as well as those afflicted with ailments that remain unhealed, may come to me for nourishment for a spell, in hopes of potential recovery. The wounds on Lu Tingyan's own spirit were mended by my healing, which has not deterred me from utilizing my powers to assist others. How benevolent is this little female! So kind-hearted, beautiful and gracious, devoid of any airs of femininity. One cannot help but envy the chief. The influx of patrons at the establishment has increased, and Bai Su found herself particularly occupied today. Several little ones were equally busy, scurrying about. Fortunately, a few soldiers dispatched by Lu Tingyan lent a hand as waitstaff, barely managing to keep up with the demand. The restaurant extended its hours today, operating until 2:30 in the afternoon. The little ones, exhausted, collapsed beside each other, sprawled out with their bellies exposed. Bai Su felt a twinge of compassion for them and resolved to expedite the task of finding a server. As several soldiers from the Wolf clan were about to turn and return to their guard posts, Bai Su hurriedly called out to them, "Please don't leave just yet. You've been toiling all day without a lunch break. Allow me to prepare something now, and we can all share a meal together." The soldiers exchanged glances, hesitating. "No. Thank you, Miss Bai. We must remain on duty outside and have brought kin food with us." Bai Su chuckled and said, "Is my cuisine not as enticing as kin food? After all, you are here to ensure our safety, so why not join us for a meal? It won't hinder your duties. Come in, for thanks to you, our revenue has increased by 1/3 today." A few soldiers scratched their heads, feeling somewhat awkward as they stepped inside. The truth was, they were indeed famished, after a frenzy of tantalizing aromas wafting around them all afternoon. They had only managed to resist the temptation thanks to their formidable discipline honed in the military. Now, being warmly welcomed by Bai Su, they found it impossible to hold back their hunger. Moreover, this female seemed far from the wretched portrayal given by their clan leader's mate. She appeared quite amiable, not at all condescending, nor did she resort to reprimanding the orcs or treating the males as mere subservient beings. Bai Su, utilizing the available ingredients, prepared the remaining 5 to 6 pounds of beef and lamb. Considering the substantial appetites of these bear-like humanoids, it was prudent to make ample provisions. There were also 2 whole roasted lambs, seasoned with cumin and honey, yet to be sold, and she doubted whether she and the few little ones could finish them. With the roasted lamb, Bai Su additionally crafted grilled steaks, salt-baked lamb chops, lotus leaf chicken, golden soup with pickled fish, and 2 barrels of kumquat lemon-preserved plum ice drinks mixed with Sprite and set aside. Although autumn had arrived, bringing a coolness to the mountains, she noticed these bear-like soldiers clad in military uniforms, their exposed arms and necks adorned with their distinctive fur, glistening with sweat upon their faces, indicating a strong aversion to heat. Chapter 68. Bai Su's culinary healing for the disabled. As the dishes were laid upon the table, several soldiers gazed hungrily at the chunks of meat, swallowing hard in anticipation. The charming Bai Shaoling cheerfully exclaimed, "Uncles, please do indulge yourselves. There is no need to wait for us." While Bai Su deftly sliced the roasted lamb, she called out, "Indeed, there is no need to wait for us. The lamb will lose its delectable flavor once it cools. Allow me a moment to cut a rack of lamb." Observing her struggle with the long knife as she squatted before the roasted meat, beads of sweat glistening on her delicate, rosy face, the bear-like man scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed as he approached her. "Miss Bai, permit me to handle this laborious task. I possess considerable strength." Upon seeing this, Bai Su did not hesitate. "All right. Then please assist me with the cuts here. Make a few slices across this section, and also here." The bear orc, following her instructions, made several cuts, but inadvertently applied too much force and severed the steel plate. He glanced at Bai Su with a hint of awkwardness, appearing as though he had committed a grave error, and hastily dropped to his knees. Bai Su, with swift reflexes, pulled him up, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Hurry up, get up. It's nothing." The bear beast man, momentarily taken aback, quickly retreated a couple of steps, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Miss Bai Su. I should not have damaged your cookware." A tempest of emotions surged within him. This seemingly superior and extraordinary female had, in an effort to prevent him from kneeling, taken the initiative to touch him. Could she truly be the cunning, arrogant, and ruthlessly scheming individual described by the daughter of the leader? Bai Su chuckled softly. "All right, this is of little worth. I'll simply replace it with a new one later. It has served its time. Could you assist me in bringing these few pounds of mutton to the table? It is time to dine." The bear beast man promptly nodded in agreement. The other bear beast men fidgeted slightly, casting him discreet glares, blaming his clumsiness for potentially inciting the ire of this female and incurring punishment. However, to their surprise, the meal unfolded in an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Bai Su was exceptionally warm and hospitable. Upon noticing their fondness for the food, she would greet them with a beaming smile, encouraging them to indulge further. Her amiable and endearing demeanor moved them to tears. They realized they had been misled. This female, who garnered attention from the entire Federation, not only held no disdain for male beast men but also possessed a remarkably kind disposition. Once they returned to their unit, they were determined to vindicate Miss Bai Su's reputation. After the meal, the bear beast man glanced nervously at Bai Su and said, Miss Bai." Bai Su gazed at him with a cheerful smile, her adorable rabbit ears gently twitching at her sides. "What's the matter? The bear-like creature's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, pointing at the remaining food on the table. "See, could I perhaps pack some of this to take home? I have a younger brother whose legs aren't in good condition and seldom ventures out." Bai Su discerned his unease and, without waiting for him to finish, nodded repeatedly. "Of course, that sounds splendid." She proceeded to the kitchen to fetch a takeout box, carefully packing the untouched leg of lamb and steak from the table. As she worked, she continued, "If you wish to come and lend a hand again, do let me know in advance. I shall prepare a portion for your brother as well." The bear-like man was taken aback, while the two other bear-like individuals nearby cast envious glances, discreetly nudging him in the back, chiding him for his cunning approach. The bear-like man expressed his gratitude fervently. "Thank you, Miss Bai Su. Thank you, Miss Bai Su. You are truly kind." Bai Shaoling smiled cheerfully beside her. "Of course. My mother is the best person in the world." Bai Su simply smiled, carefully packaging the food before sending them off. The bear orc, named Pablo, returned to the military headquarters, diverting to the logistics department. Within the military, many soldiers, severely wounded on the battlefield and rendered unable to return to combat, had been placed in the logistics department. After Lu Tingyan resumed his position, he established a dedicated settlement for disabled soldiers, both for their convenience and to foster a sense of community among them, which would enhance their mental well-being and alleviate feelings of being a burden to others. Pablo, a seasoned veteran who had once fought alongside Lu Tingyan, had been relegated to a mere cook after the new leader, disapproving of his age, stripped him of his lieutenant rank. With Lu Tingyan preoccupied with rooting out the remnants of old factions and preparing for his engagement, he had little time to attend to the needs of the veterans. When Pablo brought the food to his brother, he found him sitting in a wheelchair, basking in the sunlight. The brown and black fur lacked luster under the rays, appearing dull and lifeless. A pang of sorrow swept through Pablo. Once, his brother had been among the strongest of the younger bear orcs, the first to break into a level 7 orc upon reaching adulthood. Even the bear chieftain had remarked on his potential to become the tribe's foremost warrior. Yet, unexpectedly, he had suffered nerve damage on the battlefield, leaving him unable to stand. Now reduced to this frail and despondent state. Regrettably, many such orcs resided in this settlement for the disabled. Summoning his spirits, Pablo approached. "Kong Ji, look at what I brought you." Upon seeing his brother, Kong Ji mustered a semblance of cheerfulness, a smile gracing his face. "Brother, you've come?" Pablo placed the food before him. "Look, I just brought this from a restaurant that is quite popular online. Many people rave about it, and the flavors are exceptional." Not wanting to dampen his brother's enthusiasm, Kong Ji opened the food box and took a few bites, disbelief washing over his face as he exclaimed, "Is this food? Does it really taste like meat?" Pablo chuckled. "Isn't it surprising? I never expected it to be so delicious." Kong Ji devoured the meal eagerly, but as he continued, tears began to flow. "Brother." Pablo, alarmed, asked, "What is wrong? Why are you crying?" As Kong Ji chewed, he shook his head, expressing that he found the flavors of the food to be remarkably warm, evoking memories of his childhood. Despite the fact that during his formative years, he and his family gathered around to consume canned goods, the taste of this food inexplicably transported him back to those tender moments of youth. There existed an indescribable warmth within the flavors that stirred deep emotions. Upon finishing his meal, Kong Ji suddenly felt a peculiar itchiness in his legs, emanating from his bones. It was subtle yet gradually spread throughout his entire lower limbs. Staring incredulously at his legs, his expression turned frantic. "Brother, my legs." Hearing this, Pablo's heart sank. "What is wrong? What is happening to your legs? Where does it hurt?" Kong Ji's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling as he grasped Pablo's sleeve. "Brother, it seems my legs have sensation again." Pablo stood frozen in disbelief, but as realization dawned, his eyes sparkled with joy. "Really? Are you certain? You can feel them?" Kong Ji, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Indeed, I can truly feel them. They are still itching." "Brother, does this mean I am getting better?" Meanwhile, in a conference room, Lu Tingyan watched the heated debate between both parties with a slight headache. The contention arose from his intention to establish a new territory for the disabled warriors returning from the battlefield. The leader of the Bear clan, Bai He, remained obstinate. "I suggest that if the chief wishes to win hearts, he should consider another approach. We will take care of our disabled warriors ourselves." Previously loyal to Lu Zhenghua due to familial ties that had received his benevolence, Bai He held an unwavering loyalty that did not extend to Lu Tingyan, whom he never respected nor pledged allegiance to. If not for the formidable combat prowess of the Bear clan, Lu Tingyan would have already dealt with him. On the opposite side, Yin Hongi, the leader of the Lion Clan, scoffed. I advise you to cease your stubbornness. Who doesn't know that your bear clan suffered the most casualties on the battlefield? The chief is doing this for your own good. Why resist? Due to Lu Jingguo's mismanagement over the past 4 years, and the initiation of multiple wars, the Wolf Clan had endured countless losses. The Bear Clan also faced immense casualties, with many members becoming disabled and unable to return to combat. Meanwhile, the Lion Clan's females dwindled, and their male population was severely reduced. Consequently, the majority of the remaining military strength of the Federation still relied heavily on the Bear Clan. The persistent refusal of the Bear Clan leader to acknowledge Lu Tingyin posed a continual challenge for him. But he remained impervious to reason. In summary, how to manage our disabled soldiers is a matter for our clan. We kindly asked the chief not to interfere. Yin Hongi looked at him in confusion. What are you boasting about? Your Bear Clan is already stretched thin trying to support these disabled soldiers. The chief's establishment of a base for them would provide a much better option. Why must you resist? Lu Tingyin interjected. Currently, the Federation's military strength is far diminished. And with winter approaching, the Southern Kingdom will not recklessly invade. However, if we are unable to regain a semblance of our strength before the summer of next year, it may prove exceedingly difficult to withstand the invasion from the southern territories. Should we persist in our current state of internal strife? I fear that we need not even wait until next summer. Our situation is already precarious. Bai scoffed, stating, they are but the disabled. Our kin will care for them. If Leader Lu intends to establish a base, it is likely not for their benefit, but rather to leverage the Xiong clan. Yin Hongi derided. You possess a heart of a petty man, misjudging the nobility of others. Thus, the meeting concluded on an unharmonious note. In the conference room, only Lu Tingyin remained seated at the head, massaging his temples. Yodel presented a cup of coffee beside him, saying, Leader, Bai he is advanced in years and notoriously obstinate. He is unlikely to yield easily. I have heard that he intended to betroth his daughter to you, but now that you have chosen to be engaged to Miss Bai, his trust in you has diminished. It seems that the resolution of the disabled individual's placement issues is essential to gain Bai's full confidence. Lu Tingyin pinched the bridge of his nose, nodding slightly. What progress have you made on the matter I asked you to investigate? Yodel replied, we have found some leads. It appears that before Miss Bai was expelled from the territory, she had a clandestine meeting with Madame Rachel and Miss Bai Shui. Concurrently, they also communicated privately with the infamous Medical Alliance. Lu Tingyian's eyes widened in sudden realization. The Medical Alliance? Yodel affirmed. It seems that the recent turmoil within the Landon family is also related to the Medical Alliance. Lu Tingyin commanded, bring Bai Shui and Rachel to the interrogation room. Chapter 69, Breaking Li Chenlin. Yodel nodded, understood. After Bai Su tidied up the shop and prepared the ingredients, she returned to her room. A large white snake coiled gracefully within her bedroom, smiling at her as it flicked its tongue. Her once soft little bed had been transformed into a luxurious grand bed. Bai Su, caught off guard, instinctively covered her eyes with her rabbit ears. Li Chenlin let out a derisive laugh, his tone laced with malice. Bai Su regained her composure, exasperatedly tugging at the rabbit ears before casting a fierce glare in his direction, striding into the room with unwavering focus. What are you doing here? She demanded. Li Chenlin smirked slightly. Why shouldn't I be here? Bai Su's face darkened. This is my room. If you do not leave, I shall summon someone. Li Chenlin replied, go ahead and call. I am curious to see who would dare to intervene in this desolate wilderness. Bai Su felt an urge to curse, but suddenly, as if a thought had crossed her mind, she broke into a smile. Very well, if you wish to stay. Then stay, she remarked. Rising, she proceeded to take a shower and emerged unperturbed, unafraid of what Li Chenlin might do to her. After Bai Su emerged from her bath, Li Chenlin had already reverted to his human form, reclining on her bed in loose-fitting pajamas, perusing the book she had placed on the bedside table. Bai Su approached with an air of confidence, boldly lifting the blanket and slipping beneath it. Li Chenlin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Bai Su, what are you staring at? This is my bed. Li Chenlin, you are rather impolite. Yet Bai Su was utterly fatigued during the day. He could sense it as well and did not truly act against him. The two simply lay on the bed, indulging in a peaceful slumber. Bai Su sensed the deepening breath of the person beside her and stealthily concealed herself within the blankets, lowering the air conditioning to its minimum setting. Then wrapping herself tightly within the quilt. The following day, she exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Su was rendered speechless. The system announced that Li Chenlin had been transformed into an ice sculpture. A delicate layer of frost enveloped his entire being, his tail stiffened. He appeared to be devoid of breath. Bai Su, It seems that things have gone awry. The system sighed, lying on the bed. Li Chenlin has evidently succumbed to an early hibernation. His breath's faint, yet his complexion appears remarkably well. Bai Su inched closer, exclaiming, "How can you be so susceptible to the cold? You possess quite the striking appearance, truly deserving of being one of the protagonists. When not engulfed in gloom, you resemble a little angel." His upper body was human, while his lower half was serpentine. Bai Su refrained from making any sudden movements and decided to wrap him in the blankets, turning on the heating for comfort. As she gazed at the frost adorning his form, a wave of concern washed over her. "System, do you think the frost on him will melt and turn into water?" "Wetting my bed?" The system replied, "I cannot say for certain." The female lead has never subjected Li Chenlin to such trials in the narrative. Bai Su pondered for a moment and, with considerable effort, pushed Li Chenlin off the bed. The tall figure, frozen and rigid, fell to the ground like a stone pillar, startling Bai Su with the fear that he might shatter upon impact. Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Xiaolang and Bai Xiaoxi entered the room, only to find Li Chenlin encased in ice like a frozen sculpture. The two little creatures shivered momentarily, taken aback by the frigid air that rushed towards them. Bai Su awkwardly chuckled twice, discreetly turning off the air conditioning before rising to open the window. This room is indeed quite chilly. Letting in some fresh air is essential. The ice sculpture, Li Chenlin, rolled twice upon the floor before coming to a rest, his face upwards, serene and tranquil. Bai Xiaolang and Bai Xiaoxi. Bai Su proceeded to push open the other floor-to-ceiling glass door facing the balcony. "How peculiar," she remarked. "Why is my room so cold?" A faint rustle could be heard behind her. Bai Su turned her head and was taken aback to see two little ones working in unison to carry Li Chenlin outside. She paused for a moment and asked, "What are you doing?" Bai Xiaolang, "Mother, do not be afraid. I am aware of your actions." Bai Xiaoxi, "While no one is watching, let us swiftly dig a pit and bury him. No one will ever know." Bai Su. In the brief moment of her distraction, the two little ones had already swiftly carried the person downstairs and dashed into the backyard. Bai Su swiftly regained her composure and hurriedly pursued them, exclaiming, "Wait. No, you have misunderstood." Upon descending to the backyard, she discovered that the little white snake was furiously unleashing its toxic energy, creating a massive crater in the ground, just large enough to accommodate Li Chenlin's burial. Bai Su observed as the two little ones skillfully dug a hole, placed a person within, filled the head of the pit with soil, and compacted the tail with uncanny precision. She quickly called out to them, "Stop. This is a misunderstanding. He is not dead yet. You cannot bury him alive like this." The little white snake gazed at her in confusion. "She has passed away. There are no signs of life remaining." Bai Su's eyes darkened. "He is not truly dead. He has merely entered hibernation prematurely. You must unearth him." Bai Xiaolang scratched his head in confusion. "Why has T, my younger brother, gone into hibernation?" The little white snake nodded in agreement. The two small creatures appeared to be eager for Li Chenlin's demise, hastily preparing to collect his remains. Bai Su had to confess, "It was I who, feeling overheated last night, set the air conditioning too low, causing him to be frozen. Please, extricate him at once." Upon hearing this, the two little ones reluctantly set about digging him out. However, Li Chenlin showed no signs of awakening. Bai Su found herself in a dilemma. What should she do? Would he not be harmed by the cold? The young white serpent, having grown up without a father's guidance, was rather unfamiliar with the hibernation of serpent beasts. He had been sold to the southern lands, where winter was absent, and thus had never experienced the season of dormancy. As the mother and her two offspring were enveloped in their dilemma, a knock resounded from outside the door. Bai Xiaolang hurriedly ran to the door, and upon seeing the visitor, joyfully leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Grandpa Zeng." Yi Lias gently patted his small head and, while setting him aside, inquired, "I have brought fresh ingredients. Where is your mother?" Bai Xiaolang had also grown accustomed to his obsessive cleanliness. "Mother is in the backyard. We have captured a large snake." Elias raised an eyebrow. "A large snake?" He carried Bai Xiaolang into the backyard. Upon seeing him arrive, Bai Su's eyes sparkled with delight. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" she exclaimed, as if she had spotted a beacon of hope. Swiftly, she entwined her arm around Yilias's, pulling him towards the edge of the pit. The moment Yilias felt her touch, his body instinctively tensed for a fleeting moment. He suppressed the urge to withdraw his hand as she guided him to the brink. Upon gazing into the pit, he found himself momentarily taken aback. "Is this Li Chenlin?" Bai Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Grandfather, do you know him?" Yi Lias replied. "He is the renowned kingpin of the underworld, revered internationally. Every criminal faction across nations bows before him. Who wouldn't recognize him?" He paused for a moment, then fixed his gaze upon the ice-like figure, asking, "What is his story?" Bai Su found herself in a bit of a dilemma last night. I set the air conditioning too low, leaving him frozen. Elias's calm and graceful demeanor was rarely interrupted. It was indeed surprising that he could fall victim to such a ridiculous situation. Bai Su looked at him pleadingly. "Grandfather, you are a doctor. Is there any way to save him? He won't come to harm, will he? I merely wanted to tease him a little, to ensure he refrains from entering my room in the future." Chapter 70. The Heart of Elias. Was he in your room last night? Bai Su nodded with a hint of distress. No matter how hard I try, I cannot seem to drive him away. Elias cast a sidelong glance at the frozen Li Chenlin, a flicker of derision crossing his gaze. It's only fitting that he finds himself in this predicament. Yet, he had not anticipated that even someone like Li Chenlin could be so easily enticed by Bai Su, leaving himself utterly defenseless. It appears he had indeed underestimated this woman. Elias gently patted Bai Su's hand, discreetly withdrawing his arm from her embrace. It is not a significant issue. Allowing him to soak in warm water should suffice. Snakes require a substantial intake of food before entering their prolonged hibernation, as insufficient nourishment may pose a threat to their very survival. Upon hearing this, Bai Su felt a twinge of guilt. It is entirely my fault. Had I known he was merely a paper tiger, I would not have toyed with him. A paper tiger? Elias found this designation amusing and chuckled softly. Bai Su struggled to lift the person, yet commanded the two little ones to carry him upstairs and immerse him in warm water. Once these tasks were accomplished, Bai Su finally had the leisure to greet Elias. "Grandfather, what brings you here so early? Did you ascend the mountain alone again?" Elias nodded, handing her the ingredients in his hand. "This is freshly obtained insect beast meat, reputed to be exceptionally tender and juicy. I thought you might like to try it." Bai Su took the ingredients, remarking, "I have not encountered this type of meat before. Allow me to sample it first." Elias nodded and comfortably seated himself nearby. Bai Su placed the meat beside the stove, handling it with a disapproving tone. "How many times must I remind you not to climb the mountain alone, especially so early in the morning? What if you faint again on the trail? Who will come to your rescue?" Elias replied, "Again?" Bai Su turned her head and shot him a glare, then approached and tugged at his beard. "Are you feigning ignorance again? Last time, someone collapsed on the mountain and lay unconscious in the grass. If I hadn't remembered that you had an appointment and hadn't shown up and taken Xiaolang to find you, how long would you have remained there? Suffering from a heart condition?" Elias was caught off guard by her sudden proximity, their gazes locking. The little rabbit's eyes were wide with anger, glistening with moisture, their depths clear and luminous, reminiscent of moonlit waters, pure and unblemished. Such a pair of eyes radiated an irresistible vitality and charm, impossible not to be drawn to. Her face conformed perfectly to his aesthetic sensibilities. Her skull was smoothly rounded, her features elegantly intricate, and her countenance exuded a vibrant and bold allure. A stark contrast to the pale and delicate styles prevalent among women of the time. Her eyes sparkled with a watery sheen, her lips were plump and dewy, her scalp pristine, and her hair thick and soft, indicators of exceptional health. This woman, with her alluring femininity, suggested remarkable reproductive vitality, a rarity indeed. Just by observing her lips, he could already envision the exquisite architecture of her internal structure. Elias felt a flicker of annoyance as he became aware of his thoughts. He forcefully dismissed the instinctual medical knowledge that surfaced in his mind and cautiously retreated a few steps. With such proximity, Elias could almost peer directly into the depths of her eyes, discerning the genuine worry and concern nestled there. This woman was an exceptional actress. Even he was nearly deceived by her feigned affection, believing she truly cared for his grandfather. Clearing his throat, he extricated his beard from her grasp, acknowledging the situation, and resolved to bring someone along next time. Bai Su felt a sense of helplessness. "You always say the same thing. Perhaps next time you should choose a more intriguing phrase." Elias found himself momentarily stunned. In the past, whenever his grandfather deflected his inquiries, the words he uttered bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Bai Su now. He pondered, as if beginning to grasp why his grandfather held her in such esteem. Had he not personally endured the events of 4 years ago? Had he not felt the compulsion imposed by this woman? He too might have been led to believe that the woman before him was genuinely concerned for his well-being, rather than merely interested in the power of the land and family. Bai Su busily prepared congee using insect flesh. This meat was tender and succulent, exhibiting a delightful sweetness that surpassed even that of shrimp. Its texture bore a closer resemblance to that of bullfrogs, while its flavor retained a hint of the sweetness characteristic of seafood, rendering it an exceptional ingredient. Bai Su prepared porridge, allowing several little ones and Yelias to enjoy breakfast together. After that, she gently ushered Yelias into the courtyard to bask in the sunlight before returning to the kitchen to attend to the day's preparations. Yelias felt the healing energy coursing through his body, and a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. Bai Su's extraordinary abilities seemed to have strengthened once more. This woman is enveloped in an air of mystery. It appears he must be more diligent in his pursuits. Bai Su was diligently occupied with the preparations for the store opening when a knock echoed from outside. Bai Xiaoling hurriedly made his way to the door, only to be greeted by the imposing figure of a tall man with a robust build standing at the entrance. It was the uncle who had assisted in the shop yesterday, a subordinate of the frugal father. Bai Xiaoling gazed up at him, his youthful face adorned with a hint of charm. "Uncle, do you need something?" Pablo scratched his head and replied, "I was hoping to come to the store to lend a hand today. Would that be all right?" Bai Xiaoling pondered for a moment and said, "Please wait a moment. I shall inquire with my mother." With that, he turned and hurried into the house. "Mother, the gentleman from yesterday is coming to the store again to assist as a waiter." Upon hearing this, Bai Su did not decline. "Let him in then." Pablo was allowed entry, his face reflecting a mix of awkwardness and excitement. "Miss Bai?" Bai Su smiled and nodded. "By the way, you lent us a hand yesterday. Yet I am still unaware of your name." Pablo promptly straightened his posture and saluted her. "Good day, Miss Bai. My name is Pablo, and I serve as a cook in the logistics division of the military." Bai Su smiled again, saying, "There's no need to be so formal. Come over and lend a hand." The chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Pablo nodded, then, feeling somewhat awkward, inquired, "Miss Bai, may I purchase some of your food to take back for my younger brother?" Bai Su waved her hand cheerfully. "Of course, if you want it. I can sell it to you at cost." Upon hearing this, Pablo's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Miss Bai." Yesterday, his younger brother had consumed her food, and he was already regaining sensation in his legs. With a few more meals, perhaps he might gradually recover. He resolved to come here whenever he had the chance. Even if he could not work as a waiter through the back door, he would save money to purchase food to take home for his brother. Additionally, there were those disabled veterans in the military camp. Most of them were like his brother, either with crippled hands, blinded eyes, deafness, or unable to walk. Their mental faculties severely impaired. If he diligently brought food back every day, perhaps everyone would eventually begin to heal. Bai Su was bustling with activity. At 10:30, the restaurant opened its doors punctually. Guests poured in continuously. With Pablo's assistance, the little ones found their tasks considerably eased. Bai Su busied herself with joy. The restaurant remained as popular as ever. Today, Yelias chose not to order, as Bai Su invited him to wait until closing time to share lunch with him. He was delighted to have more opportunities to grow closer to her. The restaurant would not close until 2 in the afternoon. Pablo looked at Bai Su with apprehension. "Miss Bai Su, how much food do you have left? May I take it all?" Bai Su inquired with confusion. "What do you need so much for?" Her refrigerator was already stocked with dozens of pounds of ingredients, yielding a substantial amount of food. Pablo scratched his head and replied, "My brother is a disabled veteran. Having served in the military, he resides among many other disabled veterans, and I wish to bring back a larger quantity of food for them to sample as well. My brother tasted your food yesterday and has regained sensation in his legs." Upon hearing this, Bai Su broke into a smile. Of course, it's quite feasible. She deftly prepared all the food from the refrigerator, packaging it neatly before handing it to Pablo. "This amounts to several dozen pounds of meat. Do you think you can manage it?" Pablo chuckled foolishly. "Absolutely." He lifted it effortlessly, without any strain. For a bare beast man, such a weight was hardly worth a second thought. Bai Su bid farewell to Pablo and stretched languidly. Noticing Yelias seated beneath a tree, she could not resist approaching him and settled on the grass at his feet, sighing contentedly. "Ah, it is so comfortable to be with you." Yelias, rocking in his chair and elegantly weaving a strand of spider silk, remarked, "If you find it tiring, you need not run a restaurant." Before he could finish, Bai Su's small head rested against his leg, proclaiming, "That simply will not do." Her movement was so casual, as if she truly regarded Yelias as a grandfather. Resting her head comfortably against his leg while yawning without a care, she continued, "Running a restaurant is my dream. Look, my abilities can help so many people. The owner of the rice shop down the hill, Xiaomi, has had several children thanks to my food. Just think, if my cooking could restore health to those with disabilities. How wonderful that would be. I adore the joy on their faces when they eat my dishes. It brings me happiness when someone enjoys my cooking." Her expression radiated genuine joy and contentment, a happiness that seemed to far surpass the sheltered care offered by males in a greenhouse. Elias gazed at her relaxed demeanor in astonishment. Her small head rested against his knee, her fluffy rabbit ears adorably drooping on either side. With her eyes cast down and long lashes curving gently upward, she resembled a child. The purity and clarity in her eyes evoked a tender sense of affection, instilling a desire to protect her delicately. This innocent and joyful countenance carried an indescribable feeling, reminiscent of lush grass thriving in spring, with tender leaves striving to sprout. Brimming with vitality and vigor, there seemed to be a magical allure about her, inspiring an infinite yearning and eager anticipation for life and the future. Elias silently observed her face, as something within the frozen recesses of his heart stirred, and cracks began to spread. Chapter 71. The disabled are humiliated by Bai Su. Pablo returned to the disabled tribe, distributing food among them. As he had anticipated, many who consumed the food reported subtle changes within themselves. The lower the orc's rank, the more pronounced the transformation. However, the food they received was limited. Ecstatic, Pablo embraced his brother, exclaiming, "There is hope. With Bai's food, you will surely be able to regain your former glory. Returning to the battlefield is not a dream." His brother, Kong Ji, shared in the excitement. "That's wonderful, brother." Not far away, Bai Su, the daughter of the Bear clan leader Bai He, arrived to visit the retired disabled soldiers. Upon seeing them gathered joyfully, she could not help but be taken aback. She turned to her attendant and asked, "What are they so happy about?" Since these individuals with disabilities could no longer partake in the battlefield, such moments of joy had become a rarity for them. Could it be that they were celebrating in anticipation of her visit today? Bai Su, with a slight smile and an upright posture, approached them. She instructed her aides to distribute the canned goods she had gathered from the military warehouse. Though past their expiration date, they remained edible. The effort it took to procure these cans for them was commendable. The leader of the disabled community, Kong Ji, wheeled himself over and inquired, "Miss you, what brings you here?" Bai Su looked down upon them, her gaze laced with disdain, yet she feigned a gesture of benevolence. "I have brought you some supplies," she replied. She regarded the crowd with a palpable air of superiority, masking her contempt with a facade of generosity. "You have it hard as well. Please take these to eat." Were it not for these disabled individuals, her clan would not have to expend such resources on their upkeep. Her father need not have fretted so many times over this matter, nor would he have had to engage in numerous discussions with Lu Tingyan. As the cans were distributed, a child eagerly pried one open, only to be met with a sour odor. He exclaimed, "I don't want to eat this spoiled can. I want the food made by Sister Bai Su. Not this." The can was cast aside, rolling to Bai Su's feet. The onlookers gasped and hurried to retrieve it. Bai Su's expression darkened. What is the meaning of this? The public discarding of her offerings felt like a blatant affront. She glared at the child. "Food made by Sister Bai Su. What have you been eating lately?" The Bai Su mentioned could not possibly be the one spoken of by Bai Shui, could it? A flicker of disdain crossed Bai Su's eyes. Babulu hastily interjected, "Miss you, please do not take offense. The child is young and does not understand. He speaks thoughtlessly. I was just about to report to the Bear Chief that we have discovered Miss Bai Su's culinary creations can heal their old wounds, and I intended to recommend her to the chief." "Impudent!" Bai Su retorted sharply, her displeasure directed at Babulu. The Bai Su they referred to was indeed the lowly woman Bai Shui had mentioned, the one attempting to regain her position in society by running a restaurant in the suburbs. Had it not been for Bai Su's meddling and underhanded tactics, she would have been betrothed to the esteemed heir of the Landon family, Lord Elias. All of this was the fault of that wretched woman. When Bai Shui informed her that Bai Su had opened a culinary establishment in the suburbs of the capital upon her return to the Federation, she was so incensed that she nearly stormed in to smash the wretched shop. Little did she expect that Lu Tingyan would stand on Bai Su's side. How unfortunate for her dear friend Bai Shui, who had supported Lu Tingyan during his downfall, only to be forsaken for that despicable Bai Su. To her astonishment, Bai Su had even extended her reach into the military of her own bear tribe. How could she endure this? She retaliated by delivering a sharp slap to Pablo, exclaiming, "Foolish creature! Bai Su, a vile and unscrupulous female who was expelled from the Federation, how dare you bring back her loathsome offerings to feed these invalids?" Receiving the blow, Pablo dared not retaliate but lowered his head, saying, "Miss you, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Please allow me to report this to the Bear Chief." "This matter must not be mentioned again." Bai Su retorted, "It is already common knowledge that Bai Su has laced her food with prohibited substances, and only you fools would believe otherwise." Pablo attempted to defend himself. "No. The chief has clarified that it was the Bai family, but was abruptly silenced by another resounding slap. Kong Ji, witnessing his brother being publicly struck, felt a surge of indignation yet remained powerless, merely tugging at Pablo's sleeve, urging him to remain silent. Bai Yu, a level 6 bear beast woman and the daughter of the tribe's chief, was unlike other females. She was strong-willed and had been groomed by Bai He for leadership. Possessing considerable military command skills and holding a significant position in the army. Therefore, her standing far surpassed that of other military beast men. Pablo, feeling humiliated, resigned himself to silence. Yes, Miss Yu. Bai Yu, somewhat satisfied, cast a stern gaze over the others. You are merely invalids, not beggars. Do not carelessly consume any peculiar food that is offered to you. Those unaware might think we are mistreating you, devouring anything that comes your way. If any issues arise, others will blame us. You foolish burdens of the bear tribe, do you not think you have caused enough suffering for the tribe? Aside from the earnest intentions of the bear chief Bai He to care for these disabled veterans, most members of the bear tribe held grievances against them, as they contributed little labor and drained the tribe's resources, endangering its very survival. The disabled bear beast men had long grown numb to such remarks, having heard them repeatedly. Silently, they lowered their heads, refraining from speaking. Bai Yu, irritated by their morose demeanor, huffed and commanded that they be left with supplies. Before departing, she glared fiercely at Pablo. Warning, should I discover that you bring back any more of those absurd offerings to feed them, you will face military consequences. Having spoken, she turned away without a glance, leading her companions as they departed. Expired cans and tattered donations lay abandoned on the ground, as if dismissing beggars. Pablo's hands clenched into fists, trembling with anger. Their disabilities were born in the service of defending their homeland. Had they not shielded against the onslaught of the Southern forces, what peace would the Federation enjoy today? The treatment of these disabled veterans each month was truly disheartening. Bai Yu returned to the tribe and knocked on the door of Bai's office. Engaged in military affairs. Bai looked up, removing his reading glasses as he noticed her entrance. So, how did it go? Were the supplies delivered? Bai nodded. Yes, they were very grateful. Father, do you not trust my capabilities? Bai smiled faintly but massaged his temples in exasperation, returning to his paperwork. Chapter 72. After the engagement ceremony, Bai approached him to offer a massage, glancing at the documents in his hands. Father, since caring for these disabled veterans incurs such expense, why not transfer them to Lu Tingyin? Bai waved his hand dismissively. They are heroes of our clan, not expendable items. Why should I hand them over to Lu Tingyin? That would merely be a favor to him. And how would I hold my head high in front of him afterward? Bai pouted slightly. But these burdens have been dragging our bear clan down for quite some time. Bai shot her a stern look. Mind your words. Without their sacrifices, would you enjoy the comforts you have now? Could you visit the beauty salon several times a week? They endured the Southern artillery for our sake, and we owe them our support. Bai felt a flicker of dissent within her, yet nodded obediently. All right. Bai sighed heavily. I am aware that Lu Tingyin has good intentions. However, even within our clan, these disabled individuals often face scorn. Handing them over to him may seem fine for a day or two, but over time, how could I be at ease? He cannot be present at the disabled veterans' village every day, and I cannot ensure that his subordinates will not grow weary and treat them poorly over time. A hint of annoyance crossed Bai's features. With so many burdens, anyone would find it tiresome. Bai shook his head. Am I not aware of this? If only we could completely resolve their disabilities. But such discussions are futile. Even Lantern Medical cannot cure them. Bai's gaze flickered, suddenly recalling Pablo's earlier mention of recommending Bai Su. A wave of distaste washed over her. Bai Shui's words ring true. That despicable woman is indeed an insidious, shameless creature who will stop at nothing. Had it not been for her fortunate encounter this time, it is conceivable that she might have exploited the foolish Pablo to ingratiate herself with her father. To think she could curry favor with her bear clan? Such dreams are utterly absurd. After the engagement ceremony, Bai Su and Lu Tingyian's identities were essentially revealed to the entire Federation. Once the ceremony concluded, Bai Su followed Lu Tingyin back to his palace. Within his palace, there existed an open-air hot spring, a sanctuary where only Lu Tingyin was permitted to tread. He led her to the side of the spring, gently assisting her in shedding her garments before she entered the warm waters. With a soft sound, the little rabbit transformed back into her beastman form, her rounded belly buoyantly floating on the surface of the water. As the warm currents enveloped her body, she quickly succumbed to relaxation. Lu Tingyin, feeling a pang of concern, inquired gently, "Are you exhausted?" Bai Su shook her head and remarked, "It's tolerable." albeit my face feels somewhat stiff. She would return to the restaurant tomorrow to resume operations, although she was engaged to Lu Tingyan. Her late-night endeavors had led her to spend the night here. The little ones were still atop the mountain. Lu Tingyan replied, "I shall arrange for additional soldiers to assist you." Bai Su did not decline this time. Recently, the two little ones, Bai Xiaolang and Bai Xiaoxi, have been increasingly fatigued, sometimes even dozing off while standing. She resolved to address the matter of hiring a waitress this week. Suddenly, Lu Tingyan inquired, "By the way, is Li Chenlin with you?" Bai Su nodded. "Indeed. How did you know?" Lu Tingyan scoffed softly. "Do you think the security system I installed for you is merely for show?" Bai Su blinked her eyes and remarked, "It seems he may not be in a position to respond." Elias explained that he had fallen into a profound slumber, making it exceedingly difficult to rouse him. It would be best to gently immerse him in warm water for a week, allowing him to soften, and then entice him to awaken with the aroma of food. She had not anticipated that this serpent would be so delicate. Lu Tingyan raised an eyebrow, extending a finger to poke the little rabbit's belly. Pressing it into the water, in what way is he not available? You and he. Bai Su kicked away his fingers with the leg of a rabbit. Drifting a little further, I turned on the air conditioner, causing him to enter his hibernation period prematurely. Lu Tingyan's lips twitched slightly. Uselessly, Chenlin. He turned his gaze towards Bai Su. Su, regarding the matter concerning your uterus, I believe I have come to a certain understanding. This issue may be rather complicated. Bai Su, what is the matter? Lu Tingyan, your uterus has been transplanted into Bai Shue's body by hired individuals, which explains her sudden evolution from a second-level beastman to a fourth-level one. I initially intended to eliminate her to avenge you. However, your uterus remains within her. I have confined her in the basement and will endeavor to contact a doctor from the Landon family to assist in the transplantation procedure, to see if we can restore your embryo. As for the incident years ago when we were both drugged, I am still investigating, and it likely ties back to the Bai family matriarch and her daughter. Bai Su nodded slightly, her expression betraying little surprise. In truth, she had likely suspected as much. On the occasion of her 18th birthday, the original owner had attracted the attention of prominent males from around the world due to her 7th-level ability. Lu Tingyan, Li Chenlin, Elias, and another named Wenlan had all been invited as a result. However, that evening, the gathering had evidently ended in disarray. Subsequently, Bai Shui, the unremarkable second daughter of the Bai family, unexpectedly advanced from 2nd level to 4th level mental ability, while the original owner was reduced from 7th level to 2nd level. Lu Tingyan embraced her with a hint of tenderness, saying, Su, you must have had a difficult time in the Bai family. We have misunderstood you for so many years. I am truly sorry. Bai Su gently patted his head and remarked, it's all in the past. We must look ahead and not squander our time on trivial matters that have long since passed. Lu Tingyan nodded in agreement, indeed. He then continued to engage her. Su, we have both been quite occupied lately. It has been ages since we. Bai Su recalled his terrifying endurance, and his legs began to weaken. Is tomorrow all right? Today has truly been exhausting. Lu Tingyan transformed back into his beast form. The imposing white snow wolf leaping into the hot spring pool. The wolf's entire body submerged in the water, leaving only its head above the surface. Gently nudging the little rabbit with his nose, he inquired, Su, do you not think of me at all? Is it because I made you uncomfortable last time that you don't wish to be with me? The great wolf drooped his ears, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrowful submission. This was the first time Bai Su had witnessed him displaying such a charmingly playful demeanor, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of intrigue. Is Colonel Lu truly being coy? Lu Tingyan's Adam's apple gently bobbed, and a soft hum escaped his nostrils, serving as his response. Bai Su climbed atop his head with her small arms and legs, her soft, velvety little face nuzzling against his forehead. You are remarkable, and being with you brings me such comfort, but today I am simply too tired. Perhaps next time? The snow wolf, utterly smitten by the adorable and pitiful appearance of the little rabbit, was rendered speechless by her charm. He could only acquiesce, wishing fervently to cradle the enchanting little creature and pluck the moon from the heavens for her amusement. Bai Su's hand brushed against a small section of his broken eyebrow on the left side. This mark had been etched into his skin 4 years ago on the battlefield. The scar beneath the broken brow had originally extended towards his eye, resulting in his left eye's blindness. Fortunately, with her presence now, his vision has been restored. Bai Su suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and said, Why don't you have Pablo bring a few people to serve as my guards, taking turns on duty? Pablo? Lu Tingyan raised an eyebrow, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Who is that? Bai Su cast a humorous glance at him. lightly tapping her fingers against his cheek. Who else could it be but the guard you assigned to me? Lu Tingyin glowered at her. I have assigned you so many individuals, yet you only seem to remember him? What is it? Is he particularly handsome? Bai Su nodded, acknowledging his undeniable handsomeness. Without uttering a word, Lu Tingyin gave a slight toss of his head, gently nudging the little rabbit down, before taking it into his mouth, skillfully controlling the pressure of his teeth to ensure it was held firmly yet without causing any harm. Bai Su found herself caught in a predicament, unable to suppress her struggles as she exclaimed, I was wrong. I was wrong. She quickly confessed. It was because Pablo mentioned that his brother is a disabled veteran from the military, and after partaking of my meals, he regained some sensation in his legs. I thought it would be beneficial for him to come and assist more frequently, and by bringing him some food daily, I might also improve his brother's condition. Lu Tingyin suddenly paused. A disabled veteran from the military? Chapter 73. Bai Su arrives at the disabled people's tribe. Bai Su nodded. Indeed. They say that after consuming my food while in a wheelchair, sensation returned to their legs. It would be splendid if they could fully recover. Suddenly, Lu Tingyin transformed back into human form and swiftly pulled the little rabbit from the water, cradling it in his palm. Your food can heal even those with disabilities. Bai Su was startled by his sudden outburst. I am not entirely certain whether it can be cured. We will only know through trial. Lu Tingyin quickly regained his composure. Indeed, if even a 9th-level beastman like himself could heal from such mental trauma, it would undoubtedly be far simpler to cure those whose disabilities were mostly at the 6th or 7th level. Lu Tingyin cradled Bai Su as if she were a rare treasure. Su, you are truly a gift bestowed upon me by the beast god. He showered the little rabbit with fervent kisses, leaving her face damp with saliva, which made her fur bristle in indignation. She had just finished cleansing her soft coat in the water. Despite receiving a paw print on his face from her, Lu Tingyin showed no signs of annoyance. Instead, a foolish grin spread across his features. Bai Su pondered, I wonder how my gentle kick could possibly leave you so dazed. Lu Tingyin gently kissed her fluffy little rabbit-like face and said, All right, my dear, you should rest well. Tomorrow, I will share some matters with you. Bai Su, utterly exhausted, found herself devoid of any energy to contemplate such matters. Cradled in Lu Tingyin's palm, she swiftly succumbed to slumber, unaware of when he finished drying her hair. The following day, Lu Tingyin briefly informed her about the arrangements made for the disabled veterans within the Bear Beastman tribe. Bai Su swiftly comprehended his intention. Are you suggesting that you wish to utilize my food in an attempt to alleviate their disabilities and restore their ability to care for themselves? Lu Tingyin nodded in affirmation. You will continue your regular food sales, while I shall transport the provisions to them and distribute the meals for their consumption. Bai Su nodded, expressing her willingness to assist them, deeming it a noble endeavor. However, she wished to first observe their circumstances. Lu Tingyin gently tousled her hair, noting that she displayed no disdain towards the disabled, but rather an extraordinary enthusiasm. This sight stirred a tender warmth within him. Very well, he replied, as he prepared to rise and embark on their journey together. Bai Su pondered for a moment and then grasped his arm. Wait a moment. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to visit your workplace empty-handed for the first time, would it? I shall return home to prepare some food. Lu Tingyin chuckled as he held her back. No need for that. Bai Su shot him a glare. Of course. Yesterday marked our engagement, and as the leader, you ought to bestow some benefits upon them. Am I not permitted to bring some delicacies to comfort them? Lu Tingyin found himself irresistibly drawn to her earnest and determined demeanor, relishing the way she had entwined her identity with his. This brought him an unparalleled sense of stability and security. What could that foolish snake, Li Chenlin, who freezes at the mere whisper of air conditioning, possibly contend with him? Bai Su requested Lu Tingyin to escort her back to the mountaintop eatery, where she procured several kilograms of expertly prepared beef jerky, which she stored in a collapsible portable compartment. Upon their arrival at the military base, the soldiers engaged in drills were captivated by the sight of Lu Tingyin accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young lady, adorned with fluffy rabbit ears that hung gracefully at her sides. A wave of excitement rippled through the ranks as they jostled one another, none daring to approach, yet unable to suppress their glances in her direction. Lu Tingyin cast a cool, sweeping gaze across the training ground. Is everyone quite so idle? The wolf-beast soldiers promptly turned their heads, resuming their rigorous training with an air of serious determination and fierce resolve. Bai Su called Yordle over and shared some of the beef jerky he had prepared himself. I brought you some of my homemade snacks. It may not be enough for everyone, but I promise to bring more next time. Yordle promptly expressed his gratitude as he accepted the jerky. Today, Only Lu Tingyan's 100 elite soldiers were training on the field, and 1 pack of jerky per person was nearly sufficient. The remainder could be kept entirely for himself. The wolf beastmen, with their keen sense of hearing, became excited at the prospect of food. After all, it was crafted by the Alpha's mate. Lu Tingyan led Bai Su towards the disabled tribe. Bai Su nodded, and before she had ventured far, she heard a thunderous cheer echoing behind her. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, boss." The unexpected outburst startled her, causing her rabid ears to twitch. Lu Tingyan turned around and shot them a glare, but upon seeing their grinning faces, he couldn't help but chuckle and scold them lightly, before leading Bai Su away. Bai Su was quite fond of the lively atmosphere. She turned and flashed a smile at the group before following Lu Tingyan as they departed. "Ouch, you stepped on my foot. Sister-in-law is truly stunning. The boss is remarkable. When he does not speak, he astonishes with his presence. My sister-in-law is incredibly beautiful. Oh, come now, is this how you compliment someone?" Bai Su accompanied Lu Tingyan to the disabled community. Pablo was assisting his brother in hanging out the bed sheets when he spotted Bai Su and Lu Tingyan, momentarily frozen in surprise, before being unable to contain his excitement. Could it be as he had imagined? At this hour, everyone had just risen, engaging in labor outside or basking in the sun, while children frolicked about playfully. Lu Tingyan instructed his aides to gather everyone together. Bai Su distributed the beef jerky in her hands, elucidating her purpose. "I heard from Pablo that some of you have greatly improved after consuming my food. Thus, Chief Lu summoned me to come and see you." Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Pablo hastily interjected. "This is the proprietress of the mountain delicacies shop I mentioned to you. The food you enjoyed was crafted by her." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their faces alight with hope as they turned to her. "It is truly you. The chief has brought you to visit us. Bai Su, if my food proves effective for you, I shall provide sustenance for the long term until your health is fully restored. Today, I wish to ascertain how many of you respond positively to my offerings. However, the number of disabled individuals present is greater than I anticipated, and the beef jerky I brought may be insufficient." "Fraud!" A sudden voice piped up from the corner. Bai Yu arrived, accompanied by her bear warrior soldiers, glaring fiercely at Pablo before turning her attention to Lu Tingyan. "Leader, have you too been deceived by the charlatan?" Lu Tingyan's gaze turned icy. His assistant, quick to act, stepped forward and restrained Bai Yu, delivering a swift kick to the back of her knee. "Who dares to confront the leader?" Bai Yu, filled with indignation, struggled. "Release me. I am Bai Yu, daughter of the Bear Tribe's chief and a commander in the military, holding the rank of lieutenant." The assistant, unimpressed, pressed her down further. "You fail to show respect to the leader upon meeting him. Is this the military discipline of your bear clan?" Realizing her earlier haste, Bai Yu relented. "I greet the leader. I am Lieutenant Commander Bai Yu, primarily responsible for the military management of the Bear Tribe." Lu Tingyan cast a cold glance in her direction and did not allow her to rise. "You publicly slander my fiancée. Please provide evidence to substantiate your claims, or I shall enforce military discipline upon you." Chapter 74. Conquering the Bear Tribe with Culinary Delights. Bai Yu quickly responded, "Esteemed leader, this woman possesses no special abilities. She seeks to gain attention by deliberately approaching you. My friend, Bai Shui, is the daughter of the Bai family and her biological sister. She can attest to this. Bai Su, are you not aware that your dear sister has been imprisoned for slandering me, awaiting her grim fate?" Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback. "You, Bai Su," disinterested in engaging in a debate, turned her gaze towards the crowd. "If you are skeptical, I am willing to prepare a meal for everyone here. I wonder if anyone could lend me a stove?" It was fortuitous that her supply of beef jerky was insufficient. She intended to have these individuals partake in her culinary offerings to ascertain whether her healing powers would manifest effectively. After all, having practiced extensively, she had become quite adept at harnessing her abilities. Pablo promptly stepped forward, exclaiming, "My household can assist. My brother has a stove." He understood that hope had arrived for the disabled tribe, and, fearing that this hope might be disrupted by Bai Yu, anxiously turned to the crowd. "Whoever has ingredients, please contribute them quickly." Although Pablo held little influence within the military, his reputation among the disabled tribe far surpassed that of Bai Yu. The crowd hurriedly scurried home to gather ingredients, piecing together a makeshift outdoor stove for Bai Su in no time. The ingredients consisted primarily of fish, shrimp, and various seafood. These items were so unappealing that they would scarcely be desired even for canning, let alone for a meal. It was evident that the members of the disabled tribe were not held in high regard, relegated to salvaging these unwanted provisions. A few buckets of shrimp were still lively and wriggling, clearly freshly harvested from the river. Bai Su was indeed concerned that without seasonings, she would be unable to prepare a sumptuous feast. With so many people gathered, it was the perfect opportunity to concoct a seafood porridge. She inquired among the crowd for seasonings. A frail little bear-like female orc timidly raised her hand from the throng. I have some seasonings. She was visually impaired. Yet after savoring Bai Su's culinary creations, her vision had become somewhat clearer, allowing her to catch glimpses of the world. Inspired, she wished to emulate Bai Su's dishes. Fortunately, she had a few seasonings at home, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not replicate the exquisite results. Bai Su beheld her and could not help but feel a surge of compassion. The young girl appeared to be no more than 12 or 13 years of age. Frail and pitiable, her face sallow and emaciated, and her appearance unkempt. Softening her tone, Bai Su offered, "Shall I accompany you to fetch it?" The little blind girl, with a mixture of anxiety, nodded her head and then shook it, saying, "My home is dirty." Bai Su smiled gently, reassuringly saying, "It's all right." She approached and took the hand of the blind boy, saying, "Come, let me guide you. Perhaps you will walk more steadily." The blind boy, overwhelmed by the refreshing and delightful scent of peaches that wafted through the air, felt his cheeks flush. He hesitated to move the hand she held. Eventually, he led her back to his home, where he fumbled to find the condiments. As Bai Su prepared the condiments, she chuckled, remarking on the spaciousness and brightness of the abode. She was taken aback by the untidiness of the girl, assuming she would be residing in a doghouse or some equally dismal place. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, the little blind girl nodded shyly, expressing her gratitude for Leader Lu's establishment of this space, which had significantly improved their living conditions. Within the confines of the military district, the outside world of beastmen dared not intrude upon them, the disabled, particularly in her case, as a sightless and low-ranking female. Even with the Federation's assistance ensuring a monthly supply of essentials for her daily life, she remained vulnerable to the predatory intentions of other beastmen. Deprived of her sight, she lacked even the ability to identify her assailants. However, within the military's protective boundaries, her situation had vastly improved, as no one dared to bully her here. Bai Su led the blind boy and the condiment back to the clearing, where the stove had already been assembled. She instructed Pablo to assist her in stoking the fire. And with practiced ease, she began to rinse the rice in preparation for cooking porridge. The disabled individuals gathered around her, their curiosity piqued as they observed her deft movements. Could food truly possess the power to heal when prepared in such a manner? Before long, the porridge began to bubble and emit steam. Bai Su infused her healing power into the concoction, although the boiler here lacked the efficiency of that in a restaurant. She had mastered the art of weaving her healing energy into her culinary creations, adeptly controlling its potency. She enlisted Pablo's assistance to continuously stir the porridge while she meticulously prepared an array of fresh shrimp and oysters, blanching them in a ginger scallion broth to eliminate any fishy odor. Once the porridge reached a near boil, she reduced the heat and added the freshly harvested mushrooms. The seafood was then incorporated, garnished with delicate slivers of ginger and scallions, and at the moment of serving, she seasoned it with a pinch of salt and a dash of pepper. Fortunately, with the infusion of her healing power, the food cooked rapidly. Otherwise, it would have taken a considerable amount of time to achieve the desired velvety consistency. The aroma of the seafood porridge wafted through the air, enticing all nearby. The disabled individuals stretched their necks longingly, their eyes wide with anticipation, unable to suppress their salivation. Not far off, the distracted wolf beast men trained while their gazes repeatedly darted in this direction. Yodel's lips twitched in frustration. "Focus on your training. What are you all doing?" "That aroma is irresistible, Lieutenant. What is that delightful scent? I had only half a can this morning, and I'm famished. Is that smell real? I yearn to taste it." Bai Su ladled out the porridge, distributing a portion to each person who had not received any beef jerky. The crowd eagerly consumed the porridge, their jaws dropping in astonishment. How exquisite it was! Could such delightful flavors truly emerge from those humble ingredients? It was utterly miraculous. How could one conjure such enchanting tastes? Observing this spectacle, the other individuals with disabilities hastily tore into their own beef jerky. Indeed, a chorus of exclamations erupted once more. Bai Su, having consumed nothing for an entire month, found their reactions exaggerated. After all, it was merely food. How could it possibly possess such remarkable flavor? They were surely feigning their delight. With those nearby, Bai Su could harness the healing abilities within their bodies, directing the energy to areas in need of restoration. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. "My ears are tingling. My vision feels clearer. My hands have begun to itch." My legs. I can sense my legs again. This was truly incredible. Kong Ji, filled with excitement, grasped Pablo's hand. Brother, quickly help me stand and see. He had consumed the most of Bai Su's food, although Bai Yu forbade it. Pablo had discreetly brought him food on several occasions. Coupled with Bai Su's healing energy in action today, he could distinctly feel the blood circulation in his legs improving. Pablo, exhilarated, supported him. With his assistance, Kong Ji tentatively attempted to stand and, to his astonishment, wobbled upright, albeit unsteadily, before quickly toppling back down. Yet, it was enough to provoke a stir among the onlookers. Bai Yu gazed at Kong Ji in disbelief. How is this possible? The commotion soon attracted the attention of the bear tribe leader, Bai He, who hurried over with his men. What is happening here? Kong Ji, brimming with excitement, looked at Bai He and exclaimed, Leader, my legs just regained some sensation. I feel as though I am healing. Bai He had been one of the valiant warriors who bravely shielded his comrades from the cannon fire of the Southern Kingdom, securing a chance for retreat. Moreover, Bai He had displayed remarkable talent. At merely 14, he had already attained the rank of a level 6 beastman, and after a year of military service, he had reached level 7, becoming one of Bai He's most formidable warriors, nurtured for greatness. When Kong Ji's legs had been rendered useless, Bai He had mourned deeply, which led him to look after the two brothers with great care. In disbelief, Bai He stared at him. What did you say? Kong Ji attempted to stand once more and succeeded again, this time managing to remain upright for a full 3 seconds. Pablo quickly interjected, Leader. It was Leader Lu who brought his fiancée here to treat us. Miss Bai possesses healing abilities, and the food she prepares can mend their disabilities. It's not just my brother. Many here are experiencing similar reactions. Indeed, Leader, I can see vague outlines of light. I can feel my hands. My mental clarity seems to be connecting. Bai He gazed incredulously at the disabled veterans, then turned in confusion towards Lu Tingyan and Bai Su, questioning, You too? Bai Su smiled and said, Greetings, I am Bai Su, the fiancé of Lu Tingyan. It seems he spoke the truth. My extraordinary abilities can indeed offer them assistance. Observing her father's demeanor each month, Bai Yu realized that this wretched Bai Su had completely captivated him. Any struggle on her part was ultimately in vain. Suddenly, Bai He fell to his knees before Bai Su and Lu Tingyan, exclaiming, Leaders, Miss Bai? Chapter 75. The young one stealthily pursues ambitions. Lu Tingyan curled his lips and helped him up, saying, There is no need for such reverence. Bai He, with tears glistening in his eyes, gazed at them and declared, If you can truly heal my brave warriors of the Bear Clan, I, Old Bear, will pledge my life to serve you both faithfully. Bai Su smiled and said, As long as you require it, I will regularly provide them with sustenance until they recover. Bai He expressed his gratitude once more, exclaiming, That's wonderful. The price is entirely up to you. We can accept anything. Bai Yu, who was being forced to kneel beside them, quickly interjected, Father, our clan has scarce resources. Who knows how much she might demand? Bai He swiftly struck her across the face, admonishing, Silence. You foolish girl. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your actions towards these retired beast warriors? Do you think I am oblivious to the truth? Embarrassed and enraged by the public humiliation, Bai Yu retorted, How can you strike me for the sake of these worthless beings? I am only considering the interests of the Bear Clan. Bai Su glanced at Bai He and reassured him, Rest assured, these are heroes who defend our homeland. I have no intention of exploiting them for profit. Lu Tingyan will provide me with the food supplies. You only need to send someone to collect them from my shop daily. The cost of fresh ingredients is quite reasonable, and given Lu Tingyan's wealth, he can certainly afford it. Such a splendid opportunity to cultivate goodwill. I shall not let it slip away. Lu Tingyan, perceptive and astute, nodded slightly. Having committed to resolving this issue for the Bear Clan, I shall assist to the fullest extent. Bai He felt a mixture of gratitude and shame. He had often opposed Lu Tingyan during meetings, yet not only did the latter remain unperturbed, he genuinely sought to help him. Initially, Bai He had assumed that Lu Tingyan's promise to aid the disabled members of the Bear Clan was merely a pretext to consolidate them into one tribe, intending to use them as hostages to coerce his allegiance to the Wolf Clan. Unable to suppress his feelings of shame, Bai He lowered his head. Leader. What can I say? I, Old Bear Lu Tingyan interjected, Unity against external threats. The stability of the Federation supersedes all. Bai He nodded earnestly, Indeed. Leader, rest assured. As long as you and Miss Bai can truly heal them, allowing them to return to a normal life, my entire Bear Clan will henceforth be the most loyal division of the Wolf Clan. Bai Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of reluctance. Yet he ultimately chose not to voice his thoughts. With this matter resolved, the conversation concluded. Bai Su, along with Lu Tingyin and Bai He, convened to discuss the subsequent matters. Given the necessity of formulating a long-term treatment plan, it is imperative to establish a set of regulations. Due to the limited manpower at Bai Su's establishment, Lu Tingyin resolved to assign a team from the Bear clan to assist daily at Bai Su's shop. After their shifts concluded, the rotating members would carry food back to distribute among the members of the disabled tribe. Bai Su meticulously prepared the menu, recognizing that the purpose was solely for healing rather than culinary sales. Thus, she felt no need to be overly creative with the offerings. Each day, after concluding her duties at the restaurant, she would place the pre-prepared beef into the boiler for marination. Given the efficiency of the system's commercial boiler, a mere half-hour of simmering would suffice. The soldiers could then conveniently take the prepared meals back with them. This approach not only conserved her time and energy, but also spared additional orc labor for this task. The orcs assisting in her establishment were instrumental in maintaining the safety of the premises. Once the arrangements were settled, Bai Su and Lu Tingyin departed from the military headquarters. Although they had risen early, they had lost several hours. They anticipated returning to the restaurant around noon. However, that was of little concern. Following her engagement the previous day, she had surmised that rest might be necessary today, and thus had proactively informed her patrons through her social media account about the temporary closure for recuperation. The restaurant was once again poised to resume its normal operations. Bai Su, while immersed in her tasks, called upon the two little ones and the soldiers in the shop to assist in serving the dishes. Perhaps it is the impending arrival of winter that has rendered the two youngsters especially fatigued of late. Bai Shaoling manages to muster some spirit during the day to carry out his tasks, while Bai Shaoxi, after delivering the dishes, stands idly by, often dozing off for extended periods. Bai Su, filled with concern, approached and embraced the little one tenderly. "Darling." She gently shook the small white snake. The little white snake groggily opened its eyes and rubbed them, calling out, "Mother." Bai Su felt an overwhelming sense of concern. "Are you feeling tired? The orc uncles are here to assist, so why not return home and rest, all right?" She then turned her gaze to Bai Shaolang, who had just returned while stifling a yawn. "And you, too, should take some time to rest. What has been troubling both of you lately? You seem so fatigued. Are you overexerting yourselves?" The two little ones exchanged a glance, discovering a hint of guilt reflected in each other's eyes. Were they not exhausted? A new guild had been established in the black market of bounty hunters, tirelessly working to expel Li Qinlin's underworld influence from the Federation. Bai Shaoling inherited Lu Tingyian's remarkable intellect, possessing an extraordinarily formidable talent for management. After establishing the guild, he adeptly organized its affairs with meticulous precision. The white little snake has inherited the ruthless and bloodthirsty combat prowess of Li Qinlin, tasked with eliminating all the detritus that dares to provoke the guild, while also recruiting exceptional bounty hunters to fortify their ranks. They seek to protect their mother, investigate the events surrounding the Bai family, and locate their long-lost brother and sister. How can they flourish without relentless effort? Yet, the life of a bounty hunter is, in essence, one that dances upon the edge of a blade. The two little ones have slain more in the bounty hunter market than Bai Su has prepared in terms of fish, shrimp, and poultry. They must conceal this brutal side from their mother, for fear that she may come to despise them. Thus, they can only sneak out under the cover of night. Once Bai Su has fallen into slumber, returning before dawn's light breaks, Bai Su unceremoniously scooped up the two little ones and carried them upstairs to the room. She gently laid them on the bed, instructing, "You two must behave and sleep soundly. You are not to wander off or engage in any more work. Do you understand?" The little ones nodded obediently, their adorableness utterly enchanting. Bai Su could not resist bestowing a gentle kiss upon the soft and fragrant cheek of Bai Shaolang, and then another upon the cool, delicate face of Bai Shaoxi. "All right, my adorable little ones, it is time for slumber. I shall summon you when it is time to dine." "All right," chimed the two little creatures in unison, nodding their heads. Bai Su gently tucked the quilt around them and affectionately rubbed their little heads. Her children were truly well-behaved and understanding. Despite the bustling activity in the shop and their own fatigue, they refrained from speaking up, stubbornly suppressing their drowsiness in an effort to assist. Bai Su could not help but shed tears of joy. Raising these two understanding and adorable little ones was indeed her blessing. She decided to prepare a sumptuous meal for them at noon as a reward. As she emerged from her room, she suddenly heard a commotion coming from the third floor. Was Li Qinlin awake? However, she was too preoccupied at the moment and could only attend to it once she had finished her tasks. Bai Su returned to the kitchen to continue her tasks as the restaurant busily served its patrons. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Bai Su furrowed her brow slightly and peered out from the kitchen. She noticed a commotion outside, where a considerable number of individuals had gathered. A group encircled a stretcher, upon which lay a person who was incessantly clutching their abdomen and groaning, clearly in excruciating pain. Chapter 76. Hiring someone to create a disturbance at the restaurant. Bai Su furrowed her brow slightly as she cast her gaze upon those individuals. Their faces bore no trace of concern for their companion. Instead, they were marked by furtive expressions and a shifty demeanor, their eyes scanning the surroundings. It appeared that they were unconcerned about their companion's distress from consuming something unsavory, and were far more eager to seek her out, the proprietor, to voice their grievances. Bai Su, feeling a sense of foreboding, stepped outside and inquired, "What is the matter?" She carried the live-streaming camera with her. The comments flooded in. Here comes another troublemaker. Running a restaurant is no easy feat for the proprietress. It seems there's an endless stream of individuals looking for trouble. Call the chief and have him dealt with. How audacious to stir up discord without cause. It must be said that our chief is indeed capable of such actions. I find myself perplexed by the audacity of these individuals. How dare they create a ruckus at a restaurant owned by the chief's wife? Leading the charge was an alligator orc, who scrutinized Bai Su from head to toe and asked, "Are you the owner?" Bai Su nodded, acknowledging the situation. The crocodile orc gestured towards the orc on the stretcher, stating, "This is my brother. He dined at your establishment today, and shortly after returning home, he was struck with excruciating abdominal pain. As you are the chief's wife, we dare not impose upon you, but we implore you to find a resolution." Bai Su gazed at them with a radiant smile. "If this is your first visit, experiencing discomfort after consuming the food from my establishment is quite normal. It may be that the cuisine is aiding in detoxifying your body. However," she cast a glance at the individual on the stretcher, "this orc appears unfamiliar. It seems he has never dined at my restaurant before, has he? Do you wish to dispute that?" The crocodile orc immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "Madam Proprietress, you cannot exploit us humble citizens merely because of your status as the chief's wife. With so many patrons in your establishment, can you truly remember every face? My brother just exited your establishment. How could there possibly be a mistake?" The man on the stretcher clutched his abdomen, wailing even louder, "Oh dear, my stomach, it hurts so much." Bai Su's lips twitched slightly. "My culinary creations possess healing properties. If you truly partook of my dishes, I would sense the restorative energy emanating from you. Yet, you exhibit none of it. Thus it is evident you have not tasted my food." The nearby crocodile orc, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of displeasure. However, due to her status as the fiancée of the leader, he refrained from expressing his frustration too vehemently. "This is your establishment, and naturally, you would deny any consumption," he retorted. "But my brother has indeed indulged in your offerings, and this is the consequence. You must provide us with an explanation. We cannot allow your establishment's reputation to overshadow my brother's well-being. We do not ask for much, merely a reimbursement for his medical expenses after dining at your costly establishment, only for him to end up in the hospital." Bai Su's expression darkened as she gazed at them. "Very well, since you claim that he dined at my establishment, where is the evidence? How am I to ascertain whether he merely suffered from a bout of food poisoning from elsewhere and is unjustly attributing it to my restaurant?" The barrage of comments read, "This crocodile orc doesn't seem particularly aggressive. He doesn't appear to be here to stir up trouble. Could it be true? Who knows? Let's observe first. It may not necessarily be a confrontation. After all, the proprietress is the fiancée of the federal leader. I suspect he may genuinely have fallen ill. I have perused ancient historical texts, and prior to the invention of canned goods, numerous gourmet establishments existed, yet they were often plagued by food safety concerns. Most orc households preferred to prepare their meals at home rather than dine out." The crocodile orc displayed a look of distress. "How are we to provide evidence? The food has already been consumed. Surely you cannot expect my brother to disembowel himself for your inspection?" "Bai Su, I apologize, but without evidence, your claims amount to slander. If I were to indulge you today, tomorrow 2 more individuals might appear, alleging they fell ill from consuming tainted food at my establishment. Would I then be obligated to compensate them? If this were the norm, would I be able to continue operating my business? If you assert that the food from my establishment caused your illness, then at the very least, you should provide some form of evidence. Where's the proof? In the absence of it, your words are mere slander. With so many patrons at my establishment, your unfounded accusations tarnish my reputation. How can I continue to conduct business in the future?" The crocodile orc, seething with indignation, retorted, "So you refuse to take responsibility? Is that it?" "Bai Su, Why should I take responsibility for a problem that did not originate from my establishment? Oh, my stomach hurts terribly. Madam Boss, you cannot disregard my plight. It was indeed within your establishment that I fell ill. How can you engage in such unscrupulous business practices? Your food clearly contained something that upset my stomach, and yet you resort to evasion. As the esteemed wife of the leader, endowed with power and status, why resort to such underhanded tactics to curry favor? Are the lives of commoners not valued? Perhaps, in an attempt to enhance the effect, you even added forbidden substances. If it weren't for my sensitive constitution detecting it, who knows how many others you would have poisoned? The crocodile orc, his eyes brimming with tears, clutched the orc rolling on the ground. Brother, do not speak further. When have our lives as commoners ever mattered to the nobles? The patrons present looked on in bewilderment. These two did not seem to be performing. They could not help but begin to believe. The comments began to express doubt. I too feel there is something amiss. The Madam Boss possesses extraordinary abilities and is the fiancée of the leader, who would be foolish enough to confront her in broad daylight. Moreover, this is the only gourmet establishment in the Federation with no real competitors, so it seems unnecessary for others to maliciously defame her. It is possible that there is indeed a problem with the ingredients. Perhaps the Madam Boss should address this matter with patience. The comments and the diners present began to lean towards believing the two orcs feigning distress on the ground. Bai Su couldn't help but chuckle softly. After all, who couldn't play a part? Back when the raucous women, led by Xiaomi, had caused a ruckus at the foot of the mountain, she had managed to resolve the situation with ease. How could she possibly be outmatched by these two clumsily acting orcs? A soldier nearby, wishing to offer assistance, was subtly deterred by a mere glance from Bai Su, with a hint of crimson in her eyes and her figure wavering. Bai Su leaned to the side and began her impassioned plea. Who are you to slander me? I do not know, but running a business is no easy feat. Do you not feel a pang of conscience earning this ill-gotten money? Every morning, I rise at the break of dawn, around 5, to prepare the ingredients. Do you think braising beef brisket is a simple task? Why is the fish devoid of bones? Why do the shrimp come shell-less? Do you believe ginger slices spring forth from the earth already cut? And must I not chop the shrimp paste into pieces beforehand? Only those who have cooked can comprehend that the actual cooking may take but a moment, while the preparation of ingredients consumes the most time. You are aware that my fiancé is Lu Tingyan. With his support, would I toil so hard to prepare dishes that might harm you? What benefit would I gain from poisoning you? In what way would that serve me? I kindly use my extraordinary abilities to assist everyone, and yet so many are well. So how is it that you are the only one to have encountered an issue? Tears streamed down her face like delicate pear blossoms. Her eyes and nose flushed with emotion, her rabbit-like ears drooping beside her cheeks in a pitiful display. The crowd found themselves irresistibly swayed to her side. Indeed, the proprietress had run her establishment for so long without incident. It is no small feat for a young woman to prepare our meals, even if mistakes arise occasionally. The spoilage of food is unavoidable. Why be so harsh? Bai Su's eyes flickered slightly. Although the guests had turned their attention towards her, she did not genuinely believe that she was without fault. She inhaled deeply, seemingly provoked, and glared angrily at the troublemakers. From the very beginning, I asked you to present evidence, yet you have been evasive. Is it so difficult to provide proof that you dined in my establishment? When one comes to eat, is there not a record of payment? Is there no queue number to be found? Surely, it cannot be so arduous to produce a consumption record that validates your presence in my restaurant. Yet, not only can you not furnish such evidence, but you also divert the conversation and even slander my establishment by claiming we use prohibited substances. It is truly said that those who spread rumors have the freedom to speak, while those who refute them must exert great effort. The last time, due to Bai Su's slander, even though Lu Tingyan clarified the matter for me, the issue still lingered. You disregard the evidence and facts, choosing instead to listen to online gossip and believe only what you wish to hear. Today, if I do not clarify this matter in front of everyone, who knows how many more troubles will arise in the future? She pressed her advantage, forcing the group of beastmen to retreat step by step. They never expected that this seemingly delicate and charming female would possess such sharp wit and eloquence. Chapter 77. Bai Su's artful resolution of the crisis upon hearing her words. The onlookers, filled with sympathy, increasingly felt that she was justified, casting glances at the disruptors. Indeed, where is your evidence? When dining at a restaurant, there must at least be a record of consumption, right? Present the consumption records for all to see, and we shall ascertain the truth. Yes, show us your evidence. Were you not here dining? The crocodile beast man, embarrassed and furious, retorted, "We paid in cash. There are no records. You simply refuse to take responsibility, boss." Bai Su let out a derisive laugh, exclaiming, "My establishment has never accepted cash transactions. Were you not aware of this? In the beginning, when only a handful of little ones assisted in serving, she, concerned that they might struggle with arithmetic, implemented an intelligent ordering system for online transactions. What era do we live in that cash transactions are still in practice?" The patrons soon grasped the underlying motive. How audacious to come here with malicious intent. They had never even dined in the establishment, and yet, in broad daylight, they began to slander it. Had it not been for the proprietor's astuteness, they might have fallen into the trap. Who could argue otherwise? Had a more timid female been in charge, she might have simply incurred a loss to appease them. Bah! With hands and feet, instead of earning an honest living, they resort to such unscrupulous means. It is truly contemptible. You bring disgrace upon us, the crocodile beastmen. Get out. Yes. Leave at once. The barrage of insults echoed in the comments. Sensing the tide turning against them, the crocodile beastmen turned to flee. The soldier attendant beside Bai Su gestured, instructing, "Detain those two." A few towering and formidable bear orcs had long been eager to engage. At Bai Su's command, they immediately leapt into action, unceremoniously apprehending the individuals. Miss Bai Su is indeed the great hero of their entire bear clan tribe. A savior and a blessing from the beast god. How dare these fools provoke them in broad daylight? Had it not been for Miss Bai Su's intervention, they would have already beaten these crocodile orcs to a pulp. Bai Su, shedding her previously meek demeanor, crossed her arms and surveyed the individuals below her with an air of superiority. "If I do not show you a glimpse of my authority today, others will perceive me." The proprietress, as a pushover to be easily manipulated. The patrons, in unison, thought, "Certainly, she is not a pushover. Should anyone dare to stir up even the slightest commotion, they would find the establishment shuttered and themselves unceremoniously ejected, no longer served." Could she truly be a pushover? Bai Su stepped forward, placing her foot upon the face of the orc feigning illness, gazing down upon him with a haughty demeanor. "Weren't you just complaining of a stomachache? Why have you ceased your charade?" The crocodile orc, pinned beneath her foot, tilted his head back to meet her gaze. In the October chill, she donned a fitted pink sweater, complemented by a suspender dress that draped elegantly over her form. The straps of her dress were artfully tied into a bow at her back. The garment cinched just below her chest, accentuating her alluring curves and the graceful lines of her waist and hips, while the hem of the skirt reached down to her ankles. Both the sweater and dress were crafted from soft autumnal yarn, the gentle pink of the sweater harmonizing exquisitely with the white of the skirt. Her long hair was intricately braided into a plait at the nape of her neck, exuding a tender beauty infused with the allure characteristic of a mature woman. Even an orc would be ensnared by her charm, particularly one who, after being subdued, caught a glimpse of her delicate, pale calves peeking from beneath the hem of her skirt. From his vantage point, the crocodile orc could only behold the mesmerizing curves of Bai Su as they rose upward, culminating in a face radiant with youthful vitality, her lush, full lips set in a disdainful expression, as if poised to deliver a sharp rebuke that would thoroughly reshape him into her desired form. Bai Su observed him in a daze and, with a playful gesture, pressed her cream-colored leather shoe against his face, demanding, "Speak." Suddenly, a sharp sound erupted as 2 streams of crimson splattered from his nostrils, staining her pristine footwear. A frown creased Bai Su's brow as she hastily withdrew her foot. Casting a disdainful glare at the beastman, she turned to the onlookers, asserting, "This is of no concern to me. You all witnessed it. I merely placed my shoe on his face without applying any real force. There isn't even a mark left." The crowd blinked in disbelief, captivated by Bai Su's enchanting yet oblivious demeanor, unable to suppress their murmurs. Indeed, this time, it was undeniably relevant. The crocodile beastman appeared to have relished the encounter. The comments began to flood in. "Damn that crocodile. Is he enjoying himself again? So, if one causes a ruckus, they get to have their face stepped on by the boss lady, huh? I'll tidy up and head out right away. Move aside, crocodile. Let me have my turn. The leader will arrive in 3 seconds. You all are audacious. This is our esteemed leader's fiancée. Do you wish for your demise? Clear the way. I yearn for death. I shall go first. Boss lady, step on me. I have a thick skin. I fear no pain." Bai Su, her face darkened, snorted coldly and kicked the intruder away. "If you cannot articulate your grievances, then I shall involve the authorities. I am eager to uncover who has employed you to create such disturbances." She turned to Pablo and instructed, "Take these individuals to the federal police station. Ensure that they are presented to the Wolf Bureau for interrogation." The director of the Beastmen Bureau is aligned with Liu Tingyin and will not show favoritism. She was not foolish. Her recent engagement to Liu Tingyin had stirred considerable commotion throughout the Federation. Bai He, the leader of the Bear Clan division, had even proclaimed her as an esteemed guest, promising to cater to her every need. It was inconceivable that mere thugs would dare confront her. Their actions clearly indicated they were being manipulated from behind the scenes. If the puppeteer remained undiscovered, even if today passed without incident, future troubles were inevitable. Pablo nodded in acknowledgement and escorted the individuals away. Bai Su cast another glance at the patrons still queuing within the establishment. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. But as you are aware, the rules of our establishment must be adhered to. Please disperse, as we shall no longer be serving meals. For those already dining, we shall not be providing additional dishes. The patrons, caught in the midst of their meals, expressed their discontent, opting not to request more. The queue, now disheartened, sighed in unison. Oh, please do not be so resolute. Kindly show us some leniency, proprietress. I have been waiting since the morning, and I was so close to being served. Bai Su paid no heed and simply turned to enter the kitchen. The rules of her establishment were well known. Should any disturbances arise, service for the day would be promptly halted. The disgruntled patrons, witnessing the crocodile orc being escorted away, seethed with indignation, itching to deliver a few more kicks. The remaining guests grew increasingly appreciative of the meals before them, grateful that they had placed their orders in a timely manner. Pablo took the troublemaker away for interrogation, which drew the attention of Liu Tingyin. It became evident that the instigator was acting on someone else's orders, with Bai Yu pulling the strings. Whether through sheer ignorance or audacity, she openly hired thugs to disrupt the establishment. Naturally, Liu Tingyin showed no leniency, revoking her military rank and sentencing her to half a month in custody for willful provocation. Bai Yu looked on in disbelief as her uniform was torn away, her complexion paling. You cannot treat me this way. I am the daughter of the Bear Clan chieftain, having served for over a decade. How dare you? I demand to see my father. The enforcer, Pablo, regarded her with a glimmer of derision. Miss Bai Yu, the branch chief has long been informed of this incident. As for why he has chosen not to intervene on your behalf, I believe you can surmise that without our assistance. Bai Yu glared at him in fury. This is impossible. I am my father's only female child. How could he possibly value that woman Bai Su over me? Yet, no matter her protests, the outcome of having her uniform stripped and facing confinement remained unchanged. Bai Su tidied up briefly and emerged from the kitchen, only to meet the gaze of Yelias on the second floor. She couldn't help but pause for a moment. The windowsill obscured half of his face, revealing only the upper portion. His eyes, strikingly prominent, conveyed a sense of depth and brilliance despite their aged appearance. The whites of his eyes were remarkably clear. Merely gazing into those eyes could easily evoke an illusion of youthfulness. Bai Su could not help but chuckle as she ascended the stairs, lifting her skirt. She pushed the door open and found Yelias seated in a rocking chair by the window of the private room. Chapter 78. A minor arena, secured. This was a space she had thoughtfully arranged for Yelias. Bai Su noticed several times that Yelias enjoyed gazing out of the window, and recently he had been visiting her side with increasing frequency. She pondered that perhaps those of advanced age tend to revel in lively atmospheres. So she decided to transform this private room into his sanctuary, allowing him to rest here regardless of whether he was dining. Yelias turned to her and inquired, "Are we closing the door?" Bai Su smiled and said, "Grandfather, let us dine together at noon. The shop closes early today, granting us ample time. Moreover, I have yet to process the ingredients you brought last time. Today would be an opportune moment to explore them." Yelias nodded slightly in agreement. As Bai Su stepped out of the private room, she noticed Li Qinlin seated at the staircase, his expression dark and foreboding, casting a murderous glare in a particular direction. He appeared to have just awakened in a foul mood, yet unable to pinpoint the source of his ire. Upon catching sight of Bai Su, his gaze gradually sharpened. Bai Su? Bai Su felt a pang of unease within, yet maintained an air of nonchalance. "I shall prepare lunch now. What would you like to eat? Would quail eggs suffice?" As soon as the words left her lips, Li Qinlin's stomach rumbled audibly. He appeared somewhat sluggish, as if still not fully alert, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. "All right." Bai Su found him somewhat endearing and, seizing the moment while he remained oblivious, boldly tousled his unruly silver hair. It felt rather stiff, lacking in pleasing texture, far inferior to that of Bai Shaoxi. With a hint of disdain, she withdrew her hand and turned to descend the stairs, completely unaware of the fact that Li Qinlin, who felt rather slighted, was slowly yawning and gradually rousing from his slumber. In the kitchen, a boiler simmered with beef destined for the disabled community, weighing perhaps several dozen pounds. Fortunately, her kitchen had been expanded, equipped with ample utensils and multiple boilers. She rolled up her sleeves and set to work. Yulia strolled leisurely into the living room. Settling on the sofa, quietly observing Bai Su's industrious figure, Li Chenlin, wrapped snugly in a blanket, joined him, stifling a yawn and squeezing him beside Yulia's. "Good morning. Old man, looks like you're still alive." Yulia's frowned in disapproval and shifted to the other side of the sofa. Li Chenlin sniffled, tightened his blanket around himself, and fixed his gaze on the bustling Bai Su. "Darling, could you elucidate why I have suddenly taken to hibernation of late?" Bai Su trembled slightly, tightening her apron. "It rains every day, my mother is to be wed, and the snakes are to hibernate. How am I to explain this? You inquire about matters of which you are wholly ignorant." At that moment, Yulia snickered derisively from the side. Li Chenlin fixed his gaze upon Bai Su's retreating figure, a hint of scrutiny flickering in his eyes. "Are you truly unaware?" "Bai Su, I have no idea. He has been in hibernation for so many days, and today he finally awakens. Any evidence would have long been obliterated by her." Li Chenlin, just roused from slumber, felt exceedingly fatigued and did not delve further into the matter. He merely slumped on the sofa, his eyes half closed, exuding a languid demeanor devoid of vitality. Yulius, seated beside him, was even less inclined to initiate a conversation. Bai Su disregarded them and rolled up her sleeves to begin preparing the ingredients. A knock echoed from outside. Pablo went to open the door and was greeted by Lu Tingyan, to whom he promptly saluted, exclaiming, "Leader." Lu Tingyan responded with a slight nod. Bai Su carefully packaged the stewed beef and handed it to Pablo, saying, "It's ready." Pablo gratefully accepted the food, exclaiming, "Thank you, Miss Bai." Lu Tingyan cast a mildly indifferent glance at him. Immediately, Pablo corrected himself. "Thank you, Lady Chief." Bai Su's face flushed crimson. "All right, hurry along." Li Chenlin was wrapped in a blanket in the living room, her eyes nearly rolling to the heavens. When Lu Tingyan entered the room and saw the two on the sofa, he said nothing. He leaned down, embracing Bai Su, and placed a gentle kiss on her full, luscious lips. "Shall I wash my hands and lend you a hand?" Bai Su promptly pushed him away and cast a discreet glare in his direction. "Go help peel the radishes." In the presence of the elder, she felt it inappropriate to engage in any intimate gestures with Lu Tingyan. Lu Tingyan merely smiled, shedding his military coat and outer garments to reveal a crisp white shirt and a tie beneath. His robust upper body stretched the fabric of the shirt taut, the contours of his muscles flowing seamlessly. He unfastened his cufflinks and rolled up his sleeves, exposing his slender arms, as he adeptly peeled the radish skins. Clearly accustomed to such tasks, his movements were both swift and efficient. Although he exerted little force, anyone could discern the pronounced muscles beneath his shirt. With each peeling motion, the veins on his forearms became prominent, exuding an impressive vitality. Merely observing such hands could easily provoke one's imagination. These powerful hands, at any moment, could provide a profound sense of security, cradling one gently and steadfastly, unwavering in the face of tempestuous storms. Bai Su merely cast a fleeting glance at him, unable to suppress the blush that crept upon her cheeks as she lowered her gaze to tend to the ingredients in her hands. On the sofa, Yulias and Li Chenlin observed the seamless collaboration between the two, feeling inexplicably irked. Yulias abruptly remarked, "One wouldn't expect that Leader Lu possesses the skill to handle delicate tasks with those hands accustomed to wielding a gun." Li Chenlin scoffed, rolling his eyes in disdain. "It's all for show." Without turning his head, Lu Tingyan smirked. "As long as Su wishes it, my hands can accomplish anything for her." His statement, intended as a declaration of affection, went unnoticed by the two eternal bachelors, Li Chenlin and Yulias, who had never tasted the complexities of romance. However, Bai Su, upon receiving Lu Tingyan's meaningful gaze, found her mind wandering back to the image of his nimble fingers effortlessly pinching the red beans, delicately manipulating them with grace and precision. His hands were not delicate. On the contrary, they bore a certain ruggedness. His fingers were long, yet his complexion was not particularly fair. The pads of his fingers were calloused from gun handling, and when he exerted himself, the veins on the back of his hands and forearms stood out prominently, hinting at a latent power. He claimed his fingers were exceptionally agile, moving with such swiftness that no one had yet surpassed his speed in disassembling firearms. Skeptical at first, she found herself overwhelmed beneath the dexterity of his rough yet nimble fingers, lasting less than a minute in their grasp. She hastily averted her gaze, forcing herself to concentrate on deveining the shrimp, striving to banish those chaotic thoughts from her mind. Lu Tingyin, a playful smirk gracing his lips, cast a significant glance at Bai Su, who remained preoccupied with her task. Unbeknownst to her, whenever she succumbed to shyness, her floppy ears would instinctively cradle her small face, burying it deeply in an attempt to conceal her embarrassment. She fancied herself adept at masking her feelings, maintaining an air of composure, believing no one had noticed. She was utterly endearing. The little rabbit beastkin was truly the greatest invention of the beast god. Lu Tingyin's thoughts danced with affection as he approached Bai Su with the sliced radishes, wielding a knife with a practiced ease that produced a rhythmic sound as he cut through the vegetables. Bai Su instinctively recoiled from his touch. Even through the fabric of his shirt, the searing and assertive heat radiating from him effortlessly reached her arm, causing her heart to flutter. Lu Tingyin leaned in closer, his voice low and resonant. Su, do you think my rhythm for slicing the radishes is satisfactory? With a swift yet deliberate cadence, the radish slices emerged perfectly proportioned, both thin and succulent. As they stood in proximity, the motion of his arm while slicing would inevitably brush against her own. Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Su shot him an indignant glare and raised her hand, ready to pinch him. You better cut it properly. Lu Tingyin altered his rhythm. How about this? Bai Su was once again attempting to pinch him. His taut muscles offered no sensation whatsoever. She could only endure her embarrassment and glare at him. Lu Tingyin, noticing her lingering dissatisfaction, let out a soft chuckle, then altered his approach, lowering his voice. How about this? Bai Su felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. Who on earth claimed that the male lead had no finesse and relied solely on brute force? She gritted her teeth and glared at him. You are not permitted to speak. Those infernal rhythms made it nearly impossible for her not to recall certain indescribable moments. Li Chenlin and Yilius found their behavior peculiar, yet could not articulate what was odd. They could only cast disdainful glances at Lu Tingyin's back, disapproving of how he insisted on standing so close while chopping vegetables. Unable to endure the sight any longer, Li Chenlin squeezed between the two, declaring, I too am quite curious about how Su cooks. May I observe up close? Lu Tingyin darkened his expression and pushed him away. Absolutely not. Li Chenlin, feeling disgruntled, shoved his way back. I am inquiring about Su. What concern is it of yours? The two men resembled roosters in a fierce contest, refusing to yield at the stove. A hint of derision flickered in Yilius's eyes. Truly, they were two fools, squabbling over Bai Su's attention in a display of jealousy. Humph. He coughed heavily twice. Bai Su hurriedly turned around with concern. Grandfather, are you all right? Why are you suddenly coughing so violently? Did something go down the wrong way? Meanwhile, the neglected Lu Tingyin and Li Chenlin exchanged glances, while a glimmer of insight flickered in Yilius's eyes. With Bai Su's careful assistance, he leaned back and settled himself. I am fine. Perhaps I am merely hungry. Bai Su felt a twinge of guilt. I will prepare the meal immediately, Grandpa. Please wait a moment. She turned around, her expression darkening as she shooed Lu Tingyin and Li Chenlin out of the kitchen. You two go outside and play. Don't hinder my cooking. The two, inexplicably intimidated, complied. Meanwhile, Yilius wore a satisfied smile, easily capturing Bai Su's attention. Chapter 79, The Slide Awaits. Bai Su swiftly prepared the meal, assisting Yilius to the dining table before calling the little ones from upstairs to join for dinner. Today, the household was bustling with activity. Filled with carnivorous appetites, Bai Su prepared an abundance of meat dishes. At the dining table, Lu Tingyin and Li Chenlin remained at odds, insisting on sitting opposite each other, flanking Bai Su on either side. Bai Su, the little white snake, and the little white wolf observed the two adults behaving in a rather ridiculous manner, a trace of disdain crossing their faces. Such petty tactics for seeking attention were beneath even them. Yilius cleared his throat and said, My dear, come sit beside me. I wish to have a word with you. Bai Su carried the bowl over and said, All right, grandfather. Lu Tingyin, Li Chenlin. Bai Su approached Yilius, holding a bowl, and offered him a piece of fried insect eggs. Grandfather, you should try this. It's rich in protein. Yilius nodded slightly, gazing at her with warmth, and replied, I have heard tales of a delicacy from the southern lands, renowned for its exquisite flavor and juiciness, with a hint of sweetness when consumed raw, and abundant in nutrients. Next time, I shall have someone bring some for you to explore. Bai Su's eyes sparkled with delight. She genuinely relished the interactions with this venerable gentleman, who always presented her with an array of fresh, unfamiliar ingredients. each resulting in delectable dishes. No chef could resist the allure of innovative ingredients. The last time Elias brought her fish, she had already devised 3 distinct culinary methods, each yielding exquisite flavors. Exploring new ingredients and crafting novel recipes was, for her, both a passion and a source of joy. Bai Su affectionately served him food, exclaiming, "Grandpa, you are truly wonderful. Once you deliver the ingredients, I shall devise a dish and invite you to taste it." She discerned that the old gentleman possessed an extraordinarily keen palate. Even the slightest alteration in the seasoning did not escape his discerning taste. Each time he sampled the dishes, his meticulous demeanor resembled that of a scientist conducting a medical experiment. Lu Tingyin and Li Chenlin finished their meal with a hint of sourness, only to be left behind to wash the dishes and tidy the kitchen. Lu Tingyin, accustomed to such chores, managed quite well. In contrast, Li Chenlin tossed the items aside in exasperation, declaring, "You dare to ask the esteemed president of the Li Corporation to wash your dishes?" Bai Su gazed at him in silence, declaring, "If you refuse to wash, do not expect to dine at my home." Li Chenlin's eyes were filled with gloom as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Bai Su, what are you doing?" Unfazed, Bai Su stood her ground. After all, Lu Tingyin was right beside her, so what was there to fear? Li Chenlin fixed his gaze upon her, questioning, "Why is it that you treat that decrepit old man and that foul wolf with such kindness, yet your demeanor towards me is so harsh? Do you dare to target me?" Bai Su's lips quirked slightly in disdain. "We are hardly acquainted. Is it not natural to be wary of you? Do you truly believe yourself to be so delightful that everyone must adore you?" This serpent, unaware of her identity as Bai Su, spoke with frivolous and provocative words, clearly lacking any decorum. He disregarded her wishes, invading her personal space and audaciously altering her room's decor, replacing her petite bed with an expansive one. Upon discovering her true identity as Bai Su, his admiration plummeted. In the hospital, upon learning the truth and the possibility of her becoming a 9th-level female, his demeanor shifted dramatically, adopting an overly eager attitude. What, pray tell, warranted her kindness towards him? The only reason she refrained from expelling him was out of respect for his connection as the father of the little white snake. Hoping he might impart some knowledge befitting a proper serpent beastman, Li Chenlin, infuriated, snapped a fork in half. "Very well," with a flick of his tail. He turned and swiftly departed, vanishing in no time. Bai Su paid him no heed, focusing instead on tidying up the kitchen alongside Lu Tingyin. Elias, too, had no desire to linger. With Lu Tingyin present, it was rather inconvenient for him to probe for information. Bai Su bid farewell to Elias and, noticing that the 2 little ones had eaten their fill and were now drowsy, carried them upstairs, leaving Lu Tingyin downstairs to tidy up. Curiously, while she could comprehend the sleepiness of the little white snake, given that the Federation is situated in the north and October brings a chill to the air, causing most snake beastmen to feel languid, she found it perplexing that the little white wolf, a snow wolf beastman from the north, should also succumb to such lethargy despite the climate's influence not being applicable to him. Bai Su gently placed the 2 little ones onto the bed, tucking them in snugly before planting a tender kiss upon their foreheads. After a moment, she inquired about Lu Tingyin's well-being. Bai Su, in her habitual manner, would retreat to her room for a bath after meals. Although her body was already immaculate, devoid of any impurities, she still relished the ritual of bathing post-lunch, a perfect way to cleanse herself after a busy morning in the kitchen. She thoroughly scrubbed her body and indulged in a luxurious milk bath, soaking in the tub and gradually succumbing to a delightful drowsiness. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the bathroom door, and Lu Tingyin's voice called from outside, "Su Su, may I come in?" Bai Su awakened slightly, rubbing his eyes and speaking in a hoarse voice. "I was taking a bath." Lu Tingyin replied, "I am aware. I have dropped something in there." Before Bai Su could react, the door lock was abruptly turned with a click, and Lu Tingyin entered with an air of undeniable authority. Bai Su immediately regained her senses, submerging her body in the water. "What are you doing here?" she inquired. Lu Tingyin curled his lips in a smirk, leaning beside the bathtub. "Why do you think I came in?" Bai Su's eyes were filled with a flustered expression, her gaze shimmering with moisture, evoking a deep sense of tenderness. Lu Tingyin's gaze darkened immediately as he inquired, "Miss Su Su, may I request a shared bath?" Bai Su blushed and exclaimed, "That's not acceptable." A shadow of darkness flickered in Lu Tingyin's eyes as he replied, "What a pity indeed. I had thought you would wish to indulge in the experience of a massaging bathtub." Bai Su, taken aback, asked, "My bathtub can perform massages?" Lu Tingyin smirked slightly, replying, What I mean is an ergonomically designed bathtub that allows you to adjust the intensity, vibration amplitude, patterns, and rhythms through voice commands, giving you complete control over your massage experience. Bai Su quickly grasped his meaning. At that moment, not only her face, but her entire alabaster skin began to flush with a rosy hue. She felt a wave of warmth envelop her, her mind struggling for oxygen. Attempting to divert the conversation, she said, "You shouldn't always behave this way. Just downstairs, Grandpa was still present, and you were so restless in his company." Lu Tingyan leaned in slightly, deliberately interrupting her words. One could even slide down on the abdominal muscles. Would this esteemed guest care to give it a try? In Bai Su's mind, the fleeting desire to divert her attention was instantly shattered, showing no signs of reconstruction. Who could withstand such a tempest? The little rabbit suddenly twisted, pulling the massive snow wolf into the milky bath. Yet, the expression on her face was one of haughty pride, as she raised her delicate head high. However, the tremor in her voice betrayed her bravado. "What do you want, Lu Tingyan?" Bai Su's voice trembled with increasing intensity. "I want to go down the slide." Lu Tingyan smiled, effortlessly straightening his back and shifting his weight, his voice gravelly, "Hold on tight. Don't cry if you fall." Chapter 80. Li Qinlin's fury outside the door of the bathroom was shrouded in a thick veil of steam. 2 hours later, the door finally swung open. The half-beast Lu Tingyan emerged, clutching a small rabbit. The air was infused with the intoxicating and potent scent of tequila, intertwined with the soft, sweet aroma of ripe peaches. The little rabbit, utterly exhausted, was gently set down. The fluffy creature nestled into his small shadow at the center of the bed, radiating an irresistible charm. The imposing wolf beast approached, its nose brushing against the rabbit's. Such a touch is reserved for those most dear. "Baby, transform back. It's not over yet." The little rabbit, drowsily opening its eyes, caught sight of the wolf beast and instantly widened its eyes in alarm. "No, bad guy." The transformed rabbit appeared particularly delicate, its hoarse voice now significantly softer. Lu Tingyan's beastly form encompassed a third of his stature. His head had morphed into the majestic visage of a snow wolf, while his bushy wolf tail grew increasingly robust. His physique seemed to tower over his human form, approaching nearly 2 meters in height. A magnificent sight akin to a towering mountain standing beside the bed. Bai Su lacked even the energy to utter a curse. "You promised not to transform. You deceived me. I shall no longer place my trust in you." The little rabbit lamented, recalling the moment when she felt as though her stomach would burst. Unable to contain herself, she cradled her face with her ears and began to weep softly. The formidable wolf had leaned closer to the little rabbit, its nose playfully nudging her fluffy tail. "My dear," it murmured. The little rabbit kicked her legs in protest. "Get away." Lu Tingyan struggled to suppress his delight as he reverted to human form. Stifling laughter while half coaxing, half pleasing, he licked the base of the little rabbit's tail. "I have transformed back. Is that satisfactory?" One of the little rabbit's drooping ears cautiously lifted, and through her gaze, she discerned the glimmer of mischief in his elongated eyes. She huffed in response and turned her head away. "I am still upset." Lu Tingyan cradled the little rabbit in his arms and planted a gentle kiss on her fuzzy head. "All right, do not be angry anymore. Transform back. I shall be gentler this time. You wouldn't want me to remain uncomfortable, would you?" After much coaxing and persuasion, the little rabbit finally returned to her human form. The great snow wolf's eyes sparkled with intensity as he effortlessly lifted the little rabbit, resuming their previous activities in a manner reminiscent of her earlier discomfort. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from outside. Li Qinlin's ominous voice called out, "Open the door." "Bai Su, what are you doing in there? How dare you lock the door?" "This room was arranged by me. What gives you the right to deny me entry?" "Bai Su." The knocking reverberated relentlessly. Bai Su was entirely supported, with only one hand grasping his strong arm while the other hand awkwardly covered his mouth, suppressing any sound. Li Qinlin suddenly caught a whiff of the faint aroma of tequila seeping through the crack of the door, and his expression darkened immediately. "Lu Tingyan, you are in there, aren't you?" Bai Su harbored a desire to deliver a sound thrashing to him. Damn that Li Qinlin. Must he make their affair public knowledge? The little ones were all napping in their rooms. Should they be awakened, she would be at a loss as to how to face them. Lu Tingyan smirked, intensifying his efforts. "Su, we are indeed engaged. Would it not be better for him to retreat in the face of difficulty? What is he, that he dares to persistently cling to you?" Bai Su feels utterly overwhelmed. She senses that her life has never been as chaotic as it is at this moment. The root of all this turmoil is the diligent person laboring tirelessly behind her. Bai Su turned her head, casting a fierce glare at him, oblivious to the fact that her spring-like demeanor only heightened her allure. She could only incessantly pat his arm, signaling him to devise a solution. Upon hearing her, Lu Tingyan glanced at the stone-carved serpent, acquired by Li Chenlin from some unknown source, and raised an eyebrow. He clamped her knees tightly with one hand, lifting her effortlessly with just one hand while swiftly seizing the stone sculpture to hurl it towards the doorway, exclaiming, "Busy here, scram." The shouts from outside abruptly ceased. Bai Su never anticipated that he would resort to such a brutal method to quell the uproar outside. Overwhelmed by the violent impact, his toes curled in a spasm, and he fainted. Li Chenlin paced back and forth at the door, seething with anger. In the beast world, it is customary for females to have multiple beast husbands. However, what troubled him the most was that he failed to become Bai Su's first beast husband. Bai Su had unexpectedly reached such a stage with Lu Tingyan. If he were to force Bai Su into submission, would he not be relegated beneath Lu Tingyan? Such a prospect would be more unbearable than death itself. No, this cannot stand. Never has a female dared to treat me in such a manner. I shall return to the southern kingdom and let her not regret this. After shouting this declaration, Li Chenlin turned and departed from the mountaintop. Concealing his presence, he ominously retrieved his smart bracelet to send a message to his subordinates. 2 hours later, Lu Tingyan emerged from his room, feeling refreshed. Had it not been for urgent matters concerning the military, he would not have left so easily. He longed to hold his little rabbit close for a night, to watch her awaken, and to offer heartfelt apologies before departing. The messages on his bracelet continued to urge him with increasing urgency. Lu Tingyan activated the security system of his room to ensure Bai Su was safe before he turned to leave. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease lingered within him, as though something foreboding were about to transpire. He cast a glance toward the mountaintop, where only Bai Su's room glimmered faintly with light. At times, his little rabbit would awaken during the night and, disinclined to turn on the lights, would clumsily rise in the darkness, prone to bumps and bruises. Thus, he had installed a night vision light in her room, mimicking the soft glow of moonlight, neither too bright nor too dim, just sufficient to illuminate any obstacles within. As Lu Tingyan's vehicle descended from the mountaintop, Li Chenlin emerged from the depths of the forest, breaching the security system with ease to infiltrate Bai Su's room. The air was thick with the remnants of chaos, and there lay the little rabbit, curled up snugly, her fur washed and dried, nestled in her cozy burrow. Her floppy ears adorably framed her face, shielding her eyes from the world. The soft rise and fall of her belly indicated she was in a deep slumber, precisely as he desired. Li Chenlin produced a vial of sedative, spraying it gently onto the tip of the little rabbit's nose. Confirming the drug's efficacy, he extracted her from her warm, soft nest, tucked her into his pocket, and swiftly exited through the window, disappearing into the night. Bai Su felt as though she had drifted into a deep slumber, occasionally catching faint and peculiar sounds of water. Upon awakening once more, she sensed that she was enveloped in a warm embrace, the air tinged with a subtle briny aroma, accompanied by the distant whispers of crashing waves. The room around her was not the familiar sanctuary she had known, but rather a space adorned in the charming blue and white hues reminiscent of the Mediterranean. This pristine, luminous, and cozy chamber offered her little comfort, leaving her with a sense of disquiet. Bai Su, in a state of bewilderment, grasped the soft and silky water satin quilt beneath her, tentatively calling out, "Lu Tingyan?" The door to the room swung open, revealing Li Chenlin. Chapter 81. Trapped on the ship. He had changed into a thin shirt, while the serpent-like tail at his lower half appeared particularly relaxed. Bai Su warily sensed the abnormality. "What are you doing here? Where is this place? Where is Lu Tingyan?" Li Chenlin let out a derisive laugh. "Looking for him the moment you wake up? How utterly displeasing." He swiftly leaned in, gripping Bai Su's chin. "I will take you back to the south. Forget about Lu Tingyan. From now on, I shall be your foremost beast husband." Bai Su delivered a resounding slap to his face, exclaiming, "Get away. I detest you." The serpent beast women maids, streaming in, were startled by the commotion, nearly dropping the trays they held. Could they have misheard? The esteemed directorly had just been slapped by a female. A jubilant voice resonated in her mind, exclaiming, "Points are rising, rising once more. So many affection points. The deity of points is truly benevolent." Bai Su, the system promptly tightened its expression, revealing a semblance of anger. Humans can be so wicked, resorting to such abduction tactics. Li Chenlin's demeanor was somber as he touched the sting of the recent blows, a hint of determination gleaming in his eyes. "I shall ensure that you willingly become my bride, my little rabbit." Bai Su spat at him disdainfully, exclaiming that only a fool would fall for the charms of the very criminal who had kidnapped them, for she was certainly no masochist. Li Chunlin adored her defiant demeanor. Her cold gaze directed at him ignited a fervor within him. The thought of this spirited little rabbit, once so fierce, now wholly at his mercy aboard this vessel, inexplicably brightened his mood. He gently tousled her rabbit ears and said, "Su, rise and partake in some nourishment. In just a few days, we shall arrive in the southern lands." Bai Su gazed at him in astonishment. "You intend to take me to the southern kingdom?" Li Chunlin's face flickered with pride. "Naturally. The southern kingdom is my territory. As long as I refuse to release you, even Lu Tingyin would be unable to take you away." A few years ago, their incompetent leader had brought the entire federation to its knees. In its current state of disarray, they are utterly incapable of competing against the southern kingdom. Bai Su glared at him with indignation. "Even if you were to take me to the southern lands, I shall never allow you to be my foremost consort. I shall not wed you at all, you repugnant, foul serpent." Bai Su possessed a temperament that favored gentleness over force, and Li Chunlin had unwittingly trespassed upon her sensitive boundaries. She found herself consumed by an intense loathing for the sensation of being coerced. Li Chunlin's gaze darkened, revealing a flicker of ire within his depths. "Is that so? We shall see. I am most curious about how long you can maintain your defiance." That very day, Bai Su discarded all the nutritional supplements that had been brought to her. Her room was securely locked, both the windows and the door barred against her escape. Outside, patrols of serpent humanoids and maids roamed, rendering any attempt to flee utterly futile. Moreover, situated in the abyssal depths of the ocean, she, an unskilled rabbit, was woefully incapable of swimming. "Curse be Li Chunlin. System, do not fret, host, he will not truly harm you. We can take this opportunity to enhance our rapport." Bai Su felt a twinge of irritation. She had no interest in this male lead. She despised individuals with such an overwhelming desire for control. Moreover, serpents were the very creatures she loathed the most. From the very beginning, she harbored nothing but fear towards him, devoid of any other sentiments. The system dared not utter another word, sensing that Bai Su was genuinely upset. As night fell, Li Chunlin finally came to see her, bringing with him an assortment of fresh provisions. He placed the milk and bread upon the bedside table, casually stroking the head of the little rabbit on the bed. "Why aren't you eating? Is the nutrient solution not to your liking?" Bai Su did not even glance at him, turning her face aside with an impassive expression. Her heart locked away. Li Chunlin furrowed his brow slightly, and with a domineering gesture, he turned her face back towards him. Su, do not sulk with me. My patience is not boundless." Bai Su let out a scornful laugh. "So what if I lack patience? Are you going to kill me?" Li Chunlin pressed her lips shut. "I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Bai Su appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke. To disregard the wishes of others and forcibly take someone to an unfamiliar place, was that devoid of malice? Li Chunlin's brow furrowed so deeply it seemed capable of crushing a fly. "Have I inflicted any tangible harm upon you? Do you bear even the slightest wound? Have I subjected you to abuse? I have brought you out, providing you with a lavish environment and ample conditions, surrounded by so many eager to attend to your needs. Cannot you speak to me with a calm demeanor?" Bai Su appeared to have heard an utterly preposterous joke. "So what? Am I supposed to express my gratitude by kneeling and bowing my head to you? Thank you for abducting me yet sparing my life?" Li Chunlin was perplexed by her confrontational demeanor and wondered what was truly behind her words. "Do you realize," he remarked, "that the last person who spoke to me in such a manner has already become my meal?" The mockery on Bai Su's face deepened. "Should I express my gratitude once more for your refusal to indulge in my hospitality?" Li Chunlin felt that she had completely misconstrued his good intentions. He had never displayed such patience towards anyone. Had it been another person exhibiting such petty behavior in his presence, they would have perished 100 times over. Taking a deep breath, he patiently placed the bread and milk before her. "These are the provisions I have specially prepared for you. You must be quite hungry, I presume?" Bai Su turned her head to look at him. Li Chunlin subdued some of his anger, striving to appear more gentle and not to frighten her. "Please eat a little. Don't you enjoy fresh delicacies? This is a special selection I had arranged to be flown in from my homeland." Bai Su lifted the glass of milk, and Li Chunlin's complexion appeared somewhat improved. Bai Su, with a stoic expression, poured the milk from the cup, gradually spilling it onto the floor before him. The smile that had graced Li Chunlin's face vanished in an instant. He glared at Bai Su with a brooding intensity, his anger surging within him. "I am doing this for your own good, yet you choose to disregard my intentions? Very well." Upon hearing the phrase "for your own good," Bai Su's fury escalated to new heights. With a cold sneer, she shattered the glass cup into countless fragments before Li Chunlin's very eyes. The resounding crash startled all the maids present, who instinctively knelt down in fear. Li Chenlin fixed her with a dark glare, his grip tightening around her wrist. Bai Su, are you courting death? Bai Su exhibited no hint of trepidation as she stared directly at Li Chenlin, her expression replete with provocation. Li Chenlin remained an enigma to her. Much like the system itself, throughout her life, the utmost disdain she harbored was for others making decisions on her behalf. In her previous existence, she was perpetually subjected to her parents' choices. Under the guise of benevolence, they made countless decisions without consulting her, imposing their will upon her life. For her own good, they orchestrated a transfer to a different school, citing concerns over the detrimental influence of her peers on her academic pursuits. Yet, the truth lay far from their claims. It was merely because her sister's reclusive nature had alienated the affluent children at her school, necessitating a transfer that she was unwittingly swept into. In the name of her well-being, they arranged for her to board, yet the reality was that it was merely a means to facilitate her care for her younger sister, who wept and clamored for such arrangements, ensuring her protection from bullying at school. For her own good, they felt entitled to alter her high school entrance exam preferences without her consent, though she had originally secured admission to the finest school in the county. Her sister's poor academic performance risked relegating her to a lesser institution. Thus, they clandestinely changed her preferences, allowing her to attend the inferior school ahead of time, ostensibly to pave the way for her sister, just in case she needed support at the lesser school. Chapter 82. The ruthless Li Chenlin. Because her sister adored the piano and pleaded to learn it, their parents dismissed the school-recommended mathematics class, reallocating those funds to pay for her sister's piano lessons. Even when her homeroom teacher visited to advocate for her, explaining that her talent and grades warranted participation in the mathematics class, which could potentially lead to direct admission to the provincial high school, her autonomy remained an illusion. She often lacked even the right to be informed. When she declined all invitations from her classmates and dutifully arrived at the mathematics class with her backpack, she was barred from entering the classroom. The teacher informed her that her name was not on the roster of students. Under the mocking gazes of her peers, she fled home to confront her mother. At that moment, her mother was preoccupied with cooking, casually slicing vegetables as she replied, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I withdrew you from that mathematics class. Your grades are already satisfactory. There's no need for you to attend so many classes. This is for your own good. You are still young and should be enjoying life rather than exhausting yourself with studies." It was always for her benefit. To the extent that she lacked even the right to be informed, it was only after she embarrassed herself at school and returned home, questioning her mother, that she learned of the sacrifice made regarding her mathematics class. Despite the lip service of concern for her, she understood that it was merely a matter of saving funds for her sister's recent piano classes. Bai Su regained her composure, staring at Li Chenlin with an expressionless face. "You truly repulse me. What do you know about what is good for me? Who are you to determine what is beneficial or detrimental for my life? Have you ever considered my wishes? Am I merely a stray cat or dog? When people take in stray cats, they at least ask the little creatures if they wish to come home with them. But you, without my consent, you brought me to this unfamiliar place. You delude yourself into thinking you are acting in my best interest, believing you are deeply compassionate. Do you think I will awaken and feel gratitude towards you for rescuing me from suffering and providing me with a comfortable life? Dream on. You are a cold-blooded, unfeeling serpent devoid of empathy, and we will never communicate." Li Chenlin suddenly tightened his grip around her neck. "Bai Su, do not test my patience. In that kind of restaurant, you could only rely on your meager physical labor to obtain sustenance. Is it wrong for me to offer you a better life? Lu Tingyan is your fiancé, yet the esteemed leader of the snow country cannot even provide you with a decent life. You are left to fend for yourself, selling food on the mountaintop while raising a child alone. Each day, you expose yourself to those who lust after your body. Do you enjoy that existence? Bai Su, are you willingly degrading yourself, or are you simply foolish? What is there to gain from living a life beneath even the most ordinary females alongside Lu Tingyan? I want to take you back to the Southern Kingdom, to provide you with a life of luxury, to elevate you to the most esteemed female in the Southern Kingdom, to help you reclaim your womb, and to assist you in becoming a level 9 female. What fault do I have? Am I truly disgusting?" Bai Su's neck was ensnared by his icy grip, as if an invisible serpent coiled around her throat, instilling a chilling sense of dread and nausea within her. She struggled violently, exclaiming, "Release me. I cannot communicate with you." Li Chenlin regarded her with an expression of disdain, as if she were a fool. "Since you lack clarity of thought, it seems there is no need for me to be courteous any longer. Yes, I admit that bringing you back was motivated by your reproductive capabilities, You are capable of bearing children, are you not? Then grant me another heir. He turned abruptly, tearing apart the two maids stationed at the door and devouring them whole before slamming the door shut with a resounding crash. Before Bai Su could fully grasp the shock of the situation, Li Qinlin forcefully pinned her down onto the soft, plush bed. She struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! What are you doing?" The disparity in physical strength between the rabbit beast man and the serpent beast man was already immense. Bai Su was intensely resistant, continually struggling in an attempt to kick him away. Due to the vigorous movement, a flush blossomed on her cheeks, and her eyes shimmered with a glistening light, rendering her akin to a ripe, succulent peach. Li Qinlin could not deny his fascination with her. Having been emotionally aloof and unfulfilled since childhood, he only experienced such palpable sensations when in contact with her form. He firmly grasped Bai Su's hands, knowing that her struggles were ultimately futile. It was time to surrender. He unleashed a potent wave of spiritual energy, and the warm, dry scent of wood instantly filled the entire room. Bai Su had previously been deceived by the scent that enveloped him, believing him to be merely fierce on the surface while, in truth, a gentle and kind-hearted soul. After all, he was the male protagonist, inherently not capable of profound malevolence. Now, however, she could only conclude that she had gravely misjudged him. Bai Su struggled violently, believing her anger to be justified, her eyes brimming with tears, as large droplets cascaded down her cheeks like they were free of cost. "Li Qinlin, you scoundrel! Let me go? If you dare to touch me today, I shall never forgive you. I swear I will kill you." She was indeed resolute in her readiness to take his life. Bai Su has never been the epitome of a fragile female, nor a woman incapable of defending herself. She exchanged points for a lethal weapon in the system's marketplace. If he did not relent, she would ensure his demise within this chamber. Her resolute gaze incited Li Qinlin, awakening the ferocity within him. Due to his infertility, he had always kept his distance from females. This was his first encounter so intimately close to a woman, and also the first time he faced such fierce resistance from one. For him, it was an entirely novel experience. Bai Su's face flushed with indignation, her rosy lower eyelids exuding a natural fragility that effortlessly incited the predatory desires of the masculine. The more her eyes reflected a steely defiance, the more they showcased a breathtaking beauty. Her piercing gaze starkly contrasted with her voluptuous and stunning form, embodying the most clandestine and idealized vision of femininity in the hearts of countless males. Such a dual temptation, both sensory and psychological, was impossible to resist, particularly for those who, perched atop their lofty thrones, had long been satiated by all that life had to offer. For them, rediscovering new challenges and passions was no trivial endeavor. Bai Su's fierce resistance, along with the intense repulsion and disdain emanating from her eyes, came as an unexpected delight and gift to Li Qinlin. It filled him with an exhilarating thrill, driving him to the brink of madness. Her loose nightgown, torn in the struggle, revealed a form as enchanting as a siren, radiating an overwhelming aura of desire. The nearly perfect visual impact of her beauty caused Li Qinlin's already crimson eyes to become even more bloodshot, plunging him into a state of extreme exhilaration. As he locked eyes with her tear-filled gaze, his reason crumbled abruptly, like a dam breached by a flood. In an instant, his body lost all control, and the beast within him was unleashed, consumed by a singular, primal thought. He wanted to shatter her. However, in the next moment, Bai Su's dagger was aimed directly at his abdomen. With a swift thrust, the long dagger plunged deeply into him. Li Qinlin felt a sharp, twisting pain in his belly, incredulously meeting Bai Su's eyes, which glinted with murderous intent. Her gaze, icy and penetrating, bore a chilling resolve and cruelty as she twisted the knife in her hand. Intent on inflicting pain, and yet more pain. Bai Su stood high above, gazing down at him as if he were but an insignificant ant. "This is the consequence of underestimating me." She abruptly drew her knife, and blood splattered across her face with a sharp spray. Disgusted, she wrinkled her brow and gently shook her rabbit ears, flinging off the crimson droplets. The host is truly remarkable. The affinity is skyrocketing. It has already surpassed Lu Tingyan. Surpassed it. Oh my goodness, it continues to rise. It has even exceeded Lu Tingyan's by twofold. The invincible, guaranteed hit item I just purchased with my hard-earned points was indeed worth it. I have doubled my returns. I knew it. This is the benevolence of the points. Upon hearing his words, Bai Su disdainfully kicked Li Qinlin away. She had no interest in this male who attempted to manipulate and coerce her. The dagger she had just redeemed from the marketplace proved to be quite effective. It sliced through serpents as effortlessly as it did through tofu. The dagger was equipped with a setting that ensured a strike would always find its mark, guaranteeing perfect accuracy. It was indeed a fine weapon. Bai Su returned the knife to the system warehouse. Li Qinlin pressed his hand against the wound, breathing heavily as he gazed at Bai Su. "Very well, you are quite formidable," he uttered. With that, he staggered and turned to leave, instructing those outside to keep a close watch on Bai Su, forbidding her from taking even a single step away. Bai Su pressed her lips together and inquired of the system, "Did you not proclaim that this dagger would deliver a fatal blow?" The system, meekly retracting its neck, replied, "The level of this dagger is indeed considerable. It appears that Li Qinlin's prowess exceeds my initial estimations. I must apologize, as I misjudged the situation. It dared not reveal its ulterior motives, for it would be a lamentable loss if such a bounteous source of points as Li Qinlin were to perish." Bai Su fell silent for a moment, saying nothing. She stood up, intending to go to the restroom to wash her hands, but her body suddenly weakened, and she collapsed onto the soft carpet. Su, are you all right?" "Bai Su, it is nothing. I was merely 2 tense moments ago. And now that I have suddenly relaxed, I feel completely drained of energy. The desperate struggle and the act of stabbing someone have exhausted all my courage and strength. After all, she is not a trained assassin. How could she remain unperturbed after committing such an act?" Bai Su propped herself up with trembling arms, her body shaking uncontrollably. She couldn't help but wonder how the little ones were faring. Li Qinlin had confiscated her intelligent wristband, leaving her unable to communicate with the outside world. The little ones at Lu Tingyin must be anxious upon discovering her absence. However, Lu Tingyin was not foolish upon noticing her simultaneous disappearance with Li Qinlin. He would likely deduce part of the situation. For now, her priority was to preserve herself and await rescue. After the intense argument, she had managed to regain some composure. She reminded herself not to provoke Li Qinlin as she had earlier. What she had not anticipated was that Li Qinlin would disregard the little white snake entirely and abduct her without hesitation. What a lunatic! Bai Su lay on the ground, regaining her strength for over 10 minutes before rising to cleanse the bloodstains from her body in the bathroom. Indeed, she felt a genuine hunger. After the prolonged altercation with Lu Tingyin yesterday, her physical energy had been significantly depleted. And having slept for more than a day without consuming anything only exacerbated her need for sustenance. Bai Su exchanged some edible items from the system's marketplace, managing to satisfy her hunger, albeit barely. As she lay back on her bed, she couldn't help but take a deep breath, yearning for Lu Tingyin to find her soon. A few hours later, Li Qinlin entered once more, bearing food. Bai Su cast not a glance in his direction, turning over to continue her reading. Li Qinlin, with a somber expression, sat beside her in silence. An unending stream of items was being brought in. The assistant stood respectfully beside Li Qinlin, announcing, "President, everything has been delivered." Li Qinlin nodded coldly, replying, "You may leave." The assistant acknowledged and withdrew with due respect, yet the door remained ajar. He lingered at the threshold. While not far off, maids moved about busily with their tasks. Bai Su's countenance was as dark as night, inwardly cursing Li Qinlin for his madness. With so many eyes upon her, even the desire to sleep eluded her. Throughout the entire afternoon, Li Qinlin remained engrossed in his work, paying no heed to Bai Su. Bai Su had gleaned from his work a general understanding of the nefarious activities of this gang leader. He was involved in arms trafficking, illicit dealings in human trafficking, and a plethora of other illegal enterprises. Bai Su was lost in thought when her assistant entered and whispered a few words into Li Qinlin's ear. While leisurely handling work on his computer, Li Qinlin lazily lifted the corner of his lips and said, "Bring them in." Shortly after, 2 blood-soaked and disheveled orcs were dragged in, their faces etched with terror and confusion. "Mr. Li, we realize our mistakes. Please spare us. We will never dare again." Li Qinlin scoffed. "Do you think this is a charitable institution?" He transformed into his beastly state, opening his gaping maw and viciously tearing off one man's head. The victim did not even have time to scream before his head was violently wrenched away. Blood splattered across the floor. The other individual nearby screamed in fright, collapsing to the ground, eyes wide open, unable to utter a single word. Bai Su was equally taken aback, her delicate visage paling considerably. Li Qinlin caught a glimpse of her reaction from the corner of his eye, a malicious smirk crossing his features as he consumed the remainder of his meal. This was precisely the effect he desired. No female could remain indifferent to a male of formidable strength. Her apparent disinterest in him stemmed solely from her ignorance of his capabilities. By unveiling his prowess before her, how could she possibly remain unmoved? In the underworld, his enterprises spanned the globe, Although he did not hold the title of a leader, his financial resources rivaled those of a nation's ruler. Moreover, as a dignified ninth-level male, his strength was undeniably formidable. Li Chenlin was reluctant to admit that his earlier defeat at the hands of this seemingly fragile female had instilled in him a fear of being looked down upon, prompting him to deliberately showcase his abilities in her presence. Bai Su observed Li Chenlin devouring his prey, his gaze flickering with uncertainty, lost in contemplation. A subtle smirk graced Li Chenlin's lips as he shattered the remnants of dignity scattered across the ground, piecing it back together once more. Still unsatisfied with his display of dominance, he further consumed the bewildered fool beside him. The formidable and majestic white serpent, with its colossal form, nearly occupied the entirety of the room. Its overwhelming presence and potent mental force exuded an intimidating aura that rendered onlookers unable to meet its gaze. The other servants present appeared unfazed by this spectacle, their expressions betraying little astonishment. Bai Su stared at him, suddenly reacting with intensity as she sprang to her feet and dashed into the restroom. Ugh. Li Chenlin, Chapter 84. The maid's ethical coercion of Bai Su. Bai Su, nearly retching her bile, weakly rushed to the toilet. Upon emerging, she leaned feebly against the doorframe. Li Chenlin met her gaze, his initially worried expression swiftly transforming into one of cold indifference and noble detachment. Bai Su glared at him with a dark expression. Li Chenlin. Li Chenlin reluctantly lowered his noble head and cast a sidelong glance at her. What is it? Bai Su, should you dare to kiss me with that mouth, which has feasted upon orc flesh, I shall take your life. A muffled giggle escaped from an unknown maid outside. Li Chenlin shot a glare, silencing the surroundings in an instant. He turned to Bai Su, his expression darker than the bottom of a pot, after an entire afternoon. Is this the extent of your words for me? Bai Su utterly disregarded him, reclining back onto the bed, her expression reflecting a profound weariness from the turmoil. Li Chenlin's recently restored self-esteem shattered once again before the gaze of the gathered crowd. He felt the sting of Bai Su's disdain, exposed in front of so many. This insufferable little female, he vowed to make her utterly devoted to him, to fall completely in love with him. Suppressing his fury, Li Chenlin returned to the desk beside him, feigning ignorance to Bai Su's words as he continued to attend to his work. The assistant bowed his head respectfully and exited the room. Bai Su could no longer withstand the gazes of others, so she simply tossed the blanket over her head, preferring to shield herself from sight. Bored and somewhat drowsy, she paid no heed to Li Chenlin's immature display. Li Chenlin, darkly fixated on the small mound rising from the bed, felt a surge of frustration at the thought that he had gone to great lengths, only to receive not even a scrap of her favorable attention, but rather disdain in return. Unable to contain his anger, he slammed the documents down onto the table with force. Bai Su remained obstinately defiant. No matter how Li Chenlin attempted to engage her in conversation, she resolutely turned a deaf ear, feigning ignorance. The food sent to her was ruthlessly smashed, as she only consumed the provisions exchanged from her own marketplace. Enraged, Li Chenlin wreaked havoc in the study, shattering a room full of exquisite antique porcelain. Useless. All of it is worthless. With trepidation, the servant knelt on the floor, trembling, too fearful to raise his head. Li Chenlin, consumed by fury, opened his mouth wide and devoured the kneeling servant, still unsatisfied. He brutally tore apart several patrolling subordinates passing by, casting their remains into the sea. The crew aboard the ship was paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to utter a sound, lest they attract the attention of this formidable demon. Even his longtime assistant, who had stood by his side for years, felt the tension grip his body, with chills racing down his spine. He had never witnessed Li Chenlin in such a furious rage, not even during his exile from the southern royal family. With each passing day, Li Chenlin's aura grew increasingly ominous, until eventually, the entire ship was shrouded in the chilling pressure of his wrath, and the number of maids dwindled daily, consumed by his fury. The atmosphere aboard was fraught with anxiety, and finally, someone could no longer contain themselves and seized the opportunity to approach Bai Su while Li Chenlin took a moment on the deck to breathe. Bai Su was engrossed in her book, calmly prepared to endure the passage of time with Li Chenlin. Suddenly, a maid knocked and entered the room. Finding it empty, she fell to her knees before Bai Su, exclaiming, "Miss Bai, I implore you to save us." Bai Su was taken aback for a moment, then quickly helped her up. "What are you doing?" The maid sobbed and shook her head. "Miss Bai, if you do not save us, we shall not rise." Bai Su gazed at her with concern. "Please, do speak your mind. How can I understand your troubles if you remain silent?" The bewildered maid looked up at her, tears brimming in her eyes. I implore you to acquiesce to Mr. Li's wishes. He has become increasingly capricious lately. My 2 elder sisters have already fallen victim to him. If you continue to resist him, it won't be long before we too are ensnared." The concern on Bai Su's face diminished slightly as she quietly released her grip on the maid's hand and reclined back onto the bed. Noticing her silence, the maid grew anxious and exclaimed, "Miss Bai, Mr. Li is truly a good man. He wields great power and influence. Countless women aspire to be in his favor. You must understand, in this world, being sought after by women is a rare achievement, which speaks volumes about Mr. Li's esteemed status. He cares for you so deeply. What could possibly displease you? If you were to simply nod in agreement with Mr. Li, everyone aboard this vessel would be saved." Bai Su appeared to have heard the most absurd joke. "Whether you are saved or not has nothing to do with me. Do I even know you? You surely think too highly of yourself. Your lives are worth nothing to me. Your demise is of no concern to me." Bai Su's second pet peeve was her aversion to moral coercion. The maid, with disbelief, gazed at her and exclaimed, "How can you utter such cold words? We are all females. How can you stand idly by in the face of danger?" Observing that Bai Su remained unmoved, the maid grew increasingly anxious. "How can you claim this has nothing to do with you? If it weren't for your persistent refusal to acquiesce to Mr. Li, he would not be so unpredictable every day, nor would we be suffering the consequences. Aren't you the root cause of all this turmoil? Otherwise, do you think I would be seeking you out at this moment?" Bai Su laughed mockingly at her. "Am I the true culprit?" She leaned down, gripping the maid's chin to force her to meet her gaze. "Pray tell, who is the real wrongdoer? Is it I, or are you spineless fools? Too cowardly to confront Li Qinlin? Why should your lives be preserved at the expense of my sacrifice? In this world, nothing is more precious to me than my own life. I would not even trade it to save my children. What, then, of you? A mere assembly of strangers whose lives hold no more value to me than that of ants? My quarrel with Li Qinlin is my own affair. His anger directed at you is yours to bear. These matters are entirely unrelated. You merely see Li Qinlin as bloodthirsty and cruel, and, fearing his wrath, you lay all blame upon me, the one who appears more vulnerable. You even attempt to elevate yourselves, cloaked in the guise of victims, to morally coerce me into sacrificing myself for your survival." Bai Su delivered a sharp slap to the maid, casting her aside as if she had encountered something repugnant. What business did the affairs of others have with her? Who was she to turn to for justice while being held captive aboard this vessel? Should virtuous individuals truly sacrifice their own bodies to appease their oppressors, merely to ensure the safety of those around them? Did she appear to be some kind of saint or a fool born of a white lotus? The maid, seemingly incensed, rose from the ground, clutching her face. "You hypocritical, selfish woman, we have truly misjudged you. It would be fitting for Mr. Li to witness your utterly self-serving and deceitful nature. You vile and abhorrent creature. May you meet a dreadful fate." Bai Su let out a cold laugh. "What is this? Have you faltered? No longer pretending? Is it selfishness and hypocrisy to not sacrifice myself for your sake? I did not coerce you onto this vessel, nor did I compel Li Qinlin to take your lives. Ultimately, the reason these females boarded the ship is known only to them. Whether in the Federation or the Southern Nation, females are rare beasts, classified as protected species by the state. Even without labor, they can enjoy a prosperous life. Their presence on this ship, serving as Li Qinlin's maids, can only be attributed to their desire to gain favor. Yet they did not foresee his brutality, which knows no distinctions between male and female, as he commits acts of slaughter without remorse. Just days prior, I observed these maids as they flirtatiously served tea to Li Qinlin, casting coy glances his way. And now, they dare to feign the appearance of innocent victims in front of me. How laughable." The maid's face flushed with anger, her snake-like pupils narrowing, revealing her ferocity. "Since death is inevitable, why not drag you down with me?" With that, she bared her venomous fangs, lunging towards Bai Su. Chapter 85. The heat approaches in a split second. Bai Su swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly evading the attack. Fortunately, as a rabbit beast, she possessed innate agility, allowing her to evade the strike. Otherwise, she would have been bitten. As the maid missed her target, her true nature was unleashed, and she lunged toward Bai Su with feral intent, her snake head and tail attacking in unison. Bai Su swiftly retrieved her life-saving dagger from the system's repository. The maid relentlessly lunged towards her vital points, and as Bai Su gripped the dagger tightly, preparing to counterattack, the door swung open. A colossal white serpent surged in, seizing the maid with an iron grip, instantly severing her in two. The maid writhed on the ground for a brief moment, her unblinking gaze fixed towards the direction of Li Qinlin, before falling still. Bai Su discreetly returned the dagger in her hand to the system's repository. Li Chunlin disdainfully discarded the maid's lifeless body, showing no inclination to consume it. Outside, servants hurriedly approached to cleanse the ground of the bloodstains and remnants of the corpse. Bai Susong let out a sigh of relief and returned to the bed. Li Chunlin, with a dark expression, glared at the woman on the bed and questioned, "What is the purpose of your mouth? Do you intend to call for help?" Bai Su let out a scoff, gazing at him with derision. "Were you not entertained by the spectacle outside? I presumed you would relish the sight of two females clashing over you." Li Chunlin was momentarily taken aback. Narrowing his eyes dangerously, he had underestimated this small female. To his surprise, she was remarkably astute, having overheard him lurking outside. Indeed, he had been concealed there since their conversation commenced, refraining from interrupting the maid's words out of curiosity, wondering if this maid could soften his heart. At the outset, he had even felt compelled to applaud her, for he too believed that Bai Su, this seemingly delicate and benevolent rabbit beast man, would inevitably yield to him for the sake of the innocent maids aboard the vessel. Without a doubt, Bai Su's response exceeded his expectations once more. Reflecting on her unabashed, resolute, and almost cruel rejection of the maid, he could not suppress the stirring within him, the insatiable desire coursing through his veins. He found this woman perpetually surprising. He had assumed that she would be grateful for his liberation from her plight, for the promise of a life of luxury, and that at the very least, she would feel a flicker of affection for him. Yet her reaction delivered a resounding slap to his face. She preferred to toil endlessly in the desolate outskirts of the Federation, preparing meals for others, rather than accompany him to the south, where a life of privilege awaited. He had imagined that witnessing him effortlessly orchestrating the fates of enterprises in the south would inspire admiration in her, or at least lead her to surmise the vastness of his wealth, which spanned the globe. Even the maids, voluntarily boarding to serve him, subtly flattered him, making his status unmistakable. Those two seventh-level beastmen, he could rend them to shreds before her very eyes. He showcased his allure from every conceivable angle, yet she remained utterly unmoved. Merely uttering a command that he refrained from kissing her and daring to retreat to the bathroom in apparent disgust, this little female left him utterly perplexed. Unsure of how to proceed, upon seeing a maid enter, he foolishly hoped to place his faith in her, believing that perhaps she could evoke a sense of compassion in Bai Su, thus softening her resolve. Bai Su observed him standing at the doorway like a statue, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes, before turning over and reclining back onto the bed. Li Chunlin waved his hand, signaling everyone to withdraw. His assistant, understanding the cue, assisted in closing the door behind them. Bai Su lay upon her bed, on the verge of slumber, when she suddenly felt an unsettling dip beside her, enveloped instantaneously by a warm, woody fragrance. Instantly, her body tensed in alertness, and she turned her head to meet the excited gaze of serpent-like eyes. "Li Chunlin, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, hastily clutching the blanket to shield the space between them. A sly smile played upon Li Chunlin's lips as he rolled over, pinning Bai Su beneath him, his hands braced on either side of her. "I simply found myself unwilling to wait any longer. Even if you do not harbor feelings for me now, there will inevitably come a time when you will." Bai Su raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap. "Get away." Li Chunlin received the blow squarely, showing neither flinching nor evasion. Instead, he appeared even more exhilarated. Su, he said, "I am quite curious about what it would take to make you yield. What would compel you to willingly lie beneath me?" Bai Su rolled her eyes in exasperation, exclaiming, "What a lunatic. If you wish to play the domineering CEO, go back and find your maids to perform." Li Chunlin lowered his body slightly, feeling through the blanket the delicate softness of her petite form. Though she was merely a small, tender rabbit, she was insufficient even to fill the gaps for the enormous serpent. She was simply too diminutive. Bai Su pressed her hands against his chest, declaring, "You expect me to acquiesce willingly? Dream on. Only those serpentine beast women would be enamored by a selfish, domineering creature such as yourself, devoid of any empathy." Li Chunlin gazed at her intently, a shadow of intrigue flickering in his eyes, as if her words had sparked a revelation, prompting him to ponder some intricate dilemma. Bai Su felt a shiver run down his spine under his gaze. "What are you doing?" he stammered. Li Chunlin suddenly curved the corners of his lips, and his eyes took on an increasingly peculiar expression. "It's nothing. You should rest well," he replied. He placed a gentle kiss on Bai Su's forehead before rising and departing from the room. Bai Su was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard. Is it really that simple? The system couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Host, what else did you expect?" Bai Su rolled her eyes, expressing her disdain for the lunatic. She inquired further. Could you assist me in uncovering Lu Tinjian's recent circumstances? I have been aboard this vessel for nearly a week, and he has yet to locate me. The system responded. The distance is considerable. Host, Li Chunlin has neither returned you to the Southern Kingdom, nor is he within the Federation. Rather, he is in an uncharted expanse of the deep sea, where it may be some time before anyone is able to find you. Bai Su let out a soft sigh and said, Very well. The system responded. Furthermore, host, your period of estrus is approaching. Bai Su, the system explains that once the rabbit beast men reach maturity, it is essential for them to quickly find a mate. This necessity arises from the frequency of their estrus cycles, which occur approximately every 2 to 3 months. During the last episode, you were unfortunately drugged, which triggered the response. But Lu Tinjian's mental prowess provided you with comfort. Bai Su pressed her forehead with some degree of discomfort, realizing her oversight. She had forgotten that orcs and ordinary humans were fundamentally different. To ensure copulation between males and females, female orcs, upon reaching maturity, require the soothing of male spiritual energy as well as physical comfort during their estrus period. Correspondingly, when the male's spiritual energy descended into a state of frenzy, only females with whom he had previously mated could pacify his mental turmoil, thereby rescuing him from becoming a monstrous entity, consumed by madness and fighting to the death. Bai Su was indeed feeling a sense of urgency now. Chapter 86. Bai Su's body begins to transform as night falls. Bai Su had finally drifted into slumber when Li Chunlin stealthily infiltrated her room. The white serpent glides silently across the ground, barely making a sound. Bai Su was in a deep slumber, utterly unguarded, her petite form softly sinking into the embrace of the quilt, which bore the charming outline of her small figure. Evoking a sense of tenderness, Li Chunlin approached the bedside, his serpent-like eyes glimmering with a subtle golden hue in the darkness. Bai Su's petite head appeared particularly diminutive against the massive pillow, with her 2 soft, floppy rabbit ears drooping adorably on either side. Her small hands instinctively clenched into tiny fists, resting beside her head as she lay supine. Her posture so endearing that one could hardly resist the urge to poke her plump little cheeks. Li Chunlin unconsciously curled the corners of his lips. She was far more charming in slumber than in wakefulness. He raised his hand and playfully pinched her nose, quietly awaiting her reaction. Bai Su's face gradually flushed red, her brows knitting tighter with each passing moment. Just as Li Chunlin pondered whether to release her hand to prevent suffocating her, Bai Su obediently parted her lips, taking small breaths. Li Chunlin couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes gleaming with the delight of a mischievous triumph. He relinquished his tormenting grip, instead grasping her delicate wrist beside her head, slowly leaning closer. Her soft little hand felt utterly pliant in his grasp, as though it possessed no bones, small and tender, radiating warmth. This was how she appeared when she bore no thorns. The depths of Li Chunlin's gaze darkened further. He leaned in closer to her wrist, inhaling the faint scent of ripe peach emanating from her skin. The sweet, refreshing aroma was neither cloying nor overwhelming, delicately wafting from her warm skin, merging into an intoxicating fragrance. What a delectable little creature she was. His throat involuntarily bobbed as he extended his tongue, flicking it against her wrist's soft skin, seizing the moment to pierce it with his fangs. Instantly, the tender flesh yielded a sensation more exquisite than any beast he had ever tasted. He suppressed his thirst for her blood and injected his venom through his sharp teeth into her bloodstream. A soft frown graced Bai Su's features, a faint sound escaping her lips unconsciously. Li Chunlin's gaze deepened as he exhaled, allowing his tongue to lick her wound, which vanished in an instant, leaving her skin smooth and unblemished as before. He carefully returned her wrist to its place, just as he was about to exit the room. Bai Su unconsciously grasped the corner of his garment. Lu Tinjian's eyes darkened momentarily. Even in dreams, she thinks of him? He transformed into a serpent and slithered into the crevice of the quilt, only to revert to his human form within the warmth of the bedding, forcefully drawing her into his embrace. Bai Su felt someone firmly constraining her waist, and the furrow in her brow finally relaxed. She instinctively leaned closer to him, burying her face in the crook of his neck, her lips unconsciously brushing against the prominent vein of his carotid artery, settling into a state of tranquility. This was the first time Li Chunlin experienced her submissive embrace, his Adam's apple instinctively bobbing. Her small hand clutched the fabric of his nightgown at his chest, exuding an air of complete trust. Lu Tingyan, it's so cold. Hold me, won't you? Bai Su murmured in a tone laced with grievance, her voice soft and syrupy. imbued with a gentle rasp that could effortlessly rouse any male to a state of fervent desire. Lin, akin to a silent thief, tensed his entire being, relishing the rare and precious contact. Even though he was acutely aware that the little creature in his arms perceived him as that foolish wolf, Lu Tingyan, he found himself unable to resist such intoxicating affection. The mere thought that Lu Tingyan could easily possess her, basking in her daily and nightly devotion and submission, ignited a seething jealousy within him, as if his heart were on the verge of bursting. He yearned to summon a legion, to airlift munitions, and obliterate the entire Federation. Yet, he was not a beast of the wild, devoid of the warmth of life. Instead, he could only cocoon her tighter in the blanket, gradually enveloping her in the warmth of his heated mental energy. Bai Su felt a warm current continuously flowing into her body, and her furrowed brows gradually relaxed. The following day, Bai Su awoke early, gazing upon the desolate room, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her visage. Last night, in a haze of slumber, she had momentarily fancied herself back by Lu Tingyan's side. With a soft sigh, she languidly stretched and rose to attend to her morning rituals. However, upon placing her feet on the ground, she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. What was happening? Bai Su was startled by the unexpected softness of her limbs. In that brief moment, her legs felt as pliable as those of a serpent. Just as she was about to fall, she steadied herself with the support of her feet. Managing to regain her composure, peering skeptically at her legs, she stamped her feet but detected no irregularity. Bai Su shook her head and entered the bathroom to freshen up. Upon her return, she opened the window and couldn't help but squint contentedly at the sunlight, feeling an irresistible urge to step outside and bask in its warmth. It was peculiar. Typically, on such scorching days, she preferred to remain indoors, cocooned in the comfort of air conditioning, indulging in deep slumber. Yet today, the sun felt particularly inviting, and she found herself yearning to soak in its rays a little longer. Just then, the door swung open, and an unfamiliar maid entered, bearing a tray of breakfast. Bai Su's gaze fell upon the vibrant crimson liquid in the glass. "What is that?" she inquired. The maid's eyes flickered slightly. "It is tomato juice." Beside the juice lay a perfectly seared steak. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Whose benevolent soul indulges in such a greasy delight so early in the morning? Yet, her mouth betrayed her, salivating uncontrollably, her stomach grumbling in hunger. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. Curiously, she had indeed exchanged something to eat at the mall last night. So why was she still so famished? Especially upon seeing that piece of meat. Her mouth watered uncontrollably, her appetite surging, an inexplicable desire igniting within her, a fervent longing to devour that steak. The maid, standing respectfully nearby, added, "Mr. Li has instructed that from today onward, your movements are unrestricted. You are welcome to explore freely, and you may also bask in the sun on the deck." Upon hearing the last sentence, Bai Su felt a palpable thrill. She longed immensely to soak up the sun. Bai Su nodded, acknowledging the situation. Since Lin had made a concession, she too would reluctantly yield a little. Bai Su took her seat at the dining table, inhaling the tantalizing aroma emanating from the steak, which made her mouth water uncontrollably. The quality of the meat was exceptional. Although it was merely pan-seared in oil with a sprinkle of salt, the intrinsic flavor of the beef was irresistibly enticing, requiring no elaborate seasonings to achieve culinary excellence. After finishing her meal, she couldn't help but reminisce about the taste and turned to the maid beside her, saying, "Next time, please cook the steak a tad less, ensuring it retains more of its juiciness." Upon uttering those words, she found herself momentarily stunned. In the past, she had only savored well-done steaks. When had she developed a preference for the medium-rare flavor? Bai Su shook her head, then finished the tomato juice beside her in one gulp. She licked her lips, feeling that today's tomato juice was exceptionally fragrant and enticing. She inquired again, "Was there anything added to the tomato juice?" The maid hurriedly lowered her head and replied, "And no, there wasn't." Bai Su licked her lips, remarking, "Why is it so sweet? It's quite delightful to drink." The maid's eyes flickered with a hint of guilt as she replied, "Perhaps a touch of sugar was added." Bai Su paid little heed to her surroundings. She stifled a yawn, feeling a touch drowsy, and contemplated basking in the sun on the deck for a nap. She exchanged pleasantries with her maid, who escorted her to the deck, blissfully unaware that her gait was unusually graceful, reminiscent from a distance of a serpentine creature. Chapter 87. The season of heat arrives. The warm sunlight on the deck enveloped her in a languid embrace, prompting another irresistible yawn as she reclined against the salty sea breeze. She sighed contentedly, completely oblivious to the moment when Li Chunlin lay down beside her. Su, do you enjoy this stretch of sea? Li Chunlin inquired suddenly. Bai Su opened her eyes and gazed at the person lying beside her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, today he appeared particularly pleasing to her, and even the dissatisfaction in her heart had diminished somewhat. Well, he's not so bad. Li Chunlin curled his lips slightly. I shall gift you this expanse of ocean, if you would permit it. Bai Su rolled her eyes in exasperation. What use do I have for this sea? Li Chunlin replied, this sea belongs to you. It is your domain. You may squander it as you please. Bai Su lazily waved her hand, expressing her reluctance. She simply adored tending to her quaint little restaurant. Li Chunlin chuckled softly, choosing not to comment further. Over the subsequent days, Bai Su found herself enjoying an unusually harmonious relationship with Li Chunlin. Not only did she not shy away from his physical gestures, but she also felt an immense joy whenever he made contact with her. As Bai Su sensed an anomaly, she found herself pinned to the bed by Li Chunlin. He inquired if she wished to slide down a slide. In that instant, the visage of Lu Tingyin sprang to her mind, jolting her awake. She forcefully pushed Li Chunlin away, her mind suddenly buzzing with confusion. When had they grown so intimate? Hadn't she always despised Li Chunlin? Hadn't she held a profound aversion to serpents? Why did she yearn for his touch so intensely? Li Chunlin's gaze flickered slightly as he propped himself up, questioning. What's wrong? Bai Su displayed a look of discomfort, abruptly burying herself beneath the covers. It's broad daylight. I refuse to. She exclaimed. Li Chunlin chuckled softly. Just yesterday, under the sun, you assisted me on the deck. Why is it that today, in the confines of this room, it is not permissible? Bai Su blushed deeply, exclaiming, oh dear, you should go out. Li Chunlin chuckled and nodded. All right, I shall take my leave. I have a few matters to attend to, and I will come back to find you later. Bai Su, nestled under the covers, nodded with a hint of discontent. Yes, Li Chunlin has departed the room, closing the door with considerate care. Now, she finds herself alone in the chamber. Suddenly, she sits upright, the shyness that once graced her features replaced by a chilling coldness. System, come forth. She commands, suppressing her fury, her expression dark as night. The system timidly peeks out, host. Bai Su, with a frosty expression, remarked. You have long suspected something amiss, haven't you? You cannot possibly be unaware that Li Chunlin has tampered with me. The system, feeling guilty, cast a furtive glance her way and replied, I apologize. I believe that your body's healing abilities would suffice to mend itself. Bai Su let out a cold laugh. You are pretending to be oblivious while fully aware, hoping to instigate something between him and me, aren't you? The system, having been struck at its core, immediately softened its tone. I apologize, Su. I should not impose upon your choices. Bai Su is, in fact, quite easy to appease. If one were to grandiloquently declare that it was for her own good, in an attempt to help her earn more points, her fury would ignite instantaneously. However, if one were to candidly acknowledge their mistakes and offer a sincere apology, she would be much more amenable, understanding that she should not interfere with my decisions, and resolve not to repeat such behavior in the future. The system nodded vigorously, akin to a clove of garlic being crushed. All right, I understand. From now on, regardless of what occurs, I shall inform you at the very first opportunity. My sincerest apologies. Bai Su's complexion has improved significantly. So, what exactly is happening to me? Why have I become so peculiar? System, it appears that Li Chunlin has injected your body with serpent essence. He intends to transform you into a serpent beastman. Upon hearing this, Bai Su's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain. The mere thought that she had nearly transformed into the very serpent she loathed most sent shivers down her spine. System, furthermore, someone has set their sights on you. Bai Su, who? The system, slightly embarrassed, replied, I am uncertain as well. His level is far too elevated for me to penetrate his disguise. However, he has been continuously observing you. Bai Su furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, where? What means of surveillance? The system replied, I am uncertain how he accomplished it. But he left a message by your bedside. Bai Su turned her gaze towards the bedside, where at first glance, nothing appeared to be present. Yet, upon closer inspection, a line of tiny characters gleamed in the sunlight streaming through the window. If you require assistance, tug at this spider thread, and I shall come to rescue you in 3 days. The letters were crafted from the very silk of the spider. Typically, they were almost invisible, only revealing themselves during the brief half-hour of morning light. Curiously, she pulled at the thread, which felt remarkably unique, soft and delicate, imbued with a faint, refreshing scent reminiscent of cedar. She leaned closer, inhaling deeply, and extended her tongue to taste the silk. To her surprise, the thread suddenly seemed to react, collapsing abruptly into a tight coil. Far beneath the ocean's depths, the elusive Ulysses was absent-mindedly manipulating the spider silk between his fingers. His long, white fingers were as immaculate as specimens preserved in formalin, contrasting sharply with the white lab coat he wore and the single lock of hair tied back at the nape of his neck. The lifelike whale submarine was on autopilot, evading the scans of Li Chunlin's vessels. He lazily cast a glance at the marine creatures gliding past the transparent hull, their fierce beauty and jewel-like brilliance starkly juxtaposed with his own cool demeanor, akin to a cedar bearing the weight of snow atop a majestic mountain. Suddenly, he tensed, his fingers incredulously brushing against his lips, as the spider silk in his grasp swiftly retracted, as if drawn back from an unknown origin. A damp segment of silk lay in his palm, causing his entire being to flush with a soft crimson hue. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue exploring the captivating narrative. Bai Su gazed in astonishment as the spider silk vanished before her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she pondered whether it could be Yalko's grandson, the fabled third male protagonist, Elias. The system responded, "It is indeed possible. Only the disguises of beastmen of level 9 or above elude my scrutiny. Bai Su, how much longer until my estrus period begins? System, tonight. Bai Su, so soon? How many golden points are there in the system mall? System, having retrieved 2 little ones, along with numerous efforts with Lu Tingyan, there are already 498 golden points accumulated." Bai Su glanced at the skill classification. She was still lacking over 100 points for the skill she desired. Bai Su inquired once more, "Will I also earn golden points during my union with Lu Tingyan?" The system nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is part of the procreative process. Thus a modest quantity of golden points will be accrued. Bai Su, how much can one obtain at a time? System, it is difficult to determine. However, the male protagonists possess exceptional genes, consistently yielding over 10 points of experience with each occurrence. Bai Su gazed intently at the skills displayed in the mall, her eyes subtly shifting. She summoned her healing powers to conduct a thorough examination of her body. Indeed, it was not merely the surface that had undergone transformation. Her internal organs and bones were also experiencing displacement and distortion. Had it not been for her healing abilities and her body's inherent self-repairing capacity, she might have been transformed into a serpent beast on the very first night by Li Chunlin. Bai Su summoned the healing power within her to meticulously investigate and cleanse the venom coursing through her system. Initially, she had no intention of provoking the serpent beast man, as she possessed an inherent aversion to serpentine creatures. However, given that he had already gone to such lengths, she would not hold back any longer. First, she would assist him through his mating season. The system observed her with a hint of trepidation, suggesting, "Host, if you truly dislike him, I can arrange for the third male lead to come to your rescue. Bai Su, of course, I must seek his assistance. However, before extricating myself from this predicament, I intend to teach Li Chunlin a lesson, making him aware that even a cornered rabbit can bite." That evening, Bai Su's body began to radiate warmth, her entire form resembling a perfectly cooked shrimp, twisting and turning upon the bed like a ball. Chapter 88. Bai Su acquires a new skill. The sweet aroma of the female orc soon permeated the entire ship. The influence exerted by a level 4 female in heat was several times more potent than that of a level 2. Particularly as the impurities within Bai Su were thoroughly cleansed by the healing properties of the food she consumed, her scent became increasingly pure and enticing, naturally amplifying her allure to males. Many patrolling males outside were drawn to the fragrance, their primal instincts stirring uncontrollably within them. They approached Bai Su's room, their bestial instincts becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. The few remaining females aboard, terrified, hastily retreated into their rooms, distancing themselves from Bai Su's quarters. They had never witnessed a female in heat capable of exerting such overwhelming influence. The males on the ship were all at least level 7. How could a mere level 4 female like Bai Su exude such formidable influence? Begone! Li Chunlin's furious roar echoed at the entrance of the room. Numerous males, consumed by irrationality, attempted to force their way into Bai Su's chamber. Enraged, Li Chunlin swept them aside with his tail. He had contemplated devouring them outright. But recalling Bai Su's admonition against using a mouth that had tasted human flesh to kiss her, he restrained himself, opting instead to dispatch them with his tail. Channeling an overwhelming psychic force, he compelled all the approaching males to kneel, their heads spinning and ears ringing. unable to lift their gazes. Only then did he feel a semblance of satisfaction, hastily pushing open the door to enter the room. Bai Su lay upon the bed, the sheets beneath him dampened significantly. His gaze dimmed slightly as he closed the door, activating the security system, effectively isolating the scents and sounds of the entire room. Bai Su caught the scent of masculinity and instinctively lunged forward. Li Chenlin, you have finally arrived. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she struggled to catch her breath. Exhaling heated sighs. I thought you had forsaken me. Li Chenlin, unable to withstand such a visual onslaught, immediately responded, I apologize. I was merely attending to some trivial matters aboard the ship. Do not fear. With me by your side, no one would dare approach you. Bai Su, I feel unwell. Li Chenlin embraced her, and they tumbled together. Points have increased again. 10 golden points have been lost. Her delicate, sweat-soaked hands nearly suffocated as they gripped the windowsill. Her knuckles and palms flushed a deep crimson. Even her skin radiated a tender pink hue. Under the moisture of perspiration, her hands resembled exquisite jade, glistening with a translucent sheen. 10 golden points have been lost. Keep it up, Susu. Another 10 golden points have been lost. Keep it up, Susu. There is a strong possibility of becoming pregnant. Bai Su persevered for 3 hours, barely accumulating over 30 golden points. Clearly, it was insufficient, as she still fell short by more than 80 points. Fortunately, the unleashed beast could not contain its overwhelming desires. Bai Su felt that her body had reached its limits, prompting her to exchange her ordinary points for a restorative potion in the system's marketplace. With this, she barely managed to endure another 2 rounds in the bathroom. However, she had evidently underestimated the power of the serpent beast man, as well as the intoxicating allure of her own pheromones during her estrus, which proved to be a potent stimulant for the males. Several hours elapsed, and Bai Su felt almost numb, as if her internal organs were in disarray. Yet Li Chenlin remained thoroughly absorbed in the experience, clearly indicating that he was far from finished. Bai Su felt a pang of regret as she exchanged her ordinary points for potions to restore her stamina and alleviate the swelling and abrasions of her wounds. She could only recall that the sun had risen and set once outside. As the sun ascended for the second time, Bai Su pondered that she had nearly amassed enough golden points. She patted the brooding Li Chenlin and relaxed her body, feeling the stifling atmosphere of the room. Li Chenlin, amidst his busy schedule, cast a glance at her, his eyes alight with an exuberance akin to a spirited revival. Where do you wish to go? The affair is not yet concluded. Bai Su, overwhelmed by the turbulence, swiftly clung to his powerful physique, expressing her desire to step onto the deck for some fresh air. The mere thought of that scene further heightened Li Chenlin's temperament. Not only did his physique swell, but the scales of the serpent upon him also emerged in greater abundance due to his exhilaration. When Bai Su first encountered him, she was somewhat astonished. Well, it was not as though she had never experienced the chilling sensation before. Outside, everyone had been rendered unconscious by Li Chenlin's formidable mental prowess, leaving the entire ship adrift upon the surface of the sea. Bai Su was exhilarated as she was finally embraced on the deck, both